9 Sun God King Chapter 2729 to Chapter 2808. Before Qin Yun met the Great Divine Lord, he really felt that the Great Divine Lord was a high and mighty existence. But now that he saw the Great Divine Lord's performance, he was very disappointed. This was because the Great Divine Lord did not have the demeanor of an expert. Not only was he arrogant, he was also very irritable. He did not look like an expert at all. Although Yun was standing in front of the Great Divine Lord, he was very wary of another person. Just now, he had noticed an old man wearing plain yellow clothes. This old man was standing beside the Emperor of the Sun Moon tribe and he was quite far back. This old man was very inconspicuous, but Qin Yun felt that he was a very powerful person. He guessed that he was most likely Ling Taiyun and Ling Daixin's father, the Emperor of the Extreme Sky tribe. The Emperor of the Extreme Sky tribe did not reveal himself at all, as if he was aloof from worldly affairs. He was the Emperor of the Extreme Sky tribe, but now he was like an inconspicuous follower. From beginning to end, he was very calm, like an expert following his master. He did not speak much and would not steal the limelight from others. This kind of person was often very terrifying. The pressure he gave Qin Yun was very great, far greater than that of the Great Divine Lord and the Law Enforcement Realm King. I don't need to take out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. You are not worthy of me summoning the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin Yun retracted his attention and focused on the Great Divine Lord. Although he retracted his attention, he was still affected by the unfathomable Emperor of the Extreme Sky tribe. The Emperor of the Extreme Sky tribe brought him a lot of psychological pressure. If the Emperor of the Extreme Sky tribe suddenly attacked, he would have to be on guard. If you don't use the Divine King Heavenly Seal, then you're dead. The Great Divine Lord said word by word. His voice was cold and filled with anger as he stabbed towards Qin Yun's head. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning. The moment he attacked, everyone seemed to see a huge sword made of lightning piercing through Qin Yun's head. However, no one saw this scene. Instead, a shocking and unexpected scene appeared. Qin Yun put his hands together and a bang sound exploded out. He actually used his palms to clamp the heavenly sword that had pierced into his head. Not only that, the divine power released from his palms also carried a very strong vibration, causing the heavenly sword to let out a buzzing sound. Great Divine Lord's myriad heaven divine sword condensed a very powerful divine power. However, with Qin Yun's palms clamping together, the divine power was completely dispersed. What was shocking was that the Great Divine Lord's hand that was holding the sword was shaken off. The Godly King was also very alarmed. He never expected Qin Yun to do something so unusual. After all, he was the Great Divine Lord. After his hand was shaken away, he immediately switched hands to grab the sword hilt. I'll let you be arrogant. As the Great Divine Lord drew his sword, he pushed his palm towards Qin Yun's abdomen. Qin Yun abruptly lifted her leg, and in an instant, a ferocious and terrifying wave of thunder and lightning burst forth. He raised his leg and swept it towards the Great Divine Lord. A large amount of divine power surged out and turned into a ferocious wave of lightning. This huge wave of thunder and lightning contained profound inscriptions, making it hard for people to tell if it was released through a divine technique or an inscription battle technique. The lightning rushed out like a collapsing dam, attacking towards the Great Divine Lord's palm. The two of them were so close to each other that their attacks and kicks were extremely fast. After an instant of collision, Qi waves surged up. Qin Yun's move just now was the Heavenly Annihilation 9 Styles Thunder Collapse. He had fused the Thunder Totem inscription battle technique and its power had increased by a lot. It allowed him to use the cultivation of a 4-star Divine Heavenly Lord to shake the Great Divine Lord, who had surpassed the cultivation of a Divine Heavenly Lord. When the Great Divine Lord's palm collided with Qin Yun's thigh, he could feel that the other party's divine power was extremely terrifying. Qin Yun's thigh was in pain from the beating and the Great Divine Lord's palm was in intense pain from the violent thunder and lightning divine power. Qin Yun had no choice but to let go of the Great Divine Lord's heavenly sword. After the Great Divine Lord drew his sword, he quickly distanced himself from Qin Yun. He did not want to clash head-on with Qin Yun at such a close distance. He was worried that he would suffer a great loss. Qin Yun was not afraid. He had just probed that his body was slightly stronger than the Great Divine Lord's. The great divine lord was very clear that his body was far inferior to Qin Yun's. This made him very angry. He was a dignified great divine lord. When he sparred with the little divine king, he used his own weapon but he did not gain the upper hand. Instead, he was beaten back by the other party. From the collision just now, the surrounding experts could more or less see the strength of the little divine king. The great divine lord's divine power seemed to be much stronger than Qin Yun's, but the great divine lord's cultivation was much higher than Qin Yun's after all. Furthermore, even though his divine power was strong, it was unable to shake Qin Yun's powerful body. Qin Yun's divine power was not as strong as the great divine lord's and was even weaker by quite a bit. However, his divine power was enough to injure the great divine lord's body. Beside the heavenly dragon emperor, Longshu's beautiful eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She knew that the reason why Qin Yun's body was so strong was because of the tempering of the heavenly fate dragon lake's water. The heavenly dragon race had also tempered their bodies in the heavenly fate dragon lake, but they were unable to reach Qin Yun's level. Qin Yun, a human, had accidentally used the heavenly fate dragon lake to strengthen his body and cultivated the super heaven divine body. This was a body realm that many experts were pursuing. His body is at the level of the super heaven divine body, but his cultivation is far from being able to keep up with his body. Someone suddenly said. It was an old man from the Sun Yin divine race. It has not been long since Qin Yun drank the lake water beside the heavenly fate dragon lake and tricked the Sun Yin divine race people into drinking the little monsters in the lake. That after the old man mentioned this matter, many people immediately thought of this matter. Qin after Yun drank the heavenly fate dragon lake's water, not only did he not give birth to any little monsters, he even cultivated the super heaven divine body. This caused many experienced and knowledgeable experts to be puzzled. Even the heavenly dragon emperor exclaimed, "How did this guy do it? Super heaven divine body? It was cultivated by the divine king heavenly seal. The 9 sons law spirit saw that you were so weak and your cultivation increased slowly, so it helped you cultivate the super heaven divine body." The great divine king said unhappily. Qin Yun said with a sneer, "Is that so? Why didn't the 9 sons law spirit help you?" The great divine king tightly gripped the sword in his hand. He had already used his weapon to attack, but Qin Yun had yet to take out his weapon. This made him very unhappy. He thought that Qin Yun was doing this on purpose to mock him. "Quickly take out your weapon. Otherwise, people will say that I'm bullying you when you're unarmed." The great divine king shouted, "If you fight me with your bare hands, even if I defeat you, it will be an unfair victory. Furthermore, I can't do anything to an unarmed person." Qin Yun chuckled. Yun chuckled and said, "You won't use any weapons. We'll fight barehanded. Isn't that better?" Although the great divine king was arrogant and conceited, he wasn't stupid at all. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. "Qin Yun, you are a despicable and shameless person. If I agree to fight you barehanded, if you suddenly take out a weapon during the battle, wouldn't I suffer a great loss?" The great divine lord said coldly. He was certain that Qin Yun did not have a better divine weapon than the myriad heaven divine sword in his hands. Qin Yun could see through the great divine lord's thoughts with a glance. He only felt that the great divine lord was a little naive. When fighting against an important opponent, he actually didn't understand his opponent in advance and dared to be so arrogant. One had to know that Qin Yun did not know much about the great divine lord, so he appeared to be more cautious. Even though his body was stronger than his opponent's, he did not underestimate his opponent. "I won't use a weapon for the time being. Ever since I became a divine lord, I haven't had a good fight. The main reason is because I haven't met a decent opponent." Qin Yun said with a smile, "And you are a pretty good opponent. Fighting with you will allow me to clearly see my own level." Qin Yun was very serious, but in the eyes of the great divine lord and the others, this was equivalent to provocation. From his words, it could be seen that Qin Yun wanted to treat the great divine lord as a sparring partner. A dignified great divine lord was actually being treated as a sparring partner. Qin Yun's words were extremely ear-piercing to the great divine lord. He immediately flew into a rage and no longer spoke. He brandished his sword and attacked fiercely. Shwa, with a few swishes, the sword wind swept away the surrounding divine sunlight mist. The intense light mist released by the 4 divine suns seemed to be swept up by the divine swords of the heavens, condensing into swords of light. They stabbed at Qin Yan from all directions. Many of the experts watching the battle from afar had no choice but to release their divine power and condense it into a powerful shield to protect themselves and the juniors around them. As for the place where Qin Yan and the great divine lord were fighting, it was already enveloped by all sorts of berserk divine power waves. Intense light shot out in all directions, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Only he knew that the great divine lord was the first to attack. That ferocious and furious sword aura was extremely terrifying, and it even carried the divine power of several myriad realms' divine sons. Great divine kings could also borrow the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun. Even the powerhouses of the Nine Sun sacred land rarely saw the great divine lord fight in such a furious manner. The distance between Yun and the great divine lord was not far. The great divine lord's sudden explosive attack quickly landed on his body. Qin Yun was already prepared. The heavenly lion Tao image in his body moved and roared within the sacred tribulation gate. The heavenly lion totem heavenly rune immediately appeared on his body. His body suddenly swelled up and many golden hairs appeared under his skin. Upon closer inspection, those hairs were all inscriptions. It looked as if his body was suddenly covered by the golden heavenly lion fur. Heavenly lion protection. Let's see how strong the heavenly lion totem heavenly rune is. This is the first time Qin Yun is using the heavenly lion totem heavenly rune. This kind of heavenly pattern originated from his Tao idol, so it was very easy for him to release it now. Tian lion totem heavenly rune is not a defensive type rune, but Qin Yun thinks that he can give it a try. Bite divine power condensed into astral swords and stabbed at Qin Yun's body from all directions. Qin Yun couldn't escape at all. She was constantly being attacked crazily. But at this moment, he only felt as if his body was being attacked by a gale. He didn't feel any pain. Tian the lion's protective body combined with his transcendent god body was actually able to block Great Divine Lord's angry attack. The heavenly lion totem heavenly pattern is truly powerful. This kind of rune is not used for defense, but its defensive power is very strong. Qin Yun tested it and felt extremely satisfied. Tian lion totem heavenly rune should be used to attack. Qin Yun inhaled a mouthful of air and began using another kind of power to free himself. He activated the power of the nether sun and then distorted the surrounding space, causing all the astral swords that were attacking him to be distorted by the space and fly in all directions. In the big shots watching the battle cursed in their hearts. They could only strengthen their defense to prevent themselves from being swept by the Great Divine Lord's astral swords. Great Divine Lord also sensed that Qin Yun was not defeated. Qin after Yun distorted space, if the divine power attacking him was not strong enough and was unable to break through his spatial barrier, it would be difficult for it to touch his body. After the Great Divine Lord knew that his attack was ineffective, he immediately stopped. Just the moment he stopped, Qin Yun suddenly launched a berserk attack. Stepping on the air, he charged towards the Great Divine Lord. A moment ago, he could still be seen charging towards the Great Divine Lord. In the next moment, he was already behind the Great Divine Lord. Great Divine Lord never expected Qin Yun to be so unafraid of death. He actually charged over with his bare hands. He quickly turned around and slashed horizontally with his sword. The sweeping sword wind turned into a sharp blade of light. If he was hit, even the transcendent divine body would not be able to withstand it. Qin Yun let out a loud roar at the countless light blades that were slashing at him. That terrifying roar caused many of the big shots of the Nine Sun sacred land to look at the Nine Sun heavenly lion race. Because what Qin Yun used was the heavenly lion's roar. Furthermore, it was incomparably authentic. It was even more terrifying than the roars of those heavenly lions. Furthermore, it was as if the heavenly tribulation was roaring, bringing with it a fierce and violent might. The sound wave fluctuated intensely, shattering all the light blades that the Great Divine Lord had slashed out. Qin Yun sneered and released the supergravity domain, enveloping the Great Divine Lord. Great, the God King felt as if his body had suddenly lost gravity. He felt as light as a feather, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He knew that this was a type of gravity, and he also knew that it was released by the nether sun. It's useless for you to use the power of the nether sun to deal with me. The Great Divine Lord laughed maniacally. Suddenly, a strong blue light flashed from his heart. It's the heavenly universe divine sun. Qin Yun was alarmed. The great divine Lord's heart was actually a heavenly universe divine Sunday. The heavenly universe divine sun was very powerful, but now, it had been shrunk and refined into the heart of the great divine Lord. How terrifying would that be? Xiaoyun, a lot of divine power has been sealed in his heavenly universe divine sun's heart. Ling Yin'er said, with his current body, it's impossible for him to support the divine power of the heavenly universe divine sun, so more than half of it has been sealed. When everyone saw this, they were all astonished. Was this the most powerful aspect of the great divine Lord? The heart was actually a heavenly universe divine sun that had been suppressed. After the great divine Lord mobilized the divine power of the heavenly universe divine sun, his body shook and shook off the gravity that enveloped his body. Although the great divine Lord was an old man, from the looks of it, he was filled with exuberant energy. His body contained an extremely terrifying heavenly universe divine sun power. His eyes shot out two beams of blue light that shot towards Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun dodged, but as long as the great divine Lord stared at him, the two beams of light would be able to move quickly. No matter how fast he was not faster than the great divine Lord's eyes. Therefore, he could only use the nether sun to release a spatial barrier, twisting the two blue beams of light and sweeping past his body. Qin Yun, let me tell you, the center of the nine-sun sacred land is a super-huge nether sun. I have already mastered all kinds of methods to resist the nether sun. The great divine Lord laughed arrogantly. Your strongest should be the nether sun, right? This is already destined to be restrained by me. Admit defeat. The great divine Lord had the qualifications to be arrogant. Just by relying on the fact that there was a heavenly universe divine sun sealed in his heart, it was enough to make the big shots of the other strong races present fear him. You will definitely lose to me today. The myriad heaven's divine sword in great divine Lord's hand was also shining with a blue light. The great divine Lord took a step forward and the entire space started to fluctuate. The divine power of the heavenly universe divine sun in his body directly fluctuated the surrounding space. Qin Yun's spatial barrier was instantly torn apart. Die. The godly monarch distorted space and appeared in front of Qin Yun, stabbing with his sword. At that moment, Qin Yun had no choice but to take out his weapon. A square pillar appeared in his hand to block the great divine king's ferocious stab. The myriad heaven divine sword let out a crisp sword cry and sent Qin Yun and the four pillars flying. Qin Yun took out the nine-sun sky-raising pagoda and transformed it into a four-sided pillar in front of her. Even though he managed to block the sword, he was still sent flying by the sword wind. The divine power in the great divine king's body was still constantly increasing. He seemed to be in a hurry. When the sword strike failed to hit Qin Yun, he anxiously chased after him. The nine suns heaven-raising pagoda turned into a floating cloud staff in Qin Yun's hand. Qin Wenyun saw the great divine Lord coming over. He immediately channeled his imperial god power into the floating cloud rod. At the same time the great divine Lord thrust at his sword, he smashed his rod with all his might. When he struck out with the rod, he even released a very strong supergravity that enveloped great divine Lord's body, but it was immediately blasted away. Great divine Lord swung his sword at the rod that was smashing down. Boom! The staff and the sword collided, and the waves of air formed by the divine power surged and whistled. The great divine Lord bellowed as he brandished his sword and slashed at Qin Yun fiercely. Every slash contained divine power that tore through space. This black spatial crack suddenly appeared in the area of intense light, causing a large amount of light mist to surge into the spatial cracks. Those spatial cracks were enormous, and they were all tens of thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide. They were like ravines in the void, and they were crazily devouring divine power. Tian Yushin. Yang's divine power was actually this terrifying. The great divine Lord said in a deep voice, the myriad heaven divine sword in the great divine Lord's hand is also not an ordinary divine sword. That's why it can unleash such a terrifying divine power. Qin Yun isn't weak either. He hasn't been injured at all. Furthermore, he hasn't even used his full strength. The All Heaven's Dragon Emperor said. Qin Yun can't use his full strength. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to defeat the great divine king. Nine Yan Tiger Emperor said. Why? Asked the All Heaven's Dragon Emperor. How could the great divine Lord lose? Besides, the difference in cultivation between Qin Yun and the great divine king is too great. The nine-young tiger emperor said, "We have never seen the great divine lord use his sky universe divine sun in the nine-sun sacred ground." Tiong clan emperor said, "Master also did not use his full strength. Don't be fooled by his arrogance, he's still holding back." The Yu clan monarch frowned, "Is that so? Didn't he want to kill Qin? Why didn't you use your strongest attack to take him down?" He was afraid that even if he used his strongest divine power, he would not be able to take down Qin. This is outside of the four divine suns. If he runs inside and hides, no one can do anything to him. Sunin tribe emperor said, "If master is unable to defeat Qin and reveals all his trump cards, it will be a great loss." The All Heavens Dragon Emperor said with a smile, "It looks like the young godly monarchs aren't fighting seriously. They haven't even released their Divine King Heavenly Seal yet." Many people had seen Yun's Divine King Heavenly Seal before. It was a statue that looked exactly like him. As for the Great Divine Lord's Divine King Heavenly Seal, no one had ever seen it before. Uneven Qin Yun is very curious about the Great Divine Lord's Heavenly Seal. Qin Yun also knew that although the Great Divine Lord looked reckless and arrogant, he did not release the Divine King Heavenly Seal for a long time. This meant that he did not release it on purpose. You can't use the Sky Universe Divine Sun's divine power for too long, that's why you're in such a hurry to attack me. Qin Yun said as he dodged the Great Divine Lord's berserk attack. Ever since the Great Divine Lord used the Sky Universe Divine Sun's divine power, it was as if he had gone crazy. He attacked anxiously, as if he was in a hurry. "So what? I will defeat you." The Great Divine Lord held the sword with both hands and crazily used the Sky Universe Divine Sun's divine power through the Heavenly Divine Sword in his hand. Qin Yun used all his strength to block. At this moment, the divine power that the Great Divine Lord shot out through the divine sword transformed into waves of sword rain. The ripples distorted space and directly enveloped the area where Qin Yun was. This was a large area of effect attack, and it could be said that a lot of divine power was wasted. However, the Great Divine Lord did not care. It was as if his divine power was inexhaustible as he crazily released it. Qin Yun had no choice but to take out the Imperial Life Talisman to relieve his pressure. He also knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the Great Divine Lord, but he was unwilling to let it end like this. "Are you going to use the Divine King Heavenly Seal?" When the Heavenly Dragon Emperor saw that Qin Yun was being suppressed, he immediately looked over with wide eyes. "Whoever uses the Divine King Heavenly Seal first will lose." The Great Heaven Clan Emperor said, "The current thoughts of the Great and Small Divine Kings are to force out the other party's Divine King Heavenly Seal." The Great Clan Emperor said, "I understand." When the Great and Small Divine Kings fight, whoever's Heavenly Seal is the first to light up might be devoured by the other party. They all wanted to obtain the other party's Divine King Heavenly Seal. Great although the little Divine King Heavenly Seal was different in size, their strength was on par. If one obtained the Great and Small Divine King Heavenly Seal, one could imagine the strength of the person who obtained it. Qin Yun put away the floating cloud rod and took out the myriad heaven divine saber. His eyes suddenly turned red, and black evil aura gushed out from his head. It is as if he has long red and black hair. Also at this moment, a wave of evil aura filled with ruthless evil aura surged out from Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun entered the extreme evil devil state. This is also his strongest state. "This guy turned into an evil devil?" the Heavenly Dragon Emperor said in shock. In short, this is how he defeated the Heavenly Venerables. The Law Enforcer said, "He will not be controlled by the evil devil." After entering this state, he can still maintain his rationality. He can completely control the extreme evil devil divine power. The extreme evil devil divine power is very strong, but it is very difficult to control. So many living beings who cultivate the evil devil Tao will eventually be controlled by the evil devil and gradually fall into the evil devil Tao, turning into a deranged evil devil. After Yun entered the extreme evil devil state, he mobilized all the divine power in his body and the space around him began to distort. "Even if I can't beat him, I will still display my strength." Qin Yun knows that he lost in terms of cultivation, but he is unwilling to let it end like this. He gripping the myriad heaven divine saber tightly, he charged at the Great Divine Lord. After being suppressed by the Great Divine Lord for a while, Qin Yun finally launched a counterattack. "Come." The Great Divine Lord laughed maniacally. Qin Yun instantly flashed and hacked at the Great Divine Lord. In that instant, it was as if the sky was about to shatter. The great divine lord's expression suddenly turned serious as he quickly brandished his sword to block the myriad heaven divine saber blade. When the swords collided, there was no sound because the sound wave was completely devoured by the distorted space. There should have been a strong ripple, but it was devoured by the space torn apart by the collision of the swords and sabers. Qin Yan and the great divine lord both fell into the chaotic space and disappeared in an instant. They were tossed about in the spatial turbulence and disappeared without a trace. If most of the weaker people would not be able to come out after falling into the chaotic space. But to these two divine kings, this was not a problem at all. It was equivalent to falling into a whirlpool and quickly escaping. Just the battle just now did not determine the victor. Some people thought that Qin Yan was stronger because his cultivation was lower. Similarly, there were people who believed that the great divine lord was stronger than Qin Yan. This was because the great divine lord had the heavenly universe divine sun heart. The divine power of the divine sun heart had yet to be fully unleashed. Overall, there were many different opinions, and even more people thought that it was a draw. The torn space gradually recovered. Great divine lord and Qin Yan did not appear again. It would take some time for them to come out of the chaotic space. And when they came out, they would be very far away and would not be able to return here so quickly. Who do you think is stronger? The Heaven's Dragon Emperor laughed. I really didn't expect that Qin Yan would have this kind of divine power, even though he is just a Shantian lord. If this guy surpasses Shantian lord's level, even if we join hands, it would be very difficult to take him down. Yin Clan Emperor said, my master is definitely stronger. After all, he is the great divine lord. Furthermore, his heavenly universe divine sun heart is sealed, so he can only use a small portion of his divine power. When he succeeds in his cultivation and is able to completely use the divine power of the heavenly universe divine sun heart, no one will be his match. Qin Yan is a person with 10 images, his potential is very great. Furthermore, with his current cultivation, he can shake the great divine lord. If he has the same cultivation as the great divine lord, then it would be hard to say. Long Shu said, she was more optimistic about Qin Yan. My master not only has the heavenly universe divine sun heart, his divine king heavenly seal is also very powerful. It is definitely stronger than Qin Yan's heavenly seal. Sun Yin Clan Emperor said. Let's not talk about the future, just now, it seems like Qin Yan had the upper hand. After all, with his cultivation, it can be said that Qin Yan is slightly stronger. Nine Sun Heavenly Lion Race Emperor said. Why is it that Qin Yan has the upper hand? Didn't you see that Qin Yan was forced to risk his life? Even if my master fell into the chaotic space, Qin Yan would be severely injured. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor sneered. Is that so? In the exchange just now, I saw that the great divine lord seemed to be panicking a bit, but Qin Yan was even more calm. This means that at the moment of the exchange, there is a difference in strength between the two of them. Nine Sun Heavenly Lion Race Emperor said with smile, I believe everyone saw it right? The Sun Moon Tribe the Arch was not convinced and sneered, Old Lion, Qin Yan has occupied the entire 4 divine suns and is not letting us in. Why are you still speaking up for him? Qin Yan participated in the creation of the 4 god suns. Originally, he also shared the 4 god suns. But because some people wanted to monopolize the 4 god suns, he took it back. Nine Sun Heavenly Lion Emperor said with mischievous laughter. The Heavenly Lion race already had a piece of territory in the 4 god suns, so the Heavenly Lion race from the 9 Sun sacred ground could naturally join and enjoy it. However, because Great Divine Lord and the other big shots forcefully entered the 4 divine suns and said that they wanted to control the 4 divine suns, Qin Yan was forced to withdraw. Old Lion, don't stand on the wrong side. From the comparison just now, it is clear that my master is stronger, but you still plan to stand on Qin Yan's side. You will regret it. The Sun Moon Tribe the Arch said with a sneer, I have to say, although you lions have big eyes, all of you are short-sighted. Just now, although the outcome of the battle between the divine kings was not obvious, it displayed the strength of both sides. In the future, the divine desolate would definitely divide the factions according to the divine kings. Now was the time to choose a side. Wan the World God Court and the Divine Moon Clan both stood on Qin Yan's side. This was already confirmed before. If today, after the fight between the divine kings, those strong races and great powers were all at a loss, if Qingyun lost miserably, they would definitely stand on the great divine lord's side. But yet, Qingyun, with Shen monarch's cultivation, was evenly matched with the great divine lord. This made them feel very conflicted. It was definitely impossible to stand on Qingyun's side. After all, they had already expressed their goodwill to the great divine lord. However, if they joined the great divine lord's camp, then when Qingyun grew up, they would have to face Qingyun's revenge. Right, they had heard of the many ruthless things that Qingyun had done. If Qingyun wanted to take revenge on his enemies, he would not be lenient at all. Furthermore, he mainly used sneak attacks. Our law enforcement realm will definitely support the great divine lord, the law enforcement realm king said. He only decided after discussing with the Heaven Secrets sect leader. The emperor of the Yin clan looked at the Heaven's Dragon Emperor and the others. My Heaven's Dragon race, how should I say it, Qingyun's relationship with us is not bad. The Heaven's Dragon Emperor said, our Dragon Peach Divine Tree is very important, it was Qingyun who helped us pick it up. Oh right, who cut down the Dragon Peach Divine Tree? Heaven Opening Ancient Clan. Monkey King looked at the Yu Ancient Clan. We did not participate, don't look at us. The Yu Ancient Clan Emperor immediately said. The Emperor of the Yin clan was somewhat unhappy, but he did not dare to show it. After all, the Heaven's Dragon Emperor was still very strong. He only asked, then your dragon race wants to support Qingyun? I did not say that I supported Qingyun. The Heaven's Dragon Emperor was wearing a golden dragon armor and a dragon crown. He had a dignified middle-aged face. But at this moment, his originally stern face was full of smiles as he said, I say, what is wrong with you all? Do you really want us to support one side? We are not the great divine lord's underlings, we are all free, we do not support anyone, is that not okay? Previously in the Four Divine Sons, the Heaven's Dragon Emperor was somewhat unhappy that Qingyun dominated the entire Four Divine Sons. But now that he saw that Qingyun was not weak and was comparable to the great divine lord, he could only accept it. It was Qingyun who wanted to mess with their dragon race, and he did it secretly. In the end, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. Yu the Ancient Clan Emperor said, that's right, we do not support anyone. If it is beneficial to us, we will cooperate with that person. We only care about benefits. The fight between the great and great divine kings is your business, it has nothing to do with us, no one can tie us down. The Sun Moon Emperor's face changed. He also just remembered that these big shots of the powerful clans wanted to snatch the great divine king Heavenly Seal. How could they be forced to take sides, for the major forces, allies, and whatnot were all fleeting clouds. Only benefits mattered. Yu the Ancient Clan Emperor's words were very clear, they did not stand on either side, and if there were benefits, they would cooperate with both sides at the same time. The Yang Sky Lion Emperor laughed, the Heaven's Divine Desolate is a great era, properly develop and explore new realms is the right way, why fight to the death? Even if you are so bored that your balls hurt and want to fight to the death, don't drag us in. Qingyun must have been seriously injured just now, why are you so afraid of him? The Law Enforcement Realm King sneered. Just at this moment, a fragment suddenly floated over and was caught by the Heaven's Dragon Emperor. Everyone immediately focused their gazes on the half-broken sword in the Divine Desolate of the Heavens. They could all recognize that this was the Divine Sword of the Heavens that the Great Divine Lord had used before. However, it had been cut in half, but the inscriptions on the broken sword were still there. The Great Divine Lord's myriad Heaven Divine Sword was actually broken, it was the broken half of the sword tip. It was unknown where the sword hilt had gone, but it was extremely likely that it was still in the hands of the Great Divine Lord. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, finding it hard to believe that this was true. The big shots present all believed that Qingyun and the Great Divine Lord's strength were on par. But now, the Great Divine Lord's myriad Heaven Divine Sword had been broken. This meant that Qingyun's strength was most likely much stronger than the Great Divine Lord's. The faces of the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and the Law Enforcement Realm King turned ugly because they were certain that Qingyun's strength was far inferior to the Great Divine Lord's. But now that he saw the Great Divine King's broken sword floating over, he was instantly speechless. No matter what, the Great Divine Lord's myriad Heaven Divine Sword was broken by someone. Just based on this, it meant that the Great Divine Lord had lost. The Great Divine Lord's cultivation level was so high that when facing the 4-star Heavenly Lord Qin, he could not even protect his powerful Myriad Heaven Divine Sword. Even if Qin was severely injured by the Great Divine Lord just now, it meant that he had strength equivalent to the Great Divine Lord. As expected of the Heaven's God Sword, the material used is really good. The Yu Clan Emperor was at the side. He reached out his hand to touch the sword, confirming that it was indeed the Heaven's God Sword. Tian Daozi laughed out loud. The Great Divine Lord's Myriad Heaven Divine Sword is actually broken. This guy is a sword user, and he can't even do it with his sword. How embarrassing. What do you know? Shut up. The Law Enforcement World King angrily said. For better or worse, you are still a big boss of the law enforcement world. Look at yourself, it's like your father lost. Heavenly Daozi crazily provoked the World King of Law Enforcement. In the exchange between the Great Divine Lord and Qin, it was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker from this broken sword. No matter what, after the battle this time, the Great Divine Lord would definitely be pointed at by people. Qin was sent into the chaotic space. The Divine Desolate's chaotic space is still very strong. Fortunately, he has the Little Ant Queen. In the pitch-black space that was filled with all kinds of tyrannical and violent flows, his body was also in great pain. After Little Ant Queen came out, she immediately released her spatial divine power to protect Qin from the impact of the spatial turbulence. Qin felt a lot more comfortable now. He channeled the power of the White Divine Sun within the 9-yang Divine Spirit and channeled it into his body. His injuries from the previous exchange were not light. As for how the Great Divine Lord was, he did not know. At that time, he had gathered all of his strength to destroy Great Divine Lord's sword and arm. He successfully did it, but the Great Divine Lord's powerful divine power also heavily injured him. Even his transcendent divine body was almost torn apart. This guy is truly terrifying. Fortunately, he restrained himself at the last moment and did not completely release the divine power of the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun Heart. Qin felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. If the Great Divine Lord really didn't care about his life, he might even perish together with him. The Great Divine King's Myriad Heaven Divine Sword and one of his arms had been destroyed by Qin. He was also heavily injured, and now, everyone only knew that the Great Divine Lord's Myriad Heaven Divine Sword had been broken. They did not know that the Great Divine Lord's arm had been destroyed by Qin. Qin looked at the broken arm in his hand. It was a small part of the Great Divine Lord's broken arm. There was a tattered hand that was tightly gripping the sword hilt. Although it was broken, the palm was still very powerful. It could be seen that the Great Divine Lord's body was also very strong and his bones were very sturdy. This guy still underestimated my strength. Qin shook his head and smiled. At this moment, he had already been brought out of the chaotic space by Little Ant Queen and returned to the Divine Desolate space. Not only did Qin enter an extremely powerful and evil devil state, he also activated the divine power of the few divine suns within the 9-yang Divine Spirit. It was the divine power of those few divine suns that allowed Qin to unleash such a powerful might, causing the Great Divine Lord to misjudge his strength. The reason why Qin's body was almost torn apart by the Great Divine Lord was mainly because he had been attacked by the divine power of those few divine suns. This was the first time he had used such a large amount of strength to activate the 9-yang Divine Spirit. The divine power of the divine suns gathered together was simply too terrifying. Even the Super Heaven Divine Body felt a tearing pain because of this. Qin arrived at the Divine Desolate Land and looked at the 5 myriad realms divine suns in the sky. He heaved a long sigh. He took out the 9 suns heaven-raising pagoda and entered it to rest and heal his injuries. Then, he took out the magic mirror and looked at the various news that was spreading. The news of the broken sword of the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword falling into the hands of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor quickly spread. Originally, there were many people who believed that the Great Divine Lord was slightly stronger than Qin. However, after seeing the broken sword, more and more people believed that Qin was stronger than the Great Divine Lord. The Great Divine Lord's dignity was greatly affected because of this. The Great Divine Lord was actually no match for the Little Divine King. Not long after, the people from the Divine King Palace posted a long article on the Magic Mirror platform. The main point was that the Great Divine Lord had achieved complete victory in this battle. They said that even though the great divine lord had broken a sword, Qin Yun was still severely injured. His super heaven divine body was almost torn apart by the great divine lord on the spot. He even said that Qin Yun would not be able to recover without 10 years of time. The great divine lord really thought so. When he was fighting with Qin Yun, it was not only a clash of blows. His own heavenly universe divine sun heart had also released a wave of divine power that attacked Qin Yun's body. He could feel that Qin Yun's body was almost torn apart by his divine power. With such a powerful body like the super heaven divine body, if he were to suffer such a heavy injury, he would definitely not be able to recover in 8 to 10 years. Qin Yun received many messages from his friends, asking about his current situation. He replied in unison, saying that he was injured but the problem wasn't too big. If it was anyone else, it would definitely be difficult for them to recover in a short period of time. However, he was different. He had the white divine sun, so he did not need 8 to 10 years of time. Qin Yun contacted the divine judge and Yu Shengyun. After chatting with them, he found out that they had successfully entered the 4 divine Sunday. When Yu Shengyun found out that Qin Yun was fine, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Furthermore, she contacted Bai Suxin and told her to find Qin Yun and help him heal his injuries. Bai Suxin's white divine sun power is very strong. Especially after Bai Suxin entered the moon heart to cultivate and her cultivation surpassed Shen Tianjun, it became even more powerful. Bai Suxin has Qin Yun's soul-chasing talisman in her hands. She contacted Qin Yun through the magic mirror and asked, "Xiao Yun, I'll go find you right now." "Oh right, I've also finished the white divine sun's sun seed." "Alright, I'll wait for you." Qin Yun promised the mad sun tiger emperor that he would give him the sun seed. At night, the heavenly divine moon shot down a beam of light towards the ground. It was extremely fast and disappeared in a flash. Bai Suxin rode this beam of light and landed on the desolate mountain where Qin Yun is. After she arrived, she took out the soul-chasing talisman and quickly saw Qin Yun's 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. When Bai Suxin arrived outside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, Qin Yun immediately welcomed her in. When Qin Yun saw the white-haired beauty's face filled with worry, he said with a smile, "I could have cured it myself but Sister Shengyun wanted to send you, so I waited for you to come and let you treat it for me. You're so heavily injured and you're still saying such witty words." Bai Suxin said in a light tone of displeasure. Then, she pressed her hand on Qin Yun's chest and injected her divine power into it. Qin Yun's current condition is not very good. It has been a long time since he suffered such a heavy injury. Even with Bai Shenyang's divine power, he would need at least half a year to recover. He did not know how effective Bai Suxin's treatment would be. He did not want to wait for more than half a year. He could only hope for a good result. In the great era of the divine desolate, after more than half a year, it was extremely likely that a tremendous change would occur. "Look at you, you're already so weak. Quickly lie down." Bai Suxin picked Qin Yun up and brought him to a bed. She let Qin Yun's head rest on her slender and beautiful legs and then pressed her palms on Qin Yun's heart. "Can you get better faster like this?" Qin Yun asked. "It will take at least 2 to 3 months. Bai Suxin sighed faintly. "Seriously, why are you trying to be brave? With your current cultivation, no one will laugh at you even if you can't beat the great divine lord." Qin Yun laid on Bai Suxin's jade-like legs and looked at the slightly dignified white-haired beauty. Her jade-like face is currently filled with worry. Qin Yun could not help but reach out his hand to touch her face and said with a smile, "I'm not trying to be brave. I just want to test my own strength." "But you're injured. That guy only broke a sword." Bai Suxin still felt that Qin Yun was somewhat reckless. Qin Yun said with a smile, "He lost an arm." As he spoke, he took out the great divine lord's severed arm and held the broken sword with the hilt. Ah! When Bai Suxin saw this, she was shocked. She did not expect that the great divine lord would not be able to gain any advantage and have one of his arms cut off. Then hurry up and announce this matter. Otherwise, everyone will think that you've lost miserably." Bai Suxin hurriedly said. Qin Yun said with a smile, "No rush, no rush. Let the great divine lord be happy for a while first. After I recover, we'll talk about this matter." "That's a few months later." Bai Suxin sighed softly. "He won't recover so quickly." Your body is getting stronger and stronger. Once you're injured, it'll be hard for you to recover quickly. Qinyan said with a smile, very good, this way little queen can accompany me for a while. Bai Suxin chuckled in annoyance and said, if you want me to accompany you, I can do it any time. There's no need for you to injure yourself. With that said, she lowered her head and kissed Qinyan's lips. Unknowingly, they stopped healing and started kissing. Xiaoyun, I'll cultivate the 3rd level of the Sun Moon Heart Sutra with you. It might help you recover faster. Bai Suxin transmitted her voice to Qinyan. She and Qinyan were kissing and hugging each other tightly. Yes. Thanks for your hard work. Qinyan replied. Bai Suxin had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, but she did not expect that it would happen in this sort of situation. Soon, Qinyan and Bai Suxin entered a state of joint cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, when Qinyan woke up, he felt that his body is a bit better. He is no longer as weak and powerless as before. In this sweet and wonderful state, he finally had a good sleep. When he woke up, he saw that beautiful woman with waist-length white hair sitting beside the bed and wearing clothes. Qinyan hastily pulled her hand and asked, Suxin, where are you going? Bai Suxin turned her head and smiled softly. Her beautiful jade-like face is exquisite, gentle, and beautiful. Her beautiful and sweet smile made Qinyan unable to help but get up and kiss her face. Here, this is Bai Shenyang's sun seed. Bai Suxin took out a white pearl and gave it to Qinyan. Where are you going? Qinyan asked again. I have some matters to take care of. Bai Suxin also kissed Qinyan's face and said with smile, don't worry, I'll be back very soon. I want to continue healing you. We still have to be together for a while. Bai Suxin wore a set of white close-fitting clothes, then a set of tight-fitting clothes and a mask. It looks like she is going to fight. Are you going to fight? Qinyan somewhat anxiously asked. No. It's my father's matter. He and my mother are traveling God desolate, they are nearby, I want to go see them. Bai Suxin said. I will go with you. Qinyan immediately said. No need, just wait for me here. Bai Suxin pinched Qinyan's arm and said with smile, listen to me. Qinyan could only nod his head and kiss her on the cheek. After Bai Suxin left the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, Qinyan immediately let Long Tianji out. Tianji, follow Suxin, don't be discovered by her. If there is any situation, immediately contact me. Qinyan warned repeatedly. Yes. Bai Suxin also left the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Qinyan finished wearing clothes and sat cross-legged on the bed. He checked his injuries and found that only 10% of them have recovered. In this kind of situation, he is basically unable to fight. He felt very uneasy in his heart. He promptly took out the devil mirror and contacted Yu Xiangyun. He asked, Sister Xiangyun, do you know about Suxin's parents? She suddenly said that she wants to go find her parents, what is going on? I never heard her mention it. How about this, I will send Luo to find her. Hearing Qinyan's question, Yu Xiangyun realized that he is worried about Bai Suxin and immediately sent Luo Yaofeng. I sent Tianji to follow her. Qinyan said. Don't worry, Suxin is not weak. Yu Xiangyun asked, how are your injuries? Have Yaxue, Fengyue and the others woken up? My injuries are a bit better, they still haven't woken up. Qinyan replied. We have repaired your stone creation divine tool, it can be used. But I don't know how to make it. Yu Xiangyun said. Yu Xiangyun is also an inscription master but she is not a peak inscription master. Wait until I go to 4 divine suns, I will make some more for you. Qinyan said, oh that's right, how is Sister Kiru? Is she still in Moonheart? Yes. She must wait for her divine sun to come out, then she will leave Moonheart and enter divine sun core. Yu Xiangyun said. At this time, Long Tianji contacted Qinyan and said, Master, it is not good, Sister Suxin is in trouble. I will go help her first. What kind of trouble? Qinyan hastily interrupted his conversation with Yu Xiangyun and asked Long Tianji. She is together with an old couple, they are heavily injured, their bodies are incomplete and they are being chased by a group of people. I will go help them. Long Tianji said. After Qin Yan put away the devil mirror, Ling Yuner immediately ran out. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also changed into battle clothes and came out. Ling Yuner told them to change immediately. "Don't be afraid, there is still us. Let's go together," Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards Long Tianji's side with Ling Yuner and the other women. "Xiao Yun, you don't need to take action when the time comes, just leave it to us. If it doesn't work, there is still Yang Yang," Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan shook his head and said, "Don't look down on the enemy, we will go first. We are not going to fight, we are going to take Su Xin and her parents away." Although Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi have been inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul for a very long time and have not fought for a very long time, they have often trained and absorbed divine power from many divine suns. Combined with Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, their divine power is also very strong. Qin Yan knew their strength very well. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not let the two beauties fight. It would be more reliable to let Yang Yang fight. Qin Yan and Long Tianji are still in contact. Long Tianji is following by Su Xin from far away. She took out the devil mirror and recorded everything she saw and sent it to Qin Yan. Bai Su Xin and the old couple are flying in the sky, their speed is very fast. Moreover, their bodies are protected by a layer of light white divine power, it is clearly by Shenyang's divine power. And behind them, there are dozens of robust men wearing battle armor chasing them. These robust men are riding silver-winged Pegasi whose bodies are flickering with thunder and lightning. Pegasi are very sturdy and their flying speed is very fast, their bodies are completely black. There is a short sword-like horn on their head, their green eyes are very large and flickering with dark green light. Seeing these people chasing by Su Xin and her parents, Qin Yan cannot help but frown, he doesn't know which faction they came from. These dozens of people are certainly very strong, otherwise it would be impossible for them to injure Bai Su Xin's parents so heavily. Bai Su Xin's father is White Sun Divine Realm's Divine King White Sunday. After coming to Divine Desolate, although his Divine King Heavenly Seal is useless, he was after all a Divine King of a region, he can certainly keep up with the times. Bai Su Xin's parents' cultivation surpasses Shin Tianjuan's. Even if they can't defeat these powerful people, they won't be seriously injured. What kind of background do these guys have? Ling Yuner asked. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also looked at the magic mirror in Qin Yan's hand. This was the enemy they might face, so they looked at it very carefully. Look at the weapons in their hands, they are all the same big swords. Shui Tianzi said, their swords look a bit strange. Qin Yan only noticed after Shui Tianzi said this. Then he told Long Tianji to pay attention to the large swords in the hands of the cavalry. Zi Qingqing said, those Pegasi are also very strange. They don't seem to have any life. The Pegasus might have been refined from a puppet. Qin Yan nodded and said, and the swords in their hands are not ordinary weapons. There are no runes on the surface of the swords. Long Tianji used the magic mirror to take a picture of the swords in the hands of the cavalry and magnified it very clearly. After seeing clearly, Shui Tianzi immediately said, this is a sword cultivator. Those are their natal divine swords. Is that so? How can you be so sure? Qin Yan could not tell. I guessed it. Because when they were riding, they did not use any strength to hold the sword hilt, and the sword hilt and the flesh of their palms felt connected. Shui Tianzi said. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, send it to the others and ask them what the origin of this group of cavalry is. Who should I ask? Qin Yan sent it to many of his friends. Although he received a reply very quickly, nobody knows the origin of this group of cavalry. Xia Wufeng is certain that the swords in the hands of the cavalry are origin swords. Moreover, they have cultivated the same sword Dao cultivation technique. He also said that they should be called origin evil swords because this kind of origin sword is continuously refined and strengthened through slaughter or large amount of blood. He also asked Qin Yun where he met this group of cavalry and said that the Myriad Realms Divine Court must eliminate this kind of origin devil cultivator. Qin Yun only replied that he is not clear for the time being. After investigating clearly, he will inform Xia Wufeng. Soon after, Qin Yan received a message from Imperial Yao Yao. She only said that they might be from the Heaven Opening Ancient clan. Because the silver-winged Pegasus that these cavalry are riding is very common among the heaven-opening ancient clan. It is a kind of puppet mount that possesses a certain amount of battle strength. Many heaven-opening ancient clan have mastered the method to create this kind of silver-winged Pegasus. Qin Yan is not surprised to learn that they are from the heaven-opening ancient clan. Only the heaven-opening ancient clan has this kind of strength. Not long after, Qin Yan received news from Yuluanhui. Those are Xia ancient clan's evil sword devil cavalry. Yuluanhui has already returned to Yu ancient clan, his body has also recovered. Yuluanhui promised to help Qin Yan obtain the secret method to create the Yu clan heavenly talisman. Xia ancient clan? How strong are they? Qin Yan asked. Same as our Yu ancient clan, they are very strong. These guys are rather brutal, their cultivation method is mainly based on slaughter. Yuluanhui said, Boss Qin, if you meet them, you should take a detour. Qin Yan wants to go save Bai Suxin, so he will definitely have to face the evil sword devil cavalry. Do you know their weakness? Qin Yan asked. They are all sword cultivators, their strongest is the origin evil sword in their hands. If we can destroy their natal evil swords, their strength will be greatly reduced and they will be very easy to deal with. Yuluanhui said, but destroying their evil swords is very difficult. Before, Yuluanhui was worried that Qin Yan would be injured by Great Divine King. But now that Qin Yan has to face a group of evil sword devil cavalry, he believes that Qin Yan's condition is pretty good. Alright. Qin Yan put away the devil mirror. After Yuluanhui obtains the secret method to create the Yu clan heavenly talisman, he will contact him again. Qin Yan told Zi Qingqing and the others the news he had received. If they are sword cultivators, it will be very difficult. Shui Tianzi said. Relax, we don't need to fight. We will first go meet up with Tianji and bring her in. Then we will quickly go to Suxin's side, get close to them and then teleport them in. Qin Yan released Little Ant Queen from the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's control room. He needs to use her formidable spatial divine power. Very quickly, Qin Yan caught up to Long Tianji and brought her into the control room. From inside the control room, they can clearly see the group of evil sword devil cavalry. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is invisible, so they have not been discovered. But if they get close, they will definitely be discovered. Qin Yan took out the Divine King Spear and prepared to shoot out a large amount of third-level Divine Universe Gold bullets. These Divine Universe Gold bullets are enough to disturb the group of evil sword devil cavalry. After preparing, Qin Yan immediately let Little Ant Queen release her spatial divine power. Then he used the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to travel through space and arrived behind Bai Suxin in a short while. It's me. Qin Yan's voice came out of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Then he used spatial divine power to lock onto Bai Suxin and her parents and teleported them into a room. This process is very smooth. From time to time, Qin Yan would get Zi Qingqing and company to use the pill transformation heavenly furnace to make some Divine Universe golden bullets in the Nine-Yang Divine Soul. In his God King Spear's internal space, there were more grade 3 Divine Universe gold bullets and only slightly more than 10 grade 4 Divine Universe gold bullets. 100 or so grade 3 Divine Universe gold bullets should be enough. I'll use half of them first and see how the effects are. Qin Yan controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and traversed through space. He arrived at the side of the evil sword fiend cavalry and fired dozens of level 3 Divine Universe golden bullets. God, the Universe gold bullet was very small, only the size of a pill. When it was shot out with the God King Spear, it was extremely fast and its power was not weak. The God King Spear had been refined with a Dragon Peach's core fragment, and it had become much stronger. Even after firing dozens of Divine Universe golden bullets, it only felt slightly hot. God, the Eugene bullets were shot out in an instant, like many specks of light flashing past, enveloping the group of evil sword demon cavalry. When the evil sword demon cavalry saw their target suddenly disappear, they sensed that something was wrong. Moreover, they also sensed spatial fluctuations. They knew that someone had used spatial energy to save their target. Just like that, just as their captain took out his equipment and searched for hidden things nearby, he suddenly felt a scorching aura. The grade 3 Divine Universe gold bullets shot over, bringing with them waves of heat. After all, dozens of Divine Universe gold bullets were shot out, and a large amount of Sun Moon Divine Flame Elixir was added to refine them. They were all burning at this moment, so when they were shot out, they would heat up. These evil sword demon cavalrymen were all elite cavalry. When they sensed danger, they scattered in all directions. However, there were many grade 3 Divine Universe gold bullets that had been shot out. Furthermore, they were spread out and their speed was very fast. Even if they knew that danger was approaching, they wouldn't be able to react so quickly. Bang bang. Number 10 Divine Universe gold bullets fell. There were more than 50 evil sword demon cavalrymen, and at least 20 of them had been hit. Needless to say, they were indeed very powerful sword cultivators. They instinctively swung their swords to block the sudden attacks. When the natal evil swords in their hands slashed out, many of them could hit the Divine U gold bullets. The Eugene bullets collided with the natal evil sword, producing a series of loud bangs. Only 20-odd evil sword demonic cavalrymen missed the Divine Universe gold bullets. After their bodies were struck by the Divine Universe gold bullets, they were sent flying. As for those who used their innate evil swords to hit the Divine Universe golden bullets, their swords were also affected by the explosion, but they were able to ensure that their bodies were not blown away. These guys are very strong. Level 3 Divine Universe gold bullet can't do anything to them. Xianxia saw that the evil sword devil cavalry was only lightly injured. He immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to travel through space, distancing himself from the group of evil sword demon cavalry before contacting Luo Yaofeng. Yu Shangyun had already sent Luo Yaofeng over. Xianxia told her to return to Yu Shangyun's side. He was fine here. Save once he left Bai Suxin's family behind, Xianxia immediately flew away. Although Suxin's parents were heavily injured, they were from the White Sun Divine World. They definitely cultivated in White Divine Yang, so Xianxia was not very worried. Seriously, little queen, you should have told me earlier and brought me with you. Then, we wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Xianxia used the magic mirror to contact Bai Suxin and asked, how are uncle and auntie's injuries? They're fine now. I'll let them rest well. Teleport me to the main control room. Bai Suxin replied. She secretly sighed, Xianxia is still the most awesome. Even though he is injured, his ability is still very strong, he still has the ability to save her family. Xianxia teleported Bai Suxin to the main control room. Seeing that Bai Suxin is fine, Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, Long Tianji and Ling Yuner felt relieved and returned. Xiao Yun, my father and mother told you not to lower your guard, those guys are very powerful. They have been chasing after my father and mother for a long time. They had no choice but to ask me for help and even ran over to me. Xianxia hugged her and kissed her forehead. Xianxia hugged her, kissed her forehead and said in reprimand, such an important matter, why didn't you tell me? Are you still treating me as an outsider? I was worried about you because your injuries have not healed. Bai Suxin bit her lips, leaned on Xianxia's bosom and said in low voice. At this moment, the heaven-leaping shuttle suddenly issued an alarm. Not good, they are catching up. Xianxia immediately sat down and controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to travel through space. Bai Suxin became very nervous and hastily asked, how did they catch up? They are clearly traveling through space. These heaven-opening ancient race people have a way to track me through space. Almost all the Black Dragon assassins who chased me before can do it. Xianxia said. Bai Suxin arrived beside Xianxia and held his hand. She is somewhat worried that Xianxia would be caught up and would have to face those evil sword devil cavalry. Don't be afraid. Xianxia lightly patted her hand and said with smile, your problem is my problem. Then he let Bai Suxin sit on the same chair as him. I will continue healing you. Bai Suxin placed her lily-white hand on Xianxia's chest and poured in a large amount of white divine sun power. Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to continue traveling through space. He is thinking about where he should go. If those evil sword devil cavalry continue to chase him, he will have to go to a place where they won't dare to follow. Most after that, he decided to fly to Heaven's Mandate Holy Land. Xianxia also wants to see how Heaven's Mandate Holy Land is doing. Long Shu and Monkey King are both in Heaven's Mandate Holy Land, they can be considered as Xianxia's friends. Suxin, those guys are evil sword devil cavalry from the evil ancient race. How did they catch your parents? Xianxia asked. They found out that my parents have bloodline heavenly runes. They want to kill my parents and take their bloodline heavenly runes. Bai Suxin said very angrily. Your parents have bloodline heavenly runes? Qin Yan is very shocked. Bai Sun God King's bloodline heavenly rune box fell into the hands of White Sun Fairy Emperor and was swindled away by Qin Yan. That's right. They never told me this secret before because even they don't know why they have bloodline heavenly runes in their bodies. Maybe it's because they have held on to the bloodline heavenly rune box for many years. Bai Suxin is also very puzzled. Qin Yan's research on the bloodline heavenly rune box is not small. He can extract energy from the bloodline heavenly rune box and release a very strong flame to burn the Dragon Peach's pit. The bloodline heavenly rune box's energy can burst out very strong power. Qin Yun's myriad heaven divine saber can cut myriad heaven divine swords and even cut off the great divine king's arm because the bloodline heavenly rune box is fused into the saber. Bai Suxin only shook her head. She doesn't know much about her parents' situation and didn't have time to ask. Perhaps bloodline heavenly marks only gave them special abilities. They didn't make them stronger. Bai Suxin sighed softly. Once they recover from their injuries, we'll ask them. If they don't want to talk, don't blame them, Xiao Yun. Qin Yun gently stroked Bai Suxin's white hair and said with smile, how could I blame them? Under Qin Yun's control, the heaven leaping shuttle continuously pierced through space towards Heaven's Mandate Holy Land. Heaven's Mandate Holy Land is the headquarters of all Heaven's dragon race. There are many different kinds of dragon race camping there and building many cities. It will become the most flourishing region since the formation of Divine Desolate. At the center of Heaven's Mandate Holy Land is the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake. Originally there was a tortoise-shell island at the center of the lake, but now it has been moved to the side. At the center of the lake is the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Palace. It floated up from the bottom of the lake. Moreover, there is another space at the bottom of the lake. It is also a very important forbidden area for dragon race. This information came from the Devil Mirror. It is not a secret and all Heaven's dragon race did not try to hide it. After dragon race was unified, other powerful races have to show some respect to people with dragon bloodline or beasts. If there is no need to talk about facing true dragons. In the past, there were many internal conflicts within the clan, and they were still there. However, they were not as tragic as before, where they would fight to the death. Dragon race, the internal competition is very peaceful. This can help each other improve. When Qin Yan sensed that he is about to reach the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake, he took out the Devil Mirror and contacted Long Shu. Queen Long Shu, are you in Heaven's Mandate Holy Land? Long Shu is the Tree Dragon King, so she is one of the Dragon Kings. Monkey King is also one of the Dragon Kings, but he prefers to be called Monkey King. There are many Dragon Kings in Dragon Race. Originally there were many big shots of Dragon Race, but now they are all Dragon Kings. Dragon Emperors are their leaders. Dragon Long Shu's position in Dragon Race is not low. She is one of the strongest Dragon Kings. Moreover, her Dragon King mansion is in the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake. After a while, Long Shu replied and said in amazement, Boss Qin, you want to come to Heaven's Mandate Holy Land? By the way, are your injuries serious? This fellow, the Great Divine Lord, swore that you wouldn't be able to recover without 8 to 10 years. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. I'm in some trouble. I'm being chased. Those guys are quite strong, and there are a lot of them. I can't handle them. Qin Yan chuckled and said, your All Heavens dragon race is now the strongest race in the All Heavens. It won't be a problem for me to bring those guys to the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Land, right? She was startled for a moment before rolling her eyes and laughing, you rascal, you just finished fighting with the Great Divine Lord and you've provoked another strong enemy? Fine, bring those fellows to the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. This is what you said, if you suffer any losses, don't blame me. Qin Yan only felt at ease after obtaining Long Shu's agreement. Long Shu said with smile, a guy that you can't deal with must have some background. If they dare to cause trouble in the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Ground, we can take them down to establish our might. Still, the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land's outer defenses are under my Treant dragon lineage's responsibility, so I can test out the strength of those little Treants. The Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land's outer defenses? What's the main purpose? Qin Yan asked. It's to defend against external enemies. They are the outermost defensive power of the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land. And the internal defense is under the responsibility of a few dragon kings. The devil dragon heavenly race is in charge of a lot of internal and external defense. After all, they are very strong. There is such a division. Then what is the level of the sun dragon race and the 9 sun dragon race in the entire dragon race? Xianxia is very curious about this. The sun dragon race will continue to stay in the ancestral divine sun. They don't need to be responsible for the heavens mandate sacred land. After all, they are under the command of the 9 sun law spirit. Longshu said, 9 sun dragon race, they are quite strong. Our all heavens dragon emperor gave them the title of 9 sun dragon emperor. It seems like the overall strength of the 9 sun dragon race is very strong. Xianxia said with smile. The dragon race wants to live in harmony. The all heavens dragon emperor also doesn't want to make the 9 sun dragon emperor dissatisfied. However, when it comes to external affairs, the dragon race only has one emperor and the 9 sun dragon emperor is only a title. Xianxia believes that this is the result of both the 9 sun dragon emperor and the all heavens dragon emperor taking a step back. After all, the 9 sun dragon emperor is not weak. Furthermore, the entire 9 sun dragon race is strong enough to fight against the Great Yin divine race and the Great Heaven divine race. Boss Qin, what kind of powerful people did you provoke? Longshu asked. It's the heaven opening ancient clan. Xianxia said. What? That's great. Those bastards cut off our dragon peach divine tree, we still haven't settled the debt with them. Longshu immediately said furiously. Back then, those dozen or so heaven-opening ancient clan experts wanted to capture Longshu and make her their female slave. These guys are from the evil ancient clan. Xianxia simply explained the matter of the evil sword devil cavalry. After Longshu heard this, she doesn't think much of it. Because their dragon race also has people as strong as them. Just lure them over. After our all heavens dragon race came out, other powerful races came to express their goodwill. We can't even kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Longshu said with great anticipation. This, Xianxia has seen this kind of violent woman many times, so he is not surprised. He just wants to see how violent Longshu is. Right, the dragon ant and dragon bee from before. Are they all in the heavenly mandate sacred land? Xianxia recalled the matter. The dragon ants and dragon wasps were created by him using the dragon peach crystal seed. They're all here. These guys are very strong. How did you do it? I've always wanted to ask you about this. Longshu had always been curious. She had roughly guessed that this was caused by the pit of the dragon peach, but she did not know the exact process. I opened the pit of the dragon peach, and there was a crystal seed inside. The dragon bee and dragon ant both dropped from the crystal seed. Oh right, can you open the peach pit? Xianxia also wanted to know if the heavens dragon emperors were able to do anything. We can't open it. That thing is too hard. How did you break it open? Longshu was even more incredulous when she spoke of this matter. Because back then, when the all heavens dragon emperor and the other big shots of the powerful races had a meeting, they had asked them to try to break open the core of the dragon peach. However, even the great divine lord was unable to open it. Xianxia said with smile, I cut it open with my saber. Your saber? Longshu said in shock, what kind of saber is your saber? How can it be so strong? Even the heaven's divine sword was cut in half. Xianxia said proudly, that saber is very awesome, I'll tell you later. When I was preparing to go to the heavenly mandate sacred land, I saw many large trees turned into formation pillars. Dragon race's reaction is very fast. Not only Longshu, even those patrolling outside heaven's mandate sacred land have discovered a group of people approaching. I will bring people to intercept them, leave the rest to us. Longshu said. Although Yun's heaven-leaping shuttle approached heaven's mandate sacred land, it did not enter. At this time, Longshu brought a group of tree dragon warriors wearing tree bark armor and flew out. Several after 10 tree dragon warriors flew out, they released a huge net woven from tree vines. This huge net looks very extraordinary, it has faint spatial fluctuation, it means it can stop people from passing through space. Xianxia maintained a distance from the battlefield. He stayed in the control room and watched the battle outside with Bai Suxin. Longshu is not taking action, she is floating not far away, her hands are tightly holding a long wooden staff, She's also wearing tree bark armor. She is watching the battle between the tree dragon warriors and the evil sword devil cavalry. After the evil sword devil cavalry was enveloped by the huge net woven from tree vines, their advance was immediately blocked. This caused them to become angry and irritable. They brandished their origin evil swords and crazily hacked at the huge net. The huge net suddenly enveloped the evil sword devil cavalry and was able to resist a very powerful attack. It can be seen that these tree vines are very tough. Now they are being crazily hacked by the origin evil sword devil cavalry with their origin evil sword devil cavalry, yet they are not immediately split open. Xianxia carefully looked and discovered that not only are these tree vines very tough, they also have very strong regenerative power. After being cut open, they can immediately heal. Later when I use Dragon Tree Totem, I can add White Sun Divine Power. Xianxia said in low voice. Xiaoyun, you said that Momo and Yang are looking for White Divine Yang Totem, did they find it? Bai Suxin asked. They found it but they have not extracted it. Xianxia replied. He is earnestly watching the battle of the tree dragons. He wants to learn some techniques from them. I also have White Divine Yang Totem. Bai Suxin placed her hand on Xianxia's chest and gently rubbed it. She poured in White Divine Yang Divine Power to help him recover. Is it convenient to give it to me? Xianxia did not ask her before. Of course it's convenient. My totem is different from the ones Momo and the others found. Bai Suxin said, the totem in Bai Shenyan's body is different from the one I have. There are many types? Xianxia was rather surprised. Of course. There were many types of sun totems and dragon totems. In truth, the same type of totem can evolve into many different forms. Bai Suxin said. Different white god yang totems have different effects. The totem that Momo and the others obtained from Bai Shenyang's body should be complete, right? Xianxia was still somewhat puzzled. It was complete, but it was only Bai Shenyang's own totem. I also have a White Shenyang. My White Shenyang totem is different from your White Shenyang. Bai Suxin smiled and said, even my parents' White God Yang totems are different, and their abilities are different. Wait until my injuries are healed, then give me your White God Sun totem. I want to see if I can fuse the two White God Sun totems together. Xianxia said. He had the arcane fusion heavenly rune, so he didn't think it would be difficult. White Xianxia was also looking at the battle in the distance. She suddenly shouted, quick, look at those tree dragon warriors. They are transforming. The tree dragon warriors are fighting in their human form. They are very weak. The huge net they released has also been completely torn apart, so they have no choice but to transform back to their original form. Many huge trees suddenly appeared in the sky. The tree trunks of the huge trees are covered with stiff dragon scales. Below the tree roots are many thick and solid dragon claws. The leaves on the thick and solid branches are all dragon scales. Evil the origin sword of the sword devil cavalry hacked at the tree trunks and let out a burst of crisp sound. It is simply unable to cut those dragon scales. The tree vines released by the tree dragon became even more powerful. Those tree vines are as thick as a water jar and have dragon scales on them. Evil after the sword devil cavalry's silver-winged Pegasus were entangled by the tree vines, they were instantly deformed and damaged. Silver-winged Pegasus are puppets, they are all made of sturdy materials. Overall, they are very sturdy. However, they cannot last long against the tree dragon's terrifying tree vines. Tree dragon's tree vines can grow very quickly. Those evil sword devil cavalry also realized that it is very difficult to get rid of this group of tree dragons. Therefore, they can only retreat. However, there are still more than 20 evil sword devil cavalry that are entangled by the tree vines. Those evil sword devil cavalry that are entangled by the tree vines ended up in a miserable state. After their bodies were tightly bound, the tree vines tightened and the bones inside their bodies let out caw-caw sound, all kinds of flesh and blood flew out. The miserable screams of the evil sword devil cavalry are very sharp, it caused people's scalp to go numb. The most dreadful thing is that after the evil sword devil cavalry's body was destroyed, they actually started burning. Although the tree dragon is wood attribute, it is not afraid of fire. It can even release flames to burn the evil sword devil cavalry's body to ashes and absorb them like fertilizer. A large number of evil sword devil cavalry fled in all directions. This time they suffered heavy casualties. Even if they managed to escape, they were all injured. Long Shu, who is watching the battle, seems to be somewhat dissatisfied. She is floating in the air, one hand leaning on her staff, the other hand on her waist. With a stern expression, she pointed out the areas that the tree dragon warriors did not do well. Qinyan wants to consult Long Shu about the dragon tree totem. It will allow him to master even stronger totem divine technique and use it in inscription battle technique. After Long Shu finished lecturing the tree dragon warriors, she flew towards Qinyan. Qinyan did not hide his heaven-leaping shuttle. After all, this is dragon race's territory and there are acquaintances here, there is no need to be sneaky. Boss Qin, isn't your gourd a bit small? After Long Shu flew over, she stood on the heaven-leaping shuttle. The heaven-leaping shuttle now looks like a few meters long white gourd. From the outside, it indeed looks very small. I'll bring you in. Qin Yan's voice echoed. Earlier, he also mentioned Long Shu to Bai Suxin. Bai Suxin found out that this is a dragon king. She also saw that she helped to repel the evil sword devil cavalry. Naturally, she knows that this is a very strong dragon king. She immediately felt deep veneration for Long Shu. She hastily took out her hand from Qin Yan's clothes and left his embrace. After all, she is the somewhat famous White Sun Duke. In front of outsiders, she must maintain the dignity of a queen. Dragon after Long Shu came in, she saw that the control room is very big and the field of vision is very good. She immediately said in envy, so there is a heavenly grotto inside this gourd, there is even a great beauty hidden inside. Long Shu, this is divine moon races by Suxin. Qin Yan said. Bai Suxin is rather modest, she said with a chuckle, I am only an elder of the divine moon clan, White Sun King is already a thing of the past. Besides, White Sun Dragon King is much stronger than me. Then what about your father, Divine King White Sun? He is not weak at all. Long Shu said with a smile, is he all right? Speaking of this matter, Bai Suxin sighed, my parents were chased by those evil sword devil cavalry and are now heavily injured and recuperating. It was all thanks to Queen Long Shu that we were able to repel those guys. You're welcome. Your parents are not weak, it's impossible for them to be heavily injured by those guys. There must be someone else. Long Shu said with absolute certainty. Qin Yan suddenly felt that Long Shu must know a lot about Bai Suxin's parents. After they recuperate for a while, I'll go ask. Bai Suxin nodded and said, I didn't have the time to ask before. Long Shu patted Qin Yan's shoulder and asked, Boss Qin, it seems like your injuries are not light. That great divine king really wasn't bragging. She can tell with a glance that Qin Yan's current condition is not very good. Great the divine king said that Qin Yan was injured by him and would not be able to recover in 8 to 10 years. Many big shots are somewhat suspicious of this. Dragon Shu is the same. However, after she saw Qin Yan, she knew that the great divine king was not bragging. My injuries were really not caused by the great divine king. Qin Yan said with a smile, furthermore, I don't need 8 to 10 years, at most a year and a half. Long Shu said with a smile, with this beautiful White Sun King here, it will indeed be very fast. Bai Suxin also felt that it is somewhat strange. This Long Shu seems to understand her quite well, she even knows a bit about her parents. It can be seen that this is not what Qin Yan told her. Queen Long Shu, did White Sun Dragon King tell you a lot about my family? Bai Suxin asked. Long Shu nodded and said, because your family has the bloodline heavenly pattern box. All Heaven's Dragon Emperor is also very curious about this matter. During the Dragon King conference of our All Heaven's Dragon race, White Sun Dragon King mentioned it before. White Sun Dragon King later said that your father's bloodline heavenly pattern was taken away by the White Sun Elf Emperor. Yes, the White Sun Elf Emperor is very despicable, forcing my father to hand over the bloodline heavenly pattern box. When Bai Suxin mentioned this matter, she was still somewhat angry, even though she knew that the White Sun Elf Emperor had been killed by Qin Yan. But your parents must have inherited the bloodline heavenly pattern. As long as they held on to the bloodline heavenly pattern box for long enough, they would be branded with bloodline heavenly patterns. However, he won't be able to sense it at the start. He will have to wait for the right time for the heavenly runes to awaken, said Long Shu. There is such a thing. Qin Yan's eyes widened as he said in shock. You fused with my egg. That's my bloodline heavenly pattern box, but you don't know much about bloodline heavenly patterns. Long Shu curled her lips and smiled. The bloodline heavenly pattern box in your hand is very enviable. Even I am jealous of you. Shu did not know that Baiyang bloodline heavenly pattern box was also in Qin Yan's hands. Otherwise, she would be even more shocked. White Xianxia looked at Qin Yan in astonishment. She never expected him to have fused with Long Shu's bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan promptly said with smile, "Then I ask Queen Long Shu to give me many pointers." Long Shu suddenly pulled Bai Suxin's hand and said, "Sister Suxin, you also have bloodline heavenly rune in your body, it is just that it has not awakened yet." "Really? I don't sense it, my parents also never told me about it." After Long Shu held Bai Suxin's hand, she felt a kind of intimate feeling coming from Long Shu's body. She said in low voice, "Long Shu. I seem to have sensed something." Qin Yan said, "Long Shu was born from bloodline heavenly rune, however, it is dragon bloodline heavenly rune." Qin Yan said, "I will try and see if I can awaken your bloodline heavenly rune." Long Shu looked all around and said, "Boss Qin, you control the gourd to fly in, it will be a bit safer." Yun immediately controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and flew into heaven's mandate sacred land. Long Shu released her divine power and covered the surface of the heaven leaping shuttle, indicating that she is inside. Dragon Shu pulled Bai Suxin's hands and asked Qin Yan to take out a blanket for them to sit down. "Long Shu, what should I do?" Bai Suxin asked. "You don't need to do anything, just relax your body." Long Shu smiled warmly and said, "Sister Suxin, don't worry, the process won't be painful." Bai Suxin nodded, then looked at Qin Yan who was sitting beside her. Qin Yan nodded and said, "Let's give it a try, it doesn't matter even if we don't succeed." Qin Yan noticed that when Long Shu entered the heaven leaping shuttle and found out that the white-haired beauty was Bai Suxin, her eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She looked at Bai Suxin as if she was looking at her sweetheart. Qin Yan realized that Long Shu must know that Bai Suxin has something special about her body. Long Shu is rather strange, her nickname is Granny Tree Dragon, she is also very easy to get along with. She asked Qin Yan for a vat of blood before and now she is taking the initiative to help Bai Suxin awaken her bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan suspects that Long Shu might also ask for a vat of Bai Suxin's blood. Long Shu said in low voice. They are sitting cross-legged on a blanket, two delicate and soft jade-like palms are tightly pressed against each other. Bai Suxin's long white hair draped over her shoulder, her white eyes are currently staring at Long Shu. When she is serious, she shows a bit of heroic spirit. This kind of dignified appearance coupled with her white hair makes her look very beautiful. Long Shu has a head full of slightly curly brown hair that drapes over her shoulder. Shu, on the other hand, had slightly curly brown hair that draped over her shoulders. Her face was slightly long, and there was a faint charm amidst her bewitching appearance. At the same time, she had a wild valiance to her. The aura of a female dragon queen would be released from her body from time to time when she was serious. Qin Yan is watching from the side. At first he was admiring these two beautiful women who are pleasing to the eye, but when he saw their serious and solemn expression, he felt that something is wrong. Qin Yan hastily asked. "The situation is not good." Long Shu said in deep voice, "Sister Suxin, it's my fault, I didn't expect this kind of situation to happen." "It's okay, we will endure it." Bai Suxin slightly frowned and said, "Don't be afraid, I am currently using Divine Moon Race's Sun Moon Heart Sutra, Long Shu, cooperate with me." "All right." Long Shu replied. Qin Yan saw that their palms are tightly pressed against each other, then he immediately opened his heavenly eye to take a look. He is shocked to discover that their blood is flowing through their palms. Not only that, their divine power is flowing through each other's body and circulating inside their body. "How can this be?" Qin Yan hastily asked. "We also don't know." "Boss Qin, don't worry, we can handle it. Don't get involved, otherwise you will be implicated. Your injuries are still not healed," Long Shu said in low voice. Qin Yan immediately realized that the two of them must have been conversing via voice transmission. However, he knew that it could not be hidden from his eyes. "Tell me about the situation." "I won't interfere, but I might have a way." Qin Yan said, "Don't look down on me, I am after all a god king, my experience in all aspects is not something you can compare to." Long Shu said, let's put it this way. I awakened the bloodline heavenly rune in Sister Sushin's body, but I couldn't suppress it. Her bloodline heavenly pattern has just awakened and she wants to devour my bloodline heavenly pattern. We can only barely suppress the heavenly patterns in my body from devouring them. Bai Sushin said, we can't separate either, because our heavenly tattoos are intertwined with each other. If we separate, one of us will definitely be injured, or both of us will be injured. The two women's expressions were very grave. It was obvious that the problem was very serious. Qin Yan stroked his chin as he thought of a solution. He asked, if this continues, what good will the outcome be? I don't know. In short, as long as we don't separate our palms, we'll be fine. Long Shu said, we will think of a way to handle it, don't worry. How could Qin Yan not be worried? If he did not separate them and something went wrong, it would be a huge problem. Bloodvein heavenly runes were their foundation, so if they were damaged, it would definitely harm their foundation. Why do bloodline heavenly runes devour each other? Are they really devouring each other or are they just tangling with each other? Qin Yan asked. It should be the feeling of intertwining with each other. It's like the feeling of lovers meeting again after being separated for a long time. Bai Sushin suddenly said. They're not going to devour each other. Is that so? Why do I feel like your heavenly pattern is going to devour me? How does it feel when lovers meet again after being separated for a long time? Long Shu asked. You don't have a lover, so it's only natural that you don't know. Bai Sushin had been very stern, but she suddenly smiled sweetly. Dragon Shu cast a glance at Qin Yun. She could also tell that Qin Yun and Bai Sushin's relationship was not ordinary. Then what should we do? You two lovers don't plan to separate? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, even now, you still say such words. Shu laughed and said, that's right, I'm going to steal your white-haired beauty. Are you jealous? Bai Sushin suddenly said, I have an idea. I have a white Shenyang totem, and I suspect that it has something to do with the heavenly patterns in my bloodline. If I can carve my white Shenyang totem on Long Shu, I might be able to make her bloodline heavenly patterns retreat. Who can carve this kind of rune? The white Godyang totem on your body is definitely very complicated. Long Shu shook her head gently and said, I also have a complicated dragon tree totem on my body. If it is carved into my body, it is very likely that there will be a rejection. Su Xian looked at Qin Yun and said, Xiao Yun is a very brilliant inscription master, this is not difficult for him. She knew that Qin Yun had helped many women from the Divine Moon clan inscribe runes. All of them went smoothly. Some of them even managed to inscribe multiple runes at the same time. Alright, let's start immediately. Long Shu said to Qin Yun, Boss Qin, your injuries are not light, can you still carve? It's not a problem for me. It's just that when I carve the runes, it will be a little inconvenient for you. Qin Yun said somewhat embarrassedly. Isn't it just taking off our clothes? It's not a big deal. Long Shu said, hurry up. Ah? Qin Yun is startled. This female dragon king's straightforwardness caused him to feel very surprised. Bai Sushin also feels that it's nothing, she only feels somewhat embarrassed. However, she can see that an outsider like Long Shu doesn't care, so she also acts as if it doesn't matter. Alright then, I will start now. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud divine needle and took a deep breath. Bai Su Xian said, I will start first. My white Godyang totem is on my body, you have to master it first. Sister Sushin, I want your white Godyang totem, so I will also give you my dragon tree totem. Long Shu said with smile, Boss Qin, later you will also carve my dragon tree totem on Sister Sushin's body. Do you have enough willpower to complete this task? Qin Yun said with bitter smile, what kind of willpower is needed for this? I just feel somewhat embarrassed. After speaking, he walked over, coiled up Bai Sushin's long white hair and took off her clothes. Bai Sushin also released the white Godyang totem on the surface of her body, letting Qin Yun record it. Qin Yun has the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. Moreover, after the Sun Emperor inscription spirit takes human form, it will be Bai Sushin, therefore, Qin Yun's speed in recording the white Godyang totem on Bai Sushin's body is very fast. In just a moment, it has been imprinted into his mind. Spirituiner said in low voice, Xiao Yun, this Long Shu is a person of my generation. Qin also realized that Long Shu likes to see the beautiful Bai Suxin even more than him. And when he walked towards Long Shu, he discovered that the tree bark armor on her body suddenly disappeared. "It's been hard on you, Boss Qin," Long Shu said with smile. Qin looked at the dragon tree totem that appeared on Long Shu's body and discovered that it is somewhat similar to the totem he has mastered. However, it is a bit more complicated and even more powerful. Because since he himself has the dragon tree totem, he quickly recorded it down. Then he began using the floating cloud divine needle to carve the white Godyong totem on Long Shu's body. "You truly recorded the white Godyong totem? You didn't even record it for long, how did you finish it so quickly?" Long Shu asked. Even Bai Suxin has some doubts and said, "Xiaoyun, you don't need to be embarrassed. I truly recorded it. You all don't have enough understanding of my inscription technique," Qin said with smile. Not only he recorded it very quickly, his speed of carving runes is also not slow. It only took half an hour for him to finish. This process caused Long Shu to feel that it is inconceivable. Because Qin is not messing around, he is truly carving runes. It made her feel as if she has truly carved a set of totems on her body. Qin also used the Gemini treasure mirror to shine on Long Shu and let the two totems on her body fuse together. "Did you let go of your bloodline heavenly runes?" Qin hastily asked after he finished. "You carved my dragon tree totem on Sister Suxin's body, it should be enough," Long Shu said. Qin immediately went over. This process is a bit faster than carving the dragon tree totem. He also used the Gemini treasure mirror to shine on her body. Finished outside, the totems on their body suddenly lit up and a very powerful aura rushed out of their body. Bai Suxin's body unexpectedly has a very powerful dragon power. What is going on? How can Suxin's dragon power be so dreadful? Qin said in shock. And the white sun divine power on Long Shu's body is also very dreadful. Qin took out 2 robes and draped them over their bodies. They still want to cultivate together for a while. This is the first time Long Shu is cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Although she is cultivating with a woman, the harvest is very great. Now her divine power has improved by a lot. And the biggest improvement is fusing with Bai Shenyang totem and Bai Suxin's bloodline heavenly rune. As for what kind of benefits there will be in the future, Long Shu still doesn't know. In short, her divine power has suddenly become a lot stronger. This is the most obvious improvement. They closed their eyes and cultivated together. The situation has already stabilized. Qin is now a lot more relaxed. The 2 women did not cultivate together for a long time, mainly because it is not suitable for long-term cultivation, so they quickly stopped. After stopping, Long Shu took off her robe. Her beautiful body suddenly overflowed with white light and then a set of white dress filled with immortal aura appeared. Her clothes are no longer the tree bark color from before. She is wearing a white dress, her female dragon king aura has not weakened at all. Only her tyrannical wildness has decreased a bit. Bai Suxin also doesn't need to wear her original clothes. She can now release her clothes just like Long Shu, but she is not very used to it. In the end, she still changed into a set of white battle armor. "Boss Qin, didn't you see enough just now?" Long Shu saw Qin looking at her and teased him. Qin spread his hands and said, "I really didn't see much just now. I was concentrating on carving runes, how could I have the mood to appreciate it?" Long Shu laughed mischievously and then the white dress on her body suddenly disappeared. I was just joking." Qin really did not expect that this female dragon king would be so open. He finally understood why Ling Yin'er said that Long Shu is one of our generation. "I won't tease you anymore." Long Shu laughed loudly and then turned around. Her body overflowed with white light and a set of white armor appeared. It looks like a fusion of dragon scales and tree bark. It looks very sturdy and domineering. Qin gently pulled Bai Suxin's lily-white hand and asked, "Suxin, how do you feel now?" "Very good." Bai Suxin said with smile, "I should be able to use most of the dragon tree totem's power. When I have time in the future, I will often look for Long Shu to learn from her. I also want to learn." Qin spoke and released a kind of tree claw. It looks like a dragon claw carved out of wood, it is very powerful. Then, he released tree vines that were as thick as an arm. These tree vines all looked like tiny dragon bodies. Long Shu, I mastered the dragon tree totem before, what do you think of my usage? Qin Yan asked. Not bad. When I have time, I will give the two of you some pointers. Long Shu smiled and said, we can learn from each other and improve each other. Bai Suxin said, the main ability of my white divine yang totem is healing. If I use my white divine power, I can heal my injuries even faster. It works well with my dragon tree totem. Even if my tree is damaged, it can recover faster. Long Shu laughed, we tree dragons already have a very strong recovery ability, but it was not enough at that time. With Bai Shenyang's divine power, it will be even faster. Young Yun, I'm going to visit my parents. Bai Suxin suddenly said. I'll go with you. Qin Yan pulled her hand and was about to teleport over. Let me ask them first. I'm worried that they'll be biased against you. Bai Suxin said anxiously. Qin Yan has the White Sun Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box, she is worried that her parents will want to come back after finding out. Therefore, she wants to probe them. If her parents really want to come back, she will not let them see Qin Yan. This way, they can avoid conflict. Bai Suxin was teleported to a room on the Heaven Leaping Shuttle by Qin Yan. Her parents are healing themselves inside. Their injuries healed very quickly, after all they came from the White Sun Divine Realm. After Bai Suxin left, Long Shu patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, Boss Qin, you are really something, I didn't expect you to have the White Sun Bloodline Heavenly Rune. How did you know? Qin Yan said with frown, did Suxin tell you? Of course not, how could she tell me this kind of secret? Long Shu shook her head and said, you might not believe it but Sister Suxin's Bloodline Heavenly Rune told me. Bloodline Heavenly Rune told you? Qin Yan is very astonished, her Bloodline Heavenly Rune has consciousness? Of course it doesn't have consciousness, what I mean is, after I came in contact with her Bloodline Heavenly Rune, I had a feeling that you have the White Sun Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box on you. Long Shu said. Qin Yan said earnestly, Long Shu, please don't spread this matter everywhere. Don't tell your All Heaven's Dragon Emperor. Long Shu laughed and said, don't worry, I am not that kind of blabbermouth, I won't spread this matter. Many thanks. Qin Yan said but he is still somewhat worried in his heart. Qin Yan, you obtained my Heavenly Rune Egg, the Bloodline Heavenly Rune inside is very special, it is not Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Rune. My Heavenly Rune Egg is very important to me. Long Shu's expression suddenly became very solemn and said, you must help me preserve it. In the future, it will be useful. Qin Yan immediately asked doubtfully, what do you mean? I will help you preserve that egg? I fused it with a Dao statue and turned it into a divine Dao heavenly pill, I won't be able to return it to you in the future. I don't need you to return it to me, you just need to make the Heavenly Rune Egg stronger. Later when my Bloodline Heavenly Rune comes in contact with your divine Dao heavenly pill, my Bloodline Heavenly Rune will also become stronger. I am worried that All Heaven's Dragon Emperor will send people to take it away, that egg. Qin Yan slightly inhaled a mouthful of air and said in amazement, All Heaven's Dragon Emperor wants to take that egg? Yes, if you did not obtain it, he would have eaten it and I would have no choice but to watch him eat it. Long Shu spread out her hands and said, I didn't want to give it to him at all, luckily you cultivated it into a divine Dao heavenly pill, at least it was not eaten until not even dregs were left. Wait a minute, what's going on with that Heavenly Rune Egg? Qin Yan is even more astonished because that egg seems to be an incredible thing. I don't know, in short, after I took it out, I sensed that the egg is quickly changing, it is definitely not Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Remember that Yunyu fused with the silver moon, it was condensed by that egg. Long Shu walked over to Qin Yan and touched his abdomen, it seems like she is trying to sense the egg. Qin Yan really did not expect that the egg would be hiding such a secret. How did you give birth to that egg? Qin Yan is even more curious. In short, properly cultivate, I will frequently find you later to understand the situation. Long Shu said in low voice, don't tell anyone about this matter, just let us know, don't let too many people know. Qin Yan has a very good impression of the Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan. He had even secretly cooperated with them before. This group of demonic dragons was very mysterious and very patient. Previously, they had been slandered by the law enforcement world in various ways, but they had never said anything. They were powerful enough to start a war with the law enforcement world, but they didn't do anything. Deacon the Law Realm was more or less afraid of him. However, the demonic dragon Heavenly Clan had never made any move to attack the Law Realm. This Xianxia was unable to see through them. He felt that the demon dragon Heavenly Clan might be secretly plotting something. Deacon the Law Realm was the demonic dragon Heavenly Clan's mortal enemy. Back then, the demonic dragon Heavenly Clan had waged war against the Law Realm. Dragon after Shu went out, she quickly dispatched the group of devil dragons. Then she flew back and stood on the heaven-leaping shuttle. She used the magic mirror to converse with Xianxia. Boss Qin, it's best if you don't stay in the heavens mandate Holy Land for too long. I'm worried that the Dragon Emperor will find out that you're here. Long Shu said. She was very worried about her heavenly rune egg. This she had met Xianxia because of Bai Suxin, which was why she trusted Xianxia a lot. It could be seen from the fact that she was willing to let Xianxia see the totem marks on her body and carve them on her body. Want otherwise, a female dragon monarch like Long Shu would never allow a man to be so close to her. Alright. Xianxia immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew away. Those devil dragons are chasing after the evil sword devil cavalry. Don't be afraid of them. Long Shu transmitted her voice to Xianxia through the magic mirror. Tell the devil dragon to be careful. After all, the evil sword devil cavalry is from the heaven-opening ancient race. Moreover, they are very powerful and mysterious. Got it, you have to be careful on the road. The great divine lord is currently searching for you throughout the entire divine desolate. Long Shu warned Xianxia. Xianxia naturally knew that. After all, he had severed the great divine lord's myriad divine sword and an arm. How could the great divine lord take this lying down? Little Yun, my parents want to see you. Bai Suxin contacted Xianxia. Alright, I'll be right there. Xianxia teleported to the room. Bai Suxin's parents had white hair, and they looked a little old. They looked like people in their 60s under normal circumstances. There were only a few wrinkles on their faces, and they looked very energetic. They came from the white sun divine realm, so their hair was naturally white. This white hair was different from normal white hair, so it was easy to distinguish. Hello, uncle and auntie. Xianxia arrived at the room and immediately greeted politely. Little brother, we've all heard about you. I didn't expect the bloodline heavenly pattern box to end up in your hands. He stood up from his chair and came to Xianxia's side. He patted Xianxia on the shoulder. The White Sun Elf Emperor was killed by you, and the box was taken away by you. That box is yours now, so don't worry about us getting it back. Old Mother White Sun laughed. Xianxia immediately took out the box and said, This box originally belonged to uncle and aunt. It's yours now. White Sun said, Take it well, you have your own bloodline heavenly rune now, you don't need this box. Your own bloodline heavenly rune? Xianxia has been curious for a long time, so he took the opportunity to ask about it. There are several types of bloodline heavenly patterns. That's what I'm talking about now. Old Mother White Sun said, The box in your hand contains the most ancient bloodline heavenly pattern, known as the ancestral vein pattern. The bloodline heavenly pattern in our bodies is the second generation of the ancestral vein pattern. How do the ancestral vein marks reproduce? Xianxia looked at Bai Suxin and said, Suxin has also just awakened her bloodline heavenly mark. Is she also the second generation? As for the process of reproduction, it depends on whether the ancestral vein pattern has chosen us or not. We've all been chosen, and our second generation veins have only recently awakened. The White Sun God King said, Xianxia was born from us husband and wife. We were chosen by the ancestral vein marks very early on, so the vein marks in her body are the third generation. Yun suddenly understood many things. For example, Xie Qiru, Luo Yaofeng, Yu Shengyun, Purple Sun Elf Emperor, and Mad Sun Tiger Emperor might have bloodline heavenly patterns in their bodies, but they had yet to awaken them. Like it was Long Shu and the Monkey King. The veins in their bodies should be the second generation. Could Long Shu's heaven-patterned egg be a third-generation pattern? Does that mean the ancestral vein rune is stronger? Xianxia looked at the box in his hand. Ancestral vein rune can't be used, it can only reproduce. Actually, ancestral vein rune produces a large number of veins, some turn into totems or runes, some give birth to all kinds of living beings, sun, moon, stars, and so on. White Sun God King said, according to our research, the veins are stronger with each generation. Stronger with each generation? Qin Yan is greatly shocked, he promptly looked at Bai Suxin. He thought that the ancestral vein rune was the strongest. White Old Mother Yang nodded and said with smile, Suxin's third-generation veins are stronger than ours. As for how much stronger, we still can't be sure. Because our usage of bloodline heavenly rune is still at the initial stage. Many things that appear in our world are basically formed by bloodline heavenly rune after countless years of reproduction. Therefore, if we want to use bloodline heavenly rune well, we need many years. White Sun God King said. White Suxin asked, Mother, ancestral vein rune appeared many years ago, doesn't that mean there will be people who have more than 10 generations of veins? Won't they be even stronger? White Sun God King shook his head and said, the first generation of bloodline heavenly rune is called ancestral vein rune. It can only be passed down for up to 9 generations. The conditions to reach 9 generations are very harsh. First, one must have 9 powerful divine sons. Living beings on the earth, 9 divine sons are equivalent to 9 veins, they release multicolored light to illuminate the living beings on the earth. Under this kind of situation, it is possible to reproduce to the 9th generation veins. Old Mother Yang said with smile, our bloodline heavenly rune box has always been in our hands. Therefore, at present, this bloodline heavenly rune box has only produced 2 and 3 generations. Generally, it's extremely difficult to reproduce a 3rd generation. Is the 3rd generation very difficult? Qin Yan hastily asked, how difficult is it? Because we have the bloodline heavenly rune box all year round, we have more bloodline in our body, that's why it can be transmitted into Suxin's body. If it was someone else who doesn't have the bloodline heavenly rune in their hands all year round, or if the husband and wife don't have the bloodline of ancestral vein rune, it would be very difficult to transmit it to the next generation. White Sun God King said. Dragon, although the egg Long Shu gave birth to is a dead egg, it is a 3rd generation bloodline heavenly rune. Long Shu might not know whether it is ancestral vein rune or 2nd generation, she only felt that the egg is very strong. Qin Yan now understands why Long Shu cares so much about the egg. Qin Yan recalled the Grading bloodline heavenly rune, then immediately took out a pearl and said, the Grading bloodline heavenly rune was given to me by someone from the Grading divine race. What's going on? He passed the pearl to White Sun God King and Old Mother White Sunday. Many people knew about this matter. Back then, Xianxia was forced to hand over the bloodline heavenly pattern. Since Xianxia had handed it over so easily, Yun believed that there must be something wrong with the bloodline heavenly pattern. He didn't have time to figure out what was going on. This might be a 2nd generation bloodline heavenly rune. Could it be that they have mastered the method of extracting 2nd generation bloodline runes from ancestral bloodline runes? White Sun examined it carefully and said with a frown, this bloodline heavenly pattern lacks vitality, which means it wasn't born from a human body. This might be a weaker pattern. It seems like they have mastered the ability to reproduce bloodline heavenly rune, I wonder what kind of ability it has? Qin Yan wants to ask Ling Daixin. Will the ancestral vein mark be sealed in the box forever? No one can take it out? Bai Suxin asked. White Sun God King and Old Mother White Sun shook their heads. Even though they had held on to the ancestral vein runes for many years, they didn't understand them. The reason why we say that veined patterns are stronger with each generation is because the ancestral vein pattern cannot be used at all. And after we have the 2nd generation veins in our bodies, we can feel the 2nd generation veins making us stronger. Divine King White Sun sighed, maybe, the ancestral vein mark is the strongest, but no one can obtain great power from it. Qin Yan is barely able to use an ancestral vein rune. He can fuse an ancestral vein rune into the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber. This is also the reason why he can use the Myriad Heaven Divine Saber to cut apart the Myriad Heaven Divine Sword. From this, it could be seen that the ancestral vein mark was indeed very powerful. Even if it was sealed in a box, it could still explode with an extremely powerful force after being used. Rua, if he could break the box one day and obtain the ancestral god's son, wouldn't the power be even more terrifying? Qinyan's thoughts raced as he thought of many things. For example, within the Dragon Peach Divine Tree, there would definitely be second-generation patterns. If the Dragon Peach Divine Tree could reproduce another tree, then it would have third-generation patterns. However, this was very difficult to achieve. He suddenly understood why the core of the Dragon Peach was so sturdy. It was because the crystal seed inside could produce 3 generations of veins. With this in mind, Qinyan was secretly excited. If Momo successfully extracted the other white god sun totem, she might really be able to reproduce a third-generation Dragon Peach Divine Tree. Little brother, you have quite a few ancestral vein marks in your hands. You must properly protect these ancestral vein marks and don't let them fall into the hands of evil spirits. If we allow the evil demons to reproduce 2 or 3 generations of vein patterns, the consequences will be unthinkable. Divine King White Sun warned sternly. Qinyan now knew that those big shots fought over the ancestral veins mainly to reproduce the 2nd and 3rd generation veins. If they could really reproduce to the 9th generation, then that would be the most terrifying. I got it. Qinyan nodded. Our injuries are almost healed. I heard that the White Sun Dragon King is in the Heavens Mandate Sacred Land. We'll take this opportunity to visit him. God King White Sun smiled and said, don't worry about us. Xianxia's 3rd generation veins had been awakened, and she had also joined the Divine Moon clan, so the 2 elders were very at ease with her. Moreover, Bai Suxin had also spent many years like this when she left the White Sun God realm. At other times, Bai Suxin was still somewhat reluctant, but when she thought about how she often used the magic mirror to contact her parents, she felt that it was nothing. Qinyan and Bai Suxin sent off the 2 elders and returned to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Previously, the Great Divine King was extremely against using the magic mirror, but now, he was posting messages on the magic mirror all day long, belittling and insulting Qinyan. And Wukong even asked Qinyan if he wanted to seal the Great Divine King's magic mirror. Qinyan only said that it was up to him. When Qinyan saw that the Great Divine King was done bragging, he sent out a picture on the magic mirror. The picture was of a severed hand holding a broken sword with a sword hilt. Qinyan also added a line of words, the Great Divine King's severed arm and broken sword are truly a match. When many big shots saw this line of words and that picture, they were all extremely shocked. The entire Divine Desolate immediately went into an uproar because of this. When Qinyan and the Great Divine King fought, everyone knew that the Great Divine King's myriad heaven divine sword was broken. This was something that many big shots saw with their own eyes. Later on, when the Great Divine King came back, he said that Qinyan was heavily injured by him. He also said that his broken sword was nothing. Qinyan's heavy injuries were the most miserable. Now, seeing that the Great Divine King's arm was severed and the broken sword with a sword hilt was still in Qinyan's hands, everyone was filled with doubt towards the Great Divine King's words. Qinyan also received many messages from his friends. Most of them were very excited. Xiaoyun, just how strong is this guy, the Great Divine King? Is his heavenly universe divine sun heart really as strong as he said? Bai Suxin asked. The heavenly universe divine sun heart is truly very strong, but the prerequisite is that the Great Divine King's body must be strong enough. With the Great Divine King's current body, it is impossible for him to completely explode with the divine power of his heart. Qinyan said, the other thing is the Great Divine King's heavenly seal. Until now, he hasn't said much about his heavenly seal, so it should be very strong. Bai Suxin and Qinyan laid on the bed, her jade-like hands gently caressing his chest. She did not know that Qinyan's imperial heart was truly terrifying. With Bai Suxin's help, Qinyan's injuries healed very quickly. This healing process was also extremely enjoyable for Qinyan. I really hope that I can quickly use my 3rd generation vein rune. That way I can become even stronger. Bai Suxin lightly sighed and said, the current me can't even take a few moves from an expert like the Great Divine King. Qinyan tightly hugged the white-haired beauty beside him and said with smile, don't be afraid. In the Heaven's Divine Desolate Great Era, everyone's starting point is about the same. You will definitely become stronger in the Heaven's Divine Moon. After you go back, it would be best if you ask Sister Kiru and Sister Xiangyun. They might have 2nd generation vein rune. Bai Suxin is somewhat shocked, they really have second-generation vein rune? Yunyu also has it. Qinyan said, Yunyu's vein rune might be the combination of second and third generation. Alright, wait for me to go back, I will ask them. Bai Suxin nodded and said. Qinyan held the devil mirror and said with frown, compared to the great divine king, I am more worried about the Yu ancient clan and the great heaven clan emperor. Those guys from the Yu ancient clan came into contact with ancestral vein rune very early on. They might be able to inherit several generations of vein rune. Great heaven clan emperor? What about him? Bai Suxin asked. This person is deeply hidden, I can't see through him. Qinyan shook his head and sighed, I have a premonition that this person will become one of the overlords of the heavens divine desolate in the future. Qinyan has always been very accurate in judging people. It is not only him, even Xianxia thinks so. He has already asked Xianxia to investigate the great heaven clan emperor. He planned to contact Ling Daixin after his injuries are healed. Qinyan is very vigilant towards Ling Daixin because she is a great heaven war god. Moreover, the mission given to her by her family is to capture Qinyan. Bai Suxin had never met the emperor of the greatest sky tribe, but she had heard of the greatest sky god tribe and knew a thing or two about them. She had seen how much Qinyan valued the extreme sky tribe the Arch, so she believed that Qinyan was not mistaken. Then will he become your enemy? The great god king of the extreme sky tribe is one of the disciples of the great god king. I'm sure he wants your divine king heavenly seal, right? She lay on her side and suddenly leaned closer to Qinyan. She wanted to be closer to him. Alright, let's go. Previously, I heard that the two disciples of the great divine lord both wanted to obtain my divine king heavenly seal. This way, the great and small divine kings would both be their master and disciple. However, that wasn't the case in the end. When Qinyan said that, he extended his hand and gently stroked Bai Suxin's back. He recalled his battle with the great divine king and continued, later on, I met with the great divine king and realized that the great divine king wanted my divine king heavenly seal even more. I hope my disciple can obtain my godly monarch heavenly seal. Why? If the young divine kings are their master and disciple, it should be very good for him. Bai Suxin placed her hand on Qinyan's chest and asked softly. Qinyan gently grasped the soft hand that was caressing his chest and pressed it against his chest. He said, if the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor obtains my heaven seal, the Extreme Sky Tribe Emperor will definitely think of a way to snatch it away. These two disciples are bound to clash and fight to the death. In my opinion, the Arch of the Pith Heaven clan will win in the end. If the great heaven tribes the Arch obtains my divine king's heavenly seal, he might become even stronger. Then the next step will be to steal his master's great divine king's heavenly seal. The great divine lord saw this, so he wanted to obtain your heaven seal? Bai Suxin was a little shocked, she did not expect the great divine lord to be so wary of his own disciple. Yes. Previously, when I was facing the great god king of the very heaven race stood beside him and didn't say anything for his master. However, the one who used words to insult me was the emperor of the Sun Moon tribe. Qinyan said. This great emperor of the Pith Heaven tribe is really scary. He even schemed against his own master. Bai Suxin suddenly became worried. She rested her face on Qinyan's chest and whispered, Young Yun, you have to be careful when you face this sort of person in the future. Qinyan caressed her face and said with a smile, I'm not even afraid of the great divine king, why would I be afraid of him? You still dare to say that you're not afraid. Look at you now, your injuries haven't even healed yet. You were injured so badly just now. Bai Suxin said in a light huff. Although I was seriously injured, I exchanged it for the little queen's care for me these past few days. It made my life very sweet these past few days. The injury was worth it. Qinyan said with a mischievous smile. Even if you weren't injured, I would still be yours. Bai Suxin chuckled and kissed Qinyan. The two of them lived in a world of their own as they healed their wounds. If Great Divine Lord knew about this, he would definitely be so angry that his nose would become crooked, because Great Divine Lord's injuries were not light either. He did not dare to show his face right now, afraid that others would see his arm broken. Although the Great Divine Lord's arm was broken, it could still be regenerated. It just needed time and a large number of divine pills. Now, he is still trying his best to deny it, saying that his arm was not broken and that Qin Yun deliberately faked it. He absolutely cannot admit this kind of thing. Otherwise, he, the great divine lord, would be looked down upon by many people. Even those big shots of the powerful races would look down on him. Previously, inside the four divine sons, because the great divine lord was unable to take out the stone creation divine tool, he was looked down upon at that time. Qin Yun and Bai Suxin have been together for more than 10 days and his injuries have gradually recovered. He can't help but sigh at the might of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. I want to know the heavenly divine moon. I want to go find Sister Kiru and the others and ask them about the bloodline heavenly rune. I need to quickly become stronger. Bai Suxin walked out of the bath and slowly put on her clothes. Little queen, that Queen Longshu seems to be interested in you. You have to guard against her. Qin Yun warned with smile. What kind of interest could she have in me? Bai Suxin said with smile, aren't you being too sensitive? I think she's the one who's interested in you. When you helped her carve runes, she didn't mind at all. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, she doesn't mind, that's because of you. I, Qin Yun, am very good at reading people. There are many women like her who like beauties in the heavenly divine moon, right? Indeed, Yuri Yuelan is one of them. Bai Suxin said with smile, she hasn't been in the Guanghan Palace during this period of time, she hasn't had a lot of fun. Qin Yun also came out of the bath and put on his clothes. He hugged Bai Suxin and kissed her. Then they went to the heaven leaping shuttle. Now it is late at night, in half an hour it will be daybreak. And the heavenly divine moon is still very bright, hanging in the sky. I'm going back. Bai Suxin kissed Qin Yun's face and smiled sweetly. Send my regards to Sister Kiru and the others. Qin Yun nodded and said with smile. It is unknown what Bai Suxin did, but the heavenly divine moon flickered and a strong light shone down on Bai Suxin's body. After the light disappeared, Bai Suxin also disappeared. Not long after, Qin Yun's devil mirror received news from Bai Suxin, saying that she has returned to the heavenly divine moon. Qin Yun's injuries have more or less recovered and it has already been more than 10 days since the battle between him and the great divine king. The powerful clans of the Nine Sun Holy Land all came out one after another and occupied the territory of the heavenly divine desolate. They began to build their territory or search for resources everywhere. And those heaven-opening ancient race are not as high profile as the experts of the Nine Sun Holy Land. However, they also occupied many treasure lands or found many resources to secretly develop. Boss Qin, I've already obtained it. Yu Luanhui used the devil mirror to contact Qin Yun. So fast? Qin Yun is very surprised. Yu Luanhui promised Qin Yun that he would return to the Yu ancient race and obtain the secret method to make the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman, Imperial Transformation Heavenly Talisman, Imperial Soul Heavenly Talisman and Imperial Poison Heavenly Talisman and then give it to Qin Yun. Although I don't have the reincarnation gate, they still don't dare to look down on me. So I got it very quickly. Yu Luanhui said with smile. He saw Qin Yun cut off one of the great divine king's arms and destroyed his heavenly divine sword on the magic mirror, so he is not too surprised. Before he fell into Qin Yun's hands, he also thought that Qin Yun was very easy to deal with. Only after fighting with Qin Yun did he realize how terrifying this guy is. Alright, I'll go find you now. Qin Yun has Yu Luanhui's soul-chasing talisman in his hand. He entered the heaven-leaping shuttle and immediately flew towards Yu Luanhui. The Imperial Heavenly Talisman is very difficult to make. Qin Yun can only use the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman now, it is used for protection and defense. Yu Luanhui was in a small city built by the ancient Yu clan, but the people in the city didn't know that it was the ancient Yu clan that was managing it from behind the scenes. Small there was a heavenly flame treasure land near the city that produced a very useful fire liquid. That fire liquid could be used to strengthen flames. For example, it could be used in pill furnaces or smelting furnaces to refine pills and tools. In addition, those who cultivated the fire divine power could also absorb the divine power of this fire liquid. They could also use the fire liquid and special soil to make fire element fertilizer. The ancient Yu clan built this small city mainly to hire people to mine the fire liquid. This small city had already been mined, and it was Yu Luanhui's faction that was responsible for it. This could be considered Yu Luanhui's territory, but because he didn't have the reincarnation gate, the other factions of the Yu ancient clan wanted to invade his resources. Qin Wenyin entered the city. Yu Luanhui told Qin Yin about his predicament through the magic mirror. He hoped that Qin Yin could help him think of a way to protect this heavenly flame treasure land. Qin Yin readily agreed, but he had to obtain the Yu clan heavenly talisman's secret method first. Arriving at the city, Yu Luanhui immediately welcomed Qin Yin into a small villa. Small, there were many people in the villa. Some of them were from the Yu ancient clan. They were all Yu Luanhui's confidants. Qin Yin followed Yu Luanhui into a secret room. Yu Luanhui personally went to get some food and drinks and asked Qin Yin to wait for a while. At this time, Yu Yaoyao contacted Qin Yin. Qin Yin, what's going on with Yu Luanhui? Didn't you take him into the reincarnation gate? Why did he come out? Yu Yaoyao asked. She just learned from her father that Yu Luanhui didn't go through reincarnation and returned to the clan. Really? I don't know. I took him into the reincarnation gate, but I can't use it yet. Qin Yin said. He couldn't let the other people of the Yu ancient clan know that Yu Luanhui was his slave. Although he trusted Yu Yaoyao, he didn't tell her such an important thing. Then you should be careful. This guy will definitely take revenge. Not only him, there's also that Yu Wanlong, the great divine king. Yu Yaoyao warned. Yaoyao suddenly realized that her warning to Qin Yin was unnecessary because Qin Yin had never lacked enemies all these years. However, she was worried about Qin Yin, so she could not help but say a few words. I got it. Even if they don't come looking for me, I'll still go looking for them. Qin Yin said with a smile, Yaoyao, send my regards to young Kuanpeng. Young Kuanpeng? Are you thinking of abducting my Kuanpeng? Imperial Demon Yao said with a tender snort. Qin Yin said with smile, alright, I will go find Dai Xian after a period of time. I will call you when the time comes. Yu Yaoyao mumbled a few words before putting away the demonic mirror. Yu Samsara returned, holding a large basin of divine fruits, as well as a large jug of very fragrant and sweet fruit juice. This Qin Yin asked Yu Luanhui for it. It was mainly for Momo, Yang, and the others. Yang, in order to eat the dragon peach, Yang and Momo worked hard to collect White God Yang's totem for Qin Yin. Yu Luanhui took out 4 large booklets and placed them on the ground. The 4 booklets all seem to be made of white jade. They are very large, they look like 4 rectangular boxes on the ground. Qin Yin said with frown, why is it still such an outdated inheritance method? I thought it was the kind that could be directly read with mind and imprinted into memory. If that's the case, then we don't need to painstakingly study. Yu Luanhui said with bitter smile. These 4 thick booklets are placed on the ground, each one is more than a meter long, each page is a white jade piece. Jade, there are many runes carved on the piece, they are very complicated and there are no words to explain them. Jade, the piece is very thin, it is only a bit thicker than paper. Each booklet has at least 1 or 2,000 pages and each page has runes carved on both sides. This is not the original, it is a copy, but it is exactly the same as the original. Yu Luanhui said again, Boss Qin, originally my sect's inscription masters could make imperial heavenly talisman but they thought I was finished, so they all jumped to other sects. Yu Luanhui's reincarnation gate was snatched away by Qin Yin, his power also collapsed in an instant. There is no way to call them back? Qin Yin said with frown, you haven't grasped the method to make imperial heavenly talisman? This is a very large project, how can one person completely grasp it? Yu Luanhui shook his head, those inscription masters all painstakingly studied for many years to completely understand it and then made imperial heavenly talisman. Then you didn't sign soul contract with them? How can they just leave like that? Qin Yin looked at the imperial heavenly talisman booklet. They are all very strong inscription masters, I only have a cooperative relationship with them, we sign the soul contract every month. Yu Luanhui spread his hands and said they don't want to renew the contract, so they all jumped ship. Qin Yin looked at the contents of the booklet, it is indeed very complicated but he feels that it is not difficult to completely grasp it. He also doesn't know why it is like this, he always felt that it is very simple. After putting away the 4 booklets, he sat on a chair and asked, did your ancient Yu clan have a bloodline heavenly pattern box before? Yes, our ancestors had it many years ago. As for what kind of box it is, I don't know. Yulu and Hui shook his head. It's about the clan emperor and the other elders, they know the box very well. You don't know? Qinyan suddenly understood why Yulu and Hui wanted to obtain the bloodline heavenly pattern box. They don't want to tell me, it is a top secret to them. For many years, I used many methods but I couldn't get anything out of them. Yulu and Hui sighed. He is now very down and out but he doesn't dare to blame Qinyan. Qinyan secretly suspects that there must be people with second-generation bloodline heavenly pattern in ancient Yu clan, maybe even third or fourth generation, that is why they are so secretive. Not telling Yulu and Hui and the other factions without bloodline heavenly pattern inheritance is also very normal. The secret room suddenly trembled. Yulu and Hui cursed in low voice, those bastards, don't tell me they want to rob my treasure land? I am here, don't be afraid. Qinyan took out a mask and said, let's go, bring me out to meet them. Yulu and Hui immediately opened the door and brought Qinyan out. He said in low voice, Yuanlong wants to take over my property, so the people who came are probably dragon killers. Apart from black dragon killers, what other powerful killers does Yuanlong have? Qinyan has a puppet made by black dragon killers, it is very strong. There are also thunder dragon killers, fire dragon killers and so on. I suspect that fire dragon killers are here to cause trouble. The fire liquid in my treasure land is very useful to them. Yulu and Hui said. Yulu and Hui's body had just been reborn and had become much younger. He was a middle-aged man but his strength was still very weak. He would need some time to recover to his peak. But no matter what, he was able to come out of the reincarnation gate or he would have been locked inside for many years. The upper echelons of the ancient clan knew that Yulu and Hui's power was gone. He was weak after his reborn body and was easy to bully. Many of the resources that he had previously controlled were of high quality, and this treasure land was one of them. Yulu and Hui was still controlling the formation of the heavenly fire treasure ground and didn't allow anyone else to go in and mine the fire liquid. His properties and resources without the formation had long been taken by the other big shots of the ancient clan. Yu and the ancient clan, the stronger one was, the more they got. Yuanlong naturally received quite a bit of it, but he wasn't satisfied. The fire liquid in this treasured land had many uses. Not only did the ancient Yu clan need it, but it would also fetch a high price if it was sold. Qinyan had never seen the fire liquid but she knew it was definitely valuable. Otherwise, Yuanlong wouldn't have torn off all pretenses to steal it. With Qinyan as his backing, Yulu and Hui was a lot firmer now. After all, Qinyan was an expert who could fight against a great divine king. There weren't many in the entire divine wilderness who dared to do so. When they came outside, they found that the gate of the small villa had been broken and the formation that covered the villa had been destroyed. This small villa's formation wasn't particularly powerful, but it wasn't that easy to break through it. Now that it was broken, it meant that the force that broke through the formation was very strong and there were many of them. Outside the tattered door stood a dozen or so people, all dressed in fiery red robes. Their robes fluttered as if they were on fire. Each of them held a flaming dragon head saber in their hands and there was a fierce flaming dragon head in the middle of their belts. It was obvious that they were fire dragon assassins. He is the hall master of Yuanlong's fire dragon hall, his name is Yu Huolong. He has half-dragon blood in his body and can transform into a half-dragon man. This guy's strength is not weak, he is also a 9-dragon head assassin. Yulu and Hui saw more than 10 assassins outside and immediately sent voice transmission to Qinyan. Qinyan could tell that Imperial Huolong was a tall young man. The huge dragon head blade in his hand was very eye-catching. It was bigger than the other dragon head blades of the other fire dragon killers, and there were 9 flickering dragon head carvings on the blade. The 9-dragon head assassin was also the hall master of the fire dragon hall. Now that he had come personally, Yuanlong had mobilized a lot of his strength. Even if Yulu and Hui had the gate of reincarnation, it would still be a headache for him to deal with these fire dragon killers. Imperial Fire Dragon, what are you doing? Yulu and Hui shouted. Yulu and Hui, you don't even have the gate of reincarnation anymore, why are you still so arrogant? Let me tell you, we are here today to take over your heavenly flame treasure land. Imperial Fire Dragon proudly laughed, from now on, the Heavenly Flame Treasure Land belongs to the 10,000 Dragon Flaming Dragon Hall. Luan Hui said angrily, this belongs to me, you Luan Hui. Why does it belong to you Wanlong? Isn't it enough for him to rob so many of my businesses? You Luan Hui, what are you talking about? They were all family. How could it be called snatching? As I said before, this is called taking over. Imperial Fire Dragon laughed and said, you're alone now. Elder Wanlong sent me to take over the Heavenly Flame Treasure Land to prevent it from being robbed by other clans. Aren't you going to thank us? Yu Luanhui was about to explode from anger. He had been shameless before, but at that time, he had the strength, so he could be shameless to those who were weak. Now that he was down and out, he finally understood how annoying he used to be. Yu Luanhui, get the F***ck out of here. Imperial Fire Dragon said, if you don't scram, you can only watch helplessly as we take over your Heavenly Flame Paradise. You will be even more unhappy. Killing each other was forbidden in the ancient Yu clan, so Yu Huolong couldn't attack Yu Luanhui directly. But yes, some of his Fire Dragon assassins weren't from the ancient Yu clan, so they could take action. This was why Yu Wanlong wanted so many assassins. He wanted to use them to deal with situations like this. Imperial Fire Dragon, right? Qin Yin suddenly said, kneel down and kowtow to Yu Luanhui 3 times as an apology, then I can let you crawl back with your dog life. Yu Huolong looked at the masked man behind Yu Luanhui. He couldn't sense how strong he was, so he laughed and said, Yu Luanhui, did you find a random idiot to keep up appearances? Doesn't he know how strong I am? Yu Luanhui sneered, of course he doesn't know your strength, he doesn't need to know, this senior is very powerful. Hurry up and do as I say, otherwise you won't even have the chance to crawl back. Yu Huolong and his subordinates immediately laughed loudly. The small city was attacked, everyone already ran away, they were all scared away by Imperial Fire Dragon and his subordinates. And the people of this villa already knew that Imperial Fire Dragon wanted to take over, they immediately ran away when they saw him. Imperial Fire Dragon was the head of the Fire Dragon Assassins. The Fire Dragon Assassins were basically trained by Imperial Fire Dragon. Everyone was afraid of Imperial Fire Dragon. You bastard, the one who should kneel is you. Imperial Fire Dragon laughed loudly, then rushed over and slashed at Qin Yun. Qin Yun stood there motionlessly. When Imperial Fire Dragon's large saber slashed down, it spewed out a powerful flame. But his saber and the energy released by the attack were all unable to hit Qin Yun's body. Actually, but all of them were blocked. Qin Yun put his hands behind his back, looked at Imperial Fire Dragon and said coldly, are all the younger generation of you ancient clan at this level? You. Who are you? Imperial Fire Dragon's saber was very strong, even the other elders of you ancient clan didn't dare to take it head-on. You don't deserve to know who I am. It's too late for you to kneel now. None of you can run. Qin Yun said coldly. Imperial Fire Dragon shouted loudly, no matter who you are, I will cut you into pieces. This time, Imperial Fire Dragon released his strongest divine power and fiercely slashed down. When the saber slashed, it was as if the roar of a fire dragon could be heard. The surging dragon power brought along a scorching and violent energy and slashed towards Qin Yun's head. Just even Yu Luanhui, who was next to him, was blown away by the energy. Small everything in the villa seemed to have been ignited, the surging flame engulfed the entire small city. No, not to mention, this Imperial Fire Dragon is indeed very dreadful. Qin Yun is also secretly shocked. There are actually many hidden experts of this kind in Yu ancient clan. Imperial Fire Dragon is an existence equivalent to Great Heaven War God, it is even stronger than those Great Heaven War Gods. However, Imperial Fire Dragon's saber can't do anything to Qin Yun. What shocked Imperial Fire Dragon is that a purple talisman is floating in front of Qin Yun. That talisman has an ancient imperial character written on it. This character is formed by gathering runes. Yu Huolong was also a disciple of the Yu family. Since he could become the Hall Master of the Fiery Dragon Hall and was so powerful, he naturally knew about the heavenly talisman of the ancient Yu clan. The Divine Destiny Talisman was one of the powerful talismans that had been lost for a long time. Although he had never seen it before, he could guess that it was the Divine Destiny Talisman in Qin Yun's hand. Imperial Flaming Dragon's expression changed in fright. He immediately recalled Yu Luanhui mentioning Qin Yun as a senior. He couldn't help but associate Qin Yun with the missing ancestor of the Yu ancient clan, in the ancient Yu clan, because many of their ancestors had gone missing. More than half of the powerful Yu clan heavenly talismans were lost. The descendants of the ancient Yu clan had been searching for their ancestors for many years. Imperial Huolong recalled what Qin Yun had said, "Are all the descendants of the ancient Yu clan at this level?" This made Imperial Huolong even more certain that the masked man in front of him was an ancestor-level figure of the ancient Yu clan. Yu Luanhui was also frightened by Qin Yun's Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman, but he quickly calmed down. He is also an old fox. Naturally he could see that Imperial Fire Dragon treated Qin Yun as the Yu family's ancestor. At that moment, Yu Luanhui rolled his eyes and thought of many things. He wanted to make Imperial Fire Dragon believe him. Patriarch Imperial Life. Has the Divine Fate Talisman not been lost yet? This is great. I, Yu Luanhui, am able to see the Royal Life Heavenly Talisman in my lifetime. I can die without regrets. Yu Luanhui's eyes were brimming with hot tears. He looked ecstatic as he yelled. At this moment, the Imperial Fire Dragon did not dare to move at all. He stared at the purple talisman in shock. Although it looked like an ordinary talisman, it had managed to block his attack with all his might. It was clear how powerful the Imperial Life Talisman was. Fear filled Imperial Fire Dragon's entire body. After all, that was the ancestor of the Yu clan, and he was called the Imperial Life Ancestor. This meant that he was the inheritor of the Imperial Life Talisman, or even the creator. In front of an ancestor of this level, not to mention Imperial Fire Dragon, even Imperial Wanlong would have to kneel and kowtow. The other Fire Dragon assassins behind Imperial Fire Dragon saw their Hall Master's reaction and immediately thought of something. They had been in the Fire Dragon Hall for many years and had more or less heard about those lost heavenly talismans. The person who had the heavenly talisman was also Yu Luanhui's senior. It was obvious what was going on. After Imperial Fire Dragon calmed down, he knelt on the ground and hastily explained, "Ancestor, I didn't come here on my own accord. Elder 10,000 Dragons sent me here." If it was someone else, Yu Huolong wouldn't be afraid because he was also a disciple of the Yu ancient clan. His soul was immortal, so he wouldn't be afraid of anything. But in front of the Yu family's ancestor, Imperial Fire Dragon didn't dare to say that his soul wouldn't be destroyed. "Even if Yu Wanlong sent you here, is there a need for you to be so arrogant? No matter what, Yu Luanhui is your elder. Don't tell me that Yu Wanlong told you to be more arrogant when he sent you to snatch his treasured land." Qin Yun was deliberately pretending. It was the old ancestor of the Yu family. This way, he didn't have to fight and could easily take care of the Imperial Fire Dragon and the dozen Fire Dragon killers. Yu Luanhui breathed a sigh of relief. He arrived beside Qin Yun and said in low voice, "Ancestor, this guy admitted his mistake, give him a chance. I told him to kneel down and apologize to you before, this is a chance." Qin Yun said coldly. "I gave him a chance, he didn't cherish it properly." Imperial Fire Dragon clenched his teeth. Although he is very afraid of Qin Yun, he is even more afraid of death in his heart. At this time, Qin Yun sensed that the divine power inside Imperial Fire Dragon's body suddenly increased. He knew that Imperial Fire Dragon is going to fight to the death. Imperial Fire Dragon, who was kneeling on the ground, lowered his head and tightly clenched his teeth. At the same time, he secretly used spirit transmission to communicate with the Fire Dragon killers behind him. Qin Yun can see that Imperial Fire Dragon is going to fight to the death. He suddenly stamped his foot and the earth shook, creating a berserk energy wave and vibration. The vibration wave attacked Imperial Fire Dragon's body and scattered the condensed divine power inside his body. At this time, the group of Fire Dragon killers rushed at Qin Yun together. Qin Yun already expected this. He suddenly released a blue mushroom. It is the Inscription Fungus Queen. After the Inscription Fungus Queen was released, it turned into a huge net and enveloped Imperial Fire Dragon and those Fire Dragon killers. This Inscription Fungus Queen was formed because of the Heavenly Universe Origin Body. It is a mysterious and powerful Heavenly Rune Spirit Body. Inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul, it got along very well with Yang Momo and the others and obtained Momo's help to upgrade runes. In addition, the Inscription Fungus Queen can absorb a large amount of Divine Sun's divine power. It is also constantly cultivating. The inscription fungus queen turned into a huge net and enveloped down. It is like a very powerful seal. After Imperial Fire Dragon and those Fire Dragon killers were sealed, they are constantly struggling. Imperial Fire Dragon is after all a 9-dragon killer. Its strength is also very valiant. It is frantically struggling with other Fire Dragon killers. If this continues, the seal formed by the inscription fungus queen might be torn apart. Yu Luanhui is dumbfounded watching from behind. He only feels that those big shots of divine desolate, no matter who it is, they all know too little about Qin Yun, because Qin Yun casually released the net and subdued Imperial Fire Dragon and those Fire Dragon killers. Even if Yu Luanhui was at his peak, he would not be able to do this. The other old people of Yu ancient clan would find it very difficult to do this. The information Yu Luanhui gathered before did not mention the blue mushroom and this net. Qin Yun took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. Through the Divine Cauldron and Heavenly Lion Dao image, the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron suddenly turned blue and let out lion roars. Go in! Qin Yun turned the huge Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron upside down and covered Imperial Fire Dragon and those Fire Dragon killers. The net formed by the inscription fungus queen is like a liquid that quickly flowed and converged together. Finally it turned into a blue mushroom and was put away by Qin Yun. After Imperial Fire Dragon and the others were taken into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, Qin Yun pressed his hands on the outside of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and sent his Imperial Heaven Divine Power inside. It turned into berserk divine power thunder and lightning that crazily bombarded the inside of the cauldron. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron kept shaking. The miserable roars of Imperial Fire Dragon and the others came out. Finally, they could not endure the torture and gave up their bodies. Their souls flew out of the cauldron, wanting to escape. However, Qin Yun already released the reincarnation gate. The souls that flew out of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron were all devoured by the reincarnation gate. When Yu Luanhui saw his reincarnation gate being used by Qin Yun, he felt extremely regretful in his heart. At this moment, he doesn't even dare to think about taking it back. Yu Luanhui wanted to find a powerful force to cooperate with so that he wouldn't suffer any losses and would have a steady stream of income in the future, but he couldn't find one. Right now, he was being bullied badly in the ancient Yu clan. He didn't have the strength, and his subordinates had all gone their separate ways. He simply couldn't find a reliable big force to cooperate with. Even if he found one, he would definitely be ruthlessly slaughtered. Moreover, those powerful forces might even be persuaded to retreat by Yu Wanlong. Although Yu Wanlong wasn't the ruler of the ancient Yu clan, he had the Imperial Dragon Talisman and was welcomed by many big shots. Mr. Qin, which force are you looking for to cooperate with me? Yu Luanhui asked. If we succeed, I only want half of the profits, and I'll give you the other half. Qin Yun said, what do you think of the Sun Dragon race? Although the Sun Dragon race has already joined the All Heavens Dragon race and the Sun Dragon Emperor has also become the Sun Dragon King, the entire Sun Dragon race is very independent and will not be controlled by the All Heavens Dragon race. But, the Imperial Dragon Talisman in Yu Wanlong's hands is the bane of the dragon race. I'm worried that Yu Wanlong will clash with the Sun Dragon clan because of this. Yu Luanhui said. Don't worry. After the unification of the dragon race, Yu Wanlong doesn't dare to go against the entire All Heavens Dragon race. Qin Yun said with smile, this Yu Wanlong is not stupid, maybe he doesn't even dare to use the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman for the time being. That's true, then we can try contacting the Sun Dragon clan, I'll talk to them. Yu Luanhui nodded. However, this Yu Wanlong is definitely ambitious. He has the Imperial Dragon Heavenly Talisman. If he can control the dragon race's upper echelon, he can enslave the entire dragon race. With formidable power, he can do whatever he wants. Qin Yun said. Tell our dragon friends. Qin Yun has many friends in the dragon race. For example, Long Shu, Monkey King, Sun Dragon race's Long Tianyan, Nine Yang Dragon race's Long Tianyan and Nine Yang Divine Palace's Dragon Hall. This can suppress Yu Wanlong's arrogance. If the All Heavens Dragon clan really cares about this, they might even kill Yu Wanlong in secret. Yu Luanhui showed a rare smile. Qin Yun took out the magic mirror and contacted the Sun Dragon race's Yang Dragon Lingyu. Elder Lingyu, I have business to introduce to you. Qin Yan sent a message and briefly explained the matter of Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. Many of the Sun Dragon clan's dragons cultivated fire, and the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land was of great value to them. There were definitely many fire dragons in the All Heavens Dragon clan. Even if they weren't fire dragons, there would definitely be many dragon clan members who cultivated fire divine power or used powerful flames. If young dragon Lingyu took it over, as long as he sold it to the All Heavens Dragon race, there would be a huge market for it, and he could exchange it for a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstones. After young Long Lingyu found out, he was also very happy. Moreover, he had also heard of the Heavenly Fire Treasured Land. He was shocked to learn that Qin Yan and Yu Luanhui were together and even helped Yu Luanhui to cooperate. Ling 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 of Thing and he to not to tell. By Ling of this. To work. In Ling Ling of Qin to find in. Because everyone knows that Qin Yan took away Yu Luanhui's reincarnation gate. Now that Qin Yan is helping Yu Luanhui, it means that Yu Luanhui has been subdued. Ling Yu would never tell anyone about this. This is also the reason why Qin Yan wanted to work with him, because Ling Yu can make Qin Yan trust him very much. Take me to Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. He saw a very strong fire divine power soar up to the sky. It is like a huge fire dragon, it is very spectacular. Of course, this can only be seen with heavenly eye. Seeing the aura of Heavenly Fire Treasure Land, Qin Yan knew that this place is not simple. This kind of aura can penetrate through the barrier. Is there something hidden inside? Qin Yan's mind stirred. Treasure lands like this usually have powerful treasures or beasts. Yu Luanhui excitedly brought Qin Yan to Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. There are many mountains in Heavenly Fire Treasure Land, but they are all barren. There are no trees, flowers, or grass. The mountain rocks and ground are all fiery red and emitting waves of heat. Those huge mountains are also volcanoes. The crater of the volcanoes is very big, it is as if a huge fire dragon can come out at any time. There is a large amount of golden red flame floating in the crater, it looks like a huge lake at the top of the mountains. That is the fire liquid. The fire liquid here is very powerful. Ordinary storage magic tools can't withstand this kind of flame. Yu Luanhui said. Qin Yan saw that there is so much fire liquid, it seems like it is inexhaustible. He curiously asked, when someone needs it, we bring them in to get it. We charge them according to the number of days. Yu Luanhui said, I invested a lot of money to build this barrier. I still haven't recovered the cost of building this barrier. Qin Yan nodded and said, the barrier is indeed very strong but it is still a bit lacking. Yu Luanhui knows that Qin Yan is a saint inscription master, moreover, he is a very peak level saint inscription master. He promptly asked, what is the difference? It is enough to defend the outside but not enough to defend the inside. If the barrier is attacked from the inside, it will be very easy to break. If Yu Wanlong sends people to pretend to come in to get the fire liquid, then after they enter, they will break the barrier from the inside. What will you do? What will you do? Yu Luanhui repeatedly nodded, not only Yu Luanhui, other people who covet the fire liquid will also do the same. But you don't need to worry now, Sun Dragon race will help you strengthen it. Qin Yan is still opening his heavenly eye and constantly looking ahead, he wants to find something. Boss Qin, where did you get the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman? Yu Luanhui finally can't help but ask. He felt that he and Qin Yan are already familiar with each other, that's why he dared to ask. I got it from a palace in Ancient Desolate. Have you ever heard of a mysterious and powerful palace in Ancient Desolate? Qin Yan asked. This? I have never heard of it. Ancient Desolate is a very mysterious place, it is very difficult to go there now. I don't know what happened inside, I also don't know who did it. Yu Luanhui said, I heard from the law enforcement realm that they can't leave Ancient Desolate even if they want to. The fellows from the Ancient Desolation that the realm sent to the Ancient Desolation are unable to leave even if they wanted to, and they are also unable to send anyone to the Ancient Desolation. The law enforcement realm lost control of Ancient Desolate. It means that the 10-star anti-heaven thief heaven extermination is no longer afraid of being hunted down by the law enforcement great venerables. Qin Yan said, Ancient Desolate is indeed mysterious, I wonder if there are even stronger people there. His parents are an ancient desolate, he always wanted to go there to find them. Yu Luanhui shook his head and then sank into his memories. Clearly, he also found it strange. Qin Yan is not in a hurry to ask him, he let him think about it carefully. After a while, Yu Luanhui said, those inscription masters all said that the terrain of Heavenly Fire Treasure Land is not very good. Even though it is a treasure land, it is filled with great ominous aura. But I have wandered around here for a long time and found nothing, right? Great ominous aura? Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked even more carefully. His Imperial Heaven Divine Art has the luck viewing technique, he can see luck. Not only can he see people, he can also see the land. No matter how he looks, he cannot see any ominous aura. Instead, he can see that the entire Heavenly Fire Treasure Land is spewing out divine power, it is like a fire dragon rushing to the sky. What did those inscription masters say? Qin Yan asked. They all said that it is very uneasy here. They are all very powerful inscription masters, their mental power is very strong, it is not strange that they can feel it. Yu Luanhui said, if it is one or two of them saying this, then it is fine. But most of them say this, that was what all the inscription masters said, Qin Yan said with frown, this Heavenly Fire Treasure Land is indeed a bit strange but it does not seem to be a great ominous aura. Ah? Then what is strange? Yu Luanhui said in shock. He previously suspected that those inscription masters were lying to him so that he would give up on this Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. I don't know. Qin Yan shook his head, I will look around first. In short, since Heavenly Fire Treasure Land is a treasure land, it is not as simple as just fire liquid. Yu Luanhui nodded, if there is truly danger, we must inform the Sun Dragon race. This kind of fire liquid is very strong and it can be produced continuously. We need to find the source. Qin Yan pointed at the fire liquid flowing down from the volcano below. The fire liquid is gradually converging and will form many big and small rivers and streams in the future. I also wanted to find the source but this place is too big and my ability is limited. So I wandered around for a while and then gave up. Yu Luanhui sighed, I was the first to discover this treasure land, I used the fastest speed to call a group of inscription masters. I built a powerful barrier but I know nothing about Heavenly Fire Treasure Land. Yang and Momo have already come out from the White God Sunday. Next, Momo is busy organizing the White God Sun totem she obtained. Therefore, Yang was leisurely eating fruits. Qin Yan called Yang out. This little girl's perception is very strong and she can always sense things that Qin Yan can't. Yang was eating a huge green divine fruit. There was a lot of moisture in it, and it looked very fragrant and sweet. Seeing this cute little girl in a red dress, Yu Luanhui was slightly surprised and asked, Boss Qin, this is my little sister, Yang. Qin Yan patted Yang's head and said with smile, Yang, quickly take a look and see if there is anything wrong here. As Yang ate the fruit, she opened her big and cute eyes and looked around. Oh no. Yang quickly swallowed the fruit in his mouth and said, Big brother, there are a lot of fire people in this place. Fireman? Qin Yan was stunned, but what I saw was the shadow of a fire dragon. A very powerful race is about to be born here. And the guardian beast of this race is a fire dragon. Yang said. Yu Luanhui is secretly apprehensive, he only feels that Qin Yan's little sister is very awesome, she can actually see through so many things. Then do you think it will affect obtaining fire liquid here? Qin Yan asked. That will depend on how we get along with these fire people. Yang said, although they are fire people, they will not necessarily be very violent. If you respect a race that just appeared, then they will most likely respect you. Qin Yan wants to see what kind of powerful race this is, it was actually born in this kind of environment. Not long after, Yang Lingyu arrived. After he saw Yang, he jumped in fright and hastily said, Hello little ancestor. Hello uncle, do you have any delicious fruits? Yang said with sweet smile. Yes. Yang Lingyu immediately took out a large pile of fruits and handed them over to Yang. Thank you uncle. After Yang received those divine fruits, she became very happy and said with smile, This is the taste of home. Yang Long Ling, you can naturally see that Yang Yang is formed from a powerful sun spirit. She is indeed their sun dragon race's little ancestor. Yang Yang is in a hurry to return to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. She wants to share this delicious fruit with her companions. Yu Luanhui and Yang Long Ling Yu exchanged greetings for a while. They didn't immediately talk about cooperation, but instead talked about the clan that was about to be born under the Skyfire treasured land. Qinyan said, Elder Ling Yu, you are from the Sun Dragon race. You should be able to communicate with the other races in the Divine Desolate, right? The Sun Dragon race that came from ancestor God Sun could be said to have an extremely high status. After all, they were created by ancestor God Sunday. Of course we can. The main thing is that it's not those evil races. We can have friendly dealings with them. Yang Long Ling Yu said. Then, when will the Skyfire treasured land be born? Yu Luanhui was a little worried. He was worried that he would lose the benefits of Skyfire treasured land. It might have already been born. It's underground and hasn't come out yet. Yang Long Ling Yu said with a smile, after this kind of powerful race is born, they will usually hide for a period of time. Only when they are strong enough will they come out to walk. All of them are like the dragons of the heavens. Qinyan said, how about we pay them a visit? Boss Qin, normally, when a race appears in the Gods Desolate, as the Godly King, you can use the Godly King Heavenly Seal to summon them. Yang Long Ling Yu said, of course, it's impossible for the All Heavens Dragon race. The All Heavens Dragon Emperor's family. This guy is very ambitious. Qinyan never expected that his God King Heavenly Seal would have such an effect. He immediately took out his Heavenly Seal. Most of the powerful clans that were born in the Divine Desolate during this period of time have inherited memories from the Nine Young Law Spirit. They know who the Divine King is. Yang Long Ling Yu said again. Qinyan poured his divine power into the Divine King Heavenly Seal and let it release formidable energy. Not long after, the lake of lava at the top of a huge volcano below began to churn. It's about to erupt. Yu Luanhui shouted in shock. It should be that strong race coming out to see the Divine King. Yang Long Ling Yu said, I wonder if they recognize you as the Divine King. Qinyan is not afraid, he is just worried. If this powerful race doesn't recognize him and even resist him, then wouldn't he have to fight with this newly born race? Although he is called Little Divine King, he himself does not like being called Little Divine King. In Qinyan's opinion, his Divine King Heavenly Seal is not any weaker than the Great Divine King Heavenly Seal. But now in the Divine Desolate, many powerful races only recognize the Great Divine King. Even though he fought with the Great Divine King before and injured him quite a bit, the Great Divine King's prestige is still there. Qinyan channeled his divine power into the Divine King Heavenly Seal and called out to the creatures of the Heavenly Fire treasured land in his heart, hoping that they would appear on the surface to talk to him. Most of the volcanoes below are now boiling. The fire liquid has many huge bubbles, causing the temperature of the entire Heavenly Fire treasured land to rapidly rise. Are they coming out? Yu Luanhui knows that there is a powerful race here. How could he dare to think of any benefits? It seems like they are very deep down, so it will take some time for them to come out. Yang Long Ling Yu nodded. Qinyan took off his mask and looked at the volcanoes below with a serious expression. If a powerful race appeared and wanted to snatch his Divine King Heavenly Seal, he would attack without hesitation. Bang bang bang, the volcano issued a strange loud sound, then the entire volcano violently trembled. The boiling fire liquid at the volcano's crater suddenly rushed up to the sky. A large amount of fire liquid continuously gushed out from the volcano's crater. It is like tens of thousands of fountains violently erupting at the same time. There are many volcanoes within the Heavenly Fire treasured land. Now that they are erupting at the same time, a large amount of fire liquid surged out like a fountain. Some of the fire liquid even reached a height of tens of thousands of feet. The entire Heavenly Fire treasured land is pouring down a torrential rain of fire liquid. It is spectacular and terrifying. All kinds of rising hot energy and divine power collided within the Heavenly Fire treasured land, releasing waves of flame and lightning that converged into a gale. A large amount of fire liquid descended from the sky and wreaked havoc within the Heavenly Fire treasured land along with the gale. In just a short moment, the Heavenly Fire treasured land was enveloped by a storm formed by violent fire liquid. There are also several incomparably huge fire liquid tornadoes roaring fiercely above the heavenly fire treasured land. Seeing this scene, Qinyan's expression became even more grave. At the same time, he realized that this heavenly flame treasured land was not dead, but alive. The treasured land of the heavenly flame cracked open amidst the violent tremors. The fiery liquid flowed on the entire surface of the treasured land, entering into countless large and small ravines, forming countless rivers and streams. In the end, they transformed into a great formation. Qinyan had heard from Humayr that the Heaven Fox mountain range had a similar formation. However, it was not a fire liquid, but it was more or less the same. Yang Lingyu exclaimed, "This is quite a commotion. It will definitely alarm a lot of big shots." Yu Luanhui was worried that the ancient Yu clan would know that he was with Qinyan, so he immediately disguised himself and followed behind Yang Lingyu. Powerful forces like the Great Divine Lord, the ancient Yu clan, and the Sun Moon Divine clan all possessed Dharma treasures for teleportation. The commotion here was so great that it even caused the myriad worlds divine sun in the sky to fluctuate. Once those powerful clans sensed it, they would definitely rush over immediately. The birth of a powerful race was always earth-shattering. Although the commotion of the heavenly flame treasured land's powerful race was not as great as the heavenly dragon clans, it was still not small. Yu Xiangyun immediately contacted Qinyan and asked, "Qinyan, a large fluctuation of divine power has appeared in the divine desolate. Furthermore, there is the participation of the myriad worlds divine sun's divine power. This phenomenon seems to be the birth of a powerful race." "I know, I'm at the scene," Qinyan said. "I'll go immediately." Yu Xiangyun also wanted to go after knowing that Qinyan was there. "No need, you don't need to come over," Qinyan said. "With the Sun Dragon clan here, those guys won't dare to act recklessly." Yu Xiangyun said, "The Divine Judge and the others are watching the Great Divine Lord and the others. The Divine Judge just told me that the Great Divine Lord did not take action, but he will definitely send people over." "Got it." Qinyan is not afraid of the Great Divine Lord because the Great Divine Lord's vitality was greatly injured before. His recovery speed is not as fast as his, and he even lost the myriad heaven divine sword. In a short period of time, he would not dare to fight against Qinyan. Yang Lingyu is also contacting the boss of the Sun Dragon race and the Heavenly Dragon race, telling them that he is here to deal with it. Everyone is paying attention to this powerful race that is about to come into being. However, there are not many powerhouses coming over. After all, this is not a powerful race like the Heavenly Dragon race. At most, they would only send their elders over to take a look at the situation. The Divine Judge contacted Qinyan through the magic mirror and asked, "Boss Qin, are you at the scene? The law enforcement realm and the Great Divine Lord have joined hands to form a heavenly court." "Heavenly court? Where did they build it? What kind of powerful race are involved?" Qinyan asked. "It's at the original Divine Court City. They occupied our original Divine Court City and now it's changed to Heavenly Court City. The main reason they built the Heavenly Court in the city is to replace our myriad realms Divine Court." The Divine Judge sighed. "My current Heavenly Divine Punishment flag has been lost. My dignity has also suffered a great blow. After I finish dealing with the Heavenly Flame treasured land, I'll go find you and think of a way to help you restore the power of the Heavenly Divine Punishment flag," Qinyan said. The Heavenly Court has already sent people to the Heavenly Flame treasured land. This time they are using the Heavenly Court's banner. They should be trying to rope in that powerful race to join the Heavenly Court. The Divine Judge said. "I won't let them succeed." Qinyan held the Divine King Heavenly Seal and said coldly, "What Heavenly Court? Don't even think about causing trouble in the Divine Desolate. The Heavenly Flame treasured land is currently undergoing a great tribulation, but it is actually undergoing transformation. And this transformation power seems to be coming from the myriad realms divine sun." Qinyan suspects that the Nine Sun Goddess came here a long time ago to place the formation materials. When the time is ripe, the myriad realms divine sun will be able to trigger the mechanism formation that the Nine Sun Goddess set up here and transform the earth into a powerful and safe treasure land. From time to time, Yu Luanhui would pay attention to the great formation he set up. Those formation pillars are still there. This made him feel a lot better. If those formation pillars were destroyed, he would die of heartache. After the heavenly flame-treasured land went crazy, it gradually calmed down. The 5 myriad realms' divine suns shone down a strange multicolored light. A large group of birds flew over from an unknown place and circled above the heavenly flame-treasured land. Then they dropped a large number of seeds and landed on the desolate mountain area of the heavenly flame-treasured land. They are sowing seeds. Could it be that flowers, plants, and trees can be grown in this kind of place? Yang Long Lingyu said in shock. The transformation of the heavenly fire-treasured land is very fast. Flocks of birds flew over and scattered a large amount of seeds. When they fell into the soil, they immediately took root and germinated. Very quickly, small seedlings of flowers, plants, and trees grew. 5. The multicolored light from the myriad realms' divine sun contains a strange divine power. When it shone on the ground, it made the seeds grow very quickly. Xianxia also discovered that this divine power is only effective on these seeds. It has no effect on other seeds. Only in just a short period of more than 2 hours, the originally desolate heavenly fire-treasured land has now grown many large trees. All kinds of flowers, plants, and trees have grown very luxuriantly. The scene caused Xianxia and Yang Long Lingyu to be very shocked. All of this happened too quickly. This means that the divine power of the myriad realms' divine sun is very powerful. Yuluanhui was the first person to discover and manage this heavenly fire-treasured land. Now, he doesn't even recognize the entire heavenly fire-treasured land. Boss Qin, is it because you took out the divine king heavenly seal that this sudden change happened? Yuluanhui asked. Before Xianxia took out the divine king heavenly seal, the heavenly fire-treasured land was filled with death energy. I don't know. Xianxia also felt that it is very strange. He never thought that his divine king heavenly seal would have this kind of effect. Dense dark green forest appeared in the heavenly fire-treasured land. At the same time, there are many golden red rivers and rivers flowing with fire liquid. Not only did the fire liquid not cause the forest to be ignited, it also nourished the flowers and trees here. Heavenly fire-treasured land's races still haven't appeared? Xianxia looked at the sky and said, the multicolored light from the myriad realms' divine sun is still continuing. Just now, it should have strengthened the strong races here, right? Long Lingyu closed his eyes and said, I'll go sense it. While he was trying to sense it, he suddenly felt a wave of fluctuation. Someone is attacking my barrier. Yuluanhui is holding a token in his hand. This token is used to control the barrier of the heavenly fire-treasured land. Such a huge change happened to the heavenly fire-treasured land just now, but it did not damage the barrier that Yuluanhui spent a lot of effort to set up. But seeing the heavenly fire-treasured land, it knew that the barrier has a protective effect. If your barrier is broken, the heavenly fire-treasured land will also have a barrier to defend itself. Xianxia said. Then should I stop the barrier and let them come in? Yuluanhui held the token in his hand, he can't make a decision. Xianxia looked at the sky. The 5 myriad realms' divine suns were still releasing powerful multicolored light. They shone down and enveloped the entire heavenly fire-treasured land. This meant that the heavenly flame paradise had yet to fully mature. No need, let those guys continue attacking, wait until they break the barrier. Xianxia said, if they come in, they will definitely cause trouble everywhere. Not long after, Yang Long Lingyu opened his eyes and said, I sensed some movement. Could those volcanic craters below be the residences of those powerful races? Xianxia saw that the fire liquid at the volcanic crater had already solidified into fiery red crystals. There were many volcanic craters here. If they were all the residences of that powerful clan in Heavenly Flame Precious Land, then there would definitely be many creatures born here. Yes. We are going to the biggest volcano. Yang Long Lingyu asked, do you know which volcano is the biggest? Yun looked at Yuluanhui. Follow me. Yuluanhui flew in front. He had explored this heavenly fire treasure land before and had circled it several times. Naturally, he knew the situation of the volcanoes here. While they were heading towards the largest volcano, they could sense fluctuations coming from their surroundings from time to time. Those fluctuations were clearly the result of someone attacking the barrier. Let those guys torment themselves. Yang Long Lingyu said with smile. With their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to come in. Qin Yan said, if they come in, I wonder how they will treat that powerful race that is about to come into being. This is the territory of that powerful race. If they dare to be arrogant here, then they are courting death. Yang Long Lingyu said with smile. Half an hour later, Yu Luanhui brought Qin Yan and Yang Long Lingyu to the sky above a huge mountain. This huge mountain is also filled with many dark green trees. Under the trees, there are also dense flowers and plants. They are full of vitality and there is even a burst of beautiful flower fragrance. Is this the power of nature? Yang Long Lingyu said with emotion. Boom! Only loud sound came from the sky, at the same time accompanied by a spatial fluctuation. Not bad, these guys actually broke through the space and came in. Yang Long Lingyu looked at the direction of the spatial fluctuation and saw a spatial crack. Only a group of people majestically flew out from the spatial crack. After they entered, they immediately locked onto Qin Yan and Yang Long Lingyu. Qin Yan! An old man and a young man cried out involuntarily. Qin Yan did not change his appearance, nor did he disguise himself. His handsome face is also very easy to recognize. Moreover, he had left an indelible shadow on many people. His face has long been deeply imprinted in those people's souls. It is very difficult to forget him. Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. There are more than 100 people here and there are indeed enemies that he knows. One of them is the 18th sect leader of the law enforcement world, Lung Quan Kuan. The other young man is Yin Tianyi of the Great Yin Divine Race. In addition, there are also the children of the Great Heaven Divine Race's Emperor, Ling Taiyun and Ling Daixin, as well as Great Elder Ling. This group of people can be said to represent the Great Divine Lord and the law enforcement world. And the Great Divine Lord and the law enforcement world jointly established the Heavenly Court. This time, they might have come in the name of the Heavenly Court. And there is an old man and a middle-aged man beside Tianyi. They should be his elders and their status in the Great Yin Divine Race is not low. When Lung Quan Kuan was outside the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Land, his body was destroyed by Qin Yan and Yu Shengyun. Now, he has obtained a powerful body. Yin Tianyi had also been tricked by Qin Yan a few times, so the two of them hated Qin Yan to the bone. When they saw Qin Yan from afar, they shouted loudly. Although their shouts were filled with anger and surprise, they looked like they wanted to swallow Qin Yan alive and kill him at any time. However, their hearts were filled with fear and they did not dare to go over. The shadow that Qin Yan had left on them was hard to erase. Furthermore, Qin Yan had fought with the Great Divine Lord not long ago. The Great Divine Lord's arm had been cut off by Qin Yan and the Myriad Heaven's Divine Sword had been broken. However, Qin Yan looked completely fine at this moment. The Great Divine Lord had repeatedly emphasized on the magic mirror that Qin Yan would not be able to recover for at least 8 to 10 years after being injured. Many people firmly believed this. Not to mention the people from the Great Yin Divine Race and the law enforcement world. So it's you guys. It's good that your souls are not destroyed. Once you have a new body, you can be destroyed by me again. Qin Yan laughed out loud and said, to be honest, it's quite satisfying for me to repeatedly destroy your bodies. Tianyi and Lung Quan Kuan gritted their teeth in hatred. However, they could not do anything to Qin Yan. If they recklessly charged over, they might be beaten to death again. Their souls were indestructible, but every time their bodies were destroyed, it would cause them great pain and fear. Such as not only was Yin Tianyi's body destroyed by Qin Yan, he was also tricked by Qin Yan to drink the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake's water and gave birth to a little monster. This kind of trauma is even more terrible. Also, they all know that Qin Yan has a thing in his hands that can make people give birth to monsters after being injected into their bodies. Previously, he made people give birth to dragon bees and dragon ants. They are all very scary things. In their eyes, Qin Yan is an evil old thief. Qin Yan also noticed that there is an acquaintance here. It is Xian Huazhan, the Great Yin war god of the Great Yin Divine Race. His father Xian Zhangkuan was forced to give Qin Yan a Great Yin bloodline heavenly rune. Yang Long Lingyu said, a new race has been born. My son Dragon Race received the 9 Yang Law Spirits notice and sent me here. 9 Yang Law Spirit? The 9 Yang Law Spirit rarely cares about this kind of thing, right? Generally speaking, this kind of thing is handed over to the Great Divine King to handle. Great the Divine King and the law enforcement realm established the Heavenly Court. We are now members of the Heavenly Court. It is the great Divine King who instructed us to take charge. An old man said. Looking at his bearing, he is the law enforcement great venerable. His rank is much higher than Ling Chuankuan and the other 18 sect masters. Elder Ling Yu, there is no need for your Sun Dragon race here, you can go back. Let us handle the reception and arrangement of this new race's integration into the Divine Desolate. The old man saw Yang Long Ling Yu's dissatisfied expression and said, I am the Law Enforcement Realm's Grand Venerable Starfire, now the Heavenly Court's Divine General Starfire. Ling Chuankuan shouted, Yang Long Ling Yu, that young Divine King doesn't have any power. The 9 Yang Law Spirit said that his main responsibility in the Divine Desolate is to take care of rats, chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, dogs and other low-level beasts. Grand Venerable Starfire laughed loudly and said, after all, he is the young Divine King, this kind of work is very suitable for him. Receiving this kind of powerful race is the great Divine King's job. Yang Long Ling Yu looked at Qin Yun and asked for his opinion. He believes that Qin Yun is the true great Divine King. Just now, it was Qin Yun's Divine King Heavenly Seal that caused the Heavenly Flame Blessed Land to change. Clearly, Qin Yun communicated with the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun and had it transform the Heavenly Flame Blessed Land. Alright then, I'll leave it to you. I will also take this opportunity to learn how you deal with these matters. Qin Yun laughed and said, then I will trouble you. Qin Yun really wanted to see what kind of tricks the Heavenly Court could come up with. The Divine Palace of the Myriad Realms had always been helping the various powerful races to integrate into the Divine Wilderness and making them agree to follow the rules set by the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms. Now that the Great Divine Lord and the Law Enforcement Realm had established the Heavenly Court, it was unknown what they were plotting. Qin Yun and Yang Long Ling Yu moved to the side with Yu Lu and Hui, allowing the group of people to come to the sky above the largest volcano. Qin Yun took out the magic mirror and secretly contacted Xianxia. Princess Xianxia, are you also from the Heavenly Court? I'm not. I came here with my elders to take a look. Ling Daixin replied. She is still very enthusiastic. After all, her mission now is to have a good relationship with Qin Yun. Ling Daixin was dressed very simply. She was wearing a pale white dress, and her hair was casually tied up. However, she looked elegant and beautiful like this. Upper this time, she is going on a blind date, so she dressed very luxuriously and gorgeously, but she is also very beautiful. Just as everyone was waiting for the appearance of the new powerful race, Great Elder Ling suddenly said angrily to Qin Yun, you evil disciple, you slept with my Ling family's daughter and then left. If you are a man, you should be responsible to the end. If you can't even take responsibility for a woman, then you are not worthy to be the Divine King. Ling Daixin can't help but roll her eyes. She never expected that this great elder would actually do this. She had already repeatedly warned him to leave everything to her. Qin Yun, my sister is already yours. You must treat her well. Otherwise, I, Ling Taiyun, will not let you off even if I die. Ling Taiyun said coldly. Daixin, go. As Great Elder Ling spoke, he gently pushed, releasing a gentle palm wind that accurately pushed Ling Daixin to the front of Qin Yun. This scene caused the people from the Heavenly Court to secretly grit their teeth. Because Ling Daixin is truly a very good beauty. And the great Heaven God race's Ling family actually forcefully pushed such a beauty over to Qin Yun. It is very clear that they do not want Ling Daixin to stay in the Ling family and waste their resources. Qin Yun definitely has a lot of resources in his hands and he also has a lot of good things. If Ling Daixin is by his side, he will definitely not suffer a loss. Daixin and I are innocent. I only wanted to help her out that day. Qin Yun said loudly, this is also Daixin's request. I don't care. In any case, from that night onwards, everyone thinks that Daixin is your woman. Great Elder Ling shouted. He felt a lot more at ease. He finally found an opportunity to push Ling Daixin to Qin Yun's side. Yin Tianyi said in a low voice, Great Elder Ling, Qin Yun is the enemy of the Great Divine King. If you give Ling Daixin to him, what will happen to her in the future? My Ling family has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. So what if Qin Yun and the Great Divine King are enemies? But this doesn't prevent Xian from being together with him. I can't do such a vicious thing like breaking up a loving couple. Great Elder Ling coldly snorted and said, do you think I want to? I just don't want Xian to be unable to marry in the future. Furthermore, they are mutually in love. Qinyan secretly cursed this great Elder Ling in his heart, his mouth is full of nonsense. But this Qinyan is our enemy. Xianxia is anxious. He is your enemy. Great Elder Ling said, as long as Qinyan is responsible for Xian, he is not our enemy. Ling Taiyun shouted at Qinyan, Xian will be yours from now on. Look after her a bit, don't let her run back to the Ling family. If our Ling family's married daughter runs back, she will most likely be bullied and humiliated. At that time our Ling family will not let you off. Qinyan cursed a few more times in his heart. How could he not know the wishful thinking of the Ling family? They want to place Ling Daixin by his side so that they can understand him better. The Great Ing God tribe and the law enforcers have also thought of this point. After all, the Ling family can use a woman to exchange for a large amount of information on Qinyan. How can you be so careless with such a big matter? Did your Great Heaven Tribe's emperor agree? Qinyan also wanted to push Ling Daixin away. I, the Great Elder, am in charge of the Ling family's daughter's marriage. The emperor never cares about it, I have the final say. Great Elder Ling said, Qinyan, Xian is the #1 beauty of the 9 Sun Holy Ground. You are lucky. How can she be the #1 beauty of the 9 Sun Holy Ground? Xianxia said unhappily, have you asked my Sun Ing God tribe? Have you asked the 9 Sun Dragon tribe and the 9 Sun Elf tribe? Great Elder Ling sneered, your Sun Ing God tribe's woman is not as good looking as our Ling Taiyun. What are you shouting for? Everyone is speechless. The Sun Ing God tribe and the Great Heaven God tribe are actually quarreling. Just as they were quarreling, the huge volcano below suddenly shot out beams of fire. Streaks of fire shot into the sky from the huge volcano below, turning into huge fireballs. The fireballs hovered in the air and slowly rotated, spewing out fierce flames and blowing out waves of scorching heat waves. What is this? Grand Monarch Starfire took out a stone and threw it at one of the fireballs. Stone before its head could even get close to the fireball, it was burned by the flames. It could be seen that the flames were very strong. Also at this time, each volcano shot rays of light into the sky, which eventually condensed into huge fireballs. Those fireballs were hundreds of meters wide and very hot. Qinyan said in a low voice, these fireballs are mainly used to set up formations. With his heaven eyes, he could see that there were very complicated patterns on the surface of the fireballs. They could float in the air and then form a powerful barrier. On the land of heavenly flame-treasured land, there were countless streams that converged into a large formation, which had already formed a very powerful barrier. And now, there were actually so many huge fireballs, which were about to form an even more powerful formation. Star Grand Monarch Starfire said in a deep voice, with so many fireballs, they should be setting up a formation similar to a star formation, and an offensive one at that. When everyone heard this, they immediately let out a low cry of panic. An offensive killing formation, in other words, heavenly flame-treasured land not only focused on defense, but also on counterattack. If that was the case, this clan of heavenly flame-treasured land must be very warlike, and they might not be easy to communicate with. Star Grand Monarch Starfire suddenly laughed and said, Qinyan, why don't you run away? If a powerful clan appears here, you will definitely be the one to die. Why am I the one who is finished? Qinyan faintly smiled, compared to me, the one who is finished is you. Because you have the God King Heavenly Seal, we can't take it from you. But you are now in the territory of a powerful clan. Do you think such a powerful clan will recognize a little God King like you? Grand Monarch Starfire laughed and said, I'm advising you to run away out of goodwill. It's for your own good. After hearing this, Grand Elder Ling and Ling Taiyun of the Heavenly God clan also had the same worry. Qinyan, hurry up and run away with Xian. Grand Elder Ling shouted, our Ling family doesn't object to you being with her. You can take her with you without worry. Furthermore, our Ling family doesn't need any benefits from you. Xian was very helpless. She could only take out a mask and put it on. She did not want others to see her expression that was full of hidden bitterness and helplessness. Great Elder Ling, I've been a little short on money recently. I heard that a large number of Divine Universe golden rocks have appeared in the Nine Sun sacred ground. Can you first give me some Divine Universe golden stones so that I can save you? Qinyan wanted to see how much the Ling family was willing to spend in order to arrange for Ling Daixin to stay by his side. Ling Great Elder really wanted to curse, he didn't expect Qinyan to do this. It must be known that they secretly gave Ling Daixin a great heavenly bloodline heavenly rune. Giving Qinyan the Tai Tian bloodline heavenly pattern to the Great Divine Lord, the Tai Yin Divine Tribe and the other clans of the Tai Tian Divine Tribe would be in big trouble if they found out. And Grand Elder Ling couldn't directly tell Qinyan that they wanted to give him the Great Heaven bloodline heavenly rune. They were afraid that Qinyan would be too vigilant and stay away from Ling Daixin. Ling Great Elder and the others asked Ling Daixin to pretend to steal the Great Heaven Divine Tribe's bloodline heavenly rune and secretly give it to Qinyan to win his favor. That way, she would have a very high position in Qinyan's heart. Great Elder Ling, I don't need a lot of Divine Universe golden stones, just 100 million. That shouldn't be much to you, right? Qinyan said again. That's not much? Do you know what 100 million Divine Universe golden stones means? Can your storage divine tool hold it? Ling Taiyun shouted. Don't worry about whether I can hold it or not. I can hold as many as you want. Qinyan said with a smile, if you sincerely want Daixin's good, then you shouldn't let her come to me empty-handed. You should at least give her some wealth, right? When others saw Qinyan's words, they all sighed in their hearts. Not only did Qinyan obtain a beauty, he also wanted to extort money from the Great Heaven Divine Tribe. Daixin, come here. I'll give you something. Great Elder Ling gritted his teeth and called Ling Daixin over. Ling Daixin found it funny. She also didn't expect Qinyan to find an opportunity to take advantage of her. Little Yun, this cheap beauty is worth it. Ling Yun laughed. The Great Heaven Divine Tribe's Ling family is truly a weirdo. Qinyan originally just wanted to probe, he thought that the Ling family wouldn't give it to him. He didn't expect that they would actually give it to him. Great Elder Ling took out a golden card and stuffed it into Ling Daixin's hand. After exhorting a few words, he told her to return to Qinyan's side. She came to Qinyan's side and said in low voice, Boss Qin, let's go. The Divine Universe golden stones you wanted are in my hands. You got it? Qinyan was alarmed. Everyone present is also shocked. This is our Great Heaven Divine Tribe's Ling family's Divine Universe golden card. In the future, you can go to all the golden stone shops in the cities built by our Ling family and extract the Divine Universe golden stones. Ling Daixin also wants to quickly take Qinyan away. She is afraid that Qinyan will be attacked by the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land's powerful clans. Heavens, the group of youngsters of the Imperial Court are gnashing their teeth in jealousy. Not only did Qinyan obtain a great beauty from the Great Heaven Divine Tribe, he also obtained 100 million Divine Universe golden stones. Is this the benefit of being a little divine king? What, he didn't have to do anything, and beauties and riches were sent to his doorstep. This made him extremely envious. Of course, only the big shots understood that the Great Heaven Divine Race had arranged for a spy to stay by Qinyan's side. In the long run, they wouldn't lose much. The Sun Moon Holy Tribe was well aware that Ling Daixin, the Tadian battle goddess, had mastered a powerful mind-bewitching technique. Not to mention men, even women would be mesmerized by her. Such as if Ling Daixin was by Qinyan's side and used the mind-bewitching divine art from time to time, she would definitely be able to pry out many secrets from Qinyan. As for Grand Elder Ling and the others, they did not have such thoughts because Ling Daixin clearly told them that her mind-bewitching divine art was ineffective against Qinyan. The Ling family only wanted to use their relationship with Ling Daixin to secretly cooperate with Qinyan and obtain the greatest benefits. Because from their point of view, Qinyan, this little divine king, will not fall in a short period of time. Furthermore, they are not willing to become enemies with Qinyan. In that case, they will cooperate with Qinyan and obtain benefits. Qinyan didn't know why the Ling family had asked Ling Daixin to come to his side, but he didn't intend to refuse. After all, Ling Daixin was a very powerful woman. Moreover, he needed Ling Daixin's help to understand the situation in the Nine Sun sacred ground. From his point of view, Ling Daixin was not a threat to him at all. At the same time, she was very valuable. The fireballs of heavenly fire treasured land had already scattered in the air while everyone was talking, forming a star array. This in an instant, the Ling family, Yanglong Lingyu, and Ling Daixin hurriedly asked Qin Yun to leave heavenly fire treasured land. Qin Yunyun didn't intend to leave because he had used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to turn heavenly fire treasured land into this state. The other he didn't want to see the powerful clans of heavenly fire treasured land join the heavenly court. Ling Daixin held Qin Yun's hand tightly and begged softly, "Qin Yun, listen to me and quickly leave. The powerful clans in the heavenly fire treasure land are very strong. If they want to snatch your Divine King Heavenly Seal, you will be in great danger. Even the great Divine King can't take me down, what's there to be afraid of?" Qin Yun said with a smile. He was not worried at all. "Qin Yun, you are seriously injured right now, it's not convenient for you to fight. You should hurry up and take your beauty away," Ling Taiyun shouted. Ling Daixin glared at Ling Taiyun in anger. Why did he always say such embarrassing words to her? "Qin Yun, I'll give you the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Why aren't you leaving with Daixin? Do you want to stay here and get beaten up? Don't tell me you want us to help you block the enemies?" Great Elder Ling thought of something and became even more anxious. Ling Taiyun quickly signaled Ling Daixin with his eyes and secretly sent her a sound transmission from afar, telling her to seduce Qin Yun and leave. If Qin Yun was surrounded and beaten up here, their Ling family would definitely take action. Ling Taiyun was not weak and was also very good at fighting. However, he was rather lazy. If he could avoid fighting, he would be too lazy to fight. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me." In order to stop them from making noise, Qin Yun released the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda and pulled Ling Daixin inside. He shouted from inside, "My pagoda is very safe. Can you rest assured now?" Looking at the square pillar-shaped blue stone pagoda floating in the air, everyone couldn't help but imagine that Qin Yun and Ling Daixin were intimate inside. This bastard, could it be that he wants to wait for a powerful clan to appear while enjoying himself? He really knows how to play. Ling Taiyun cursed in a low voice. "Ling family, aren't you afraid of going for wool and coming home shorn? How can Qin Yun be so easy to deal with? Your number one beauty of the 9-sun holy land might be eaten by him without getting anything," Xian Huazhan said with a low snort. "That's right, your Ling family is also an emperor clan of the great heaven divine race. For a small profit, you actually sacrificed the daughter of the emperor, and to a guy like Qin Yun. Your Ling family is really shameless," Grand Monarch Starfire said in a very bad mood. "How disappointing. That was because they belonged to the same camp. Even if they did not attack Qin Yun, they should have attacked Qin Yun together." However, not only did the Ling family not attack Qin Yun, they even gifted him a Tadian goddess of war. This made all the young and middle-aged men envious. Qin Yun and Ling Daixin sat on the first floor of the 9 Suns heaven-raising pagoda. Ling Daixin took off her mask. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hidden bitterness as she looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and extended his hand to touch Ling Daixin's face. After all, this is a very beautiful face. Furthermore, it feels very good to touch. Now it's good, although nothing happened between you and I, everyone thinks that I, Ling Daixin, am your woman. Ling Daixin bitterly sighed and gently pushed away Qin Yun's hand. "This has nothing to do with me. You were the one who asked me to ruin your blind date." Qin Yun spread his hands and said, "I am also very helpless. Everyone thinks that you are my woman. You have taken advantage of me." "Humph." Ling Daixin tenderly snorted, then pinched Qin Yun's hand and said angrily, "Why are you so annoying? Can't you say something nice?" Qin Yun said with smile, "The number one beauty of the 9-sun holy land is barely worthy of me, Qin Yun. Then I will reluctantly accept this kind of rumor and be your man in name." Ling Daixin approached Qin Yun and asked with smile, "Then Boss Qin, you should be the number one handsome guy in Divine Desolate, right?" "Don't brag, I am not the number one handsome guy in Divine Desolate. I am very modest, I am only the third handsome guy." Qin Yun waved his hand and said with smile. "Qin Yun, I heard that you are very romantic. How many women do you have?" Ling Daixin asked. "Will they find trouble with me?" "I don't know how many women I have, I never counted." Qin Yan chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you are only my woman in name, they won't find trouble with you. On the contrary, my enemies might make a move against you." Ling Daixin is truly curious about the powerful women around Qin Yan. She asked, "Xiao Yuelan is your wife, other than her, who else? Is it Yao Yao?" "Yao Yao is not." Qin Yan promptly said, "Don't speak carelessly, Yao Yao is not someone to be trifled with. Then being my man in name will give you more or less trouble, I am truly sorry." Ling Daixin curled her lips and said, "There is no other way, this is what the family wants me to do." Qin Yan said with smile, "It's fine, just give me that Divine Universe gold card. Exchanging this bit of trouble for 100 million Divine Universe metal stones is worth it. Qin Yan, I will make an exchange with you, I will give you something good, don't drive me away, just let me follow you, make the family think that I am with you." Ling Daixin wants to give the Great Heaven Bloodline Heavenly Rune to Qin Yan. "You really want to follow me?" Qin Yan said with frown, "What is your Ling family planning? Do they want you to get close to me and then have you assassinate me? Let's put it this way. Great Elder Ling has high hopes for you and intends to place his bets on you. I am the link between you and the Ling family. With me around, the Ling family will believe that you are worth cooperating with in the future." Ling Daixin also laid everything out. "What about your great emperor father? Does he know about this?" Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. Before, he thought that Ling family sent Ling Daixin to his side because they wanted to plot against him. "My father never cares about these things, Great Elder is in charge of them. He will not object because my father wants to focus on other things and the burden of maintaining the prosperity of the family is mainly on Great Elder's shoulders." Ling Daixin said. "Only when Ling family is in danger will my father take action. My father would only act when there was a crisis. As for other trivial matters, he would never care about them." Qin Yan cannot help but feel apprehensive. This great emperor of Great Heaven clan is truly someone who does great things. This is also somewhat similar to him. He also doesn't want to care about so many things but sometimes he can't help himself. If the Great Heaven clan emperor can do it, it means that he can focus on becoming stronger and doing important things. Also, if the family really thinks that I am your woman, then I don't need to go on a blind date." Ling Daixin said with smile. "Alright, let's sign a soul contract. You promise not to harm me or the people around me, not to harm my interests and not to betray me." Qin Yan said. "As for the thing you want to give me, forget it, I don't lack anything." He believes that even if Ling Daixin's gift is very precious, he will not like it. "Are you sure you don't want it? What if you want it?" Ling Daixin said with mischievous smile. "Alright, it's a deal. Take it out." Qin Yan also wants to see what Ling Daixin has. Ling Daixin immediately took out a pearl, held it with both hands and handed it over to Qin Yan. She said with smile, "Holy Teacher Long, take a look at this." Inside the pearl, there are many vein-like runes, they are interweaving together and condensing into a ball. It looks like it has life, those runes are throbbing and when throbbing, blood is flowing inside. This is a bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan's eyes are wide open, he really did not expect that Ling Daixin would have a bloodline heavenly rune. But now he realized that this bloodline heavenly rune was given to her by Great Elder Ling. Now he realized that Ling family spent a lot of capital to bring Ling Daixin to his side. "I stole it, you helped me ruin my blind date last time, I still have not thanked you." Ling Daixin's smile is very beautiful and enchanting. Qin Yan knows that she is deliberately smiling to cover up her lies. "Daixin, is this given to you by Great Elder Ling?" Qin Yan very earnestly said, "Since your Ling family is willing to spend so much capital, you must have encountered a crisis. I hope I can help you in the future." Ling Daixin's beautiful smile gradually disappeared, she earnestly nodded and said with sigh, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I also told the Grand Elder that it would be best to be honest with you, but he still told me to do as he said. This is a bloodline heavenly pattern. He said that this bloodline heavenly rune is stolen. This is a good thing, I will accept it." Qin Yan is truly unable to refuse this kind of thing. "Very good, then we will sign soul contract." Ling Daixin said with smile, "Now I feel relieved, the family's mission has been completed." Qin Yan and Ling Daixin signed soul contract, so he can feel at ease and let her stay by his side. At least he doesn't need to be on guard against her plotting against him. I want you to agree to my small condition, it is to let me see you alone. I want to see what kind of woman your wife is. Ling Daixin looked at Qin Yan's eyes, finished speaking and then hastily said, if it is not possible, then forget it. Yuan, she. If you see her, you will surely regret it. Qin Yan spread out his hands and said. What? Is she very fierce? Will she attack me when she sees me? Ling Daixin frowned and said, your wife is so fierce. You shouldn't have so many women, right? Yes, she will. When she saw the women around me, she attacked them. Qin Yan sighed and said. If you want to see her, then be prepared to be bullied by her. I'm not afraid. I, Ling Daixin, am also very charming. Ling Daixin's eyes flickered with infatuation. I hope so. Qin Yan said with a smile. Right at this moment, a wave of clamor came from outside. After the heavenly fire star array was set up, that powerful race finally appeared. Qin Yan and Ling Daixin are on the first floor. They walked to the window on the wall and looked down at the largest volcano. They saw many people flying into the sky. Those people all looked very young, and the one leading them looked like a middle-aged man. There were a few hundred people who had flown up. Their bodies were quite even and they were not very muscular. They wore simple white clothes and did not have any weapons in their hands. The most puzzling thing is that these people look very weak. They don't have that kind of powerful aura on their bodies. They look like a weak race. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye to observe these people from inside the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. He cannot help but jump in fright. What's wrong? Ling Daixin hastily asked. These people don't have no bones. Qin Yan said in shock. They don't even have flesh and blood, they only have skin. Or it could be said that there is a very powerful energy inside their bodies that completely replaced flesh and blood. What a mystical creature. Ling Daixin is also very shocked. They look very weak, but the main reason is that the divine power inside their bodies is in a very gentle state. Qin Yan said, let's put it this way, the divine power inside their bodies is like oil that has not been ignited. When they need to fight, they will immediately ignite. Ling Daixin said with frown, then will the elders be in danger? Use the magic mirror to send a message to them. Tell them to be careful and not to get involved. Just watch from the side. Qin Yan said, tell them to get as close to the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda as possible. If something happens, I will bring them in. Ling Daixin nodded and immediately contacted Great Elder Ling. At this time, Qin Yan also sent his findings to Yang Long Lingyu and Yu Luanhui through the magic mirror and told them to stay near the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. You have invaded my fire tribulation madman race's territory, please leave immediately. The leading middle-aged man said in a calm tone. Fire tribulation madman race? The name of this powerful race is very strange. Before, they thought that this powerful race might be called the Heavenly Fire God race or something like that. When Qin Yan heard this name, he knew that this powerful race is different from the previous powerful races. He suddenly felt that it was even more interesting. Grand Monarch Starflame said coldly. We were sent here by the Grand Godly King. I'm Divine General Starflame of the Heavenly Court, and I'm in charge of receiving and guiding the newly born powerful races. We're not here to invade your territory. Instead, we're here to tell you the rules of the God Desolate Heaven. The leading middle-aged man of the Fire Tribulation Madman race said in a calm tone, I am the patriarch of the Fire Tribulation Madman race, Xianxia. I hope you can leave our territory as soon as possible. Xianxia's attitude was very good. If it were someone else with a bad temper, they would definitely start a fight after being invaded. You have never heard of the Great God King? Is there too much fire liquid in your head? Don't you have inherited memories? Grand Monarch Starfire said angrily. All powerful races that have emerged from the divine desolate heavens have inherited memories about the Great God King. Lung Chuankuan said coldly. The Heavenly Court was founded by the Great God King, and we are all senior members of the Heavenly Court. Since your race has appeared in the divine desolate heavens, you have to listen to our orders and do whatever we tell you to do. Grand Monarch Starfire said with a gloomy face. Besides, the divine desolate heavens belongs to the great God King, and we from the heavenly court can go wherever we want. There is no such thing as invading his territory. Hand over the control of the ward here to us. If you don't cooperate, I promise that the army of the heavenly court will come immediately and raze your race to the ground. Seeing Grand Monarch Starfire and the others act like this in the Nine Suns sky-raising pagoda, Qin Yun knew that they were used to being arrogant. As bystanders, Qin Yun and company felt that the heavenly court's people were too arrogant. They were in someone else's territory, yet they were so overbearing. What surprised Qin Yun was that the fire tribulation-crazed race member had a surprisingly good temper. Their clan emperor, Xianxia, still said very calmly, "We have never heard of the heavenly court, nor have we heard of the great divine lord. We, the fire tribulation-frenzied clan, are born from the heavens and earth. We don't need to listen to anyone. Even the Nine-Yang Dharma spirit can't force us to do what we want, we don't want to do it." Grand Monarch Starflame laughed wildly and said, "Our heavenly court represents heaven and earth. The Grand God King controls heaven and earth, which means he created you. Now you know how strong the Grand God King is, don't you? Then why aren't you kneeling down and worshipping me, the heavenly court's divine general?" Grand Monarch Starflame, who had been conferred the title of Divine General Starflame in the heaven, had a certain status. This was the first time he had shown off his status. "You represent heaven and earth? You're not worthy." Xianxuang's face gradually darkened, and his voice was laced with anger. The members of the frenzied fire race were finally enraged. The eyes of the hundreds of frenzied fire race members behind Xianxuang began to change. Looking at them, it was as if their eyes had turned into two fire beads. "Since you want us to obey the heavenly court and the great divine lord, then show us your strength. Which one of you will come first?" Xianxuang spoke in a low voice, "If all of you aren't as strong as us yet dare to act arrogantly here, then we'll definitely teach all of you a lesson." With a cold smile, Grand Monarch Starfire said, "Overconfident weaklings. You want to challenge the majesty of our heavenly court with your meager strength? You really don't know what's good for you." Then, he waved his hand, signaling for a middle-aged man to pass. The middle-aged man looked like he was from the law enforcer world and had a very powerful puppet body. He came out from the crowd and flew towards Xianxuang. Xianxuang also waved his hand, signaling a young man beside him to attack. The young man took a step forward and arrived before the middle-aged law enforcer. Then, his body turned into flames and enveloped the middle-aged man. In just an instant, the soul of the middle-aged law enforcer flew out in fear and abandoned his body. The young man from the Fire Tribulation Frenzy clan had already turned into a ball of flame, and now, the flame was slowly returning to its human form. From the beginning to the end, everything looked very calm. Even though it had turned into flames, it looked very gentle and did not emit a powerful flame aura. Just like that, the middle-aged law enforcer's puppet body was incinerated without a trace. Seeing this, Grand Monarch Starfire and the others were secretly shocked. They had all underestimated the young man from the Fire Tribulation Frenzy clan. Judging from their auras, they did not have the aura and power that a strong clan should have. When the All Heavens Dragon clan had appeared, the aura they had displayed was extremely frightening. As a result, the other powerful factions didn't dare to have any other thoughts and could only go over to congratulate them. Inside the Nine Suns heaven-raising pagoda, Qin Yun already knew that the Fire Tribulation crazy race is very strong. Their divine power has always been in a gentle state. Once it is ignited, it will be very terrifying. Just now, when the young man turned into a flame, he was still in a very gentle state. He didn't use his strongest power, but it was already very terrifying. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Xianxuang raised his voice and shouted, "Do you really want us to destroy your bodies before you're willing to leave our territory? Shut up, you bastards. Shut up. What right do you have to drive away people from the heavenly court? You ignorant weaklings should surrender to the heavenly court and worship the great godly king as your master. You're courting death by fighting against us. This will only lead to your extinction." Grand Monarch Starfire still thought that the heavenly court was strong enough to suppress this disobedient Fire Tribulation Frenzy clan. "We've been living underground for a long time. This is the first time we've come to the surface. I didn't expect to run into creatures as ferocious as you. Not only did you invade our territory, but you're also so arrogant. Xianxia was infuriated. His short, pitch-black hair suddenly burst into flames. Surround them and burn them to death. Xianxia suddenly let out an explosive roar. His sound waves spread out and unexpectedly set off fierce waves of fire in the sky. It looked like a large pool of liquid fire was surging in the sky towards Grand Monarch Starfire and the others. The other Fire Tribulation Frenzy clan members all morphed into balls of flames and rapidly spread out, charging towards the Heavenly Court members. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the Fire Tribulation Frenzy clan members had become several times stronger. At this moment, they no longer looked as gentle as before. Instead, they looked like maddened men of fire. Their bodies were covered in raging flames, and these enraged fire beasts fiercely charged at the Heavenly Courts group. The dozen members of the Ling clan, Yang Dragon Lingyu, and Yu Luanhui were all standing near the Nine-Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda. Although they didn't enter, the protective shield released by the Nine-Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda was able to fend off the fierce flames that were rushing towards them. The Heavenly Court members screamed miserably under the impact. A few of them with weaker strength were run through by a Fire Tribulation Frenzy clan member, and then their bodies were torn into many small balls of flames. After all, Grand Monarch Starfire was a law enforcement Grand Monarch and a divine general of the Heavenly Court. Even though he was caught off guard, he was still very strong. Experts from the law enforcement realm and the Sun In Divine clan didn't die when facing the young Fire Tribulation Frenzy clan members. Instead, they were able to fight 2 or 3 of them at once. There were only about 20 experts from the Heavenly Court. The rest had been killed. You're finished. I've already asked for reinforcements from the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court's army will be here soon. Grand Monarch Starfire said angrily. The news that a great battle had taken place here spread quickly. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, it was the first time that it had been resisted by other powerful races, and they had suffered heavy casualties. Xianxia, who was wreathed in flames, didn't make a move. However, the aura he released was very terrifying. Even Grand Monarch Starflame and the other powerful experts felt great pressure. The reinforcements from the Heavenly Court arrived very quickly. In just a few moments, thousands of experts had arrived, many of whom were led by experts. After learning that the Heavenly Court had been attacked by a powerful race, other onlookers also arrived. Qingyun saw many familiar faces, such as Yu Xingyu, Yu Yaoyao's father, the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, the Sun Dragon Emperor, and the Bright Moon Sect Master. The Sun In Divine Clan's Emperor and the Heaven Mystery Sect's Xianxia also arrived. The most surprising thing was that none of the Fire Tribulation Frenzy clan members were injured. Their bodies were made of liquefied fire, so it was difficult for them to bleed or get injured. Although some of the Fire Tribulation Frenzy clan members had their bodies shattered, they quickly reformed. If the flames on their bodies were reduced, they would fall into the liquefied fire on the ground and come out, and recover immediately. The fire and madness of the Fire Tribulation Frenzied tribesmen were on full display at this moment. It was truly shocking. The people from the Heavenly Court couldn't defend against the Fire Calamity tribe's ferocious attack. After all, this was the Fire Calamity tribe's territory. No one knew how many more Fire Calamity tribe members were down there. The most shocking thing was that Xianxia, the emperor of the clan, had yet to make a move, but the fiery aura he released was extremely terrifying. Only Qingyun can see that the flame aura released by Xianxia is not only used to scare people, it is also used to strengthen the flame of other crazy Fire Tribulation people. This group of Fire Tribulation madmen is truly terrifying. They don't have bodies. If their souls are also undying and indestructible, then wouldn't they be very difficult to exterminate? Someone said in horror. That group of descendants of the Divine Sun, they are above the myriad world's Divine Sun, they are also undying and indestructible. After their bodies are destroyed, they can immediately be reborn, so it is very difficult to kill them. In other words, the members of the Fire Tribulation Frenzy tribe are equivalent to the descendants of the godly Sun God in this heavenly fire treasure land. Hearing someone say this, even though the people present were in a very hot environment, they still shuddered. The Fire Tribulation Frenzy race was actually a mutated form of the Divine Sun God's descendants. Everyone knew that the descendants of the God Sun could only have their souls leave the God Sun. Therefore, the bodies of the descendants of the god sun that were active outside the god sun were puppets. The bodies of the crazy fire tribulation race's members were condensed from fire liquid, which was much better than a puppet's body. Moreover, if their bodies were destroyed, their souls could enter the heaven flame treasureland's fire liquid and immediately reform their bodies. Tian at this moment, the people of the Eastern Court felt that they had been screwed, especially Grand Monarch Starfire. He really thought that the great godly king could intimidate all the races, because the great godly king had once said so. When the God King established the heavenly courts, he said that as long as a race appeared in the divine wilderness, they would have inherited memories. They would all know that the great God King was supreme. But the fire tribulation frenzied race in front of them did not acknowledge any great divine king at all. Xianxia, who was inside the nine-sun sky-raising pagoda, found it hilarious. Although the heavenly court's army had arrived, they did not make the fire tribulation madman tribe submit. There were still a few hundred members of the Mad Fire Tribulation clan, and they were still charging fiercely in the sky. Their bodies had turned into balls of fiery liquid, and they were desperately smashing into the army of the Heaven Court. Just now, in order to let Grand Monarch Starfire and the others leave, Xianxia had opened a large hole in the sky so that they would retreat. However, he hadn't expected that not only would Grand Monarch Starfire and the others not leave, but they would also call for thousands of reinforcements. The Heavenly Court had just been established not long ago, and it was something that the great Divine Lord attached great importance to. The joint law enforcement world was also to strengthen the prestige of the Heavenly Court and increase its deterrence. If the Heavenly Court couldn't take down the fire tribulation madman this time, the Heavenly Court would be humiliated. After all, the Heavenly Court claimed to be able to completely replace the Myriad Realms' Divine Court. With someone like Grand Monarch Starfire working for the Heaven Court, the Heaven Court won't be a threat at all. Xianxia shook his head and said with a smile, just now, Grand Monarch Starfire was so rude to the human emperor. Xianxia already gave him face by not killing him. As soon as Grand Monarch Fire had seen them, he had asked them to kneel down and lick the Heaven's boots. The fact that they hadn't been beaten up right away showed that they had a good temper. Only Xianxia knew that the fire tribulation madman still had the most powerful ability that they hadn't shown yet, which was that tribulation. The fire tribulation madman had already shown the power of fire and madness, but tribulation hadn't shown up yet, which meant that they wouldn't easily release this powerful power. In just a short time, more than 1,000 of the Heavenly Court's goons had been killed. On the other hand, the fire tribulation madman didn't suffer any losses. Moreover, they only had a few hundred people. This kind of strength made all the experts present exclaim repeatedly. Even the dragons wouldn't dare to speak loudly in front of these guys. The Heavenly Court is really arrogant to the extreme. They actually made such a powerful race kneel down and lick their boots. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said with a laugh. No matter how courageous the dragons of the heavens are, they wouldn't dare to come to someone else's territory and make a fuss. But where did these guys from the Heavenly Court get the courage to be so arrogant in someone else's territory? Wang Haoyue said. Of course it's the great Divine Lord's bragging that gave them the courage. But the great Divine Lord himself is an idiot. His courage can only be used to fart. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said with a laugh. Xianxia just contacted the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. He has already obtained by Shenyang's Sun seed and will soon give it to him. This made him very happy. Everyone knows that Xianxia is here. His 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda is very conspicuous. Many big shots of the Ling family are familiar with Yonglong and Lingyu. They saw that they are all near the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and have not been attacked. This can't help but make everyone secretly suspect that the fire tribulation madman race doesn't dare to attack the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. After all, the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda was created by the ancestral god Sunday. Moreover, the more myriad realms divine suns there are, the stronger it becomes. In a sense, the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda can also be considered the symbol of the divine king. All of you, retreat, suddenly a voice rang out. This is the voice of the Sun Moon Emperor. The Sun Moon Emperor is the disciple of the great Divine Lord. Currently, he holds an important position in the Heavenly Court. In the Heavenly Court, he is one of the people with the greatest authority under the great Divine Lord. Newly the Sun Moon Emperor has arrived. The law enforcement realm king has also arrived. Their law enforcement realm participated in the establishment of the heavenly court. Now that such a thing has happened, he has no choice but to come. It is unknown why the great divine lord did not come. As the great divine lord, he should have personally come and displayed his formidable strength to intimidate the fire tribulation madman race. But now, he has not appeared. Ling Great Elder, Ling Taiyun and the other Ling family members are secretly rejoicing that they did not participate. They cannot help but admire Qin Yun. Because Qin Yun told them that the fire tribulation madman race is very strong. Moreover, when they were near the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, they were not attacked by the fire tribulation madman race. The law enforcement realm king is a middle-aged man with a head full of runes. He is currently wearing a helmet and the runes on his head cannot be seen. The law enforcement realm king is a descendant of the divine sun. His soul is very strong and the puppet body he uses can also release very strong divine power. When the law enforcement realm king and the sun moon emperor appeared, they released a strong aura that caused Hu Xianxia to restrain himself. Hu Xianxia lightly shouted. Only many balls of fire liquid flew back to Hu Xianxia's back and then turned into white-clothed young men. Just none of the young men who came out to fight were injured. Not only did they defeat the heavenly court's army, they were also completely unharmed. He was actually unscathed. This fire tribulation madman was even more terrifying. The Yin race emperor stared at Hu Xianxia from far away. He also did not dare to approach the fire tribulation madman race emperor. He said coldly, "Fire tribulation madman race, since you have appeared in the divine desolate, you need to integrate into the divine desolate and accept the rules set by the heavenly court." Many people had witnessed the temper of the fire tribulation madman tribe and Ling Taiyun had also uploaded it to the demonic mirror. The people of divine wilderness were not blind. From what they had seen on the demonic mirror, they knew that the heavenly court was too arrogant, especially Grand Venerable Star Flame, who had been cursed by many. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's voice was resounding and full of majesty as he said, "Regardless of whether you integrate into divine wilderness or not, you have to report to the heavenly court and accept its rule. Because the heavenly court represents divine wilderness, you cannot ignore the existence of the heavenly court while you are in divine wilderness." Why? Is the heavenly court powerful enough? If the heavenly court is not as powerful as the fire tribulation madman tribe, how can you rule us? Rules are made by the rulers. As the rulers, you have to be stronger than us. Hu Xianxia sneered. He had made it very clear that he only believed in strength. He would acknowledge whoever was stronger. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was speechless. It was too difficult to show his strength to the fire tribulation madman tribe. It was like showing his strength to the All Heavens Dragon tribe. The All Heavens Dragon tribe did not care about the heavenly court because the heavenly court was not powerful enough to rule the All Heavens Dragon tribe. Seeing that the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor was silent, Hu Xianxia sneered, "You are not powerful and yet you want to be a ruler. You are so arrogant and want my tribe to kneel before you. You are overestimating yourself." The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and the Law Enforcement Realm King were speechless. They were not as arrogant as Grand Venerable Star Flame. They could see that Hu Xianxia was very powerful. Even if he was not as powerful as the All Heavens Dragon Emperor, he was close. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and the Law Enforcement Realm King exchanged a look and then looked at the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda. Deacon the Law Realm King pointed at the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda and said, "Hu Xianxia, do you see that pagoda? The guy in there is the most despicable. The villain in there once had a myriad realms divine court that enslaved powerful tribes that had just been born. That's right. This person is very despicable and cunning. Although he did not make a move, he is waiting for an opportunity. He has mastered all kinds of evil skills and poisons. You better hurry." The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said. They want to direct the anger of the fire tribulation madman race to Qin Yun. As long as the fire tribulation madman race and Qin Yun start fighting, everyone will soon forget the embarrassing scene. The Yin Emperor and the Law Enforcement Realm King had already given up on the idea of having the fire tribulation madman join the heaven. They cursed Grand Monarch Starfire inwardly for being a fool. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. At this moment, Grand Monarch Starfire was also under great pressure. The Emperor of the Sun Moon tribe and the Realm King of Law Enforcement were full of killing intent, and both of them were targeting him. Friends of the Fire Tribulation Madman, the reason why we were so rude to you this time is because we were bewitched by those scoundrels in the pagoda. They told us that you're all animals, and that we only need to treat you like animals. The most despicable thing is that they used us. Grand Monarch Starflame hastily shouted. The young man from the Fire Tribulation race glared at the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda. At the Ling family members near the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda, as well as Yanglong and Ling Yu, were instantly terrified. They wouldn't be a problem if they were to face the youths of the Fire Tribulation Crazy Tribe. Such as if the Fire Tribulation Crazy Tribe charged at them, they would be in trouble. The Emperor of the Sun Moon tribe and the Law Enforcement Realm King's killing intent towards Grand Monarch Starfire was greatly reduced, because Grand Monarch Starfire's words had played a big role. The young man from the Fire Tribulation Crazy Tribe immediately surrounded the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda, while Xianxia stared at the pagoda with a serious face. Everyone only now did they realize that the Fire Tribulation Crazy Tribe wasn't afraid of the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda. It was only because the pagoda hadn't attacked them that the Fire Tribulation Crazy Tribe hadn't targeted it. "Qin Yun, we're in trouble," Ling Daixin said in a low voice. "Let's go. Don't be afraid. We'll be fine." Qin Yun looked at Xianxia from inside the pagoda, as if he was thinking about something. Ling Taiyun and Grand Elder Ling were outside the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda, leaning against the wall of the first floor. They were knocking on the wall, hoping that Qin Yun would take action. The young man from the Fire Tribulation Crazy Tribe that had surrounded the Nine Sun Sky-Raising Pagoda was gradually approaching. At the big shots in the sky, all know that the person inside the pagoda is Qin Yun. They all think that Qin Yun's injuries haven't healed yet, so he is hiding inside the pagoda. They all want to know what will happen when Qin Yun faces Xianxia. Yin Tianyi suddenly shouted, "Fire Tribulation Crazy Tribe friend, the guy inside the pagoda has a small Divine King Heavenly Seal. As long as you get it, you will become a small Divine King." God King Heavenly Seal? Xianxia's expression changed. The Divine King Heavenly Seal is in that scoundrel's hands. As long as you get it and kill the person inside, not only you will become a small Divine King, you will also enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor said. Although he didn't want the Heavenly Seal to fall into Xianxia's hands, he still said it. The Law Enforcement Realm King also encouraged Xianxia and said with smile, "As long as you kill the person inside and obtain the small Divine King Heavenly Seal, you will become one of the two Divine Kings of Divine Desolate." Xianxia looked at the tightly closed pagoda door and hastily shouted, "Do you really have the Divine King Heavenly Seal? Then quickly come out." Everyone is somewhat surprised. They didn't expect that Xianxia would know about the Divine King Heavenly Seal and be in such a hurry to get it. Seeing Xianxia's anxious expression, the spectators are filled with anticipation for the battle between Xianxia and Qin Yun. Is the Divine King Heavenly Seal really that important? Guangyang Tiger Emperor yelled, "Fire Tribulation Crazy Tribe friend, I am from the Guangyang Tiger race. We are both fire attribute, we can be said to be of the same bloodline. You must believe me, the person inside the pagoda is not a scoundrel, those people are. The Divine King Heavenly Seal is very important. I don't care whether the person inside the pagoda is a scoundrel or not, I only care whether the Divine King Heavenly Seal is in his hands or not." Xianxia said with grave expression, "The person inside the pagoda, please come out and let me see your Divine King Heavenly Seal." Guangyang Tiger Emperor hastily yelled, "Big brother, the Divine King Heavenly Seal is nothing to see. That group of people are using you to watch you fight a fierce battle with others." Fire said. Xianxia looked at the pagoda door, his expression is grave and anxious. His fists are tightly clenched, it seems like he is very concerned about the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and Law Enforcement Realm King can't help but laugh sinisterly. Grand Venerable Starflame is smiling from ear to ear. Nanyang Qing Tian Pagoda's door opened and Qin Yun walked out with his Divine King Heavenly Seal in his palm. "This is the Godly King Heavenly Seal." Qin Yun's expression is calm, he faintly smiled and said, "The statue on the Divine King Heavenly Seal is me, but it is not as handsome as me." What is shocking is that after Qin Yun brought Ling Daixin out, he immediately put away the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. It seems like he did not leave any way out for himself. Greetings, Divine King. Xianxia saw Qin Yun holding the Divine King Heavenly Seal and promptly knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly. Seeing this group of powerful fire tribulation mad race people being so respectful to Qin Yun, everyone present is dumbfounded. Ling Daixin, who is standing beside Qin Yun, has the deepest feeling because she can feel the respect the fire tribulation crazy race people have for Qin Yun, the emperor of the Sun Moon tribe, the law enforcement realm king, Grand Monarch Starfire, Yin Tianyi, Lung Quan Kuan, and the others were all flabbergasted. The Ling family and Qin Yun's friends heaved a long sigh of relief amidst the shock. When they saw Qin Yun holding the Divine King Heavenly Seal and accepting Xianxia's worship, they could not help but exclaim in their hearts. Previously, Xianxia said that he had never heard of the great Divine King. But now, he addressed Qin Yun as Godly Monarch. It was obvious that he had heard of godly monarchs. However, he needed strong proof, and the Godly King Heavenly Seal is the best proof. Therefore, Xianxia was very anxious before. He wanted to see the Godly King Heavenly Seal in Qin Yun's hand. He wanted to confirm if the person in front of him was the Godly King they had pledged loyalty to. The people who incited the fire tribulation frenzy race clansmen to attack Qin Yun had very interesting expressions on their faces. Moreover, the heavenly flame treasured land originally had an exit, but now it was suddenly closed. It was obvious that Xianxia had closed the exit just now. His goal was to trap this group of people here and not let them out. Xianxia was not stupid. He could tell that the Sun Moon tribe emperor and the law enforcement realm king wanted to use the power of the fire tribulation tribe to kill Qin Yun. My friends from the fire tribulation clan, what's wrong with you? That guy is just a little divine king. You guys are worshipping the wrong person. Grand Monarch Star Flame suddenly shouted, the one you need to be loyal to is the Grand Godly King. Great Divine Lord? What is that? Xianxia sneered and said, in my inherited memories, there is no such thing as Great God King or Little God King, only God King. You bunch of liars, how long do you want to play with our fire tribulation madman tribe? Xianxia's words shocked everyone. There were no God Kings, only God Kings, then what was up with the Great Divine Lord? You must be mistaken. That little Divine King, he can't even be considered a Divine King. Lung Quan Kuan also shouted. He's not a God King? Then who is? If it weren't for the Godly Monarch, our fire tribulation frenzied race wouldn't have been able to appear in the gods desolate. It was the Godly Monarch who gave us life. It was the Godly Monarch who made the myriad world's divine sons give us divine power. Xianxia's voice became colder and colder. The pair of eyes that were burning with ferocious flames were directing the Sun Moon tribe emperor and the others. Qin Yun was rather surprised because he did not seem to have done anything. The Sun Moon tribe emperor said, your birth has nothing to do with that fellow. It was all done by the Great Divine Lord behind the scenes. He was too busy, so he didn't appear, and that's why you guys mistook him for that guy. It was clearly the power of the Godly King Heavenly Seal that awakened us. Xianxia said with sneer, we only recognize the Divine King Heavenly Seal, our feeling towards it can't be wrong. Because in our souls, there is the mark of this Godly Monarch Heaven mark. Qin Yun was astonished once again because he did not seem to have done such a thing before. Previously, he was just casually fiddling with the Divine King Heavenly Seal a few times in the sky. However, through the Godly King Heavenly Seal, he can indeed sense a strange connection with the fire tribulation mad race. It is as if he can sense the nearby divine position gods through the Godly King Heavenly Seal. This is the first time Qin Yun knows that the Godly King Heavenly Seal can create a powerful race. The Sun Moon tribe emperor and the law enforcement realm king are now completely speechless. They are also very shocked. They never expected that Qin Yun's Godly King Heavenly Seal would have such a great effect. Then what is the use of the Great Divine Lord's Godly King Heavenly Seal? This powerful fire tribulation mad race did not recognize the Great Divine Lord at all. This made people suddenly feel that the Great Divine Lord is not that great, he is actually inferior to a little divine king like Qin Yun. This matter has also spread like wildfire on the magic mirror. The fire tribulation mad race is so powerful. Moreover, they just came into being and dared to resist the powerful obstruction of the heavenly court and even gained the upper hand. However, the fire tribulation mad race is loyal to a little divine king like Qin Yun. On the contrary, the heavenly court created by the great divine lord was ruthlessly attacked. Xianxia, you should need this. Qin Yun tightly grasped the godly king heavenly seal and poured the power of the wildfire inscription spirit into the godly king heavenly seal. Many runes gradually appeared on the surface of the godly king heavenly seal. This is a group of wildfire heavenly runes. This is the wildfire heavenly rune, transformed from the wildfire inscription spirit. This will become our fire tribulation mad race's destiny heavenly rune. Xianxia suddenly said excitedly. Qin Yun's godly king heavenly seal landed on Xianxia's forehead and flickered with extremely strong light rays. Xianxia suddenly roared, the 5 myriad realms divine suns in the sky suddenly shot down 5 strong light rays and entered Xianxia's body. In a flash, Xianxia seems to have changed into a different person. The divine power on his body became very dreadful. Many thanks to the divine king for bestowing this heavenly rune. Xianxia promptly bowed. No need to be overly courteous, your fire tribulation mad race's mission is to transform into calamity and tribulation, to specially punish the evildoers who create chaos in heavenly God desolate. Take some time to report to the myriad realms divine court within the 4 divine suns, the divine judge will arrange everything for you. Qin Yun patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with smile. Xianxia's shoulder and said with smile, if you like a free and easy life, you can choose not to go, I won't force you. We will definitely go. Xianxia laughed heartily and said, Divine King, there must be a lot of evildoers in heavenly God desolate, leave them all to us. The people in the distance saw this scene and nodded repeatedly, thinking that Qin Yun's appearance was more like a divine king, easily making the fire tribulation mad race submit, and not putting on any airs. In comparison, the words and deeds of Grand Monarch Star Flame and the others were simply ridiculous. Grand Elder Ling was overjoyed because he had bet on the right treasure. Qin Yun, this little divine king, was much more capable than the great divine king in heavenly God desolate. Most of the powerful clans that would appear in heavenly God desolate in the future would only recognize Qin Yun. The Sun Moon tribe's emperor and the law enforcement realm king felt very embarrassed because they did not expect that the great divine king would be so useless, unable to intimidate these powerful clans that had appeared, causing their heavenly court to be like a fake. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor also flew over and tried to curry favor with Xianxia. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor looked at Grand Monarch Star Flame and said, Brother Fire, Boss Qin is seriously injured now, so it's not convenient for him to fight. You also saw that group of evildoers over there wanted to trick you and use you to deal with Boss Qin. Grand Monarch Star Flame and the others immediately cursed Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. Divine King, what should I do? Xianxia asked. Xianxia hadn't made a move himself before. But now, with only a few words from Qin Yun, he immediately attacked Grand Monarch Starfire and the others. The other fire tribulation madmen followed their leader and charged towards the heavenly court experts. Qin Yun had always been at odds with the heavenly court, not to mention that the heavenly court experts had just encouraged Xianxia to attack him. Good. He had awakened the fire tribulation madman with the divine king heavenly seal. That was why he hadn't been attacked by Xianxia. The emperor of the Sun Moon tribe and the others were so sinister. Even if Qin Yun hadn't said anything, Xianxia would have attacked them. Star Grand Monarch Fire let out an exclamation upon seeing Xianxia charging towards him. Then, he took out a large shield and prepared to block Xianxia. As Xianxia, who had turned into a ball of fire, flew over and saw the powerful divine flame shield, he suddenly exploded. Suddenly Xianxia exploded into several balls of fire, causing everyone present to let out an exclamation. Xianxia had actually self-detonated. Those big shots all knew that it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, one of the balls of fire floated to Grand Monarch Starfire's back and charged towards him. Grand Monarch Starfire was hit by one of the balls of fire. A ball of liquid fire stuck to him. Star Grand Monarch Fire reacted quickly. He hastily released his formidable divine power in an attempt to shake off the ball of liquid fire that Xianxia had turned into. And the other balls of fire were immediately sucked into the ball of fire around Grand Monarch Starfire and gathered into a large ball. Boom! With a loud rumble, the huge ball of liquid fire behind Grand Monarch Star Fire exploded again, generating raging flames and lightning bolts. Everyone could clearly see the flames and lightning bolts penetrating Grand Monarch Star Fire's body like sharp arrows. Grand Monarch Star Fire's puppet body was pierced and then torn to pieces. This caused an uproar among the crowd. The fact that Grand Monarch Fire had become a divine general of the heavenly court meant that he had great strength. However, he had been blown up. Xianxia, who had turned into many balls of fire, soon reappeared. Then, the surrounding liquid fire poured into his body. Grand Monarch Fire's soul struggled to fly out. Xianxia, who had long been prepared, rushed over and grabbed Grand Monarch Star Fire with the soul creation heavenly cauldron. He had a lot of experience in catching these kinds of souls. He could use the nether sun and nether moon's devouring power to produce a very strong suction force. He could suck in those flying souls from far away. Can suddenly slow down the speed of the soul, and then instantly erupt a super strong suction force, can put the soul into the soul creation heavenly cauldron. Xianxia wants to capture these souls and prevent them from entering his body and wreaking havoc in Deity Desolate. After killing Grand Monarch Starfire, Xianxia charged towards Xianxia. Although Xianxia also had a powerful divine artifact to defend, he was not able to defend for long before Xianxia tore his body into pieces. Xianxia, who has been at the side, quickly used the soul creation heavenly cauldron to collect Xianxia's soul. Last time, Xianxia's body was destroyed by Xianxia. This time, Xianxia would not let his soul escape. Just as Yun collected Xianxia's soul, she saw Tianyi being besieged by several members of the fire tribulation crazed race. His body was already in tatters. The attacks of the fire tribulation madman were very ferocious. With a single punch, Tianyi's shoulder would explode, causing his entire arm to turn into flames, and the broken arm would have burn marks. Xianxia took this opportunity to fly over. When he just arrived, Tianyi's soul was escaping, so he used the soul creation heavenly cauldron to capture Tianyi's escaping soul. Fire Xianxia is already rushing towards the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and the Law Enforcement Realm King. When the two old foxes saw that the scene was out of control, they immediately activated the divine artifacts in their hands, releasing powerful spatial divine power and instantly escaped. They were actually the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and the Law Enforcement Realm King. They were all tycoons of a region, and their life-saving divine artifacts were very powerful, so it was normal for them to escape, but this way, they had lost a lot of face. As tycoons, they could only escape in the face of powerful enemies, and the heavenly court soldiers they brought were still in the heavenly fire treasured land. The members of the fire tribulation crazed race started attacking the heavenly court soldiers, killing a large number of them in a short while. The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and the Law Enforcement Realm King had no choice but to leave because this is the territory of the fire tribulation crazed race. There are many huge fireballs in the sky, forming a powerful heavenly fire star formation. This is a very powerful killing formation. Once it is activated, the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and the Law Enforcement Realm King will definitely not be able to withstand it. Those two fellows had escaped. I have already remembered them, I will definitely find them in the future. Xianxia said. I will arrange for people from the Myriad Realms Divine Court to find you. Xianxia said to Xianxia, then let Yang Long Lingyu and Yu Luan Hui come over and let them discuss business with Xianxia. Scripture. After Xianxia's introduction, Xianxia was very polite to Yang Long Lingyu and Yu Luan Hui, then brought them down. An opening was opened in the barrier, allowing others to go out. Xianxia left with Ling Daixin. When the Ling family saw Xianxia and Ling Daixin leave together, they all relaxed and left the heavenly fire treasured land. What happened in the heavenly fire treasured land naturally caused quite a stir. The heavenly court established by the great divine king and the law enforcement realm has now lost all face, especially the law enforcement realm. A grand law enforcement realm king can only escape in a sorry state. The great divine king's prestige was once again questioned because the new race did not recognize the great divine king and the heavenly court. After the divine chief and the others saw what happened in the heavenly fire treasured land, they all relaxed. Because Xianxia's divine king heavenly seal is indeed the most useful thing in the heavens divine desolate. Seeing that Xianxia's divine king heavenly seal's ability is still there, the divine chief let out a sigh of relief. He was also worried that Qin Yan's divine king heavenly seal would lose its effect like his heaven's divine punishment flag. After Qin Yan obtained the great heaven bloodline heavenly rune from Ling Daixin, he anxiously wanted to study it. He left the heavenly fire treasured land and arrived at an uninhabited mountain forest. He entered the forest and hid the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda among those huge and dense trees. Qin Yan is inside the first floor of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Ling Daixin is also watching from the side. She can finally follow Qin Yan. Yu Yaoyao also saw from the magic mirror that Ling Daixin is beside Qin Yan. Moreover, she was forcefully given to Qin Yan by the Ling family. Yao from time to time, Ling Daixin and Yu Yaoyao are talking. Nobody knows what they are talking about. Boss Qin, bloodline heavenly rune is very mysterious. Although I can give you a bloodline heavenly rune, I don't know what use it has. Ling Daixin looked at the shining pearl in Qin Yan's hand and gently shook her head. Qin Yan took out the grading bloodline heavenly rune. It is in the shape of a shining stone, not a pearl. Grading and great heaven, what is the connection between these two bloodline heavenly runes? I don't know. But I heard that these two bloodline heavenly runes have a lot in common. Do you want me to ask Great Elder? Ling Daixin said. Ling Daixin took out the devil mirror and contacted Great Elder Ling. How about I talk to him directly? Qin Yan said with smile. That won't do. Great Elder Ling is very stubborn. He will never admit that he gave you the bloodline heavenly rune. He doesn't want anyone to know about it. Ling Daixin shook her head and said. Then I will pretend that I don't have the great heaven bloodline heavenly rune. I just want to ask him something. Qin Yan said with smile. Ling Daixin thought for a bit and said, all right. After she contacted Ling Daixin, Great Elder Ling's voice sounding somewhat anxious. Daixin, did Qin Yan shake you off? Great Elder Ling, I have a question for you. Qin Yan said to Ling Daixin's devil mirror. Cough, cough, ask away. Grand Elder Ling smiled and said, if I can answer, I will definitely answer you. What will happen if Grading and Great Heaven bloodline heavenly rune fuse together? Qin Yan asked. Ah? You want to fuse the two bloodline heavenly patterns together? Grand Elder Ling was shocked. Of course not. I just want to ask you what will happen if they fuse together. Moreover, I don't have the Great Heaven bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan said with smile. Indeed, you don't have it. How can Great Elder Ling not understand Qin Yan's meaning? He is very clear that Qin Yan can tell that their Ling family is deliberately giving him the Great Heaven bloodline heavenly rune, but he cannot say it out loud. Great Elder Ling said in earnest, to be honest, these two heavenly runes have never fused together. We only know that they have a very big common point. What common point? Qin Yan asked. These two heavenly runes can absorb myriad worlds' divine sun's divine power. Moreover, they can transform myriad worlds' divine sun's divine power. Grading heavenly rune can transform myriad worlds' divine sun's divine power into moon divine power. It is very helpful to souls, and Great Heaven bloodline heavenly rune mainly strengthens the body and allows people to quickly cultivate heavenly body. There is no conflict between these two heavenly runes and there is no need to fuse them together, Great Elder Ling said. Qin Yan wanted to cultivate the 9 heavenly souls and 9 heavenly souls. He was still short of half of them. Every time he cultivated a heavenly soul, it would be extremely difficult to cultivate the next one. The cultivation of the heaven soul and heaven spirit was far more difficult than the cultivation of the body. His body was already a super divine body. Although it was only at the initial stage, it was still very powerful. By the way, where did you get your bloodline heavenly patterns from? It doesn't seem to be a bloodline heavenly rune like the box. Qin Yan said. Our two races were born from the same bloodline heavenly pattern box. But that box, we still don't know where it is. We have been searching for it. That is our ancestors' bloodline. Grand Elder Ling sighed. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. If he didn't include the heavenly pattern egg, he would have 7 bloodline heavenly pattern boxes. The 8th bloodline heavenly pattern was the dragon bloodline heavenly pattern box, and it was very likely to be in the hands of the All Heavens Dragon Emperors. In other words, they finally had a clue to the 9th bloodline heavenly pattern box. Then how did the great divine lord appear? Have you seen his divine king heavenly seal? Qin Yan asked again. We have never seen it. In short, he is the great divine lord. This is what the 9-sun law spirit told us. Of course, I am not too clear about the specifics. The two races clan emperors received the 9-sun law spirit's sound transmission. It is also different. Grand Elder Ling said. The great divine lord's heavenly seal never appeared? Qin Yan became even more curious. He suddenly suspected that the great divine lord's divine king heavenly seal might be related to the 9th bloodline heavenly pattern box. In any case, I have never seen it. The two races clan emperors might have seen it, but they never mentioned it. Boss Qin, you have the bloodline heavenly pattern box, did it make you stronger? Grand Elder Ling said. I still don't know how to use the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Qin Yan's words can be considered as the truth. Alright, you can study it yourself. In this aspect, we are truly inferior to you. Let Daixin accompany you properly, she is a good girl. Grand Elder Ling said with smile. Ling Daixin stuck out her tongue and helplessly sighed. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. Qin Yan mischievously laughed and said, she is indeed a good girl. Grand Elder Ling suddenly solemnly said, then you must pay attention to the heaven-opening ancient race. Our clan emperor said that the heaven-opening ancient race people are very dreadful. Whether it is the Yu ancient race or others, as long as it is the heaven-opening ancient race, they are not to be underestimated. Is that so? What is so dreadful about them? Qin Yan hastily asked. He also fought with the heaven-opening ancient race before. There is the dragon ancient race, Qin ancient race and Xiao ancient race. Up until now, there has been no movement from these three ancient races. I don't know, just be careful. If you meet them, be cautious and don't underestimate them. Grand Elder Ling warned. Got it. Qin Yan replied. At this time, they also cut off contact. Qin Yan returned the magic mirror to Ling Daixin. Qin Yan knows one thing about the reason why the heaven-opening ancient race is so powerful. It is very likely that they have 2 or 3 generations of bloodline heavenly pattern inheritance. The Great Heaven Clan Emperor definitely knows about this. That is why he told Grand Elder Ling and the others not to provoke the heaven-opening ancient race. Since the Great Heaven God Clan and the Suning God Clan have different bloodline heavenly patterns, it means that they are second-generation bloodline heavenly patterns. What makes Qin Yan puzzled is that the Suning God Clan has second-generation bloodline heavenly patterns, but they don't seem to be very strong. Even the Suning Clan Emperor seems to be very weak. On the other hand, the Great Heaven God Clan gives people an unfathomable feeling. Could it be that the second-generation bloodline heavenly patterns need to be cultivated to a certain level in order to show their power? The heavenly pattern egg that Qin Yan fused with was the third-generation bloodline heavenly pattern. So far, it has not shown its power. Ling Daixin looked at the 2 bloodline heavenly patterns on the ground and asked, why fuse them? They are 2 different bloodline heavenly patterns. I want to try fusing these 2 different bloodline heavenly patterns and see if I can obtain the original bloodline heavenly pattern. Qin Yan said, if I can get it, then I will have mastered the original bloodline heavenly pattern, which is the Great Heaven and Great Yin ancestral bloodline heavenly patterns, pattern. That's impossible. Ling Daixin shook her head and said, a mother gave birth to 2 children. If you fuse them together, you can get the mother? This is not in accordance with the laws of nature. You are talking about the laws of nature, but bloodline heavenly patterns are not in the laws you are talking about. These are bloodline heavenly patterns, they are in the form of energy and runes, not babies. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. He immediately took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and looked at how many divine universe goldstones he has. Qin Yan's idea of fusing bloodline heavenly rune is not something he came up with randomly, it is based on his many years of experience, as well as his comprehension towards runes. Qin Yan placed the Great Yin and Great Heaven bloodline heavenly rune into the pill transformation heavenly furnace and then placed a large amount of divine universe goldstones inside. The pill transformation heavenly furnace began operating. If it was before, Qin Yan would not have dared to do this because he feared that the pill transformation heavenly furnace would not be able to handle it. But now the pill transformation heavenly furnace has fused with the heavenly universe origin body and became a heavenly universe divine tool. That is why Qin Yun dares to give it a try. Even if it fails, he will not destroy the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Transformation the pill heavenly furnace is a very important divine tool to him. Moreover, it was obtained from the Nine Sun divine soul. It is a very powerful divine tool. Even with Qin Yun's current strength, he was unable to refine such a divine tool. After the pill transformation heavenly furnace fused with the heavenly universe origin body, it has its own consciousness. After Qin Yun placed the two bloodline heavenly runes inside, he communicated with the pill transformation heavenly furnace to determine whether or not it can refine these two things. Transformation the pill heavenly furnace replied that it can, so he placed the divine universe goldstones inside. And next, Qin Yun only needs to keep putting in divine universe goldstones. As for whether or not he needs to use the mysterious fusion heavenly rune, it depends on the situation. If the pill transformation heavenly furnace cannot fuse two bloodline heavenly runes together, he will need to use the mysterious fusion heavenly rune. Is this enough? Ling Daixin can see that Qin Yun is very relaxed. He doesn't even need to look at the furnace. She is very curious. Then what should I do? Qin Yun said with smile, then took out a very large picture book and placed it on the ground. He opened the picture book and looked at the content inside. Inside the picture book, there are all kinds of complicated runes. Ling Daixin feels a headache just looking at them. This stove of yours looks quite powerful. Ling Daixin squatted beside the pill transformation heavenly furnace and sensed the heat released by the furnace. She has a very different feeling. Of course, this furnace is awesome. Qin Yun chuckled and said. After all, it is a heavenly universe divine tool and it is currently operating. It was normal for Ling Daixin to be able to see the difference. However, she did not know that this was a divine tool of the universe. Qin Yun flipped through the booklet that is as big as a small bed and studied the runes inside. Not to mention those who don't understand runes, even Qin Yun who is proficient in runes felt a headache when he saw the contents of the booklet. Are you studying runes? I didn't expect your daily life to be like this. I thought you often go around fighting and killing. Ling Daixin laughed and said, You look so weak, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. This book records a very powerful heavenly talisman. Only by completely understanding these runes can one make that kind of heavenly talisman. Qin Yun is currently looking at the secret method of making the Imperial Movement heavenly talisman. This it was given to him by Yu Luanhui. Now he finally understood why the ancient Yu clan lost so many powerful talismans. It was too difficult. Even if these diagrams were to be circulated, no one would know that these runes could be used to make imperial heavenly talismans. Even if it was possible, it would still take a long time for the research to reach that level. This is also very difficult for Qin Yun. However, he believes that he can handle it by himself. Huadan Heavenly Furnace is consuming Divine Universe Golden Stones very quickly. After Qin Yun studied the booklet for a while, the Dan Heavenly Furnace became normal again. He can only go and put in more Divine Universe Golden Stones. While there is a storage space inside the Dan Heavenly Furnace, it can store many Divine Universe Golden Stones. This time, Qin Yun also put in a lot of them. Divine Universe Golden Stones are the size of rice grains, they are consumed very quickly. While after the Dan Heavenly Furnace became a heavenly divine tool, it consumed Divine Universe Golden Stones much faster than before. Qin Yun has only been inside the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda for 3 days and the Divine Universe Golden Stones on him are almost all consumed. That the two bloodline heavenly runes have not fused, it is just the beginning. Qin Yun can no longer sit still, he can only close the booklet. Xian, can I withdraw the Divine Universe Gold Stone from the Divine Universe Gold card that Great Elder Ling gave me? Qin Yun asked as he continued with the Divine Universe Gold Stone. Dang, of course, he can borrow it from his friends or Yu Shangyun, but he doesn't want to trouble them. Do you want me to go get it? Ling Daixin asked. Help me take out 10 million Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yun said, fusing those two bloodline heavenly runes consumes a lot of energy. Can it really be fused? Ling Daixin said in shock. I used a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones before, but it only took a little bit of progress. If I don't continue, then all my divine universe golden stones would have been wasted. Qinyan spread out his hands and said. But I don't have such a good storage divine tool. Ling Daixin said with some difficulty, a storage divine artifact that can store 10 million divine universe goldstones is very rare. You should also know that the more space there is in a storage divine artifact, the harder it is to obtain one. Furthermore, it has to store so many divine universe goldstones. Divine universe golden stones are very heavy. A storage divine tool that can store a large amount of divine universe golden stones is indeed not something anyone can have. Then how much can you store in your storage divine tool? Qinyan doesn't want to go by himself. At most 3 million. Ling Daixin said in low voice, this is already not bad. Alright, then let's go get it together. Qinyan plans to take out 100 million divine universe golden stones at once. This way, he won't have to run around in the future. He can only put the pill transformation heavenly furnace into the 9-sun divine spirit and then let the heavenly furnace's spirit power slow down. I will take you to the nearby greatest heaven divine city. The greatest heaven sect is there. Ling Daixin said with smile, with this divine universe gold card, you will be able to obtain great convenience there. Is that so? Qinyan looked at the divine universe gold card in his hand and said, then let's go now. He and Ling Daixin walked out of the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda and released the heaven-leaping shuttle. Qinyan previously let Tian Rue, the heavenly secret assassin, sneak into the greatest heaven sect. Qinyan didn't know how he is doing inside. Qinyan has a good relationship with the Ling family, but it doesn't mean that he has a good relationship with the entire greatest heaven divine race. Within the greatest heaven divine race, there are several clans. Currently, the Ling family is the strongest, but at the same time, they will also be pressured by several other clans. After all, other clans also want to be the strongest clan in the greatest heaven divine race. The greatest heaven sect was jointly founded by the law enforcement world, and the internal distribution of power is very complex. Daixin, how much power does your Ling family have in the greatest heaven sect? Qinyan asked. It's hard to say, I've never tried to understand it. Ling Daixin shook her head, but after I get there, I can ask. The greatest heaven sect is still quite complicated. How complicated? Qinyan only knew that the purpose of the establishment of the greatest heaven sect was to absorb the outstanding talents of all the clans in the divine wilderness. This Qinyan had long heard of the great heaven divine city where the greatest heaven sect was located. This was also the first supergiant city built by the great heaven divine race in the divine wilderness. This supergiant city had no city walls or enchantments. It was very convenient to enter and exit at will. After all, this was a city jointly managed by the great heaven divine race and the law enforcement world. Usually, no one would cause trouble here. If they caused trouble here, once they were caught, the end would be very miserable. This great heaven divine city was called the Great Heaven No. 1 City. To build a building here, you need to pay a fee to the great heaven divine race, and you also need to pay taxes every month. The Great Heaven No. 1 City was very big and flying was not allowed in the sky. So after coming outside the city, looking from the air, the whole city seemed a bit messy. Many tall buildings were densely packed, with the greatest heaven sect as the center. Many people rode flying magic weapons and traveled through the buildings. If they were not careful, they would collide with each other. So after entering the city, they needed to fly very slowly. Once there was a collision, they would have to pay. If they couldn't afford it, they would be beaten up and then arrested. Qinyan and Ling Daixin flew directly into the city in the shuttle. The Great Heaven Golden Stone is over there, near the Great Heaven. Ling Daixin pointed to the middle of the Great Heaven No. 1 City. In the middle of the Great Heaven No. 1 City, there was a large villa where the greatest heaven sect was located. From the air, they could clearly see the layout of the entire greatest heaven sect. There were mountains, rivers, and many classical low-rise buildings. The greatest heaven sect was in the center of the Great Heaven No. 1 City. The whole city was built with the greatest heaven sect as the core. It occupied a very open area in the center, and the houses built were relatively low. As a result, the greatest heaven sect seemed out of place with the various tall buildings outside. Qinyan was going to get the Divine Universe Golden Stone and then take a look at what the greatest heaven sect was like. I'll go out and see. Qin wore a mask and a hat. Then, he left the heaven-leaping shuttle with Ling Daixin and stood on it. The shuttle was in the shape of a gourd. This kind of flying equipment was very common and not rare. Ling Daixin came out and stood on the shuttle and secretly sighed. This flying divine tool looked very small on the outside, but the inside was very spacious and there were many cabins. Qin opened his heavenly eyes and used the fortune-watching technique to look at the area where the greatest heaven sect was located. He saw that there was a strong golden light there. At first glance, he knew that it was a very good treasure. The place you chose is pretty good, Qin said with smile. Let's go, we will directly fly to that metal and stone shop. Xianxia is wearing white clothes and also wearing a mask like Qin. She doesn't want to be recognized because many people in the Divine Desolate know that she, Ling Daixin, was arranged to stay by Qin's side by the Ling family. She can be considered to be quite a famous person. Moreover, she is the Great Heaven War God. Although Great Heaven War God is nothing in Qin's eyes, he is a very powerful existence in the eyes of many people. Ling Daixin took Qin's hand and flew with him to a huge high-rise building near the high wall of the greatest heaven sect. The building was huge. From afar, it looked like a huge mountain. Moreover, there was a lot of open space around it. This huge building is protected by a very powerful barrier and its surface is engraved with powerful runes. Apart from that, there were many powerful guards patrolling the area. Was this the power of metal and stone? It's so big. Qin can't help but sigh. He is also shocked by this magnificent golden building. If it's not big, how can it store a large amount of divine universe metal and stone? Ling Daixin took out the magic mirror and said, "Let me check who the current manager of this metal and stone shop belongs to." "Why are you investigating President Jia? If it's someone from our Ling family, it would be a lot easier." Ling Daixin looked at the magic mirror and said with smile, "Fortunately, it's still someone from our Ling family." Qin also heard that the Great Heaven Metal and Stone Shop was built by the Great Heaven Divine Race without the participation of the law enforcement world. According to Qin, in the future, the God Moon Alliance and the Heaven Opening Ancient Race will have their own metal and stone shops. They will mainly be used to store large amount of divine universe metal and also to let people use items as collateral to borrow divine universe metal and so on. Qin feels that his Imperial Heaven pawnshop can also be properly developed. After all, this is also profitable. This metal and stone shop was built by the Great Heaven Divine Race. Is it only your Ling family? Qin asked. Our Ling family has the largest share. Therefore, the people in charge of the metal and stone shop are all from our Ling family. Ling Daixin lightly sighed. I'm just worried that our Ling family will lose power and then the management of the metal and stone shop will be taken away. What's the situation with your Ling family? Qin can guess that the Ling family's situation is not very good. Otherwise, Great Elder Ling would not have bet on him. I don't know. If we juniors know the details of the struggle between the families, it is most likely when the situation is very bad. Right now, there are still the older generation holding the fort. Ling Daixin is now deeply worried. She has more or less received some news. Ling Daixin brought Qin to a very high altitude and then landed on the roof of the Great Heaven Metal and Stone Shop. When they landed on the roof, a large group of people immediately flew over. Ling Daixin immediately took out a golden token and held it up. After the group of people saw it, they hastily stopped and then continued to look around. There is a door at the top that can be used to enter the building. The Divine Universe Gold card that Great Elder Ling gave you not only has 100 million Divine Universe Golden Stones inside, you can also enjoy all kinds of treatment. Ling Daixin brought Qin through the door at the top of the building and arrived at an automatic elevator. She pressed a few buttons and the elevator went down a few floors. This is a very top floor place. Only distinguished guests can live on the top floor. Let's find an empty suite first. Ling Daixin is very familiar with this place. Obviously, Great Elder Ling told her about it. She took Qin around and used the Divine Universe Gold card in Qin's hand to swipe open many empty luxury suites. Finally, she chose a suite facing the greatest heaven sect. The luxury suite is still the kind with upper and lower floors. Each floor has several secret rooms. The living room is also very large. It is fully equipped with baths and a small garden. If you want divine universe golden stones, you don't need to go get them yourself. After you stay here, someone will quickly find you and then provide special services for you. To fuse the two bloodline heavenly marks, you need divine universe golden stones. You can wait here and take them out in batches. Qin originally planned to take them all in one breath. Yun originally planned to take it all away in one breath, but seeing that the environment here was good and it was near the greatest heaven sect, she decided to complete the fusion of the two bloodline heavenly patterns here. This great heaven metal and stone shop is the responsibility of the Ling family, so he doesn't have to worry about being harassed now. Qin is sitting on a very comfortable large chair in the living room. He is caressing the fluff on the chair. He got up and said with smile, "Then why does the bank manager want to see me?" "I don't want to see him. He is the bank manager." "Boss Qin, you have a lot of business in God Desolate. If you have a good relationship with this kind of bank manager, it will be very beneficial to your business in the future. It will be a great help to the business." Ling Daixin hurriedly said. She was the one who asked the bank manager to come up. She is also thinking about Qin Yun. Because the bank manager of Metal Stone is a very important person, he has great authority in the metal stone business. "All right then." Qin Yun nodded and quickly sat down. At this time, people began to bring food and drinks. They are all delivered by the bank manager. Ling Daixin and Qin Yun took off their masks and sat down, waiting for the bank manager. Great Elder said that the bank manager is called Ling Qingxiong. He is a very strong skinny man. I have never heard of such a person in Ling family. But since he can become the bank manager, he must have something extraordinary about him. Ling Daixin said. Qin Yun asked, "Daixin, how did your Ling family obtain bloodline heavenly rune?" "It was given by the clan emperor. My father would bestow the great heaven bloodline heavenly rune to the elders from time to time. Most of the elders have already fused with the heavenly rune and they give it to the most outstanding younger generation. Although the clan emperor has bloodline heavenly rune, he only gives out one every once in a while." Ling Daixin said. "That means Ling Taiyun has bloodline heavenly rune? Why didn't I see it before?" Qin Yun said in amazement. "Of course brother Taiyun has bloodline heavenly rune, he is my father's favorite son." Ling Daixin's expression is filled with envy. "Did your father not love you? You are so beautiful, you must have been very cute when you were a child." Qin Yun caressed her face and said with smile. "My father only cares about strength. Although I am the great heaven war god, I am not a battle type, so I am not strong enough to enter his eyes." Ling Daixin sighed faintly and said, "Ever since I was young, every time my father summoned his children, it was always the strong ones who could stand at the forefront and sit at the same table as him." When Yun heard Ling Daixin's words, she knew that the greatest Sky Tribe's emperor had many children. In order to make his children stronger, the greatest Sky Tribe's emperor would only be good to those with outstanding strength. If the other children wanted to be valued by their father, they could only think of ways to become stronger so that their father would remember them. Qin Yun suspected that the Thearchs of the Extreme Sky Tribe and the Sun Moon Tribe might have a way to replicate bloodline heavenly patterns from their own bodies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have created so many. He could sense that the Extreme Heaven and Extreme Yin bloodline heavenly patterns were not from the third generation, but from the second generation. Such as if it was the offspring of the two clan emperors, then it would be the third generation bloodline heavenly pattern. But the two bloodline heavenly runes Qin Yun obtained are second generation, so he can only copy them. Very soon, Ling Qingxiong arrived. Ling Daixin hurriedly opened the door and invited the president in. Sure enough, Chuan Xiong was a skinny middle-aged man with a small beard on his chin. His face was slightly long, and he wasn't very tall. Although he looked skinny and small, his eyes were very sharp. As soon as he entered, he greeted Qin Yun with a smile and said, "I didn't expect to see a divine king's elegance. What an honor. I am Ling Qingxiong, the president of this gold stone shop." "President Ling, I am just a small divine king. How can my elegance compare to the great divine king? You have been in the Nine Suns sacred ground for many years, so you must have seen the great divine king often." Qin Yun laughed at himself. "I think you are just being polite. Ling Qianxiong shook his head and said with a smile, "The great divine king? I have never seen him with my own eyes. Not long ago, what happened in the heavenly fire-treasured land showed me that you are more capable than the great divine king. President Ling, Boss Qin needs a large amount of divine universe gold stones. Do you have enough here?" Ling Daixin asked. 100 million? Ling Qianxiong smiled and said, "Of course." Of course he knew that Great Elder Ling had given Qinyan 100 million divine universe gold stones. Qinyan immediately took out the divine universe gold card and said, "Can you take me to get it now?" "Alright, then follow me to the basement now." Ling Qianxiong smiled and said, "Boss Qin, what do you need so many divine universe gold stones for?" "I need a lot of energy to set up a formation or something." Qinyan did not say that he wanted to fuse with the two bloodline heavenly runes. Ling Qianxiong nodded. This indeed required a lot of energy. Qinyan and Ling Daixin followed Ling Qianxiong out of the luxurious suite and entered an escalator. "President Ling, what is the current market price of Transcendental Divine Stone?" Qinyan had always wanted to collect a large amount of Transcendental Divine Stone. He had always wanted to make a teleportation platform that could teleport items to a specific place at any time. This way, after he made a large amount of elegant smoke, he could immediately send it to Mingyong Tian. "How much do you need?" "Boss Qin, you must need a lot, right? I can help you collect them." Ling Qianxiong asked. "I need about 1,000 genes." Not long ago, it seemed like they needed 100 million divine universe golden stones. Moreover, there was a demand but no supply. Qinyan had asked in Wukong before, but in Wukong was also unable to gather that many transcending space divine stones. Ling Qianxiong and Ling Daixin looked at each other in shock when they heard Qinyan's request. "I thought Boss Qin only wanted 100 gene." Ling Qianxiong was shocked. "It's very difficult to gather 1,000 gene of transcendental god stones in one go. According to the current price, how many divine universe gold stones do I need to buy it?" Qinyan said with a smile, "I might not have that many divine universe golden stones now, but after I know the approximate number, I can be prepared." After selling the elegant smokes, there was still a large amount of divine universe gold stones with Mingyong Tian, which could be worth tens of millions. Ever since the great divine lord occupied the divine court city of the divine desolate, the bright moon inn had closed its doors and never sold the carefree smoke again. Qinyan's 9-son divine soul has accumulated a lot of them. Once the new divine court's heavenly city within the 4 divine suns is built, his elegant smoke can be sold immediately. At that time, he will have a steady stream of income. It might be a few 100 million. Ling Daixin said in a low voice, "My father urgently needed a batch of transcendental divine stone. I heard that he spent more than 1 billion to get about 2,000 genes." Ling Qianxiong nodded and said, 1,000 genes would require about 500 million divine universe gold stones. Things like transcendental divine stone are getting rarer and rarer and divine universe gold stones are getting more and more, so the price is soaring. 500 million? Qinyan jumped in fright. Not long ago, and Wukong's estimate was only a bit more than 100 million. Qinyan did not understand the market price of transcending space divine stone for a period of time, but it suddenly increased by so much. This meant that there were very few transcending space divine stone and the demand was very high. Furthermore, the divine universe golden rock was being mined one after another. Why are there so many people who need transcending space divine stones now? Qinyan said in alarm, "Oh, that's right, why is your clan emperor here?" Dai Xian shook his head. "I don't know what my father used it for, I only know that he mobilized the entire Ling family to help him buy transcendental divine stone." Chuanxiong said, "I don't know what family king wants to do with it either." However, the main reason why transcending space god stones were so expensive was because of one reason, and that was because more and more powerful races were appearing. These powerful races all need storage artifacts. A storage artifact with a large space would require a large number of transcendental divine stones. Furthermore, as the space of the divine wasteland becomes stronger and stronger, the space inside the original storage divine tool will also become smaller and smaller. At this time, we will need to add transcending space divine stone to modify it, in order to make the storage space bigger. Ling Daixin looked at the bracelet on her wrist and sighed softly. Originally, her storage artifact was not bad, but now the space inside was gradually shrinking. There's such a thing? Qin Yan exclaimed once again. Mr. Qin, don't you have a storage artifact as well? Don't you know? Ling Daixin said doubtfully, or, your storage artifact won't shrink? Qin Yan's storage divine artifact was the 9-yang divine spirit. Not only would it not shrink, it would also become bigger and bigger. As for why it was like this, he really did not know. The current 9-sun divine spirit is no longer as simple as a divine tool. It seems to have a strong relationship with the myriad realms divine Sunday. No, it was just his 9-yang divine spirit and his heaven-leaping shuttle. And the reason why the sky-leaping shuttle hadn't shrunk was all thanks to the little ant queen. Leap the heavenly shuttle was placed inside the 9-sun divine spirit, and the little ant queen would often go in to help maintain it. My storage divine tool is rather special, it has never shrunk. Qin Yan spread his hands and said. He ran to at this time, the elevator had already arrived at the bottom of the metal and stone row, where there was a very large warehouse. Barn. There are a large number of enchantments in the warehouse. When Qin Yan saw the doors of the warehouse, he knew that he would not be able to sneak in. Ling Chenxiong smiled and said, Boss Qin's storage divine artifact can store 100 million divine universe gold stones. That is indeed impressive. It naturally isn't an ordinary storage divine artifact. The transcending space god stone could be used to make teleportation divine tools. It was very useful. With a teleportation divine tool, it would be very convenient to go to other places. Previously, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe and the Law Enforcement Realm King were able to escape from the Heaven Fire treasured land in an instant because they possessed powerful teleportation divine weapons. Otherwise, they would have been injured by Xianxia. It could be seen that the clan emperors and powerhouses of the strong races all had this kind of powerful teleportation divine equipment, so the demand for the transcending divine stone was very high, which was also the main reason why the price was rising so quickly. Ling Chenxiong opened a warehouse and led Qin Yan and Ling Daixin inside. The storehouse was filled with divine universe gold stones. The rice grain-sized divine universe metal stones were piled up into many hills of various sizes, emitting intense light everywhere. This storage divine artifact was a golden box that could automatically store 1 million divine universe gold stones at a time. Ling Chenxiong took out a total of 10 of these golden boxes and gave them to Qin Yan. He said, Boss Qin, here are 10 million. After you take them away, I will give you another 10 boxes. I will give you 10 million at a time. This way, it will be easier to count. Qin Yan quickly unloaded the 10 boxes of divine universe gold stones. Ling Chenxiong controlled the 10 boxes to fly over, and in a short while, they were filled to the brim. A total of 10 million divine universe gold stones. If this was repeated 10 times, it would be 100 million. Ling Daixin and Ling Chenxiong were secretly alarmed that Qin Yan's storage divine tool could really store 100 million divine universe gold stones. What they didn't know was that the space inside Qin Yan's 9 sun divine souls beads was so big that, not to mention 100 million divine universe gold stones, even the entire metal-type divine universe gold stones couldn't take up much space. After Qin Yan took away 100 million divine universe gold stones, he didn't know if it would be enough for the Dan melting heavenly furnace. Therefore, he immediately contacted Ming Yong Tian and asked him to come and take the elegant smoke. Inside the 9 sun divine soul, there are many automatic cigarette-making equipment and also a large amount of tobacco. Zi Qingqing and the other girls can easily take care of these things. If all of the elegant smoke in the 9 sun divine soul were to be sold, it would be worth at least 1 to 200 million. After Qin Yan obtained the divine universe gold stones, he immediately returned to the luxurious suite on the top floor. Ling Chenxiong and Ling Daixin are currently sitting in the hall with Qin Yan, eating the delicacies that had been delivered. Qin Yan placed the delicacies into the 9 sun divine soul and gave them to Momo and the others to eat. Momo has already obtained Bai Suxin's white divine yang totem. She wants to fuse Bai Suxin's white divine yang totem with Qin Yan's little white divine yang totem. This way, he would be able to obtain an even stronger white divine yang totem, and it would be completed soon. Tot that time, Qin Yan would be able to quickly grow the purple ginseng or use it to quickly grow precious divine medicine to refine pills. After eating, Qin Yan saw Ling Chenxiong take out a box of cigarettes. He took out two and handed them to Qin Yun and Ling Daixin. After Ling Daixin took it, she placed it under her nose and sniffed it. Then, a flame appeared on her jade finger and lit it. She gently held the cigarette in her mouth and took a puff. Then, she said with a smile, "Boss Qin, this is our very heavenly god race's flying heaven smoke. The Bright Moon sect has already sold the secret technique to many powers. Now, everyone is making their own cigarettes." "Is that so?" Qin Yun had previously told Wang Haoyue to boldly sell it because his elegant smoke was the most competitive. No, it hasn't been sold for a period of time, so other brands of cigarettes have quickly occupied the various cities of the Divine Desolate. Qin Yun lit a cigarette and took a puff. He slightly frowned. Although he doesn't smoke, he can tell that this flying heaven smoke isn't very good. It's slightly better than the worst elegant smoke he made. "Daixin, you smoke too? Why haven't I seen you smoke before?" Qin Yun and Ling Daixin had stayed in the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda for a few days and she was able to endure it. "I've been poor recently, so I haven't smoked. Poverty made me quit smoking." Ling Daixin faintly sighed, "Boss Qin, you just took 100 million. Aren't you going to buy a box of cigarettes for me?" Qin Yun extinguished the cigarette in his hand and crushed it into powder. Why are you so wasteful? This is 5 Divine Universe Golden Stone." Ling Daixin said with a pained expression. "It's not good to smoke at all. My head hurts after I smoke it." Qin Yun said, "I think you haven't smoked good cigarettes before." Ling Qianxiong said, "Boss Qin, this is our very heavenly god race's high-grade cigarette, how can it not be good to smoke? If you had smoked the high-grade cigarettes of the grading divine race, you would know what trash cigarettes are." Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. Then, he took out a box of his best quality elegant smoke. Ling Qianxiong was a heavy smoker, so he could immediately smell the difference in the cigarette in Qin Yun's hand. Qin Yun opened the cigarette box and said, "You will know what is called a high-grade cigarette if you try it." There were also fewer high-grade cigarettes. There were more steps to make them, and more materials were needed. Although it was rather difficult, Qin Yun could do it in batches. Ling Daixin and Ling Qianxiong immediately took out one each. They had just smoked the flying sky smoke and now they were smoking the top-quality unrestrained smoke given by Qin Yun. They could immediately feel the huge gap between them. Just one breath was enough to make them feel like they were walking on clouds. The reason why this type of tobacco was so popular was mainly because it could put people's souls into a very comfortable and refreshing state. Yeah. For people who had lived for many years, only the joy that entered the depths of their souls could make them infatuated. Moreover, the feeling was the same every time, and they would not get tired of it after a long time. This was a very strange state. If the happiness gained from the flying smoke before was 1, then the happiness gained from the top-grade elegant smoke now was at least 10 to 20 times more than before. Qin Yun quietly looked at them from the side. He never went deep to smoke, so he was not infatuated with this kind of thing. Moreover, he subconsciously resisted this kind of addictive thing. They finished the cigarette and began to talk. Though of course, it was very satisfying, but after smoking one, the addiction would gradually dissipate, and it would only return after a period of time. "Is this the legendary special cigarette?" Ling Qianxiong stared at the cigarette and said, "I've heard of this kind of cigarette a long time ago. Only the shopkeeper of the Yunhua brothel, Ming Yong Tian, had it. However, because the Divine Court Heaven City was forcibly occupied by the great godly lord, the Bright Moon Hotel was closed and has not reopened until now." Dai Xian's face was full of astonishment and excitement as she said, "I've smoked this kind of cigarette from Yao Yao before, but it wasn't as good as this. There's a huge difference between it and this. Yao Yao's smoke is also a special light-release smoke. The one in Yao Yao's hand should only be a high-grade elegant smoke." Qin Yun said with a smile, "There are several grades of elegant smoke. Ordinary elegant cigarettes were sold in large quantities by Yunhua brothel. The price of high-grade light cigarette is very high, and the quantity is limited." Ling Qianxiong smiled and said, "Then, Mr. Qin's box must be the best quality cigarette. This box of mine is indeed top-quality elegant smoke and above it, there is still king-quality elegant smoke." Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, then took out 2 golden boxes. It was a newly developed variety that was specially made for big shots. 1 box for each of you, Qin said. Ling Xian and Ling Qianxiong immediately took it. To them, this was a treasure. Boss, where did you get these? Ling Daixin couldn't put them down. She opened the cigarette box and sniffed the 10 cigarettes inside. Xian, don't you know that Ming Yunyue gave the bloodline heavenly pattern box to Boss Qin? Ling Qianxiong smiled and said, Boss Qin's relationship with the Mystic Moon Alliance is very good. I have already contacted shopkeeper Ming. Qin said with smile, he has a lot of good cigarettes. Chuanxiong's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, I'll warmly welcome shopkeeper Ming when the time comes. Qin contacted Ming Yongtian to collect the goods. The Divine Court's heavenly city with 4 divine suns needed some time to be completed. Build after that, it would take a long time to build the teleportation formation. When the 4 god suns flourished, it would take at least 1 or 2 years. Greatest Sky No. 1 city was a huge city, and it was managed by the Ling family. There was also the Goldstone shop. Institute therefore, Qin decided to let Ming Yongtian open the Bright Moon restaurant here. Great Sky No. 1 city also had a teleportation array, and this teleportation array was also connected to the divine moon of the heavens. During this period of time, Ming Yongtian was also at the divine moon of the heavens, so he could come over very quickly. President Ling, I see that you're easy to talk to, so I suggest that Manager Ming come here to sell elegant cigarettes. Selling carefree cigarettes won't take up much space. Is it alright to sell them at the Goldstone store? Said Qin. That's great. Ling Qianxiong was overjoyed. Boss, is Manager Ming not going to open Yunyue brothel? Ling Daixin asked. To tell you the truth, I have always been in charge of the elegant smoke. Qin said with a faint smile, I currently lack Divine Universe golden stones, so I can only sell cigarettes to earn a bit. Ling Daixin and Ling Qianxiong were shocked. Boss Qin, I'm willing to lend you 500 million Divine Universe golden stones. Our Ling family is willing to cooperate with you. You can borrow our Ling family's channels to sell cigarettes. Your cigarettes are unique, so even if the price is high, they are still very popular. We can guarantee that we can give you a considerable amount of income. Qin nodded and said, I asked Manager Ming to come over to discuss this matter with you. He has a better understanding of the current market situation. Boss Qin, give me your Divine Universe gold card, I'll immediately transfer 500 million to you. Ling Qianxiong very much wanted to win this business because it would be of great help to his Ling family. Qin gave the Divine Universe gold card to Ling Qianxiong. No, not long after, Ming Yongtian arrived. Qin gave him all the goods and told him to discuss the cooperation with Ling Qianxiong. And Qin hid in the secret room and continued to study the Imperial Heavenly Talisman and wait for the 2 bloodline heavenly runes to finish fusing. Ming Yongtian and Ling Qianxiong talked for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. Boss, that batch of goods can be sold for 300 million. We will sell it to the Ling family and then they will sell it themselves. They will definitely raise the price, I estimate that they can earn around 100 million. They have a lot of channels and they are from the Great Heaven Divine race, so it will be easier to sell. Ming Yongtian contacted Qin through the magic mirror. Alright, I will supply you at a fixed time. Brother Ming, help me talk to him about buying Transcendental Divine Stone. I need a large amount of Transcendental Divine Stone. Qin said. Qin never expected that his goods would be sold at such a high price. Those were just ordinary and high-grade elegant smoke. Qin gave Ming Yongtian a lot of keen-grade elegant smoke so that he could give it to people to build connections. This way, Ming Yongtian would have many connections and would be able to buy Transcendental Divine Stone much cheaper and faster. And regarding the matter of Qin selling the elegant smoke, Ling Qianxiong and Ling Daixin both promised not to tell anyone. They will only tell Great Elder Ling by this is actually a big business of the Ling family, Great Elder Ling must know. Ling after the first elder learned of this matter, he said that he would immediately rush over to try the keen-grade free smoke. After obtaining a large number of Divine Universe gold stones, Qin placed 10 million into the pill transformation heavenly furnace in one go. While the alchemy heavenly cauldron consumed the Divine Universe gold stones rapidly, but Qin did not even blink. He constantly stuffed the Divine Universe gold stones into the alchemy heavenly cauldron. The fusion process was extremely taxing, so the bloodline heavenly pattern that was fused would definitely be amazing. Maybe it is an ancestral bloodline heavenly rune without a box. Xianxia is very excited just thinking about it. There were many bloodline heavenly pattern boxes in his hands, and they were all ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern boxes. He really wanted to know what kind of bloodline heavenly pattern the boxes contained. Such as the pill transformation heavenly furnace is crazily consuming divine universe golden stones. Xianxia is beside it, concentrating on looking at a very large picture book. If the pill transformation heavenly furnace does not have divine universe golden stones inside, it will shake and he will immediately add more divine universe golden stones. In the beginning, he was still relatively calm as he added in the divine universe gold stones. After all, he had just obtained 100 million divine universe gold stones, and it was a gift from someone else, so he didn't feel the slightest heartache. But after half a day passed, he began to lose his composure. Of the 100 million divine universe gold stones he had obtained not too long ago, there was only a little over 10 million left. The pill transforming heavenly furnace had actually burned through so many divine universe metals, and it was also in such a short period of time. As Xianxia was researching the mystic art of the Imperial Change Heavenly Talisman, he did not pay much attention to it. The moment the pill transformation heavenly furnace shook, he added the divine universe goldstone. After repeating this many times, he finally realized that he didn't have much divine universe goldstones left. It was only enough to add one more time. Alright, it's an ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern after all, so it's normal for it to consume a lot of divine universe goldstones. In any case, it's only this time. If I really manage to fuse an ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern, it's worth it. Xianxia originally planned to keep some to buy transcending space divine stones, but now it seems he was thinking too much. He only had a little over 10 million divine universe gold stones left. Perhaps it wouldn't even be enough for his final consumption. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. The 10 million plus divine universe gold stones in his hands were completely consumed. Are you kidding me? Xianxia looked at the interior of the pill transformation heavenly furnace. The signs of fusion are not obvious. Only now did he realize how difficult it was to fuse two second-generation bloodline heavenly patterns together. It was only because he had the pill-melting heavenly cauldron that he had the possibility of fusion. If others didn't have a pill transformation heavenly furnace, then even if they had enough divine universe goldstones, they wouldn't be able to successfully fuse them. Ling Yun'er said, "Little Yun, do you need to use the mysterious fusion heavenly rune?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "The mystic fusion heavenly rune is needed if there is a conflict during the fusion process. The problem is that the process is rather smooth, but the fusion speed is very slow and requires a lot of energy." The two second-generation heavenly runes could fuse together, and there was no conflict between them. You don't have any more divine universe golden stones in your hands. The consumption of this thing is really great. If the fusion is not as good as you expected, wouldn't it be a big loss? Ling Yun'er said. There's nothing we can do. We've already started. Are we going to give up? Xianxia shook his head and said, "If I give up, the 100 million divine universe golden stones I previously invested will all go up in smoke." Xianxia did not have any thoughts of giving up. Thankfully, he was not lacking in divine universe goldstones. This was because he still had 500 million divine universe goldstones in his divine universe gold card, which Ling Qianxiong had just lent him. The batch of elegant smoke that he had given to Mingyong Tian had been sold for a total of 300 million, of which 100 million had been transferred to Qin Yun's divine universe gold card. Mingyong Tian has 200 million divine universe golden stones in his hands. He will use them to help Qin Yun purchase transcending space divine stones. Qin Yun immediately called Ling Daixin in and gave her the divine universe gold card. He told her to retrieve 10 million divine universe gold stones. Her storage divine artifact couldn't hold so many divine universe gold stones, so she could only borrow one from Ling Qianxiong. Qin Yun could not be bothered to go to the underground warehouse. He got Ling Daixin to transport the divine universe gold stones up several times, bringing a total of 100 million. In this way, he still had 500 million in his card. These 500 million are all borrowed. He will not use them for the time being, so as not to put a lot of pressure on the goldstone shop. This goldstone shop only has 1 billion divine universe goldstones in their storage. If I exchange them all, it won't be good. Xianxia only hoped that the 100 million divine universe goldstones would be enough for him to fuse. Still not successful? Ling Daixin asked, you have already used so many divine universe goldstones, can you succeed or not? Xianxia said with smile, it will definitely succeed. Just you wait and see. Ling Daixin walked out of Xianxia's secret room and sat in the living room smoking elegant smoke. With this kind of thing to smoke, she won't feel bored by herself. Xianxia now wants to record all the runes on the picture book in his mind. Then, he will use his own perception to integrate them. Yu Luanhui said that the runes in the picture book are divided into 7 major parts. To make an imperial heavenly talisman, one must carve the runes from those 7 major parts. Among the inscription masters under Yu Luanhui, basically none of them have mastered a part. When making the imperial heavenly talisman, everyone takes turns carving the runes they have mastered. Xiao Yun, there are so many runes in this picture book, how can they be carved on a small imperial heavenly talisman? Ling Yin'er saw these runes and felt an incomparable headache. The talisman paper used to make the imperial heavenly talisman is not ordinary talisman paper. Xianxia said, the material required is rather special. What are the specifics? Ling Yin'er curiously asked, is it written on the picture book? Yes, when the time comes, just ask Yu Luanhui for it. Xianxia said, there are many runes recorded in the picture book that don't need to be carved. The main reason is that there are too many repetitions in these runes. I can simplify and improve them. Too many repetitions? How can it be like this? Ling Yin'er also admires Xianxia for being able to see through it. The person who created the imperial heavenly talisman mastered too few runes at that time. In order to make all the runes more complete and smoother, he repeatedly used some more complicated runes to connect them. Xianxia said with smile, and now, there are many runes that can be replaced. Like this, I can simplify them. He once obtained Heavenly Tao Divine Rune, it allowed him to have a higher perception towards runes. And now, Heavenly Tao Divine Rune has evolved into Imperial Heaven Divine Rune Image, causing his perception towards runes to be even higher. Xianxia very quickly mastered the first part of runes needed to make the Imperial Heavenly Talisman. Soon, it won't take too long. Xianxia very much hopes for the Imperial Heavenly Talisman because this talisman is very sinister. During battle, it can divert the power of other people's attack back to them. Moreover, it is done without anyone knowing. While Xianxia is wholeheartedly researching runes, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pill transformation heavenly furnace consumed another 50 million divine universe golden stones. And now, the pill transformation heavenly furnace is violently trembling. This time, it is not that the pill transformation heavenly furnace needs to add divine universe golden stones. Rather, the 2 bloodline heavenly runes inside the furnace are in the final stage of fusing and they are producing a very big movement. The fusion is about to succeed. Xianxia immediately stored the picture book and began observing the inside of the pill transformation heavenly furnace. The 2 bloodline heavenly runes are now interweaving together and producing very strong energy. Xianxia is worried that the movement will be too big, so he immediately released the heaven leaping shuttle inside the spacious secret room. He entered the warehouse inside the heaven leaping shuttle and released the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda. Then he moved the pill transformation heavenly furnace inside the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda. After many layers of space are isolated, even if there is a very big movement, it will not affect the building. The pill transformation heavenly furnace shook for a good while and then gradually calmed down. Xianxia has been observing the situation inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. He discovered that the black blood ball is not releasing any formidable energy but the pill transformation heavenly furnace is shaking non-stop. Still not done? Ling Yuna ran out and stood beside Xianxia. She very much wants to see what the fused bloodline heavenly rune looks like. Still not done. Xianxia is sitting beside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. He is suddenly worried that the fusion will produce something he cannot control. Ling Yun'er is lying on his back, her beautiful and charming face is resting on Xianxia's shoulder, pressing against Xianxia's cheek. Xianxia turned his head and kissed her face. Then he pulled her little hand and said, Yun'er, you should go in. I am worried that the bloodline heavenly rune might be in danger. I am not afraid, I want to see what it is with my own eyes. Ling Yuner is sitting beside Qin Yun and leaning on his shoulder. All right. Qin Yun placed his hand on her jade waist and hugged her tightly against his body. The pill transformation heavenly furnace has not finished refining, it is still consuming divine universe golden stones. However, the consumption speed is much slower than before. Ancestral bloodline heavenly rune must be very complex. Moreover, no one has ever seen it before. How did this mysterious bloodline heavenly rune form? Ling Yuner is staring at the pill transformation heavenly furnace. She cannot see inside but she can sense a subtle feeling. Qin Yun shook his head, I also don't know. Those heaven-opening ancient race might know a bit. This is definitely their secret. You ancient race used ancestral bloodline heavenly rune to create 10 kinds of formidable you heavenly talismans. And ancestral bloodline heavenly rune, after several generations, it will become even stronger. This is also a direction worth researching. Qin Yun is hugging this charming long-legged fairy, from time to time he pinched her face, pinched her legs and scratched her nose. Ling Yuner wants to go out and see Ling Daixin but Qin Yun doesn't let her. He is afraid that Ling Daixin will seduce Ling Yuner. Qin Yun can resist Ling Daixin's mind-bewitching divine technique but a rogue fairy like Ling Yuner cannot resist this kind of temptation. Strange, it actually changed. Qin Yun saw that the black blood ball inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace has gradually turned into a square shape. What does it look like? Ling Yuner asked hurriedly. Become square. Qin Yun cursed in low voice, don't tell me it's going to become a box. The Supreme Heaven Bloodline Heavenly Pattern and the Extreme Bloodline Heavenly Pattern, could it be the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box? Ling Yuner frowned, how could this be? Qin Yun shook his head and said, I also don't know if it is a box or not. Let's wait for the final result. The things refined by the pill transformation heavenly furnace were basically all round. This was the first time it had refined a square one, in other words, not even the Dan transformation heavenly cauldron could change the shape of the 2 bloodline heavenly patterns. Just this point alone made Qin Yun believe that it was a bloodline heavenly pattern box. This was the result he didn't want to see the most. Soon, the lid of the pill melting heavenly furnace loosened, indicating that it was done. Qin Yun touched the pill transformation heavenly cauldron. It was extremely hot. It was already very rare for the pill transformation heavenly furnace to be able to last for such a long time. Rest well. Qin Yun opened the lid and took out a black square piece. Then he stored the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Ling Yuner looked at the square piece in Qin Yun's palm and said with a light sigh, don't tell me this is a box? Qin Yun carefully observed the black square piece in his hand. It is very smooth and very light. There are no runes on its surface. This thing looks a bit like a seal. Qin Yun felt that it is very similar to the seal body of his Divine King Heavenly Seal. He hastily took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. The black square piece immediately rushed towards the Divine King Heavenly Seal. This caused Qin Yun and Ling Yuner to cry out in fear. The black square piece actually entered the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin Yun's Divine King Heavenly Seal was originally a golden square piece but now it has turned black. Even the small golden statue on the seal body is gradually turning black. The entire Divine King Heavenly Seal suddenly turned black. Could it be that the great Divine King has an ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern box in his hand? That is the great Divine King Heavenly Seal? Qin Yun suddenly thought of many things. The great Divine King never revealed his Divine King Heavenly Seal. Previously, he wanted Qin Yun to reveal his Divine King Heavenly Seal but in the end, he did not succeed. Could it be that the great Divine King's Heavenly Seal is incomplete? Only the seal body? Ling Yuner said, if it really is an ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern box, then when it sees your Divine King Heavenly Seal, it will enter your Divine King Heavenly Seal? Qin Yun nodded and said, it's extremely possible. If I had taken out my Divine King Heavenly Seal earlier and was seen by the great Divine King, he would have used this move to snatch away my Divine King Heavenly Seal. When he thought of this point, he felt a lingering fear. Then doesn't that mean that there are 2 identical ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern boxes? Which one is stronger? Ling Yin'er said, "It's also said that this ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern box is the great divine king heavenly seal?" Qin Yan shook his head and said, "I don't know. I still have many ancestral bloodline heavenly runes in my hands, but when I fused them with the divine king heavenly seal, there was no reaction. After the two second-generation ancestral bloodline heavenly runes of the Great Heaven and Great Yin fused together, what was obtained was actually the Great Divine King Heavenly Seal, and it even fused with Qin Yun's Divine King Heavenly Seal. Xiao Yun, I remember that the Great Divine King once said that there is an extremely huge nether sun in the Nine-Sun Sacred Land. He is often near the nether sun, so he has a method to restrain it. Do you think that this bloodline heavenly pattern box is related to the nether sun?" Ling Yin'er said. "I don't know, let me check it out." Qin Yin grabbed the Black Divine King Heavenly Seal, released his formidable mental power and sent it inside. Just as he probed, he let out a cry of alarm. "What's wrong?" Ling Yin'er hastily asked. There is a very large space inside." Qin Yin shouted in shock, "The space inside is very large, there are countless runes interweaving inside. The inside of this box is like a universe formed by runes. Is this the secret of the bloodline heavenly pattern box?" Ling Yin'er sighed with emotion and said, "There are actually so many runes inside." Qin Yin is now looking inside the seal body, it is as if he is inside a vast dark universe. And inside this universe, there are a large number of shining runes. These runes are like layers upon layers of a huge net, they are spread everywhere. And at the node where the large number of runes converge, there is a huge ball of light that looks like a sun. It can be said that this is a universe with only runes. There is actually a universe inside this small box. Qin Yin finally understood why the bloodline heavenly pattern box is so powerful. Qin Yin finally saw the situation inside the mysterious bloodline heavenly pattern box. Are the other bloodline heavenly pattern boxes the same? Or were they all different? The only thing he could be sure of was that different bloodline heavenly pattern boxes produced different energies. What surprised him the most was that this bloodline heavenly pattern box could nurture the Sun Yin divine tribe and the extreme sky divine tribe. Furthermore, it was the great divine king heavenly seal. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiao Yun, do you think it's possible that the Nine-Yang Law Spirit gave a bloodline heavenly pattern box to the great divine lord?" Qin Yin nodded and said, "It should be so. Nine-Yang Dharma Spirit might have told him that it is a great divine king heavenly seal and also told him that he needs to fuse with my divine king heavenly seal to have any effect." "Is the great godlord's bloodline heavenly pattern box still in a sealed state?" Ling Yin'er said, "That guy, the strongest thing is that heavenly universe divine sun heart, he is still unable to use his own divine king heavenly seal." Qin Yin never expected that he would accidentally obtain a great divine king heavenly seal. In other words, there are two great divine king heavenly seals in the divine desolate. And the one in his hand was the most complete. At least I don't have to worry about him snatching the godly monarch heaven seal. Qin Yin said with mischievous smile, "Now this black divine king heavenly seal's divine power will be even stronger, I will give it a try in the future. The runes inside are the most powerful." Ling Yin'er smiled and said, "Xiao Yun, now that you have seen the runes inside the box, do you think the second and third generation heavenly runes are stronger than the ancestral bloodline heavenly runes?" Qin Yin shook his head and said, "No. The ancestral bloodline heavenly rune is made up of many runes. Furthermore, because there are so many runes, they can open up a huge space to accommodate themselves. The second generation heavenly patterns are the seeds, and the third generation heavenly patterns are the seeds that germinate. That's why the third generation is stronger than the second, and so on and so forth. The more generations the bloodline heavenly patterns are inherited, the better it grows. It seems like we still need a lot of time to research bloodline heavenly rune to understand how to obtain formidable power from it." Ling Yin'er said. "Yes." Qin Yin nodded and said, "Moreover, to use these bloodline heavenly runes, one must have very strong divine power." After going through so many divine universe goldstones, Qin Yin finally saw the inside of the bloodline heavenly pattern box. It was worth it. Qin Yin, who was in an extremely good mood, was suddenly hugged by Ling Yin'er. Qin Yin could not help but kiss her vermilion lips when he saw the affection in her beautiful eyes. Qin Yin and Ling Yin'er were intimate for a while, then they took a bath together. After Ling Yuner entered the Nine-Sun Divine Spirit, he immediately went out. Ling Daixin also wanted to know how Qin Yan's fusion was going. When she saw Qin Yan come out, she hurried over. Was the fusion successful? Ling Daixin asked. It's a success. This matter is of great importance. If you promise not to spread it, I'll tell you. Qin Yan's intention was for Ling Daixin to sign a soul contract. The reason why Qin Yan told Ling Daixin was because he wanted to see how the ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern box would react to Ling Daixin, a member of the extreme sky divine race. All right. Ling Daixin immediately nodded and signed a soul contract with Qin Yan. Qin Yan took out his godly king heavenly seal. After Ling Daixin saw it, she said in shock, This seems to be your godly king heavenly seal. I remember it wasn't black. Qin Yan pointed at the square seal body with smile and said, after the two bloodline heavenly runes fused together, they turned into a square and automatically ran into my godly king heavenly seal. He also simply said that this might be the great divine king heavenly seal. This caused Ling Daixin's face to be filled with shock. She finds it hard to believe that this is true. If this is truly the great divine king heavenly seal, doesn't that mean you have already obtained the great and small divine king heavenly seals? Ling Daixin looked at Qin Yan in shock. Qin Yan nodded and said with smile, I am no longer a small divine king, I am also a great divine king. Moreover, I also have the ability of a small divine king. If it really is our ancestral bloodline, will it have any reaction to me? Ling Daixin asked. That's why I want to tell you, use you to give it a try. Qin Yan said with smile, are you afraid that there will be a problem? If not, let's start now. I'm not afraid, come on, how do you want to give it a try? Ling Daixin asked. Qin Yan looked at the surface of the Divine King Heavenly Seal, it is very smooth, there is nothing on it. He frowned and said, Daixin, what kind of ability can your great heaven bloodline heavenly rune bring you? After Brother Taiyun obtained the great heaven bloodline heavenly rune, he obtained a very formidable ability. Runes can appear on his body, then his entire body's defensive divine power will suddenly increase by a lot. Ling Daixin said, I want to use this ability. I also don't know if I can give you this ability or not. I will use the Divine King Heavenly Seal and imprint it on your body. Qin Yan said. Ling Daixin extended her palm and said, imprint it on my palm. Qin Yan poured formidable blood spirit power into the Divine King Heavenly Seal and urged the runes inside the vast space to operate. Golden runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the black seal. It looks like there are many of them, they are densely packed together. He immediately imprinted on Ling Daixin's palm, but just as he was about to imprint, the runes suddenly disappeared. Maybe your palm can't bear it, so you can't imprint it on your palm. Qin Yan said. Imprint on my back. Ling Daixin immediately turned around and vigorously tore off her clothes, revealing her beautiful jade-like back and slender waist. Qin Yan can't help but gently caress her back and said, imprint on my back, it should be fine. Is it easy to touch? Ling Daixin said with charming smile. She knows that Qin Yan took the opportunity to caress her back. It feels very good, it feels just like your face. Qin Yan laughed and said, I want to imprint. Come. Ling Daixin is also ready. Qin Yan once again activated the seal. He is now thinking that he must help Ling Daixin obtain a good ability. The Divine King Heavenly Seal seems like it can hear his thoughts. Golden runes appeared on the surface of the seal. This time, Ling Daixin very smoothly imprinted a golden imprint on Ling Daixin's tender white back. While imprinting, Ling Daixin's body slightly trembled and she let out a low cry. Is it painful? Qin Yan hastily asked. I don't know what is going on. Just as Ling Daixin finished speaking, golden flame ignited on her body, her clothes burned to ashes in a flash. This kind of flame is very familiar. Qin Yan extracted energy from a bloodline heavenly rune box before and used it to refine the dragon peach's core. The flame on Ling Daixin's body has the same aura as that kind of flame, but it is not as strong. This flame is very strong. Qin Yan looked at Ling Daixin, who was covered in flame, and said in amazement, it seems like bloodline heavenly rune can be used to pass on formidable ability. Qin Yan was overjoyed to see the effects. He still couldn't be sure whether it would work if he imprinted it on people of other races. Ling Daixin is from the great heaven divine race. The great heaven divine race was born from bloodline heavenly rune. That's why Qin Yun's mark on them was effective. Tu the Yin god race could do the same, but Qin Yun did not plan to try it again to avoid exposing his divine king heavenly seal. Ling Daixin had also signed a soul contract and agreed not to spread it. That was why Qin Yun was willing to test it on her. Daixin, how do you feel now? Qin Yun looked at the flaming Ling Daixin and was very curious about her current situation. Very comfortable, I feel that I will be able to use this powerful flame very soon. Ling Daixin smiled happily and said, that's great, I will also be a person with a certain amount of combat power in the future. The reason why Ling Daixin was able to become a great Sky War god was mainly because of her mind-bewitching technique. Her strength was considered the weakest among the great Sky War gods. She was only outstanding in terms of strength. If she was strong enough, her ranking among the great heavenly battle gods would be even higher. Soon, the flames on Ling Daixin's body gradually extinguished. The fusion was a success, and the brand on her back disappeared. Ling Daixin is very excited, she clenched her fists, flames overflowed from her fists. Faint golden runes appeared on her jade-like arms, it is bloodline heavenly rune. The flames condensed on his fists were very fierce, bursting out with waves of powerful divine power aura. If she could master some powerful divine arts, she would be able to unleash even more power in battle. This is great. My divine power has increased a lot. Finally, I am no longer called a vase war god. Ling Daixin giggled, then threw herself at Qin Yun and hugged him very happily. After she hugged Qin Yun tightly, she realized that the clothes on her body had already been burnt. Dang, by the time she reacted, Qin Yun had already taken out a white robe and draped it over her body. You saw it just now? Ling Daixin hurriedly wrapped her robe tightly around herself and exclaimed. Qin Yun spread his hands and said, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, there is nothing to see. Humph. At least you know how to praise me. Ling Daixin snorted unhappily. Qin Yun Xiao said, Dai Xian, Grand Elder Ling sold you to me, you should be considered mine. That's right, so, it doesn't matter to me. Ling Daixin also thought of this matter, she gritted her teeth, took off the robe and returned it to Qin Yun. Actually, you are still free. Qin Yun hastily returned the robe to Ling Daixin. Ling Daixin rolled her eyes at him and put on a new set of clothes. After Ling Daixin finished wearing her clothes, Qin Yun immediately took out a fragment of dragon peach and handed it over to Ling Daixin. Ling Daixin put it on her palm and frowned, what is this? Dragon peach core, release that kind of flame and see if you can melt this peach core fragment. Qin Yun is very expectant. If Ling Daixin could handle it, then it wouldn't be so troublesome for him to smelt the dragon peach pits in the future. It was very troublesome to use the box's energy to start a fire every time. Ling Daixin's jade-like palm suddenly overflowed with intense flames, burning the pit of the dragon peach. Very quickly, the pit began to deform, it had already become soft. Very good, very good. Qin Yun's eyes are shining, he is looking at Ling Daixin as if she is a treasure. Ling Daixin is somewhat speechless. She is so beautiful, moreover she knows mind-bewitching divine art. Even when her clothes were burned, Qin Yun looked at her indifferently. And now that he saw that she has some value, his expression changed a lot. Alright, you can rest assured and follow me from now on. Qin Yun took back the peach core and patted Ling Daixin's shoulder. Ling Daixin lit a cigarette and sat down to smoke leisurely. She said, Boss, your godly King Heaven seal can make my flame so strong. Then, you can also use the godly King Heaven seal to release such flames, right? No way. Qin Yun shook his head and said, the divine power bestowed upon you by God King Heavenly Seal is unique to you. I can't decide what kind of ability to bestow upon you. Ling Daixin said, Boss, is my flame really that special? Is it very difficult to smelt dragon peach core? The formation of dragon peach divine tree is related to bloodline heavenly rune, so it is very difficult to smelt it with ordinary flame. Qin Yun nodded. I heard that in Nine Sun Holy Land, there is also a similar material that is also very difficult to smelt. Great Divine Lord obtained it but he was unable to smelt it. Ling Daixin's beautiful eyes flickered, she said with smile, then can I help you look after the furnace in the future? Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, are you willing? Seeing that you are not bad, I will reluctantly agree to help you look after the furnace. Ling Daixin said with smile. Qinyan believes that he will definitely obtain refining material with bloodline heavenly rune in the future. At that time, it will not be enough for Ling Daixin to smelt it alone. He immediately thought that if he could transfer the bloodline heavenly rune ability within Ling Daixin's body to Xianxia and Shui Tianzi, then wouldn't they also be able to possess this kind of flame? Qinyan hurriedly asked Xianxia and Shui Tianzi if there was any way to cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to obtain the bloodline of others. They only said that they can give it a try. Qinyan carefully thought about it. He will need a lot of manpower in the future, not only for refining tools, but also for planting medicine, cigarettes, and so on. Ling Daixin is pretty good, moreover, she was shoved into his hands by the Ling family. Now she also knows the secret of his God King Heavenly Seal. Institute thus, he decided to sign a soul contract with Ling Daixin and make her his loyal subordinate. This could be considered a master-servant contract. Ling Daixin also agreed to be Qinyan's follower. After all, she knew that Qinyan was even stronger than the great divine lord. Furthermore, the Ling family had originally planned for her to stay by Qinyan's side. After signing the soul contract, Qinyan placed her in the Nine Sun Divine Spirit and had Xianxia and Shui Tianzi receive her. Ling Yuner, this rogue elf, naturally wanted to bully Ling Daixin. After entering Qinyan's Nine Sun Divine Spirit, Ling Daixin finally knew how big Qinyan's storage divine tool was. The inside was simply a small world. Furthermore, there was a huge divine universe purple Sunday. It made her suddenly feel that the great divine lord was simply weak to the max. Qinyan looked at the black godly king heavenly seal in his hand. This is the first time he realized how powerful the godly king heavenly seal was. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out a talisman. This talisman was just an ordinary lightning talisman. I will seal it to take a look. Qinyan poured blood spirit power into the divine king heavenly seal, making runes appear on the smooth surface of the seal. The runes that appeared this time are different from the ones he gave to Ling Daixin. Let's give it a try. Qinyan imprinted on the talisman. Just as soon as it was imprinted, the talisman was torn into pieces. Qinyan immediately used the magic mirror to contact Ling Qianxiong and asked if he had any better talismans. He did have some talisman papers in his hands, but they were not the best. They were only above average. Ling Qianxiong came from the Nine Sun Sacred Ground and was someone of status in the Great Sky Divine Race. He definitely had the means to obtain good talisman paper. Qinyan didn't have time to make talisman papers, so he asked Ling Qianxiong for some. Ling Qianxiong promised that he would immediately send someone to deliver 10 sheets to Qinyan. That talisman from before was a thunder talisman. The bloodline heavenly rune inside the God King heavenly seal should be able to bestow even stronger runes according to the runes inside the thunder talisman. Qinyan thought to himself. He speculated that the bloodline heavenly rune of the God King heavenly seal would bestow runes with different abilities according to the runes or objects it sensed. For example, the second generation bloodline heavenly pattern bestowed upon Ling Daixin contained the power of fire. This was probably decided by Ling Daixin's constitution. Qinyan took out the myriad divine saber. Inside the saber was a bloodline heavenly pattern box, but it was sealed. I wonder what kind of reaction it will have if I stamp this saber. Qinyan grabbed the saber with one hand and the divine king heavenly seal with the other. Let's give it a try. Yunyang immediately used the God King Heaven Seal's surface to press down on the blade. And when the godly king heavenly seal pressed down, no runes appeared on the surface of the seal. Also, in other words, the divine king heavenly seal did not bestow runes to the myriad heaven divine saber. Could it be that the myriad divine saber is possessed by the bloodline heavenly pattern box, which prevents other bloodline heavenly patterns from strengthening it? The bloodline heavenly pattern in God King Yan's heavenly seal was an ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern. No. After succeeding, he could only put away the myriad heaven divine blade and take out the soul creation heavenly cauldron, Nine Sun divine hammer, heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, heaven trampling divine boots, sun suppressing divine arrow, floating cloud rod, sky crown hat, etc. They were all very powerful divine weapons and divine artifacts in his hands. He planned to try them one by one to see if he could stamp them. Let's start with spirit creation heavenly cauldron. When Qin Yin used Divine King Heavenly Seal to press down on Spirit Creation Heavenly Cauldron, the seal's surface reacted. Havia reaction meant that he could bestow a bloodline heavenly pattern. There was also a cauldron spirit inside the heavenly cauldron of creation soul. It seemed to be very excited. Qin Yin's godly King Heaven seal was pressed outside the soul creation heaven cauldron. Genesis. The soul heaven cauldron is blue in color. A golden square imprint has appeared on its surface. It is filled with all sorts of complicated runes. Those runes look like squirming golden veins. Energy that looks like blood flows within it. Just not long after, the entire imprint merged into the soul creation heavenly cauldron. The soul creation heavenly cauldron suddenly trembled. There's a reaction. I wonder what it will be like. Qin Yin is overjoyed. He never expected that fusing the ancestral bloodline heavenly rune with the God King heavenly seal would give him such a great harvest. Genesis. The soul heaven cauldron quickly fused with the bloodline heavenly pattern bestowed by the God King heavenly seal. This cauldron was mainly used to refine souls. Qin Yin had many souls of divine sun descendants whose memories had been erased. He placed a soul inside, wanting to see if he could completely destroy it. The souls of the descendants of the divine sun god were difficult to destroy. Currently, they could only erase the memories and consciousness within the souls, completely crippling them. After Qin Yin placed the empty soul into the spirit creation heavenly cauldron, he activated it and discovered that the empty soul inside had a reaction. They haven't been destroyed, they've just been refined to become stronger. Qin Yin frowned slightly. These souls are really hard to destroy. The soul heaven cauldron could refine souls to become stronger. This made Qin Yin suddenly have an idea. He hurriedly took out 2 blank souls and placed them inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron. After being refined by the soul creation heavenly cauldron, the 2 blank souls were also strengthened. I wonder if I can fuse them together. Qin Yin used the soul refining art and released his powerful mental power to gather the souls. Very soon, the 3 blank souls merged back together. Great, this can refine an even stronger soul. Qin Yin is secretly delighted. A strong soul is also very useful. If one were to inject their consciousness and then put this soul into some tools, they would be able to make those tools work according to their consciousness. But souls that could be used to make powerful puppets or tools. Qin Yin wants to make more automatic tobacco making equipment, even automatic tobacco planting puppets and large equipment. This way, he wouldn't need anyone. He could mass-produce the elegant smoke within the 9 yang divine soul and use it to exchange for divine universe metal stones. He put away the soul creation heavenly cauldron and then used the God King heavenly seal to imprint on the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. The heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron also had a huge reaction, and the entire cauldron became even darker. After opening the cauldron lid, there was a very strong devouring power inside. It seems like Nether Sun's devouring ability. Qin Yin is secretly startled. The ancestral bloodline heavenly rune indeed has Nether Sun's ability. Tian the lion dragon suppressing cauldron had obtained a very powerful devouring ability, which meant that in the future, as long as it was released, it could directly devour. It's 9 Sun Divine Hammer's turn. Qin Yin stamped on the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and immediately there was movement. Faint after that, the 9 Sun Divine Hammer began to change and turned into a deep blue color. What kind of ability will it have? Qin Yin is now certain that the Divine King Heavenly Seal can bestow very special abilities. After the 9 Sun Divine Hammer fused with the bestowed bloodline heavenly pattern, it gradually calmed down. Qin Yin held the 9 Sun Divine Hammer in his hand. He felt that it was weightless. Before, the 9 Sun Divine Hammer was very heavy. 9 Sun Divine Hammer's own ability is to increase power by several times. After Qin Yin poured divine power into the 9 Sun Divine Hammer, he sensed that the divine power released by the Divine Hammer has indeed increased by several times. This ability is more or less the same as before. If he let the Divine Hammer Dao image attach to it, the power would be even stronger. Did it become weightless? What kind of ability is this? Qin Yin lightly tossed the 9 Sun Divine Hammer. With the weightless 9 Sun Divine Hammer floated up. He did not expect that after it fell to the ground, it would instantly smash through the floor. Then it unceasingly dropped down with dang 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 sounds. Although Qin Yin's reaction is very fast, he is still unable to grab the 9 Sun Divine Hammer. He can only use his mental power to stop the hammer from falling down. By the time he managed to control the hammer, it has already smashed through more than 100 floors of floor. Qinyan immediately understood why this hammer is so powerful. It is weightless in his hands, but after it leaves his hands, it becomes very, very heavy. What if he did not control it? It might have directly smashed through every floor of the building. It is known that those who live on the upper floors are all big shots. Qinyan can be considered to be on the upper floors. His hammer caused quite a commotion. President Ling. This is all because I was careless and accidentally broke through the floor. I'll take responsibility for the damage. Qinyan immediately contacted Ling Qianxiong. The materials used to build this metal and stone building are not ordinary. After all, the experts living in this building usually need to cultivate. This floor was taken into consideration when building the building, but it still smashed through more than 100 floors. Ling Qianxiong did not blame Qinyan at all. He sighed at how awesome Qinyan is. Not long after, someone arrived at Qinyan's floor and patched up the hole. Qinyan continued stamping his equipment. But when he was about to stamp the heaven-trampling divine boots, he gave up. I'll do it in another place. If I get a powerful ability, I might destroy the entire building. I won't be able to explain it to President Ling then. Qinyan stored away the more lethal items such as the sun-suppressing divine arrow, floating cloud staff and heaven-locking chain. If not for the space restriction, he would have tried stamping Sky Overlord's body or Yang Yang's body. Leap Sky Shuttle is worth a try. Qinyan immediately went to a more spacious place and took out the sky-jumping shuttle. He imprinted a mark on the surface of the heaven-leaping shuttle. When he did so, there was a reaction. What ability will be bestowed? Qinyan saw the white gourd move a bit, but the reaction is not too big. Sky-jumping shuttle's main ability is to travel through space and have a relatively large space inside. Qinyan guessed that the ability will be more focused on space aspect. I should have obtained an ability, but how do I test it? Qinyan immediately entered the heaven-leaping shuttle's main control room and checked the interior space. There was nothing different. Digging out his abilities was the most troublesome part of it all. Isn't there any explanation? Qinyan sat inside the control room and closed his eyes. He poured his mental power into the control center of the sky-jumping shuttle to see if there is any special ability. But after trying for a while, there is no result. Forget it, I will slowly dig it out later. Qinyan stored the sky-jumping shuttle. Next, he took out the Gemini treasure mirror. Double the Gemini treasure mirror is very useful because it can record all kinds of runes. The mysterious fusion heavenly rune power it emits can also promote fusion. Apart from this, he can also refine the magic mirror's ability. Qinyan imprinted the Divine King heavenly seal on the mirror. Seeing the runes appear on the surface, he felt relieved. However, the runes that appeared on the surface of the seal were somewhat different from before. They seemed to be thicker and the golden light they released was much stronger. It doesn't matter, it should work. Qinyan is looking forward to the result. Led to his surprise, the godly monarch heavenly seal's surface was stuck firmly on the mirror. It could not be removed at all. What happened? Qinyan was alarmed. It was not like this before. He had stamped many times in the past, but he had always been able to take it back immediately. He had never been sucked in like this before. The most terrifying thing is that Qinyan can sense that the Divine King heavenly seal is frantically absorbing his energy. Not good. Qinyan can sense that the Divine Sun divine power within the Nine Sun divine spirit is being frantically extracted. God, what did Wang Tianyin want to do by extracting such a powerful energy? Qinyan could only see that the Gemini treasure mirror was emitting an intense golden light, as though it was being modified. Don't tell me that the Divine King heavenly seal can change materials? Qinyan suddenly understood why the Divine King heavenly seal would crazily extract the Divine Sun's energy. And what puzzled him was why the godly monarch heaven seal only modified the Gemini treasure mirror. Although the Gemini treasure mirror is very useful, it was refined by Qinyan himself. It itself is not very strong. And those divine weapons and divine tools from before were all very strong, but they were not favored by the Divine King heavenly seal. Don't tell me that the ancestral bloodline heavenly rune has its own consciousness? Qin thought to himself. The ancestral bloodline heavenly rune is very powerful, so it is very normal for it to have its own consciousness. When Qin thought of this, he did not find it strange anymore. How long will it take? Qin sighed inwardly. The godly monarch heavenly seal extracted the energy of several powerful divine suns and could actually use it. But the pill transformation heavenly furnace could not do it, so it could only eat divine universe goldstones. Otherwise, he would not have needed to consume so many divine universe goldstones. Qin can only wait patiently. Fortunately, there is not much activity within the nine sun divine spirit. Ling Dixian, Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji are chatting happily. He is learning the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra from them. He wants to try and see if he can transfer his ancestral bloodline heavenly runes power to them. Until Qin does not know what the cultivation process is like. This is a secret. Qin grabbed the handle of the Gemini treasure mirror with one hand and the godly monarch heavenly seal with the other. He can only wait for the result. If this goes on, what will happen to the Gemini treasure mirror in the end? Qin is suddenly looking forward to it. Since it consumed so much energy to transform it, the Gemini treasure mirror will definitely become stronger and the power it obtained will be even more formidable. Qin is also unable to guess what will happen. The power bestowed by the godly monarch heavenly seal is very hard to fathom. There is no fixed pattern. This process continued for several days, and it didn't stop at all. Ling Zhanxiong sent people to deliver talisman paper. Because the godly monarch heavenly seal is still stuck on the mirror, he cannot stamp the talisman paper to test it. After absorbing energy for several days, the activity gradually became smaller. This means that it has entered the final stage. Qin raised his spirit, he can sense that it will be finished very soon. Finally, the godly monarch heavenly seal and the Gemini treasure mirror stopped absorbing the nine sun divine spirits' energy and suddenly separated. There is no change. Qin looked at the Gemini treasure mirror, the weight and everything else did not change, it is exactly the same as before. Just while he is puzzled, he saw many things appear on the mirror surface. What is this? Qin is secretly astonished, are these words? He carefully looked at the numbers and cannot help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Yun because his name is written on it, as well as his current cultivation, including the cultivation technique he grasped, the strength of his body, the cultivation of his soul, the divine weapons in his hands and so on. What the hell is this? Qin does not dare to believe it. When he looked at the mirror did not show him, instead it showed records about him. Could it be that after being shown on by this thing, the relevant details will appear? Qin immediately took out a bloodline heavenly pattern box, it is the one Yu Shangyun has that looks like a moon. After shining it on the Gemini treasure mirror, the mirror flashed and new content appeared. Qin is shocked and excited, he opened his eyes wide and looked at the content on the mirror. Moon Ancestor Bloodline Heavenly Pattern, from Moon Cosmos. Qin read the line. The content appeared very slowly, moreover, the words that appeared were very blurry at first, then gradually became clear. Qin looked at the related information about the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box and secretly felt apprehensive. He did not expect that this Bloodline Heavenly Pattern box would have such an origin. Qin looked at the contents of the Gemini treasure mirror and exclaimed repeatedly in his heart. He didn't expect the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern boxes to be formed in such a way. Moreover, the power sealing the boxes is also very dreadful. These bloodline heavenly runes are the most ancient form of energy and they are formed from the nether sun. Qin now knows how the bloodline heavenly pattern box was formed and why its interior is like a universe. In the vast universe, there is a very large nether sun. When it reaches a certain size, a large space will appear inside the nether sun. Then, the space continued to expand, and as time passed, another huge universe would be formed inside. As for these nether suns, they were in the most ancient and largest cosmos, and they were crazily devouring the energy of that ancient cosmos. There are a total of 9 nether suns of this level. These 9 nether suns were originally transformed from huge divine suns. Since they devoured a lot of energy, they naturally formed runes and finally transformed into bloodline heavenly runes. The cosmos inside each nether sun is different. The only thing they have in common is that the vast cosmos inside each nether sun is composed of a large number of huge heavenly runes. Those heavenly runes have turned into huge energy spheres just like divine suns. In these 9 nether suns had devoured too much of the universe's energy. In the end, they had been sealed by a mysterious and powerful force and turned into a bloodline heavenly pattern box. After countless years, the 9 boxes gathered in a space called the 9 skies, which was also the 9 skies that Luo Yaofeng and the others came from. Although the boxes were sealed, the energy within them was extremely powerful. They could still release divine power from afar and influence their surroundings. Over the years, these 9 bloodline heavenly rune boxes have produced a large number of runes and produced all kinds of powerful life forms and races. In other words, the 9 bloodline heavenly pattern boxes were the origin of all things in the ancient universe, and the heaven-splitting ancient clan had once possessed them. But they couldn't control the boxes and were almost devoured, so they could only throw them away and let the boxes float in the void, all the way to the 9 heavens. Such as now that the all heavens divine wilderness had been formed, many divine worlds and living beings had gathered here, it also meant that the bloodline heavenly pattern box would be gathered here as well. These 9 boxes are actually such existences. Truly terrifying. Xianxia looked at the Divine King Heavenly Seal and cannot help but feel fear. He is afraid that he will not be able to control it and be devoured. The bloodline heavenly pattern box in the godly monarch Heaven Seal was not the original one, but a fusion. Therefore, it was easier to control. Was the formation of the 9 myriad worlds divine suns going to follow this old path? The myriad realms divine sun will eventually transform into a powerful nether sun and then devour this ancient universe. Xianxia could not help but think of this point. Finally, he thought of the descendants of the divine sun god. If the divine sun had a descendant of the divine sun, it meant that the growth of the divine sun would have a limit, and it would not be able to transform into an extremely powerful nether Sunday 9. Although there was a huge nether sun in the sacred sun, it was not big enough, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Xianxia suddenly understood that the reason why the descendants of the divine sun had appeared was because they were created by a mysterious force. They were parasitized within the divine sun to end the divine sun. Such as with this, he figured out many things. The descendants of the divine sun that went around destroying divine suns would become the higher-ups of the law enforcement world. They might even become law enforcers or something like that. Moreover, they would also control things like the heavenly rules orthodoxy. The myriad realms divine sun kept getting stronger because it could absorb the energy of the universe. In this ancient and vast universe, there must be other living beings controlling it. Xianxia already had 8 bloodline heavenly pattern boxes. He was only missing the dragon-type box. The dragon-type box was most likely in the hands of the All Heavens Dragon Emperors. Xianxia thought of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Legend had it that they were the ones who created the descendants of the divine sun. Moreover, the heaven-splitting ancient clan had once possessed the bloodline heavenly pattern box. The heaven-splitting ancient clan must know what kind of power sealed the 9 boxes. Xianxia continued looking at the contents of the Gemini treasure mirror. On it was written that 2 second-generation bloodline heavenly patterns could be fused into an ancestral bloodline heavenly pattern box, but the fusion would be much weaker. However, there were inherited memories. Xianxia had learned about the bloodline heavenly pattern box from these inherited memories. There was no life in the universe inside the bloodline heavenly pattern box because the box itself was a special life form. Therefore, the bloodline heavenly pattern box had always been producing powerful races, hoping that these races would one day unlock the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Xianxia thought about it carefully. The reason he could appear in this world was more or less because of the help of the bloodline heavenly pattern box. He suspected that the birth of the myriad suns might have something to do with the bloodline heavenly pattern boxes, the 9 skies that had been destroyed, and the other divine worlds. The crazed sun tiger emperor came from the crazed sun god world, and he had a bloodline heavenly pattern box. There was also the white sun divine world's bloodline heavenly pattern box, the violet sun elves, and so on. Although they had the bloodline heavenly pattern box, it was difficult for them to see through its secrets. Only Xianxia had the chance to understand its secrets. The Gemini treasure mirror seemed to be able to transmit the will of the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Xianxia gripped the mirror's hilt tightly and asked, What bloodline heavenly rune do you have? The bloodline heavenly pattern box within the God King heavenly seal was the one he had fused with. Yang bloodline heavenly pattern. A line of words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. Yang? Then how can you give birth to extreme bloodline heavenly rune? This is related to the moon. Xianxia doubtfully said. The moon bloodline heavenly pattern box was born because of me. I have another name, Taisher. Another line of text appeared on the mirror. Xianxia wanted to take out the other bloodline heavenly pattern boxes one by one, but he was worried that they would be devoured by this Taisher. Xianxia put away the Gemini treasure mirror. He is somewhat afraid. After all, he still can't be sure how strong this Taisher is. If he can't control this powerful and mysterious thing, it will be very dangerous for him. Xianxia, just as he put away the Gemini treasure mirror, it trembled again and again. He could only take it out again. Only he saw the image of a human body appear on the Gemini treasure mirror. It's him. The entire body is emitting blue light, but the heart and the head are red. But if one looked at it from a larger perspective, the location of the heart was a little dark. What does this mean? There's something wrong with my heart and head? Xianxia frowned. Your heart contains a lot of energy, but it's still too weak. Moreover, it's a hidden danger. Your soul is too weak, it can't keep up with your body's progress. Xianxia believed that his heart should be the strongest place in his body. However, Grand Prime said that it was very weak and that there were hidden dangers. Your heart is very strong compared to others, but it is very weak to you. You need to strengthen your heart and remove any hidden dangers. Words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. Alright then, how can I strengthen my heart? How can I eliminate the latent dangers? Asked Xianxia. Taisher was, after all, a very powerful bloodline heavenly pattern. It could be said that all the other bloodline heavenly patterns were nurtured by him. Now Xianxia believed that Grand Prime was still not complete. He believed that by obtaining the bloodline heavenly pattern box in the hands of the great divine Lord, he would be able to create a complete Grand Prime. The bloodline heavenly pattern box in the great divine Lord's hands was also sealed. Grand Prime had a way to remove all the seals on the bloodline heavenly pattern boxes. However, it was very difficult and required many conditions. Xianxia couldn't do it yet. The hidden danger of your heart is that you don't have a powerful enough energy body. If you had a powerful energy body, then the energy would be connected to your soul, and no one would be able to take your heart away. Xianxia looked at the words on the Gemini treasure mirror and immediately became alarmed. He said, my heart can be taken away? That is the imperial heart that belongs to me. You can take it. Therefore, this is a huge hidden danger. You need to inject a powerful energy body into it. Xianxia recalled the great divine Lord's heart. It was the heart of a heavenly cosmic divine Sunday. It should be a powerful energy body. Tell me directly what to do. Xianxia said. Capture a powerful energy body. I will help you find it. After the words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror, a pointer appeared. Finger the direction the needle was pointing at was the location of the powerful body of energy. Xianxia couldn't go over yet because he still had a lot of things to do. For example, torturing the transcendent purple ginseng, planting the dragon peach divine tree through the white god sun totem, researching the imperial heavenly talisman, and researching the special divine power of the four god suns. Xianxia looked at the Gemini treasure mirror in his hand. Thinking that it knew many things, he took out the heaven leaping shuttle. Help me see what kind of ability this heaven leaping shuttle has obtained. Xianxia used Gemini treasure mirror to take a look. Yin Kong. It could hide in the dark space. The overall material of this divine artifact was very weak. It could not be hidden in the dark space for a long time, or else it would be destroyed by the dark space. If this divine equipment can be strengthened, it can even move in the dark space. A few lines of words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. Xianxia was shocked. The Grand Prime's consciousness in the Gemini treasure mirror really did know a lot of things. He was secretly excited as he stamped the God King heavenly seal on the heaven leaping shuttle. Indeed, it could give the heaven leaping shuttle a powerful ability. Being able to hide in the dark space was a pretty good ability. At critical moments, he could hide in the dark space. After entering the dark space and coming out, he would not be at his original location. He would appear in a random place. Xianxia took out another peach core crystal seed, used the Gemini treasure mirror to illuminate it and asked, "This is the dragon peach core crystal seed, what is its main use?" Words immediately appeared on the mirror. You can use it to plant a dragon peach divine tree. However, it is very difficult for it to take root and sprout. It requires a large amount of runes and energy. If you need to plant a dragon peach divine tree, I can provide you with detailed instructions. Can I use the white divine yang totem to complement it? Asked Xianxia. This is a very good rune, but it is not enough. When you need to plant it, I will guide you to make it even better. Xianxia relaxed a lot. He doesn't want to plant it yet. He continued to ask, then what will happen if the crystal seed is inserted into the body and then detonated? The crystal seed contains a portion of dragon bloodline heavenly rune. After it is inserted into the body, it will explode and quickly produce dragon insect. Xianxia's confusion has finally been resolved. Dragon bee and dragon ant appeared before. His magic mirror suddenly trembled. The demonic mirror in his hand suddenly vibrated. It was Ling Qianxiong looking for him. "President Ling, what's the matter?" asked Xianxia. "Boss Qin, I ran into some trouble, I hope you can leave our metal stone shop for a period of time." Ling Qianxiong's voice is somewhat awkward. "What's the matter?" Xianxia hastily asked. Ling Qianxia and Ling Qianxiong's relationship can be said to be very good. He even very generously lent Xianxia 500 million Divine Universe metal stones. If there is no problem, he would not drive Xianxia away. This is a game between the various big clans of our very heaven god race. After a period of time, when the game is over, I might be able to become the new president. Ling Qianxiong is also very helpless. When Xianxia and Ling Daixin arrived, she was worried that the metal stone shop is not owned by the Ling family. She has this kind of premonition. It means that she can sense that the competition within the very heaven god race is very intense. If today it is indeed so, it has already affected the president of the metal stone shop. What about Xianxia's business? It won't affect our cooperation, right? Xianxia asked. Of course not. Even if I am not the president, my Ling family's sales channel is still there. Even if I am not the president, I can still take care of this matter. Boss Qin, I lent you 500 million Divine Universe metal stones, my Ling family will take care of the debt. Don't worry, just spend them without worry. Ling Qianxiong said. As long as it doesn't affect Xianxia's business, Xianxia doesn't mind immediately leaving the metal stone shop. Then we will meet again in the future. After a period of time, I will give Brother Ming a batch of goods and then let him hand them over to you. Xianxia said. Alright, I will help you look out for transcending space divine stone. Seeing that Xianxia is so easy to talk to, Ling Qianxiong felt a lot more at ease. Xianxia immediately left the very heaven #1 city. He took out the Gemini treasure mirror and flew in the sky to search for the energy body. Old brother Taisher, do you know what Mother Sun is? Xianxia recalled the purple-red moon inside the 4 divine suns and briefly explained the situation of the 4 divine suns. There are no divine sun descendants inside the Mother Sun. This divine sun will exist for a very long time and then transform into a super large nether Sunday. Finally, it will be able to form its own universe. Therefore, it can be formed because of your participation. The divine power in your heart can restrain divine sun descendants. When Xianxia saw the words Gemini treasure mirror, he understood why Mother Sun is so important. Moreover, it is also very dangerous. He is puzzled because his imperial heaven divine power can restrain divine sun descendants and he doesn't even know about it. Can my imperial heaven divine power really restrain the soul of divine sun descendants? I tried it but it didn't have any effect. Xianxia asked. It can obstruct the reproduction of divine sun descendants, causing them to be unable to condense a body inside the 4 divine suns and unable to absorb divine sun's divine power. It is not to exterminate them. Xianxia thought that his imperial heaven divine power could truly restrain and exterminate divine sun descendants. So it turns out that he didn't discover this ability. The Grand Prime in Xianxia's hand was fused by him. Currently, it is still very weak and incomplete. Double the mirror suddenly trembled violently before words appeared, if you don't want to die, It's best if you don't remove the seal on the primordial Grand Prime. What? Qin Yan was so shocked that he almost threw away the Gemini treasure mirror. The primordial Grand Prime wanted to devour the entire universe. As for me, I'm the new Grand Prime you created. I'm just your tool. I'm emotionless and desireless. I only serve you. Yun looked at the words on the Gemini treasure mirror and suddenly felt that the Great Divine Lord was very dangerous. If the Great Divine Lord also had the help of a Taisher in his hands, then if the seal could be lifted one day, everyone might be finished. Was the bloodline heavenly pattern box in the Great Divine Lord's hands given to him by the Nine Suns Law Spirit? Even now, Qin Yan still couldn't figure out what the Nine Suns Law Spirit was doing. The Nine Yang Dharma Spirit was a multi-consciousness entity. It was a very complicated existence, and at the same time, it was very dangerous. In short, all you need to know is that you need to become stronger and not leave any hidden dangers in your body. Otherwise, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. When the words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror, it shook again. Clearly, the content was extremely important. Qin, of course, Yun wanted to become stronger, so he flew towards the location of the energy body. Along the way, he constantly communicated with Taisher. He did not have to worry about this Grand Prime now, as he had created it. It was completely loyal to him. And this Grand Prime wants Qin Yun to destroy the bloodline heavenly pattern box in the hands of the Great Divine Lord because that box is extremely dangerous. If the Great Divine Lord was able to undo the seal, then all the bloodline heavenly pattern boxes in Qin Yun's hands would be attracted to the one in the Great Divine Lord's hand. When Qin Yun found out about this, he became even more anxious to destroy the Great Divine Lord's box. Otherwise, the bloodline heavenly pattern box that he painstakingly collected would be taken away. It was even possible that everything in the God's Desolate would be devoured. Big the Divine King was very powerful, but he had already been used by the bloodline heavenly pattern box. The reason why the Great Divine King could become even stronger was because his heart had a powerful Sky Divine Sunday. He did not know how that Tianyu Divine Sun came about, but this matter was definitely not simple. Now that Yun had received the Grand Prime's assistance, she felt like her future would be even smoother. At the very least, she would not be clueless about many things. Then, he asked about the Jiryang Divine Maiden. Taisher did not know much about the Nine Suns Divine Maiden, but he could guess that it was because of the existence of the Nine Suns. The Nine Suns goddesses were all goddesses born from the Nine Suns. They were mainly born from the moon. Their main mission was to help the Nine Suns build a world and protect the king of this world. This, however, Taisher told Qin Yun through the Gemini treasure mirror that the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit could erase the Nine Yang Divine Maiden's consciousness and even change their memories. When Yun saw these words, she immediately lost her composure. Qin Yun told Grand Prime about his relationship with the Nine Sun Divine Maiden. Taisher only said not to trust the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit too much, because the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit is a multi-consciousness body, formed from many different consciousnesses. Sometimes it will do evil things, sometimes it will do good things, and when it does things, there is no pattern at all. Seeing this, Yun became even more worried. Then what should I do? Many of them are inside the myriad realm's divine sun. Yun suddenly became anxious. Don't worry, they will be fine for the time being because they will help stabilize the inner core. The Nine Yang Dharma Spirit will not affect them for the time being. You must strengthen your heart, increase your cultivation, strengthen your soul. Then you will have the strength to help them cut off the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit. Yun saw the words on the Gemini treasure mirror and felt a lot relieved. He has always been worried about the Nine Sun Divine Maiden. He also has a Divine Sun. He feels that the Nine Sun Divine Maiden should help him strengthen his Divine Sunday, Qin Yun thought. He hastily used the Gemini treasure mirror to look at the 8th and 9th pearls. He has not been able to open these 2 pearls, he wants to know what is inside. What is inside? Qin Yun asked. I can't see through it. Words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror, causing Qin Yun to be greatly disappointed. Qin Yun is flying in the sky. During the night, he looked at the myriad heaven's divine moon in the sky. He already knew that Xianxia and Qi Wuxing have returned to Heaven's Secrets sect. Also, in other words, it won't be long before he can determine the location of Heaven's Secrets sect. At that time, he can directly kill his way over. Yu Shangyun sent several messages to Qin Yan asking about the situation of Yi Yashui and the others. They are still sleeping, they have not woken up as fast as Xianxia said. Only what was certain was that all of them were fine now. It was just that their souls had been severely damaged, and they needed to fully recover before they could completely wake up. Qin Yan flew for a very long time. Furthermore, he kept flying high up in the sky. He even passed by the divine moon of the heavens. Because the distance was too far, he had no choice but to take out the heaven-leaping shuttle to travel through space. He ran to He, who was so bitter, far away from the divine suns of the myriad realms and the divine moons of the heavens. He entered the vast universe. And even though he was far away from the divine sun of the myriad worlds and the divine moon of the heavens, he could still feel the light shining on him. God, the light of the moon and divine sun can penetrate very far. It can attract large numbers of living beings in the vast universe to rush to the heavens divine desolate. It can make the heavens divine desolate even more prosperous. Don't tell me I'm looking for a divine sun? Qin Yan looked at the countless stars in the universe from within the heaven-leaping shuttle. Most of those stars were at the level of suns, but they had not become divine suns yet. It's not a divine sun, but something even stronger. The Gemini treasure mirror trembled, and words appeared. Stronger than divine sun? Super large nether sun? Qin Yan said in astonishment. Super large nether sun can't enter your heart and become an energy body. What you are looking for is the state of a divine sun when it evolves into a super large nether sun. Super when a strong divine sun evolves into a super large nether sun, it will shrink to the size of an egg. After shrinking to a certain size, it will explode and turn into a super large nether sun and start devouring. Qin Yan never knew that when a divine sun matures to a certain level, it will take this form. The main reason is that all the divine suns in the universe are parasitized by divine sun descendants, so they can't grow into super strong divine sun and self-destruct. The universe is so big, there must be a divine sun that can enter this form without being parasitized by divine sun descendants. Qin Yan is secretly excited. If he can truly obtain this kind of energy body, then his imperial heaven heart will be stable. The heaven-leaping shuttle continued to travel through space. It has already left the myriad realms divine Sunday. However, the myriad realms divine sun's light can still shine over. At this distance, Qin Yan's devil mirror can't communicate with the heavens divine desolate. It means that it is very far away. Almost there, be careful, words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror and it violently shook. Qin Yan tightly grasped the trembling Gemini treasure mirror. He was infected by the vibration of the Gemini treasure mirror. He suddenly became very vigilant and prepared to attack at any moment. Is it the danger brought by that energy body or something else? Qin Yan looked at the Gemini treasure mirror and asked. Very soon, words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. There are people nearby. They are from the heaven-splitting ancient clan. I'm not sure which clan they are exactly, but they are very powerful. They should be looking for that energy body. Yun was shocked. There was actually someone from the ancient heaven clan nearby. It wasn't that he hadn't faced someone from the ancient heaven clan before. However, now that he was far away from the myriad realms divine sun, he was afraid that he would not be able to borrow the power of the myriad realms divine sun, resulting in insufficient power. He quickly took out the myriad heaven divine saber, put on the heaven trampling divine boots, and put on the heaven hat. Thinking that he still had a life-governing heavenly talisman on him, he suddenly felt much more at ease. Even if he faced the powerful heaven-opening clan members, he would not be too afraid. After making his preparations, Qin Yan left the heavenly leaping shuttle and put it away. Leap the Sky shuttle's movements were quite loud, and the energy bodies were nearby, making them easy targets. If Qin Yan were to hide and act alone, he would not be discovered so easily. Even so, Taisher still warned Qin Yan to be careful. Still it was said that the people of the heaven-splitting ancient clan had powerful detection tools that could not only detect the undulations of energy bodies, but could also detect the presence of people nearby. Qin Yan had once fought with the people of the heaven-splitting ancient clan and experienced their strength. However, even the heaven-splitting ancient clan's cultivation level was not much higher than the 10-star heavenly lords. Only they all surpassed Lord Shintian's cultivation, and like many of the older generation, they reached a whole new realm. Yeah. In this new realm, the living beings in this universe were still very confused. Aten the Divine Desolate, many living beings were looking forward to the great Divine Lord figuring out this brand new realm. Then, he would tell everyone so that everyone would have a cultivation direction. Qingyun was already a 4-star Divine Heaven Lord, he could quickly pass through the Divine Heaven Lord stage, and at that time, he could also enter this brand new barrier. After obtaining the energy body, the 60,000th universe deity sun will appear soon. The birth of the 60,000th universe deity sun isn't simple. You must hurry over. The Gemini treasure mirror vibrated and text appeared to warn Qingyun. Sixth divine sun? What's going on? Qingyun was getting more and more puzzled. The appearance of the sixth divine sun might be for the great divine Lord. But that's not the point. The point is that after the sixth divine sun appears, new divine objects and miracles will descend. What alarmed Qingyun was that the sixth divine sun was actually going to be given to the great divine king. When the time comes, Bing Xing will enter the core of the sixth divine sun. This made him very worried. Now he already knew that the nine-yang dharma spirit wasn't that reliable. It could switch between all types of consciousness, an existence that was neither good nor evil. What if the nine suns dharma spirit tricked the nine suns divine maiden while it was in a daze? Qingyun was deeply worried. She gripped the myriad heaven divine saber tightly. All she wanted was to quickly sever the relationship between the nine suns goddess and the nine suns dharma spirit. Just as Qingyun was feeling anxious, he suddenly sensed two powerful auras heading towards him. Accompanying those two powerful auras was a thick murderous aura. Have I been discovered? Although Qingyun's emotions had fluctuated, his aura had not leaked out at all. Don't fight with them. You can't kill them. Don't waste time, quickly obtain the energy body, and then quickly retreat. The Gemini treasure mirror violently trembled, and also released a weak electric current. After Yun saw the words, he felt somewhat puzzled. This Grand Prime should have consciousness and could communicate with him mentally. But why was it so troublesome to only display the words on the mirror? A pointer appeared on the mirror and pointed in one direction. That is the direction of the energy body. Only the Grand Prime could clearly sense the exact location of the energy body. The people of the heaven-splitting ancient race could only detect a general area, but this area was very large. Root according to the Grand Prime's description, the energy body is black and very small. It is only the size of an egg and it is in a very quiet state. In the vast universe, wanting to find such a thing is like finding a needle in a haystack. Even if there is a general area, wanting to find it is still very difficult. Qingyun released the heavenly eye avatar behind him. He can see two figures. They are a middle-aged man and an old man. They are both wearing black armor with strong defensive power and holding powerful divine weapons. They are madly chasing after Qingyun. And in the old man's hand, there is a disc. It seems to be a tracking tool. That energy body is very small and has the ability to travel through space. It can even move, but I can help you get it. Yun looked at the words on the Gemini treasure mirror and stepped on the air. He asked, "Old brother Grand Prime, why don't you communicate with me mentally?" "I can't do it. My existence is very special, it is not the spirit body you are familiar with." After the words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror, a pointer immediately appeared, indicating Qingyun to change direction. After Yun changed direction, the pointer suddenly flickered with golden light. Words also appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. "We are close. Use the mirror to shine forward. I will make the energy body appear." Qingyun immediately did as he was told. After the Gemini treasure mirror shone forward, a small ball of golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. That is a golden pearl. It is only the size of an egg. It shone brightly under the light of the Gemini treasure mirror. Qingyun was somewhat suspicious of this Grand Prime before. But now that he saw the energy body, he gradually began to believe it. He immediately stepped on the air and extended his hand to grab the pearl. But as soon as his hand touched the golden pearl, he felt as if the bones in his hand were about to break. His extended hand was torn apart by a powerful force and his flesh burst open. What the hell is this? Qingyun thought that he would be able to easily grab it. He did not expect that he would almost destroy his hand. The energy body's energy can only be described as terrifying. Double the Gemini treasure mirror violently trembled and words appeared. This is the compressed form of the super divine Sunday. It will soon explode and form the super nether Sunday. If not for your super heaven divine body, your hand would have been crippled. Quickly take out the divine king heavenly seal and imprint it on it. I will seal this energy body. Yun immediately took out the black divine king heavenly seal and imprinted it on the golden pearl. Speaking of which, it is very strange. After the divine king heavenly seal imprinted it, the golden pearl immediately turned black and the light disappeared. Leave immediately, words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. Xianxia grabbed the black pearl and then stepped on the air to leave. The old man and youth from the heaven-splitting ancient race also chased after them. Who the hell are you? Don't run, the old man furiously shouted, do you know what you took away? Yu Yaoyao and her father, Yu Xingyu, as well as the higher-ups of the ancient Yu clan, were staying in a luxurious mansion in the heavenly courts of the divine wilderness. They were chatting in the hall when Yu Xingyu and a few old men suddenly took out their magic mirrors. He not only was the magic mirror shaking violently, but it was also emitting a very ear-piercing sound. It was an urgent message, which was why there was such a huge commotion. What's wrong? Imperial Demon also realized that something big had happened. After Yu Xingyu and the few elders received the news, their expressions changed drastically. Very bad news. Yu Xingyu frowned and said, that evil thing has been obtained by someone. The Sky Splitter Alliance is gathering us to search for that person. What evil creature? Yu Yaoyao asked hurriedly. Something that could cause the Heaven-Splitting Alliance to make such a huge commotion was definitely something incredible. That thing is called the Heaven-Devouring Evil Sunday. Once this thing explodes, it will transform into an extremely huge heaven-devouring evil sun, and it is still in a very young state. An old man said in a deep voice, I wonder who obtained it. Devouring heaven? Can it really devour the heavens? Yu Yaoyao exclaimed. It can devour the godly energy in the universe, and it's hard to stop it. The more it devours, the stronger it becomes. Even God waste in the heavens might be devoured by it. Yu Xingyu nodded, it really can devour the heavens. The old man said solemnly, the person who took this must be from our heaven-splitting ancient clan. Only we, the heaven-splitting ancient clan, know of the existence of the heaven-devouring evil sun, and only we have the secret method to search for it. Let's go meet up with the person who asked for help. Yu Xingyu said, the emperor should be on his way. It's been many years since the heaven-splitting ancient clan has gathered. This time, we'll be reunited. The old man said, Yaoyao, come with us. All right. Yu Yaoyao nodded. Some of the heaven-splitting ancient clans were shocked when they learned that the bodies of energy had been taken. The clan emperors and elders of the various clans all moved out. Xianxia was currently in the vast universe, sitting in the heaven-leaping shuttle, rushing back to the divine wilderness. Namely, even though the heaven-leaping shuttle could travel continuously, it still required a lot of time. The body of energy he had obtained was the heaven-devouring evil sun that the heaven-splitting ancient clan had mentioned. He did not know that the alliance formed by the heaven-splitting ancient clan was burning with anxiety. Brother Taisher, how do I use this thing? Xianxia looked at the black bead in his hand from inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. His hand had just been injured by this bead, but now this bead looked very ordinary. This Xianxia could not help but marvel at the Divine King Heavenly Seal's seal. Just one seal was enough to seal this terrifying bead. Of course I'll put it in your heart. As long as you don't undo the seal, it won't produce any divine power, and you'll be fine. Once it fuses with your heart, your imperial heart will no longer be your weakness. When Yin saw the words that appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror, her heart couldn't help but pound. He previously, when he used his hand to grab the body of energy, his palm was almost torn to shreds. If he placed it in his heart and was not careful, wouldn't his imperial heart be finished? Don't worry, the seal is very strong, there won't be any problems. As long as your heart is strong enough, it won't be taken away. Words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. Xianxia clenched his teeth and decided to do it. He placed the bead on the position of his heart, then made a hole and stuffed the bead in. After the bead drilled in, he quickly used the Gemini treasure mirror to illuminate the position of his heart and let Taisher do it for him. Previously, his heart was a square, but now it had become a bead. His imperial heart from before, as well as the sun heart, were all gone. However, he can still feel the existence of the imperial heart. What made Qingyun most depressed is that his heart can't beat, it can only spin. Many beauties liked to lie on his chest and listen to his heartbeat. Now, they can't listen to it anymore. Can this thing make me stronger? Qingyun patted his chest. He didn't feel his divine power increase. Not yet, but it will definitely be able to in the future. Your current heart is much stronger than the great divine king's heavenly universe divine sun heart. This energy body can't strengthen your divine power right now, but it can provide your heart with the strongest defense. When Qingyun saw the words on the Gemini treasure mirror, he was somewhat disappointed. However, what he was happy about was that he no longer had to worry about others stabbing his heart. The Gemini treasure mirror suddenly trembled, then many light spots appeared on the mirror's surface. Qingyun hastily asked. Double words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. A large number of heaven-opening ancient race people are using the heaven-leaping shuttle space concealment ability to hide in the dark space. Hurry! Qingyun jumped in fright and immediately used his consciousness to activate the heaven-leaping shuttle space concealment ability. Leap! The heaven-leaping shuttle immediately entered the incomparably dark space. Also at this moment, Qingyun could feel that the divine universe golden stones inside the heaven-leaping shuttle space were quickly flowing away. The Gemini treasure mirror trembled and reminded Qingyun. Also he immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to leave the dark space. After leaving, he was very far away from where he was just now. However, he was still very far away from the myriad realms' divine sun and the myriad heavens' divine moon. He could only slowly fly back. The Skyleap shuttle is too weak and needs to be strengthened. We need to add in bloodline heavenly pattern materials to make it stronger. Yun looked at the Gemini treasure mirror's notification. She wanted to do it too, but where would she find so many bloodline heavenly pattern materials? Dragon Peach Pit. Taisher gave a hint. Qingyun recalled that he still had quite a number of divine artifacts. He needed to seal them so that they could gain powers. Qingcloud mentioned this matter, and Taisher felt that there was no rush right now. After all, if a god armament was too weak, the ability it could bestow would be greatly limited, and it could only bestow once. If the ability obtained was not good enough, then it would be a waste of an opportunity. And his previous 9-sun divine hammer and heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron were pretty good and would not have much of an impact on his future. I want to plant a divine dragon peach tree, please guide me. Taisher also knew about the situation inside his 9-yang divine soul. He knew that he had the divine yang heavenly soil. Very soon, the detailed steps appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. Look, it is rather difficult, but with Qingyun's current condition, he can do it. Seeing the required steps, Qingyun is secretly astonished. He thought that the heavens mandate sacred land's dragon peach divine tree was very powerful, but that was only the weakest. Taisher's method can plant a very powerful dragon peach divine tree. Qingyun suddenly thought of the 5 seeds he obtained from the heavenly law inheritance pearl. He still doesn't know what kind of flower it is. Now is the perfect time for Taisher to help take a look. And on the way back to the divine desolate land, Mo finished integrating the complete white divine yang totem. He released Mo and let the cute little elf look at the Gemini treasure mirror. I'm so beautiful. Mo looked at herself in the mirror and saw her cute and beautiful appearance. She couldn't help but use her small hands to gently touch her little face as she smiled sweetly. Of course, Mo has always been very beautiful. Qingyun said with smile. The Gemini treasure mirror suddenly flashed, prompting Mo to release the white god yang totem. Mo flew in a circle before releasing a white ball of light. The ball of light was formed from many complicated runes. The Gemini treasure mirror had been strengthened by the God King heavenly seal, so it was not a problem for it to record this complicated white god yang totem. Moreover, there was Grand Prime's consciousness inside. After Mo finished, she was also a bit tired, but she was very happy, because this meant that the dragon peach tree would soon be planted. At that time, she would be able to happily eat dragon peaches with her little friends. Qingyun let Mo return to rest and took out a dragon peach crystal seed. The white divine yang totem that Mo had just released was only an illusory image formed from a very weak divine power. It was not formed from the power of the blood soul. And now, Qingyun needs to inject blood soul power into the Gemini treasure mirror and then condense a set of true white divine sun totem and dragon tree totem. This was the first step. The second step was to fuse the white divine yang totem and the dragon tree totem and insert them into the very small crystal seed. This was very difficult. If this was in the past, Qingyun would definitely have believed that he could not do it, but Taisher said he could. This was because even a super divine sun could be compressed to the size of an egg, let alone a mere set of totems. Taisher also instructed Qingyun to use Nether Sun's power to release gravity to wrap around the white divine sun totem. It caused the center of the white Shenyang totem to produce a self-shrinking force. At the same time, it exerted pressure on the outside, causing the entire white Shenyang totem to slowly shrink together. Same at that time, he also needed to release a powerful mental power to ensure that all the runes would not be damaged when shrinking and would not conflict with other runes. It required the coordination of an extremely strong mental power, and Qingyun currently possessed it. Furthermore, he has the Sun Emperor inscription spirit and the Totem inscription spirit, so it will be even easier for him to proceed. Qingyun injected a large amount of blood soul power into the Gemini treasure mirror, and the mirror shot out a ray of white light. Then, a white god sun totem gradually formed in front of him. Leap the Sky Shuttle was currently motionless in the cosmic void. Qingyun was proceeding quietly in the main control room. Takashi, after a good few hours, an extremely powerful white god sun totem was finally formed. There is also the dragon tree totem. Qingyun just obtained Longshu's dragon tree totem. It is much better than what he obtained before. He first carved it himself, then imprinted it into the Gemini treasure mirror, and then used the Gemini treasure mirror to bring it out. Dragon the tree totem is also a ball, but those runes look like a dragon and tree roots, as well as branches and leaves fused into a ball of light. It is very marvelous. It took Qingyun several hours to complete the dragon tree totem. He needed to rest for a period of time. He had used up too much of his blood soul power. After Qingyun recovered, he proceeded to the second step. Just like that, it was to fuse the dragon tree totem and the white god sun totem, which required the mysterious fusion heavenly rune. Other people don't have the mysterious fusion heavenly rune and can't complete this step. While using the mysterious fusion heavenly rune, Qingyun thought of Xianxia. He is very grateful to her in his heart. He only hopes that she will wake up soon. Qingyun activated the Gemini treasure mirror, released the power of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune and illuminated the white god sun totem. Then he used his mental power to control the dragon tree totem to float towards the white light ball and gradually fuse with it. The two formidable totems very smoothly fused together. Qingyun let out a long sigh of relief because if he failed this step, he would have to start all over again. And next, he will have to make the few meter tall rune ball gradually shrink into sand. This is another great challenge. Qingyun followed Taisher's instructions. He used the Nether Sun's power and gravity power to make the rune ball gradually shrink. He is very careful with this step. He doesn't want to fail, otherwise he would have to start all over again, which would be very troublesome. Qingyun's progress in this step is very smooth. When he saw this step before, he felt that it was very difficult. But with Taisher's personal guidance, it became a lot easier. Waste time is very long. It took 3 full days for the rune ball to shrink to the size of a watermelon. Next, Taisher hinted to Qingyun to take out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and throw the rune ball inside. Qingyun immediately complied and took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace. It must be known that Taisher was born from this pill transformation heavenly furnace. Therefore, Qingyun is very relaxed and complied. After throwing the rune ball inside, the pill transformation heavenly furnace operated for a while and finally succeeded. The rune ball has been compressed to the size of a grain of sand. Qingyun took out the red peach core crystal seed. The peach core crystal seed is as big as a grain of rice, so the sand-sized rune ball can be placed inside. This process requires the Gemini treasure mirror's mysterious fusion heavenly rune as well as the bloodline heavenly rune's power. The Gemini treasure mirror already has the bloodline heavenly rune. After all, Taisher's consciousness is there. Next, Qingyun very easily fused the rune ball into the peach core crystal seed. This seed has been refined. It can be planted in the divine yang heavenly soil. It will absorb white divine sun's divine power and quickly grow. Qin Yan let out a long sigh of relief when he saw the Gemini treasure mirror's words. Then he told Yang Yang, Momo, and the other little guys the good news. They are very happy and began fantasizing about eating dragon peaches. After Qin Yan placed the seed on the divine Yang heavenly soil, he continued to return to the divine desolate. He wants to reach the divine desolate before the sixth divine sun appears. Taisher can guide him to find the divine miracles and divine items of the sixth divine Sunday. If he can't control the divine items, it won't be a loss. Qin Yan has been trying to contact Bing Xing but he couldn't. He also doesn't know where she went. Sister Bing Xing is ranked 6th among the 9 sun divine daughters. Next, she should enter the core of the 6th divine sun. Qin Yan wants to find Bing Xing so that she can be on guard against the 9 sun law spirit. More than 10 days later, Qin Yan returned to the divine desolate land. The 6th divine sun still hasn't come out. This made him feel a lot more relieved. After returning, he received news from his friends one after another. When he left the divine desolate land and entered deep space, the magic mirror lost contact. If today, he received all kinds of urgent news. The first one he looked at is from Xianxia. Qin Yan, there is a heavenly moon ancient clan in the heaven opening ancient clan. They control very strong moon divine power. Our divine moon alliance is no match for them. When you receive the news, contact me as soon as possible. I need your help. This is the message from Xianxia. And, although he had found the Heaven Secrets chapter, he could not go over. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Xianxia and Chu Wuxing, asking them to investigate the situation inside the Heaven Secrets chapter. Sister Xianxia, how are you now? Qin Yan hurriedly contacted Xianxia. Xianxia rarely troubled Qin Yan. Only when she had no other choice would she open her mouth to help Qin Yan. Now that they were being threatened by the ancient Heavenly Moon clan and were forced to seek help from Qin Yan, it meant that the problem was serious. We're not in the Celestial Moon right now. The entire Celestial Moon Alliance has been moved to the 4 divine suns. Xianxia said, the Heavenly Moon ancient clan is very powerful, and they have joined hands with the law enforcement world and the Heavenly Court. We can't beat them, so we can only retreat. Qin Yan is stunned. The Divine Moon Alliance was actually forced to abandon the Divine Moon of the Heavens. One must know that when Xianxia and Xiaqiru entered the Divine Moon of the Heavens, they could already control the Divine Moon of the Heavens, but they were still forced to retreat. This meant that the enemy they were facing was very terrifying. Are you all alright? Qin Yan immediately asked after recovering from his shock. I'm fine. It's just that the ancient Heavenly Moon clan's people are outside the 4 divine suns. They want to force me to hand over the Moon Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. Xianxia said coldly, this group of guys, not only did they snatch away the Divine Moon of the Heavens, they also want to force us into a desperate situation. You should properly stay inside the 4 divine suns and cultivate, you can go and get it back later. Qin Yan asked, oh that's right, where is Sister Kiru? Is she still at the heart of the moon? She went to the 9 sun sacred ground and said that she had something important to do. Xianxia's voice suddenly became very serious. She said, she wants me to tell you, be careful of the 9 sun spirit. Yun was shocked. Previously, when Taisher said that the 9 yang dharma spirit was unreliable, he had some doubts. And now that Xiaqiru also reminded him, it means that there is a problem. Sister Xianxia, you said you needed my help before. What's the matter? Qin Yan asked. They took Mu Jin away. After they descended to the Divine Moon of the Heavens, Mu Jin just so happened to be patrolling outside. Furthermore, they attached great importance to Mu Jin, so they directly captured Mu Jin. Xianxia was very angry when she talked about this matter. She did not have the ability to save Mu Jin. Only Qin Yan could infiltrate the ancient Heavenly Moon clan's territory to save them. Qin Yan, I know Mu Jin hates you but you should be able to understand her. She was treated as a younger sister by Huayu. Suddenly losing Huayu was a huge blow to her. Xianxia sighed, moreover, she doesn't have that kind of hatred towards you. On the contrary, she has always wanted to help you escape. I know this silly girl is too naive. I will save her. Qin Yan had interacted with Mu Jin several times. Later on, Mu Jin's hatred for her had diminished significantly. Furthermore, Mu Jin was already very powerful at such a young age. She definitely had something special about her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured by the ancient Heavenly Moon clan. Mu Jin has the inheritance of a bloodline heavenly pattern. This might be the reason why the ancient Heavenly Moon clan captured her. Yu Xiangyun continued, Mu Jin was captured by them and brought back to the ancient Heavenly Moon clan's territory. She doesn't know where the mystic moon is. Qin Yun was not surprised. Yu Xiangyun also had a bloodline heavenly rune. She had a second-generation bloodline heavenly rune, and Mu Jin most likely had a third-generation bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yun, if you know where she is, contact me immediately. I'll go with you. Yu Xiangyun said in a tough tone, you must not do it yourself. Don't you know where she is? Don't you have her soul-chasing talisman? Qin Yun asked. He also doesn't know where the ancient Heavenly Moon clan is. I have the soul-chasing talisman but I can't track her. I tried to contact Yao Yao but I couldn't. My relationship with the heaven-splitting ancient clan is just average. Moreover, they have the heaven-splitting alliance. They are all in the same group, they definitely won't help me. Yu Xiangyun said with self-blame, it's all my fault, I reacted too slowly. The fact that the ancient Heavenly Moon clan could penetrate the mystic moon realm and arrive on the surface of the mystic moon realm and capture Mu Jin is indeed very hard to predict. I'll think of a way to find the ancient Heavenly Moon clan's location. When I go to the ancient Heavenly Moon clan, I'll call you. Alright. Yu Xiangyun placed all her hopes on Qin Yun. She doesn't want to lose Mu Jin. Qin Yun immediately took out the devil mirror and contacted Yu Luanhui. He wants to find out more about the ancient Heavenly Moon clan from him. He also tried to contact Yao Yao but he couldn't get in touch with her. Yu Luanhui didn't know where the ancient Sky Moon clan was either because the clans were located in secret places. They could be hidden in multiple dimensions. Then we can only go up to them and ask. Qin Yun planned to make a trip to the divine moon of the heavens and directly capture the upper echelons of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan. He would use all means at his disposal to force out the location of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan. Qin Yun was considering if he should call Yu Xiangyun. After thinking about it carefully, he decided not to call Yu Xiangyun and let her stay in the four divine suns to appease the people of the divine moon clan. When Feng Yu and the other two dukes wake up, the ladies of the Divine Moon clan will feel more at ease. Qin Yan does not plan to go to Divine Moon of Heavens alone. After all, that place is rather dangerous. He took out the magic mirror and contacted Hu Xiangquang. Fire Xiangquang's Fire Tribulation Madman clan can be considered as Qin Yan's creation. Therefore, Hu Xiangquang is loyal and devoted to Qin Yan. The other on the outside, Hu Xiangquang is very strong. Moreover, his body and soul are very difficult to destroy. Therefore, Qin Yan brought him along without any worries. Fire Xiangquang is now with Yu Luanhui. Qin Yan asked Yu Luanhui to bring Hu Xiangquang to find him. Hu Xiangquang wasn't familiar with God's Desolate, so he needed someone to guide him. After Samsara saw Qin Yan, he said, too many things have happened recently. Heaven Opening Ancient Clan will appear one after another. Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan will immediately take down Divine Moon of Heavens. This is truly unexpected. I want to bring Old Hua to Divine Moon of Heavens. With his strength, he should be able to fight, right? Qin Yan looked at Hu Xiangquang. Hu Xiangquang is wearing white clothes, his expression is calm. He said with faint smile, Divine King, don't worry. Apart from Great Divine King and a few extremely strong guys, it won't be easy for others to defeat me. Yu Luanhui also nodded and said, right now, everyone is groping in a new realm. Even if they are stronger, they won't be much stronger. Only a few guys can rely on all kinds of equipment and external power to suppress others. Yu Luanhui, you stay in Heavenly Flame Treasure Land. I will go to Divine Moon with Old Hua. Qin Yan said. Yes. Yu Luanhui also doesn't plan to return to Yu Ancient Clan because he will only be bullied if he goes back. Moreover, his foundation in Yu Ancient Clan is already gone. Qin Yan brought Hu Xiangquang and flew towards Divine Moon of Heavens. When going to Divine Moon of Heavens, Xianxia sent Qin Yan a report. He told Qin Yun that Heaven's secret sect has a very powerful existence called Yu Shiji. Not long ago, she went to Divine Moon of Heavens. That Yu Shiji must be the incarnation of Mother Moon's evil side. The righteous Mother Moon is already dead. Qin Xianxia, are you not in the Heavenly Fate sect? Qin Yun sent a voice transmission to Xianxia through the demon mirror. No, I am in the Heavenly Court, waiting for the appearance of the 60,000th world Divine Sun. Xianxia said, the heaven-splitting ancient race is serious this time. They are also putting a lot of pressure on the Heavenly Fate sect and the law enforcement realm. Is the heaven-splitting ancient race really that scary? Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. Even the Heavenly Fate sect feels great pressure. They are really strong. Even the great Divine King has to be polite to them. I haven't investigated the specific situation yet. Xianxia said. If there is any situation, contact me again. Qin Yun exhorted. Qin Yun has already contacted in Wukong. He only asked him to lock onto the space where the Heavenly Fate sect is located. When he is ready, he will immediately attack. Demon on the mirror, the news of the Heavenly Moon ancient race taking away the Heavenly Moon Divine Moon has already spread. This also means that the heaven-splitting ancient race will gradually appear in front of everyone. In the Divine Desolate Land, there are many strong races and the heaven-splitting ancient race is now known to be the strongest race. That is, even the strong races in the Nine Sun Holy Land are now considered to be weaker than the heaven-splitting ancient race. After all, the heaven-splitting ancient race actually dared to challenge the Divine Moon Alliance. Because the Divine Moon Alliance has the advantage in their home ground, but they were still defeated and lost the Heavenly Moon. Divine Moon. Controlling the Heavenly Moon Divine Moon means controlling a powerful force, just like controlling a divine sun. The Heavenly Moon ancient race is now famous everywhere and is regarded as a top race in the Divine Desolate Land. It is precisely because they control the Heavenly Moon Divine Moon. Only a few people know that the law enforcement realm and the Heavenly Court have also taken action. Otherwise, the Heavenly Moon ancient race would not have been so successful. As for why they did not mention the law enforcement realm and the Heavenly Court, it might be to show the might of the Heavenly Moon ancient race. However, Qin Yun still finds it strange. If the Heavenly Court is involved, they should be bragging a lot. After all, the Heavenly Court failed to subdue the fire tribulation-crazed race and lost a lot of face. Then it is possible that the great Divine King in charge of the Heavenly Court did not contribute much, but Yu Shiji of the law enforcement realm's Heavenly Fate sect did not want to be high profile. Also, there was only one possibility, and that was that Yu Shiji had used her prestige to mobilize the forces of the law enforcement community and the Tianji sect, as well as a small number of people from the Celestial Court. After all, there were also people from the law enforcement world and the Heaven's Secret sect in the Heavenly Court. But no matter what, this Yu Shiji must have done something shady with the Heavenly Moon ancient clan. Qin Yun and Xianxia were in the Skyleap shuttle, flying towards the celestial moon. Qin Yun could not help but take out the Gemini treasure mirror and shone it on Xianxia, who was sitting next to her. Xianxia is sitting on a chair, quietly closing his eyes, adjusting his state of mind. Qin, after using the Gemini treasure mirror, Cloud used her psychic power to ask Genesis Supreme, Brother Genesis Supreme, is there anything special about this brother that I just shone on? The spirit formed by calamity tribulation can be regarded as a person formed by fire tribulation. This is a walking fire tribulation. When he fights, you can use Nine Suns world exterminating scripture to release divine power into his body and strengthen his tribulation power. Words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. There's such a thing? Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. He was able to circulate the Nine Yang world annihilation scripture to form a special kind of world annihilation divine power. But he never thought that it could be used in such a way. Then, can I use the godly king's heavenly seal on him to make him stronger? Qin Yun suddenly thought of this. He doesn't have any bloodline heavenly rune in his body. Moreover, he is not a divine tool. Qin Yun is somewhat disappointed. He thought that the godly king's heavenly seal could be used on anyone. Indeed, it requires bloodline heavenly rune. Then, that is to say, people like Long Shu, Ming Yunyue, Mu Jin, Yu Shengyun and others with second or third generation bloodline heavenly rune can use it. After approaching myriad heaven divine moon, Qin Yun and Xianxia came out of the sky leaping shuttle. They are now outside the barrier of myriad heaven divine moon. This barrier is the same barrier as before, but now it is controlled by the heavenly moon ancient clan. Xianxia extended his hand to touch the transparent barrier and was repelled by a powerful force. His entire body was sent flying a distance away. Divine King, are you all right? Xianxia hastily asked. I'm fine, this barrier is a bit difficult to deal with. Xianxia took out the Gemini treasure mirror and shone it to see if Genesis Supreme has any method to let him pass through quickly. If the little ant queen comes out, he can enter the dark space and then go in. But he wants to see Genesis Supreme's ability. Very soon, Genesis Supreme gave him a method to use the Godly King's heavenly seal on the back of the Gemini treasure mirror. Then the Gemini treasure mirror shone on the barrier. This way, they will be able to silently open a passage. However, this will consume a lot of blood spirit power. Xianxia immediately did as he was told and took out the Godly King's heavenly seal. After Xianxia saw Xianxia's Godly King's heavenly seal, he frowned. Xianxia's Godly King's heavenly seal has turned completely black, it is completely different from before. However, he can still sense a very strong might from it. Xianxia grabbed the Gemini treasure mirror and placed it on the barrier. At the same time, he used the Godly King's heavenly seal to press down on the back of the Gemini treasure mirror. After he released his blood spirit power, a ray of light shot out from the Gemini treasure mirror and hit the barrier. Not long after, a crack appeared on the barrier. Xianxia's consumption is enormous. In just a short moment, 10% of his power has been sucked away. If this continues, he will be sucked dry very quickly. Let's go, we are going in. Xianxia said and immediately led Xianxia through the crack. When Xianxia was outside the barrier, he also saw how powerful the barrier is. Seeing how Xianxia opened the entrance so quickly, he cannot help but sigh in admiration. A godly king is indeed a godly king. Xianxia and Xianxia passed through the barrier of myriad heaven divine moon. Next, they will enter the myriad heaven divine moon continent and find the upper echelons of the heavenly moon ancient clan. Then they will capture them and interrogate them about where Mujin was taken. After entering the myriad heaven divine moon continent, Xianxia felt that it will be very difficult to find the upper echelons of the heavenly moon ancient clan in this vast land. Furthermore, the moon heart of the myriad heaven divine moon continent might be hiding in the moon heart. While Xianxia is in a dilemma, he thought of Genesis Supreme and hastily took out the Gemini treasure mirror. Tai Genesis can sense the existence of energy bodies from very far away, not to mention the upper echelons of the heavenly moon ancient clan. Very soon, Genesis Supreme sensed that the strongest life forms of the myriad heaven divine moon continent are inside the moon heart. Xianxia before, Yun entered the moon heart through a passage, but now he does not need to do so. Because Genesis Supreme is helping him. Only now did Yun realize that the Godly King's heavenly seal has many uses. Just like when he opened the barrier, he placed the Godly King's heavenly seal behind the Gemini treasure mirror and poured in his power to illuminate the ground. Duo Xianxia arrived at the moon's heart once again, but it was different from the last time he came. The last time he came, Yu Shangyun and Xiaqiru had yet to control the divine moon of the heavens, and this scene was also divided into several regions. Now there was only one region in the moon's heart, and it was like a paradise. There were beautiful mountains and rivers, birds singing, flowers fragrant, and countless gardens. It was a very beautiful and dreamlike place. Xianxia was secretly infuriated. It was not easy for the Divine Moon clan to remodel this place so well, but it was taken away. Furthermore, from the looks of it, there were parts of it that had been destroyed. Otherwise, it would have been even more beautiful. He suddenly recalled that someone had once told him that the divine moon of the heavens still belonged to heaven and earth. Such as if the Mystic Moon clan didn't want to be harassed, they needed to create their own Mystic Moon. Xianxia has the moon bloodline heavenly pattern box, so it is not a problem for him to create a divine moon. But it is impossible for him to create a divine moon as big as the myriad heavens divine moon in a short period of time. Not only the divine moon of the heavens, even those myriad realms' divine suns cannot be controlled by anyone. Yun suddenly thought of this point. For although he had participated in the creation of the divine sun, it was not created by him alone. It could be snatched away in the future. After Xianxia thought it through, he decided to create his own divine sun in the future. Only then could he feel at ease. He holding the Gemini treasure mirror, he looked for the most powerful people in the ancient Heavenly Moon clan according to the pointer on the mirror. Qin Yun and Hu Shangquang are invisible, but Qin Yun can't guarantee that he won't be detected. After all, this place is completely controlled by the ancient Heavenly Moon clan, and the ancient Heavenly Moon clan's people are not weak. Very soon, Qin Yun and Hu Shangquang arrived at a palace complex made of white jade. This is the Guanghan Palace. See, when he arrived at Moon Palace, the anger in Qin Yun's heart intensified. Ancient Heavenly Moon clan, you bastards. Qin Yun originally only planned to capture them and leave, but now he has other plans. Just like that, it was to destroy this place and not leave it for the ancient Heavenly Moon clan. He had already decided to let Yu Shangyun and the others give up on seizing the divine moon of the heavens, and this was also the first step to cutting ties with the Nine Yang Law spirit. With the divine moon clan's current strength and with Qin Yun's help, it is not difficult to create a divine moon. After creating a divine moon, and then slowly nurturing the divine moon, over time, the divine moon would also become very powerful. Qin Yun made up his mind to destroy everything about Xianxia so that the ancient Heavenly Moon clan wouldn't be able to enjoy it. There were many people from the ancient Moon clan in the divine moon of heavens, but there were only a few powerful ones. This was found out by Taisher. Qin Yun didn't know how Taisher did it, she just felt that it was very magical. The gate of the cold palace was wide open, and there was no one guarding it. The ancient Heavenly Moon clan had already occupied the entire divine moon and controlled the barrier and the entrance to the moon's core. In order to enter the heart of the moon, one had to first pass through the barrier around the divine moon of the heavens, and then break through the entrance to the heart of the moon. These few processes would cause a huge commotion. Yu Shangyun did not know that Qin Yun wanted to go to the moon's heart because from her point of view, even if they had stayed in the moon's heart for many days, it would be extremely difficult for them to enter the moon's heart again. If she knew that Qin Yun wanted to go to Moon Heart, she would have immediately objected because it is very dangerous. The ancient moon clan controlled the divine moons of the heavens, and they were invincible in the heart of the moon. They could make the divine moons of the heavens release their divine power to kill their enemies. Not breaking into the moon's heart only meant that when the outer sect attacked the barrier, the divine moon of the heavens could directly destroy the enemy. The reason why Xiangyun and the others were unable to use the divine moon of the heavens to destroy the enemy was mainly because of Yu Shiji's tricks in the dark. Otherwise, even if all the Heaven Creation Ancient Clan, Law Enforcement World and Great Divine King's forces joined hands, they might not be able to break through the divine moon of the heavens. After Qin Yun entered the Guanghan Palace, he was very familiar with the road and directly found the most important room in the center. Because this is the center of the Guanghan Palace. The layout of the cold palace has not changed much, so Qin Yun is very familiar with it after arriving. Qin Yun and Hu Shangquang are outside the central room. Old Hua, after I open the door, immediately rush in. Hit anyone you see, hit them ruthlessly. Qin Yun secretly transmitted his voice to Hu Shangquang, then released a wave of 9 Sun World Extermination divine power and entered Hu Shangquang's body. Yes. Hu Shangquang nodded. When he felt the divine power that Qin Yun poured in, his heart became excited and he felt an even stronger power. Qin Yun kicked open the door. The moment the door opened, Hu Shangquang transformed into a bolt of lightning that carried flames and rushed in. Boom boom. Fire. As soon as Hu Shangquang entered, a loud explosion occurred, causing the entire Guanghan Palace to tremble. Qin Yun also entered the room. As soon as he entered, he saw an old man wearing a black robe. His body has been pierced with several large flaming holes. Qin Yun can't help but exclaim in admiration at Hu Shangquang's strength. In just an instant, he was able to cause such a great injury to the enemy. Who are you people? I am the 7th elder of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan. The old man shouted angrily. The 7th elder's entire body is entangled by the flame chains formed by Hu Shangquang and he is unable to move. Qin Yun took a step forward and ruthlessly slapped the old man's face. He said with a sneer, "Bullshit elder, even if your Heavenly Moon clan's emperor comes, I, Qin Yun, will still slap him. Kneel." Hu Shangquang's voice came out. Although he has transformed into flame chains, he can still use his mental power to explode with sound. Hu Shangquang exerted force and forced the elder to kneel on the ground. Qin Yan controlled the magic mirror to fly to the side and recorded the moment the seventh elder kneeled before him. Then, he ruthlessly slapped the seventh elder's face a few more times. The seventh elder has naturally heard of Qin Yan, but he has never seen him with his own eyes. He also knows about Qin Yan's relationship with the Divine Moon clan. But he never thought that Qin Yan would personally come knocking on his door. Furthermore, he would secretly come to the core area of the moon's heart. Qin Yan, you delivered yourself to our doorstep. In the moon's heart, we are invincible. The seventh elder wanted to struggle, but he was unable to break free. He is currently also heavily injured. Xianxia is after all a clan emperor. It is not a problem for him to beat up the elders of other powerful clans. At this moment, Qin Yan's Gemini treasure mirror crazily trembled. Divine Moon of the Heavens is going to use its power. Leave the way we came in. When Yin saw these words, he immediately took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and placed the seventh elder inside. Then, he used the Gemini treasure mirror to shine upwards and shot out a beam of light, bringing him and Xianxia out. Before going out, Qin Yan quickly threw out more than 10 little divine suns and let them explode in the moon's heart. He obtained many little divine suns from the law enforcement world. He didn't feel any heartache even if he threw out 10. It was enough to destroy all the buildings in the moon's heart. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron has been modified by the Divine King Heavenly Seal. It can trap the undying soul. Even if the seventh elder sacrificed his body, his soul would not be able to escape. Qin Yan had fought against a few of the heaven-splitting ancient clans before. At that time, his attacks were not light and caused quite a bit of damage to them. He originally thought that he could slightly intimidate the heaven-splitting ancient clan at that time. He didn't expect them to be so arrogant and not put him in their eyes at all. This time, he captured an elder of the Heavenly Moon ancient clan not only to force them to reveal Mu Jin's whereabouts, but also to warn the heaven-splitting ancient clan to let them know that he, Qin Yan, is not someone to be trifled with. Qin Yan and Xianxia quickly left the Divine Moon. Although the moon's core exploded violently, because it was in the depths, there was no movement. Perhaps only the Heavenly Moon ancient clan knows that Xianxia was attacked and they definitely wouldn't spread it around. Qin Yan arrived at the Heavenly Flame Treasure Land. There is a Heavenly Flame City inside the Heavenly Flame Treasure Land. It was built by the Myriad Realms Divine Court and the Fire Tribulation Mad Race together. There is a teleportation formation inside that can teleport outside the 4 divine suns. There the other space race can help build the teleportation formation. It can allow many powerful races to build cities and connect to the platform outside the 4 divine suns. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and contacted Yu Shangyun in a large villa inside the Heavenly Flame City. Sister Shangyun, can you come to the Heavenly Flame City now? Yu Shangyun immediately contacted Qin Yan after Qin Yan sent the message. Do you know where the Heavenly Moon ancient clan is? Yu Shangyun asked anxiously. I don't know yet, but I thought of a way to go to the moon's core and capture the Heavenly Moon ancient clan people. Before Qin Yan finished speaking, Yu Shangyun anxiously shouted, Qin Yan, don't act recklessly. They control the Divine Moon, they are invincible in the Divine Moon. Stay in the Heavenly Flame City, don't go, I'll go find you right now. I've already gone and captured an elder. Qin Yan coughed dryly and said with a smile. Moon Shangyun was also worried about him, that's why she was so anxious. However, she didn't expect Qin Yan to really go and capture an elder. Alright, I'll go find you right now. Yu Shangyun said after being startled for a moment. Although her tone was calm, she was very shocked in her heart. Qin Yan didn't have to wait for long before Yu Shangyun teleported from the 4 divine suns to the Heaven Fire City. Moon Xiangyun wasn't wearing black armor. Instead, she was wearing a white dress, a white robe, a hood, and a mask. This was different from how she usually dressed. Qin seeing that she wasn't wearing any armor, Yun breathed deeply, wanting to smell the wonderful fragrance on her body, but she couldn't smell anything. Quickly bring me to a convenient place to talk. Yu Shangyun came to Qin Yan's side and gently pinched his hand. She blamed him for being too reckless. Qin after Yan's hand was pinched, he anxiously grabbed onto Yu Shangyun's hand which was wearing a silk glove, and pulled her towards a villa. After entering the villa, Qin Yan immediately took out the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, entered the pagoda and took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. That guy is inside. Let's interrogate him together. Qin said. If the ancient heavenly moon clan finds out that you did it, I'm worried that they'll use Mujin to threaten us. Therefore, I have to save Mujin as soon as possible. Yu Shangyun said. Qin Wenyan was waiting for Yu Shangyun. He had asked Taisher if there was a method to seal souls. Tu Taisher said it was completely possible. The method is also very simple. He only needs to use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to seal the Heavenly Moon's seventh elder's body. The Divine King Heavenly Seal will know what Qin Yun wants to do, then it will release the corresponding runes to seal the Heavenly Moon's seventh elder's soul and not let his soul escape. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and said, Sister Shangyun, I'll release that guy later. He might resist, help me control him. Alright, with me here, his soul won't be able to escape. Yu Shangyun nodded. Qin Yun controlled the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and spat the heavenly moon seventh elder out. This after the seventh elder came out, Yu Shangyun pushed with both hands and shot out a moon-like light ball, covering the head of the heavenly moon seventh elder. At this time, Qin Yun also used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to seal the seventh elder's body a few times. Seal. After that, Qin Yun released the heaven-locking chain and tied up the seventh elder. Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan Bastard, quickly tell me, where is Mujin? Yu Shangyun's ice-cold voice is filled with anger and killing intent. Qin Yun. Tianshi Shang. You really joined hands. The seventh elder naturally knows that he was captured by Qin Yun. Less nonsense, speak quickly. Qin Yun ruthlessly slapped the seventh elder's face a few times and shouted, if you don't speak, I have many ways to torture you. The Heavenly Moon seventh elder is not weak, but he was caught off guard and was seriously injured by Hui Shangquang. Now in front of the Divine Moon Clan's emperor, he has no way to resist. These elders are most afraid of the clan emperors of the powerful clans. It is not easy to become the clan emperor of a powerful clan. 7. The elder tried, wanting his soul to rush out of his body and escape, but to no avail. This meant that regardless of whether it was his soul or body, they were both going to be tortured. The seventh elder who has lived like a prince for many years has never suffered this kind of pain. Just thinking about it makes him feel unbearable. The seventh elder was ruthlessly oppressed by Hui Shangquang before. Although it was only a few moves, it made him feel fear. Gang after being slapped by Qin Yun a few more times, he immediately trembled in fear. Where is Mujin? Yu Shangyun saw that the seventh elder is so afraid of death and secretly despised him. She is in the Heavenly Moon world, that is an independent space that we created. Yu Shiji followed our clan emperor to the Heavenly Moon world because they want to study the bloodline heavenly rune on that little girl, the seventh elder quickly replied. He can feel the terrifying pressure from Yu Shangyun. Wujin indeed has bloodline heavenly rune on her body. Qin Yun suspects that it is most likely the third generation bloodline heavenly rune. How can we go to the Heavenly Moon world? Yu Shangyun asked again. 7. The seventh elder took out a talisman and handed it over with trembling hands. At the same time he said, this talisman can guide you to the Heavenly Moon world. Please spare my life, I promise I will not pursue this matter and will not speak of it to anyone. I can sign a soul contract with you. Yun took the talisman and said, wait until we save Mujin first. Finished speaking, he stuffed the seventh elder into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Let's go now. Oh, that's right, do you want to bring old Hua, the clan emperor of the Fire Tribulation Madman clan? Qin Yun handed over the talisman to Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun activated the talisman and immediately reacted. She shook her head and said, the two of us will go. The Fire Tribulation Madman clan emperor is very strong. If the Myriad Realms Divine Court needs experts to fight, having him here will make people feel more at ease. That's true. Qin Yun nodded. God Qin Yun and Yu Shangyun had learned from Imperial Demon Yao that the majority of the heaven-opening ancient clan lived in the deep space. The Heavenly Moon ancient clan was no exception. Their Heavenly Moon world was very far away from the gods desolate. Qin Yun took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and immediately set off for the Heavenly Moon world with Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun held the talisman in her hand. After confirming the direction, Qin Yun controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew over. In the main control room, Yu Shangyun took off her mask. Seeing her beautiful face, Qin Yan's mood immediately became much better. Yu Shangyun sat beside Qin Yun. She knew that Qin Yun was infatuated with the fragrance of her body. Qin Yun could not help but reach out and gently hold her waist, letting her lean on him. He knew that during this period of time, Yu Shangyun had always wanted him to accompany her. This, however, the Divine Moon clan once again lost the Heavenly Moon Divine Moon. It was like losing their home. Fortunately, Qin Yun had already controlled the 4 Divine Sons, giving them a safe haven. Sister Shangyun, what's going on with you, Shiji? Qin Yun hugged the domineering and cold Divine Moon Empress even tighter. At this moment, he felt that the wondrous fragrance on her body became even stronger. She is the evil side of the Mother Moon, but she is not the real Mother Moon. She has most of the Mother Moon's memories. Yu Shangyun sighed. She is very clear about our Divine Moon clan and also knows the Heavenly Moon Divine Moon like the back of her hand. This time, because of her, the Heavenly Moon Ancient clan was able to succeed. We can definitely destroy her. Qin Yun hugged the beauty tightly, then gently lowered his head and kissed her fragrant red lips. The two of them also couldn't help but kiss. The two sat on the chair and kissed each other affectionately for a long time before separating. If they were not in a hurry to save people, they would definitely be even more intimate. This time, going to the Heavenly Moon world will definitely be very dangerous. How about you don't go and let me go by myself? Yu Shangyun's voice became much gentler. She had always regarded Qin Yun as her own man. She originally had no emotions, but now, because she was with Qin Yun, emotions gradually sprouted in her soul. It's not like you don't know my strength. What are you afraid of? Qin Yun smiled and caressed Yu Shangyun's face. Yu Shangyun shook her head and said, "You are very important to the entire God Desolate. You are very important to me and also very important to the Divine Moon clan." Qin Yun gently held Yu Shangyun's lily-white hand and said, "If something really happens to me, you will continue to be the Divine Moon clan's emperor." Yu Shangyun said. The fact that she allowed Qin Yun to become the Divine Moon clan's the arch meant that she still trusted Qin Yun. "You'll be fine. Let's go together, we will definitely be able to rescue Mujin." Qin Yun chuckled and kissed her red lips. Yu Shangyun really did not want Qin Yun to go to Sky Moon Jia because she was very worried about Qin Yun. Qin Yun said, "I destroyed the moon core of the myriad heaven's divine moon." He told Yu Shangyun about the 10 little divine suns he threw out when he left Xian. Just destroy it, don't leave it for them. Yu Shangyun is very supportive of Qin Yun's actions. Sister Shangyun, this myriad heaven's divine moon is closely related to the 9 suns law spirit and it might even be controlled by the heavenly law Tao orthodoxy. I suggest that you don't return to this myriad heaven's divine moon because from the very beginning, it will never belong to you who are resisting the law enforcers. Moon Shangyun immediately understood Qin Yun's meaning and said, "I also thought of creating a divine moon but I don't know how to do it. I also never told Xiaorou about this matter. Let's talk about it after we rescue Mujin, this is not a difficult matter." Qin Yun has the moon bloodline heavenly rune in his hands, coupled with Taishar's guidance, he will definitely succeed. Creation when creating this divine moon, he cannot borrow the energy of the myriad realm's divine sun, he can only rely on himself. Heaven the moon world is not too far away from the myriad heaven's divine desolate. After flying for half a day, Qin Yun's heaven leaping shuttle is already very close. Moon Shangyun immediately took out a set of black armor and put it on, she is preparing for battle. She has the 2nd generation bloodline heavenly rune in her body and it awakened very early. She can use it very well now, it will allow her to obtain formidable power. Qin Yun has seen her strength, so he is not too worried. Let's go out. Yu Shangyun said. Qin Yun nodded, pulled Yu Shangyun's hand and teleported out of the heaven leaping shuttle. Retrieve after getting off the heaven leaping shuttle, Yu Shangyun pointed at a silver light in the distance and said, "There is something over there, I don't know if it is the entrance or not." Yun opened his heavenly eye and saw that it is a silver castle floating in the cosmos. It is currently motionless and motionless. Silver castle? That is Yu Shiji's. Yu Shangyun's voice became heavy and she said in low voice, "Prepare for battle, Yu Shiji is very strong." Yun took out a sky hat and put it on. According to Yu Shangyun's speculation, Yu Shiji is very proficient in soul and mental attacks. Let's go take a look. Qin Yan said, then brought along Yu Shangyun and flew towards the silver light dot. Because it is very far away, it looks like a silver light dot. After getting close, it can be seen that it is a very large silver castle. Moon Xiangyun secretly sent sound transmission to Qin Yan. If Yu Shiji is here, then maybe Mu Jin is also by her side. We don't need to enter the heavenly moon world. Entering the heavenly moon world is very dangerous. After all, it is the territory of the heavenly moon ancient clan. Only intruding into someone else's territory is a very dangerous matter. The heavenly moon ancient clan has existed for many years. Their heavenly moon world must have a large number of formations and barriers. Enter after going there, not only will they have to face all kinds of traps and killing formations, they will also have to face all kinds of unfathomable ancient experts. Moon Xiangyun took out Mu Jin's soul-chasing talisman but still can't detect Mu Jin's existence. Qin Yan can only take out the Gemini treasure mirror and secretly ask Taisher to see if he can sense the people inside the castle. He told Taisher about Mu Jin's situation and then words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. There is indeed a little girl with third-generation moon bloodline heavenly rune. Yu Shiji is also inside. She is a divine moon evil spirit. Yun is suspicious and secretly asked Taisher, what is a divine moon evil spirit? Very quickly, words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. 9 Sun Law Spirit, Divine Moon Law Spirit, you should be able to understand, right? Evil spirit is the evil spirit body of these law spirits. Does that 9 Sun Law Spirit also have a 9 Sun evil spirit? Qin Yan's heart trembled. 9 Sun Law Spirit's current situation is very unstable. It is very likely that it will split into a 9 Sun evil spirit. This is the reason why I want you to be on guard against 9 Sun Law Spirit. Taisher warned Qin Yan before that 9 Sun Law Spirit cannot be trusted. Qin Yan now finally understands why Xiaqiru also warned him. Because Xiaqiru also knows that 9 Sun Law Spirit might have the same situation as Mother Moon. When Qin Yan and Yu Shangyun approached the Silver Castle, they sensed an extremely strong barrier. It would not be easy to sneak in. Yu Shiji's castle was not simple, and the barrier outside was not only strong, but it was also very sensitive. If someone touched the barrier outside, it would cause a huge commotion. It seems like we won't be able to enter easily. This barrier is not that easy. Yu Shangyun was also aware of how powerful this barrier was. Just like that, even if they could break through, the commotion would definitely alert Yu Shiji. Moon Xiangyun was well aware of Yu Shiji's strength. If they were to fight, it would be a tough battle. Qin Yan could only take out the Gemini treasure mirror and shine it in front of him. He wanted to ask Taisher if there was a better way to infiltrate the castle. Demon soon, words appeared on the mirror. I can break it, but it's hard to do it without making any noise. Not even Taisher could do anything about it. Sister Shangyun, it's difficult to sneak in quietly, it's impossible to avoid making a commotion. Qin Yan secretly transmitted his voice to Yu Shangyun. Then it's best to lure Yu Shiji out. I'll fight her while you go in and save Mu Jin. Yu Shangyun said. Is there any problem? Qin Yan doesn't know much about Yu Shiji's strength, but she is definitely not weak. Only I understand her, there won't be a problem. Yu Shangyun said, I hope we can successfully lure her out. Yun took out the 9 Sun Divine Hammer. He did not plan to go in with Yu Shangyun right now, but pretended to attack from the outside. Moon, if Xie saw that the barrier was being attacked, she would definitely come out. I'm just worried that she will use Mu Jin to threaten us. Qin Yan said as he held the light blue 9 Sun Divine Hammer. Don't worry, Mu Jin is very important to them. Yu Shangyun said, right now, they are still unwilling to kill Mu Jin. If they really use Mu Jin to threaten me, then I have a way to deal with them. She nodded at Qin Yun, indicating that he could begin. Qin Yun raised the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and smashed it towards the transparent barrier in front of her. The entire castle immediately shook, and after the barrier was struck, it exploded with a very strong fluctuation. What needs to be done is that Qin Yun's 9 Sun Divine Hammer has become extremely heavy. Especially when Qin Yun strikes it, it will erupt with even stronger power. He ran to the commotion was huge, and a group of people immediately ran out of the castle. Tian Shixiang, you are still colluding with Qin Yun. An aged and sinister voice suddenly echoed. An old woman in a white robe with wrinkles all over her face flew out of the castle. This old woman was obviously Yu Shiji. Qin Yun was inwardly shocked. This Yu Shiji's body was too old. She didn't look like she had any battle prowess. Yu Shiji, quickly release Mu Jin. Yu Xiangyun shouted coldly. Let Mu Jin go? Of course I can, ha ha ha. Yu Shiji suddenly laughed sinisterly. A beautiful, round-faced woman in white suddenly flew out of the ancient castle, holding a wooden longsword in her hand. This woman was Mu Jin. She was actually free. Qin Yun and Yu Xiangyun immediately felt that something was amiss. It was impossible for Yu Shiji to let them go so easily. That meant that she had done something to Mu Jin. Mu Jin seemed to be someone that Qin Yun and Yu Xiangyun were familiar with. However, there was something wrong with her round eyes. They looked ice-cold and heartless, filled with hostility and hatred. Qin Yun was still holding the Gemini treasure mirror in her hand. It trembled, and words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. That little girl's condition is very dangerous. The evil side of her body has been magnified to the extreme and is about to devour her righteous side. Yun saw the hint from Taisher and knew that it was Yu Shiji's doing. Moon Xieji herself was an evil spirit. She naturally had a way to infinitely magnify the evil in people's heart. Or she could suppress other people's righteousness and use evil methods to induce others to fall into the evil path. Moon Xiangyun immediately saw through Mu Jin's problem and became even more furious. Yu Shiji, I won't let you off. Tianshi Xiang, you are still too tender. Yu Shiji laughed loudly and said, Mu Jin, look at your Divine Moon Clan's Empress. Is she worthy of being Divine Moon Clan's Empress? The man who raped and killed Hua Yu is right next to her and she has always been protecting this man. Jin said coldly, Sister Xiangyun, quickly kill Qin Yun. I, Mu Jin, still recognize you as my elder sister. Mu Jin, what kind of person is Qin Yun? You met him some time ago, don't tell me you still don't know? Yu Xiangyun is anxious and angry, she said in a deep voice, you were besieged by Black Dragon assassins, it was Qin Yun who saved you. Yu Shiji sneered, so what? Just because he raped and killed Hua Yu doesn't mean he can't save Mu Jin. He saved Mu Jin because he felt guilty in his heart. Maybe Qin Yun is a good person but he is now the incarnation of an evil spirit, that's why he raped and killed Hua Yu. This Yu Shiji's method is also very brilliant. She admitted that Qin Yun is not bad and also admitted that Qin Yun saved Mu Jin. However, she believed that Qin Yun has already become evil. If this way, Mu Jin would not feel guilty and Mu Jin would have enough reason to kill Qin Yun, and this has always been the problem in Mu Jin's heart. From the beginning, she believed that Qin Yun had already turned into an evil spirit. She killed Qin Yun to help Qin Yun escape. Mu Jin, only by killing Qin Yun with your own hands can the evil thoughts in your heart be eliminated. Otherwise, it will affect your growth in the future. Yu Shiji said, go, kill Qin Yun, you can do it. The barrier of the silver castle suddenly opened. At the same time, Yu Shiji rushed towards Qin Yun and Yu Xiangyun. Qin Yun, I'll leave Mu Jin to you. I'll go deal with that damned old woman. A black sword appeared in Yu Xiangyun's hand. Silver, there are still many people inside the silver castle, they are not weak, maybe some of them are from the Heavenly Moon ancient clan. After Mu Jin came out, she directly stabbed at Qin Yun with her wooden sword. Qin Yun fought with Mu Jin a long time ago. Mu Jin is not his opponent but when he fought with her, he had to be careful not to injure her. Qin Yun directly released the Sun Heavenly Shield. However, Mu Jin's sword easily pierced through Qin Yun's Sun Heavenly Shield. It pierced into Qin Yun's shoulder. Qin Yun is greatly alarmed, he immediately roared and unleashed Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. The roar produced a soul-shaking sound wave that forced Mu Jin to retreat. Compared to before, Mu Jin's strength has increased by a lot. She has third-generation bloodline heavenly rune, she is not weak. The Gemini treasure mirror fiercely shook and words appeared. After Mu Jin was pushed back, she immediately attacked Qin Yun. Qin Yun immediately released the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. It floated in the air and pressed down on Mu Jin, producing an extremely strong devouring power. At the same time, Qin Yun released super gravity to bind Mu Jin, not letting her escape. Since he can't injure Mu Jin, he can only capture her, however, Qin Yin still underestimated Mu Jin's strength. What a burst of silver light suddenly appeared on Mu Jin's body. Bloodline heavenly rune indistinctly appeared on her round face, her divine power rapidly increased. Qin Yun is very surprised, at the same time, he is also secretly shocked. He finally knows how strong a third-generation bloodline heavenly rune person is. The current Mu Jin has entered the evil transformation state, she hates Qin Yun very much. So when she fights with Qin Yun, all of her power will be stimulated. Therefore, Qin Yun can take this opportunity to see the strength of these people with heavenly rune bloodline. After all, the other heaven-splitting ancient clans definitely had second or third generation experts with heavenly patterns. It wasn't a bad thing to know their strength in advance. After sending the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron flying, Mu Jin quickly arrived in front of Qin Yun. Her swift sword instantly stabbed out hundreds of times. Qin Yun could only dodge because Mu Jin's divine power was extremely terrifying. If he was struck by the sword qi, he would probably be stabbed. How can someone with a bloodline heavenly pattern be so powerful? Or could it be that only those with third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns have such power? As Qin Yun dodged, he released powerful dragon roots and vines that transformed into a net that enveloped Mu Jin. He had used the Imperial Heaven Divine Power, that net had the powerful Imperial Heaven Divine Power, when it enveloped over, the aura was also extremely terrifying. However, Mu Jin waved her sword and swept out a large sword shadow, instantly shattering the net. Then, she fiercely attacked Qin Yun again. How can this girl's divine power be so terrifying? Qin Yun is even more alarmed. He had planned to release the inscription Fungus Queen, but now he was worried that it would be destroyed. If the inscription Fungus Queen was destroyed, Momo and the Little Ant Queen would definitely cry until they fainted. At that moment, Qin Yun felt that Mu Jin's strength was approaching the pinnacle of the divine wilderness. The peak of the divine wilderness in the heavens should be the clan emperors and grand god kings of the various races in the heaven-splitting ancient clan, as well as the clan emperors of a few powerful races. The law enforcement world and the heaven secrets sect definitely had a few of such people. If Yu Xieji and Yu Shangyun were this kind of peak strength, they would be existences that surpassed Shin Tianjuan's cultivation. Below them were the elders of the heaven-splitting clan, as well as the clan emperors of the second and third-rate clans. Qin Yun believed that his strength was below the pinnacle. He was inferior to the clan the Arch of the heaven-splitting ancient clan, but he was stronger than the elders. He was only a 4-star heavenly lord. Mu Jin was only slightly weaker than him. Of course, if Qin Yun did not rely on equipment, he might not be able to defeat Mu Jin. Qin Yun was calculating what kind of divine artifact he should use to take down Mu Jin. He had already exchanged hundreds of blows with her. Qin Yun was most shocked by the powerful divine power that flowed from Mu Jin's body. This little girl should also have a cultivation that surpasses Shin Tianjun. If I had the same cultivation as her, she would definitely not be my match. Qin Yun only lost in terms of cultivation. Mu Jin's sword, which looked like a wooden sword, had become extremely ferocious. Every time she attacked, an intense red light would burst forth, filled with a strong killing intent. The people above the Silver Castle were all shocked by Mu Jin's strength. In order to see how strong Mu Jin was, they did not go and watch the battle between Yu Shangyun and Yu Xieji. Yu Shangyun and Yu Xieji were equally matched. Originally, Yu Shangyun thought that Qin Yun would be able to take down Mu Jin quickly. That way, they would be able to retreat immediately. But after so long, Qin Yun is still fighting with Mu Jin. Yu Shangyun would occasionally pay attention to Qin Yun. Naturally she knows that Mu Jin is very terrifying now. Tian Shixiang, without the heaven's divine moon, I want to see how far you can go in your cultivation path. Yu Xieji tightly clenched her teeth. She also did not expect Yu Shangyun to be so strong. I'm sure I can go further than you. Yu Shangyun said with sneer, Yu Xieji, even if you can enter the moon core and control the heaven's divine moon, it does not mean that you can advance faster than me. Yu Xieji laughed loudly and said, little girl, Divine Moon Clan no longer has the heaven's divine moon, now they can only hide inside the 4 divine suns. You bunch of homeless sluts, you better think about how to survive in the future. Yu Xieji, your heaven secret sect and heavenly moon ancient clan, just you wait. You joined hands to bully the weak and stole my heaven's divine moon, I will definitely take revenge. Yu Xiangyun furiously said. Ha ha ha. Yu Shiji suddenly laughed wildly and said, what will you use to take revenge? You gave your moon bloodline heavenly rune to Qin Yun, but look at Qin Yun, he can't do anything to Mu Jin now. Yu Xiangyun also knows that they can't drag on like this because this place is very close to the Heavenly Moon realm and the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's territory is nearby. Once the Heavenly Moon Clan's emperor comes out, they can only retreat. The heaven-splitting Ancient Clan's emperor's strength is extremely terrifying. Even the Great Divine King might not be stronger than them. Therefore, when the Great Divine King faced the heaven-splitting Ancient Clan, he didn't dare to speak too loudly. Yu Xiangyun is very clear about Qin Yun's difficulties. Because when Qin Yun faces Mu Jin, his hands and feet are tied. If he uses too little strength, he won't be able to take down Mu Jin. If he uses too much strength, he might kill Mu Jin. She understands Qin Yun quite well. Only when Qin Yun is risking his life would he explode with extremely terrifying power. At that time, it would be very difficult for him to hold back. Fighting with his hands and feet tied is a great taboo for Qin Yun. Yu Shiji indeed understands Qin Yun. That's why she thought of using Mu Jin to deal with Qin Yun. When she and the heaven-splitting Ancient Clan joined hands to attack the Heaven's Divine Moon, she warned them repeatedly that they must capture Mu Jin. Obviously, they want to use Mu Jin to deal with Qin Yun. After capturing Qin Yun, they would be able to obtain Qin Yun's bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box and Divine King Heavenly Seal. Yun, let's retreat. Yu Xiangyun immediately saw through it. Yu Shiji had deliberately set up this trap for Qin Yun to jump in. Yu Xiangyun had deliberately distanced herself from Qin Yun for a period of time because she knew that they were Qin Yun's weakness. Yu Shiji knew this very well, so she used them to deal with Qin Yun. However, Yu Xiangyun was still unable to do so in the end. Furthermore, Qin Yun was always getting close to her, so her Divine Moon Clan was simply unable to cut off Qin Yun. As matters stand, Yu Xiangyun can only retreat. Otherwise, if this continues, both she and Qin Yun will die here. Mu Jin is a sharp weapon to deal with Qin Yun. Yu Shiji and the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan won't do anything to her. As long as Mu Jin is fine, there will still be a chance to save her in the future. Qin Yun also knows what Yu Xiangyun is thinking, but he doesn't want to give up. Originally, he had the intention to fight to the death. However, he suddenly heard that Huayu had already woken up. The reason why Huayu woke up earlier than the other women was probably because of the cultivation technique she cultivated. Huayu, who is just woken up, is still relatively weak. Even if her current state is extremely good, her strength is still very weak. After all, she has been asleep for a very long time. The Divine Desolate Great Era is developing very quickly and simply does not wait for anyone. Qin Yun immediately communicated with Huayu inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit and told her about the situation he is facing. Mu Jin can already see that Qin Yun is being restrained. She sneered and said, "Why don't you attack? Quickly kill me, just like how you killed Huayu. You have already been incarnated by an evil spirit, don't pretend to be guilty. Mu Jin, you should know very well whether I killed Huayu or not. You should know very well whether I am pretending to be guilty or not. You just don't want to believe it." Qin Yun did not immediately let Huayu come out. Instead, he let Zi Qingqing and others help Huayu recover a bit. She is too weak. If Mu Jin's mind is controlled by Yu Shiji, she might attack Huayu. Not only will Qin Yun let Huayu come out, he will also let Ling Yun and Ling Daixin protect Huayu. Ling Yun and Ling Daixin are not weak, especially Ling Daixin. She has just obtained Bloodline Heavenly Rune and Bewitching Divine Art. They are all aware of the situation outside and are now discussing tactics inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Qin Yun believes that Mu Jin is under a bewitching technique and Ling Daixin has mastered this technique. If Ling Daixin can use the Bewitching Divine Art to penetrate Mu Jin's defense and make her fall into a temporary mental confusion, then she can capture her. Yu Xiangyun just sent a sound transmission to Qin Yun, but she has not received any response. This made her very anxious. She knows that Qin Yun is a person who is not willing to give up. In order to save the Divine Moon Woman, he was even willing to give up his life. Now, she is worried that Qin Yun will do this. "Sister Xiangyun, it will be over soon. Give me some time, trust me." Qin Yan also knows that time is tight. The Heavenly Moon ancient clan is nearby and the Heavenly Moon Emperor might arrive soon. Mu Jin is like a madman, she is madly fighting with Qin Yun. Every sword and every move is using her strongest divine power. She does not hold back to attack Qin Yun. It can be said that Mu Jin's fighting style does not leave any way out for herself. She only wants to perish together with Qin Yun. This kind of crazy battle is giving Qin Yun a headache. If it was someone else, Qin Yun is naturally not afraid. But Mu Jin is different. Not only is she a good seedling of the Divine Moon clan, she is also being controlled by Yu Shiji. If he kills Mu Jin, even if Yu Shangyun and Hua Yu and the entire Divine Moon clan do not blame him, it will still leave behind a demon in his heart. Once he had this demonic barrier, it would greatly affect his future growth. He couldn't help but admire Yu Shiji's move. He once again experienced the Heavenly Secrets sect's method of rendering others helpless. If Qin Yun released his nether son, he would naturally be able to suppress Mu Jin. But those spectators near the castle would certainly take advantage of this situation to attack, maybe it would endanger his nether Sunday. There are many experts from the ancient Heavenly Moon clan and the Heaven Secrets sect among the spectators. With their ability, they might be able to seriously injure Qin Yun's nether Sunday. This was also the reason why Qin Yun's hands and feet were tied. Mu Jin was infuriated because Qin Yun dodged left and right, blocking from time to time. He had no intention of counterattacking. Just as she was furiously attacking Qin Yun, she suddenly stabbed Qin Yun's abdomen. The stab that hit Qin Yun surprised Mu Jin and the group of spectators, especially Mu Jin, because she thought that Qin Yun would be able to dodge the attack. After all, her current attacks are very chaotic. However, Qin Yun had been stabbed. Now. At this time, Qin Yun released formidable Imperial Heaven divine power and firmly wrapped around the sword that has pierced his body. Not only his Imperial Heaven divine power, his Super Heaven divine body also tightly wrapped around the sword that has pierced his body. It must be known that this sword is Mu Jin's origin sword, it is also the source of her formidable power. When Mu Jin wanted to pull out the sword, Qin Yun immediately shot out a blue light ray. The heaven-locking chain shot out like lightning and wrapped around Mu Jin's body. However, Mu Jin's current divine power is very dreadful. After a loud shout, not only did she want to pull out the sword, she also wanted to struggle free from the heaven-locking chain. Mu Jin, wake up. At this time, Hua Yu suddenly appeared. She is wearing light and elegant purple skirt. Although her complexion is somewhat haggard, she still did not lose her elegance. Her small oval face is filled with anger and heartache. She berated, "How could you be so stupid? Big sister, is it really you? You are not dead?" Mu Jin saw Hua Yu in front of her and cannot help but be startled. Her eyes are already filled with tears. Mu Jin, that is fake, it is fake. Qin Yun lied to you. Yu Shiji, who is in the distance, is also flustered and exasperated as she shouted. She never thought that Qin Yun would be able to protect Hua Yu and even help her remove the Terminator profound killing curse. Qin Yun immediately realized that Xianxia is in trouble. He immediately used the magic mirror to contact Xianxia and told him to run. Hua Yu did not come out by herself, she was accompanied by Ling Yun and Ling Daixin. After Ling Daixin came out, she looked at Mu Jin with gentle eyes. Then, she supported Hua Yu and flew over. She said softly, "Little sister Mu Jin, whether your sister is fake or not, you should know better than anyone else." Although Hua Yu is weak at the moment, her aura is still there. The aura on Mu Jin's body suddenly collapsed and scattered. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Moreover, she let go of the sword that pierced Qin Yun's body. Ling Yun and Ling Daixin supported Hua Yu over. Hua Yu used her hand to caress Mu Jin's face and sighed, "Do you know your wrongs?" "Elder sister, I was wrong." Mu Jin looked at Qin Yun who still has a sword stuck in his body and cried, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I'll go kill that old witch right now." Qin Yun directly released the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and said expressionlessly, "Since you admit your wrongs, then listen to me." Mu Jin's body is still bound by the heaven-locking chain. Just now, she was planning to break free and kill Yu Shiji. However, after hearing Qin Yun's words and seeing her sword still stuck in Qin Yun's body, she felt extremely guilty and immediately gave up resisting. Qin Yin grabbed the seventh elder from the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and locked Mu Jin inside. Before figuring out Mu Jin's current situation, Qin Yin did not dare to take the risk of putting her into the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. That would be too dangerous. Originally, the people from the castle had already rushed over. However, when they arrived and saw that their seventh elder was in Qin Yin's hands, they could not help but stop. Hua Yu, Ling Daixin and Ling Yun'er all returned to the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. When Yu Shangyun saw that Qin Yin captured Mu Jin, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. At this moment, her attack suddenly became more ferocious. When Yu Shiji saw that Mu Jin has been captured and the seventh elder is still in Qin Yan's hands, she is extremely angry. She did not want to continue fighting and immediately returned to the castle. After Yu Shangyun arrived beside Qin Yun, the seventh elder said with a trembling voice, "Clan Emperor, quickly save me. The Heavenly Moon Clan's Emperor has arrived and the surrounding space has been sealed." Qin Yun immediately took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and entered it with Yu Shangyun. The seventh elder still has quite a bit of status. At least the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan did not dare to attack. The seventh elder of the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan was one of the weakest elders in the clan, but he was still one of the upper echelons of the clan. In a powerful clan, an elder-level figure was in existence akin to a signboard. If the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor couldn't protect his elder, then this matter would become a huge joke. The ancient Heavenly Moon Clan wouldn't be able to keep their face. Furthermore, the elder's strength was not ordinary. He was considered very strong in the clan and had been nurtured with a large amount of resources. If his body was destroyed, then he would have to spend more resources to recultivate. Furthermore, everyone knew that Qin Yun had obtained Yu Luanhui's reincarnation gate. Yu Luanhui's reincarnation gate was very famous and had a great deterrent effect on immortal souls. If Qin Yun could use the reincarnation gate, not only would the seventh elder's body be destroyed, his soul would be destroyed as well. An elder's soul like this carried a large amount of memories and cultivation experience. Even if he recultivated, he would definitely be much faster than most youngsters. The Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor also knew that the trap he had set for Qin Yun had failed. He didn't blame Yu Shiji because it was a pretty good trap and they had almost succeeded. However, there were too many variables. Yu Shiji didn't expect Flower Moon to suddenly appear. Those who were hit by the Terminator Profound Kill Curse would definitely die. Even if they survived, their body would definitely be destroyed. Only an undying and indestructible soul could escape. Therefore, Yu Shiji immediately thought of Xianxia. She decided to ask him about this immediately after returning. "Qin Yun, how about we stop here?" The Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor's voice sounded. It was an elder's voice. Qin Yun couldn't see the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor, but he did see a small golden moon flying over. The Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor was inside. "Stop here? You captured someone from the Divine Moon Clan and stole the Divine Moon of the Heavens. How are you going to settle this?" Qin Yun sneered. "You captured Mu Jin and turned her into this. Do you think you can stop just because you say so? Miss Mu Jin is safe and the Divine Moon of the Heavens does not belong to the Divine Moon Clan. Moreover, the moon core of the Divine Moon has been destroyed. I believe you have already given up on the Divine Moon of the Heavens?" The Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor's voice sounded rather amiable. "Humph, why didn't you guys discuss the distribution of the Divine Moon of the Heavens earlier?" Yu Shangyun coldly snorted, "You guys just think that I'm easy to bully." Speaking of this matter, Yu Shangyun became angry. If it wasn't for the powerful man behind her, she wouldn't have known how to save Mu Jin this time. She could only swallow her anger and wait for the situation to develop before settling the score. "We'll take Mu Jin, and you guys take Seventh Elder. Now that Miss Mu Jin has returned, shouldn't you return Seventh Elder to us? This way, we can write off all our previous grievances, and then we can discuss the distribution of the Divine Moons." The Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor said. "You want the Seventh Elder to return?" "Sure." Qin Yin smiled coldly. But the Heavenly Moon Clan's Emperor must kowtow to the Divine Moon Clan's Emperor and apologize. The people of the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan cursed angrily. The Heavenly Moon Clan's Emperor was someone who was on equal footing with the great Divine King. He was one of the most powerful people in the divine moon realms, yet, Qin Yan wanted him to kowtow and apologize to a woman. Yu Shangyun was also surprised because Qin Yan was helping her vent her anger. Although it was difficult to get rid of the Heavenly Moon Clan's emperor, it was still achievable. It was only a matter of time. However, it was very difficult to get the Heavenly Moon Clan's emperor to kowtow and apologize. It seems like you don't want to negotiate. The Heavenly Moon Clan's emperor's voice turned cold. It's you who don't want to negotiate. Why didn't you think of negotiating before you captured Mujin? Qin Yan said coldly. It's because you think the Divine Moon Clan is easy to bully. Now that your elder has been captured, you want to negotiate? It's too late. As Qin Yan spoke, he immediately posted the video of the seventh elder being captured and beaten up by him on the Magic Mirror platform. The seventh elder of the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan was captured and beaten up. The news immediately caused a sensation. Is that really the seventh elder of the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan? How could he be so weak? He was beaten like a dog. Don't you see who beat him up? That's Qin Yan, someone who is on par with the great Divine King. His strength is at the top of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's group. Didn't the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan capture Divine Moons? I heard that Qin Yan's Q is from the Divine Moon Clan. There's going to be a good show to watch. Qin Yan is obviously taking revenge for Q. How is the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan going to fight back? That's an elder. Are they going to give up on him? The ancient Heavenly Moon Clan is too cowardly. The ancient Heavenly Moon Clan should be very strong among the heaven-splitting ancient clan. After all, they already control divine moons. Everyone discussed. As the heaven-splitting ancient clan gradually moved around the divine wilderness, more and more people knew of their existence. Yu Yaoyao was flying back from the depths of the universe with her father, Yu Xingyu. The moment the magic mirror received the signal, they immediately saw it. The heaven-splitting ancient clan had sent a large group of experts to search for the energy tank. They knew that the energy tank had been snatched away, so they went to search for that person. However, after they arrived, they did not find anything, so they could only return. This Qin Yan is really not afraid of death. He has completely offended the Heavenly Moon Clan's emperor. I really don't know what he's thinking. Now that the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan controls divine moons, they might be the strongest clan in the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Yu Xingyu frowned. Yao Yao, stay away from him in the future. He's my friend. Yu Yaoyao snorted, what's more, I have young Kuan Peng. Could it be that the Heavenly Moon Clan's emperor will attack me? Do you believe that I won't let young Kuan Peng devour divine moons? Yu Xingyu immediately felt a headache. This woman of his wanted him, as her father, to have the ability. At the very least, that 9Y Kuan Peng was very difficult to deal with. Yu Yaoyao curled her lips and said, what's more, it's clearly the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan's fault. They actually captured a little girl and used her to threaten others. If Qin Yan captured them and beat them up, they deserve it. Father, I advise you not to go against Qin Yan. This is his style of doing things. Just wait and see, there will definitely be more upper echelons of the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan being captured. Yu Xingyu sighed, I definitely won't go against him, but it's hard to say for Yuan Long. If Yuan Long is no match for Qin Yan, will our emperor make a move? Right then, Yu Xingyu suddenly received a message. After reading the message from the magic mirror, he immediately frowned. What's wrong? Is there an emergency again? Yu Yaoyao hurriedly asked, is the sixth god Y coming out? Qin Yan is near Heavenly Moon Realm. Our emperor is rushing over now. Let's go take a look. After all, we are also considered members of the Heaven-Splitting Alliance. Even if we don't help, we still have to go over and support them. Yu Xingyu said. Not only did Qin Yan find him, he also saved Mujin and negotiated conditions with the Heavenly Moon Emperor. He wanted him to kowtow and admit his wrongs before letting her go. Kowtowing and admitting his wrongs is something that the Heavenly Moon Emperor would never do. Even if he was willing, the entire Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan would not. Qin Yan, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. A person like you who only cares about profit, as long as I give you enough benefits, you will still let her go. Don't think that I don't understand you. Yu Shiji sneered. Enough benefits? I want 100 billion divine universe golden stones, will you give it to me? Qinyan laughed loudly, if you can't afford it, then obediently kowtow. Yu Shiji shouted, at most 1 billion. This is not a small amount, especially for you. You don't have a source of divine universe golden stones and you should know that. They are very useful to those who surpass Xianxia Lord. I want 100 billion. Qinyan said, is the seventh elder of the Heavenly Moon ancient clan not worth 100 billion? If not, then I will let the entire God Desolate see with their own eyes how I, Qinyan, use the reincarnation gate to kill him. Because of the existence of the magic mirror, Qinyan could indeed let the entire God Desolate see him kill the seventh elder. Qinyan, you want the Heavenly Moon Emperor to kneel down to you, you just want to vent your anger. But what use is that to you? You might as well get your hands on the Divine Universe Golden Stones. 2 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones, how about it? Yu Shiji said indifferently. Yu Shangyun gently held Qinyan's hand, hinting him to bargain and raise the price. Because the Divine Universe Golden Stones are the most important thing right now. After entering the mysterious realm that surpasses Xianxia Lord, he will indeed need a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qinyan shook his head at Yu Shangyun, I can quickly produce elegant smoke. There will be more and more Divine Universe Golden Stones in God Desolate. At that time, anyone will be able to afford elegant smoke. As long as I can continuously produce them, I will be able to exchange them for a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones. I don't lack these billions. Unless he agrees to give me 100 billion, I will not compromise. Yu Shangyun naturally knew about the elegant smoke. There were also many women in the Divine Moon race who smoked, especially those legendary special cigarettes, which were the most popular, and only Ming Yunue had them. Qinyan had Nangong Shuiru learn how to grow tobacco before. Now, Divine Moon Clan has stockpiled a lot of tobacco. If he needs it, he will go to Nangong Shuiru and then give the Divine Moon Clan a corresponding reward. Qinyan, what do you want? If the negotiations fail, you'll be the ones to suffer. The Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor's voice was tinged with anger as he said coldly, this is the Heavenly Moon Domain's territory and the space you are in has been sealed. Yu Shiji also said with a smile that is not a smile, Qinyan, if the seventh elder dies, the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan will at most lose face, but you will lose your lives. Qinyan laughed loudly and said, then give it a try and see if you can take my life or not. The reason he had taken out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle was because it had the ability to enter dark space. This is something that cannot be sealed by any spatial sealing power. After all, entering dark space is very different from normal spatial shuttling. At this time, more and more people are arriving. Qinyan saw Yu Yaoyao and her father inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. It's Yaoyao, why is she here? Yu Shangyun promptly took out the devil mirror and contacted Yu Yaoyao. After contacting them, she said, the Heaven-Splitting Alliance formed by the Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan is nearby, so they came over. Qinyan nodded, then shouted towards the outside, Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor, what method do you want to use to exchange for your seventh elder? Kowtow to the Divine Moon Clan Emperor and admit your wrongs, or pay 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones as compensation? The several thousand Heaven-Splitting Alliance people who just arrived all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Make the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor kowtow and admit his wrongs, or make the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor pay 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qinyan's conditions clearly show that he does not want to negotiate, he is clearly provoking the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor. Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan, you should know that this time, it is not only to exchange for your seventh elder, it is also to exchange for the safety of your Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan. Qinyan's voice is filled with threat as he said, if you do not resolve the grudge between us, then I, Qinyan, guarantee that your Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan will not be able to walk peacefully in the Gods Desolate. The Heaven-Splitting Alliance people are in an uproar. Qinyan is openly threatening the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor. If the Heaven-Splitting Alliance wants to stand up for the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan, then I, Qinyan, will accompany you to the end. I am not afraid of going against the entire Heaven-Splitting Alliance. Once you decide to become enemies with me, then be prepared to suffer heavy casualties. Qinyan's tone is filled with threat. He is not afraid of the stronger people, but it is hard to say for the other Heaven-Splitting Ancient Clan members, even the seventh elder was captured and beaten by Qinyan. Furthermore, Qin Yan is fine after being surrounded by the Black Dragon assassins and can even kill an expert like Yu Luanhui. If Qin Yan really wants to take revenge on the heaven-splitting ancient clan, then the heaven-splitting ancient clan will suffer heavy casualties. Qin Yan is only one person while the heaven-splitting ancient clan has many people. Most of them are not as strong as Qin Yan. Once they are caught, they will definitely be killed. The most terrifying thing is that Qin Yan has the reincarnation gate. Qin Yan saw the surrounding heaven-splitting ancient clan members fall into silence and sneered in his heart. After all, everyone is selfish. Why should the heaven-splitting ancient clan fight together against the enemy they provoked? The heavenly moon ancient clan obtained the god's moon and they obtained nothing. 5 billion. Yu Shiji knows that this matter is very difficult, so she can only use the divine universe goldstones to deal with Qin Yan. Although the location of the heaven leaping shuttle is sealed by a very strong barrier, they are still not confident that they can completely seal Qin Yan here. If Qin Yan escapes and kills the seventh elder on the magic mirror and takes revenge on the heaven-splitting alliance, then it will be very troublesome. 100 billion divine universe goldstones, not one less. Qin Yan shouted very strongly, otherwise, let the heavenly moon clan emperor kowtow and admit his mistake. Qin Yan sneered in his heart. You want to take over my woman's territory and send me away with a few billion? Not a chance. Capturing Mu Jin was Yu Shiji's idea, but the main force in taking over the god's moon was still the heavenly moon clan emperor. However, Yu Shiji is also afraid that she can't deal with Qin Yan. If something big happens, she will be hated by the heavenly moon clan emperor, so she really wants to deal with Qin Yan. We will return the god's moon to you. Yu Shiji clenched her teeth and said. No. Yu Xiangyun answered before Qin Yan could. The god's moon doesn't want it. This caused everyone to be shocked once again. That is the divine moon clan's old home. The divine moon clan emperor actually gave it up just like that. Yu Xiangyun and Qin Yan have already reached an agreement to create a new divine moon that belongs to them. Divine moon has many resources that are worth more than 100 billion divine universe golden stones, but the premise is that they can be mined. The great era of God Desolate is ever changing. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Maybe divine moon will disappear one day, or a new powerful race will appear on divine moon, or it will be destroyed by a new powerful race from God Desolate. Even if the divine moon of the heavens was fine, it would take many years before they could excavate the resources worth 100 billion divine universe golden stones. Creating a divine moon requires a large amount of resources. If they have 100 billion divine universe golden stones as a foundation, it will be much easier. Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan doesn't have 100 billion divine universe metal stones. Yu Shiji gritted her teeth and said, Qin Yan, Tianshi Xiang, be realistic. Yu Xiangyun sneered, when you attacked Divine Moon and captured Mu Jin, why didn't you think about this? If you can't take out 100 billion divine universe golden stones, then kowtow to me and apologize. Kowtow and you can save 100 billion divine universe golden stones, it's so worth it. If the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's emperor kowtowed and apologized to others, what prestige would the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan have in the future? No matter how strong they are, this matter will definitely be hung on their lips. It will affect the morale of the entire Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan. When the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's people go out, if they quarrel with others, others will definitely ridicule their emperor for kowtowing and apologizing to a woman. Moreover, it was the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan who attacked other people's territory and was counterattacked, so they had no choice but to apologize. The Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan is now riding a tiger. If not for Qin Yan, the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan would not be facing this kind of situation. If it was just Yu Xiangyun, they would be able to completely suppress her. They have now experienced Qin Yan's terror. Even if they were not beaten by Qin Yan, they would still feel very uncomfortable. Hurry up and make your decision, I don't want to waste time with you here. Qin Yan said, I still have urgent matters to attend to. If you don't want to talk, then I will leave. After I leave, I, Qin Yan, will fight to the death with your Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan. I guarantee that I, Qin Yan, will exhaust my entire life to exterminate your entire clan. Qin Yan's words are very calm, but they contain a kind of aura that makes people feel fear. Qin Yan had even broken the Great Divine Lord's Myriad Heaven's divine sword. Furthermore, he had even chopped off a part of the Great Divine Lord's hand. Great Divine Lord had previously bragged that Qin Yun would not be able to recover for at least 8 to 10 years after being severely injured. But not long after, Qin Yun entered the moon core and destroyed everything. Then, he grabbed the 7th elder and beat him up. How could he be seriously injured? This made many people secretly curse the Great Divine King for being unreliable, especially the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor. Yu Shiji and the Heavenly Moon Clan's Emperor dared to attack the Divine Moons because of the Great Divine King's solemn promise that Qin Yun was heavily injured and would not be able to fight for a short period of time. The Divine Moon Clan was one of the few allies that Qin Yun had. Now that something like this had happened, Qin Yun would definitely take action to get revenge. Yu Shiji thought that she could use the Mu Jin to defeat Qin Yun with a little trick, but the result was far beyond her expectations. Everyone in the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan was panicking. If they were targeted by Qin Yun, they would have no choice but to hide in the depths of the universe. They would never be able to approach the Divine Wilderness. And the Divine Wilderness had the myriad realms Divine Sun and the Divine Moon, which would be of great help to them. If they were to leave the Divine Wilderness, it would not be long before they would fall far behind. This was very uncomfortable for them. I don't have 100 billion, I can only give you 10 billion right now. After weighing the pros and cons, the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor said, just treat it as us buying the Divine Moon. If he said this as buying the Divine Moon, he would at least be able to step down a little. Even if others knew that Qin Yun had forced them, it would not matter. After all, the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan would not lose out by using 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones to exchange for a Divine Moon. No, 100 billion, no less. Yu Xiangyun wanted 100 billion, or the other party would kowtow and admit his mistake. The ancient Heavenly Moon Clan had the Divine Moon of the Heavens. If he borrowed Divine Universe Golden Stones from the various big shots, he would still be able to gather 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Or he could sell a portion of the Divine Moon of the Heavens to other big shots, or even enter the Moon Core. Qin Yun had already thought of this, so he believed that if the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor was willing, it would not be difficult to obtain 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. 100 billion is not a small number, you have to give me time to gather it. I will definitely be able to gather it in 10 days. The Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor was terrified. Yu Shiji did not have any objections. After all, the Heavenly Moon Clan Emperor wanted face and the entire clan, so he could only give 100 billion for now. Giving 100 billion could be used to buy the Divine Moon of the Heavens. As long as they had enough time, they would be able to earn it back through the Divine Moon of the Heavens. Not only would they be able to explain themselves to the clan, they would also be able to regain some face to the outside world. In 10 days, go find Great Elder Ling of the Great Heaven God Clan and ask him to accept 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yun said. Everyone was dumbfounded. Great Elder Ling was from the Ling family of the Great Heaven God Clan and wasn't the Great Heaven God Clan on the Great Divine King's side. Qin Yun actually wanted Great Elder Ling to accept such a huge amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones. Not long ago, Great Elder Ling had lost many of his positions as the chairman of the Golden Stone Bank because of the internal strife of the Great Heaven God Clan. For example, Ling Chenxiong had been chased away. Qin Yun guessed that it was more or less because Great Elder Ling was too close to him and his opponents had something on him that he had no choice but to compromise. Qin Yun did this to give Great Elder Ling some confidence. After all, the Great Heaven bloodline heavenly rune that the Ling family had given him had brought him great benefits and allowed him to obtain the help of Taisher. What's more, the 100 billion wasn't for Great Elder Ling. It was just stored with them so that they could regain control of the Golden Stone Bank. If they could obtain such a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones, not to mention taking over the Golden Stone Bank, they could completely use the Ling family's name to open their own Golden Stone Bank. They wouldn't need to care about the attitude of the other clans of the Great Heaven God Clan. Qin Yun and Yu Xiangyun couldn't use up so many Divine Universe Golden Stones in a short period of time. Saving them up and earning interest was not bad at all. Alright, in 10 days, Great Elder Ling will contact you. The Great Emperor of the Heavenly Moon Clan also agreed. He was also puzzled as to why Great Elder Ling of the Great Heaven God Clan could be so trusted by Qin Yun. Everyone immediately thought of how Great Elder Ling had given Ling Daixin to Qin Yun. It was really worth it. Qin Yun controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to conceal itself and disappeared in an instant. The space around the heaven-leaping shuttle had been completely sealed, but now it had disappeared in an instant. If they had wanted to besiege Qin Yun just now, they wouldn't have been able to succeed. Qin Yun would definitely have escaped. The heaven-leaping shuttle entered the dark space for a while and then came out again. It is now far away from the entrance of Heavenly Moon World. It is now in the airspace of Heavenly God Desolate. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. She is inside the control room, looking at the specks of starlight ahead. She did not expect so many things to happen. The outcome of saving Mu Jin this time was beyond her expectations. Not only she successfully saved Mu Jin, she also obtained 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones as compensation. This Heavenly Moon Ancient clan is truly cowardly. Just a casual scare and they are so scared. Qin Yun said with smile. If it was me, I would also be scared. If it was someone else threatening the Heavenly Moon Emperor, it would be very difficult to succeed, but you are different. Xianxia said with deep emotion. Is that so? Qin Yun laughed and said, that great divine king bragged about how strong he is and even belittled me many times. I thought that the big shots of Heavenly God Desolate were not afraid of me. That is because they never fought with you. Just like the Heavenly Moon Emperor, he also realized that you are not that weak. Xianxia took off her helmet, looked at Qin Yun and said, Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan is very big. They are not sure if they can eliminate you, but they are also afraid that you will take revenge on them. In Heavenly God Desolate's great era, no one wants to fall behind. If their outstanding seedlings die miserably, they will definitely fall behind. Qin Yun's operation this time has indeed created a great deterrence. Those powerful clans that want to fight against Qin Yun will become very clear-headed after knowing about this. If they become enemies with Qin Yun, they will have to bear Qin Yun's crazy revenge. Everyone is afraid. The matter of Qin Yun and Xianxia going to Heavenly Moon World spread very quickly. After all, many heaven-opening ancient clan people were present at that time. There were several thousand of them. There are also people in the Heaven-Opening Alliance who are very unhappy with the Heavenly Moon Ancient clan. This matter was most likely spread by these people. In order to redeem their image, the Heavenly Moon Ancient clan hired many people to refute the rumors on the Magic Mirror platform. Some even beautified this matter into a transaction, saying that there was a small misunderstanding with the Divine Moon race that was resolved in the end. After returning to Heavenly God Desolate, Qin Yun released Hua Yu and handed over the sleeping Yi Yao Xue, Xian Rujing, Feng Yu and Shui Yu to them to bring them back to the four divine sons. They would awaken very soon. At that time, if he needed to help them increase their strength, he would need to use the Mystic Moon Clan's secret technique, which was the mysterious Sun Moon Heart Sutra. Mu Jin was released from the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron by Qin Yun. When she saw that Hua Yu was really fine, she felt very happy in her heart. At the same time, she also felt very guilty. As soon as she came out, she kept apologizing to Qin Yun and even started crying. Mu Jin was very strong and young. The third-generation bloodline heavenly runes in her body had great research value and would be of great help to the Divine Moon Clan. Perhaps in the future, she would become one of the strongest experts of the Divine Moon Clan. Xianxia brought Hua Yu, Mu Jin and the others back. Qin Yun's next step was to collect the debt. Not long after, Grand Elder Ling used the magic mirror to contact Qin Yun. Boss Qin, the Heavenly Moon Clan's emperor has already contacted me. He has already arranged for 10 billion Divine Universe Metal Stones to be delivered to me. Great Elder Ling smiled. That's right, where is Xianxia? Did she give you any trouble? Grand Elder Ling is very happy. Qin Yun has obtained 100 billion and wants to keep it in his Ling family. This means that he has acknowledged the Ling family. Grand Elder Ling, I suggest that you leave the other clans of the Great Heaven Divine Race and open a goldstone shop on your own in the name of the Ling family. Wait until the Heavenly Moon Ancient clan gives you the 100 billion and you can use it as a foundation to start your business. Qin Yun decided to meet with Grand Elder Ling inside the Heavenly Flame City. He can sense that the Ling family is facing a lot of pressure in the Great Heaven Divine Race. Their situation is not very good. Otherwise, Grand Elder Ling would not have come in contact with a young divine king like him. After all, the Ling family's patriarch is the disciple of the great divine king. Moreover, Grand Elder Ling is very obvious. He is afraid that others don't know that he gave Ling Daixing to Qin Yun. We also have the same idea. If we have 100 billion Divine Universe metal stones as a foundation, in addition to our accumulated connections and channels, we will definitely be able to do it immediately. Let's meet and talk. Grand Elder Ling said with smile. I am in the Heavenly Flame City. We should have a good talk. Qin Yun said with smile. The Ling family gave him the Great Heaven Bloodline Heavenly Rune, they are very sincere. He also feels that the Ling family is a good partner. Grand Elder Ling immediately set off and brought Ling Taiyun to the Heavenly Flame City. Very soon, they met up with Qin Yun. This time, they are like old friends who haven't seen each other for many years. They are greeting each other politely. Where is Daixing? Ling Taiyun suddenly asked. They have been chatting for so long but Ling Daixing is nowhere to be seen. She is in seclusion, it is not convenient for her to come out for the time being. Qin Yun said with smile, don't worry, I won't mistreat her. Ling Daixing is indeed in seclusion. She is thinking of a way to pass on her bloodline heavenly rune to Zi Qingqing and the others. Boss Qin, I have to say, you are really awesome. You actually made the Heavenly Moon Emperor suffer such a big loss. Ling Taiyun said with smile. The Heavenly Moon Emperor is really something, he is so concerned about his face. Grand Elder Ling shook his head and said with smile, Boss Qin, you should not have knelt down and admitted your mistake, you should have raised the price to 200 billion. Ling Taiyun curled his lips and said, I think Boss Qin did a good job. The Heavenly Moon Emperor will definitely not kneel down, after all, his face is very important. If you ask him to pay 200 billion, he might even risk his life. Won't kneel? I really don't understand why the stupid bird is so concerned about his face. Face is worth fart, as long as you give me 10 billion, forget about kowtowing, even if my head explodes or my legs break, I will be willing. Grand Elder Ling said with chuckle. Qin Yun is speechless, this Grand Elder Ling is really a person who prioritizes benefits above all else. If your Ling family wants to open a goldstone shop, I will allow you to enter the Four Divine Sun. But the condition is that you must sign a soul contract and not cause trouble inside the Four Divine Sun. Qin Yun said. Grand Elder Ling said with straightforward smile, that is not a problem. If we open a goldstone shop, then the Great Heaven Goldstone shop will immediately be suppressed by us. Without our customers, without our channels, let's see how they are going to play. Boss Qin, leave this 100 billion with me, I will give you the corresponding interest, you can be at ease. Qin Yun waved his hand and said with smile, this Divine Universe Goldstone is not mine, it is Divine Moon Clan's. I will arrange for you to negotiate with Divine Moon Clan. Don't worry, they are quite easy to negotiate with. Alright. Grand Elder Ling said with smile, Boss Qin, I heard that Ling Chinxiong obtained a large batch of elegant smoke. Qin Yun forgot about this matter and immediately took out 2 boxes of King-grade elegant smoke and gave 1 box to Grand Elder Ling and Ling Taiyun. After they received it, they immediately took out one and lit it up. As they smoked, they exclaimed in admiration. Grand Elder Ling, did you run out because you couldn't survive in the 9 Sun Holy Land? Qin Yun suddenly asked. He felt that something must have happened in the 9 Sun Holy Land for these guys to run out. Great Elder Ling and Ling Taiyun didn't seem to want to talk about this matter. It seemed like it was too heavy. They were originally very happy to smoke, but when Qin Yun asked about this matter, their faces became gloomy. Great Elder Ling was silent for a while, then let out a long puff of smoke and said, How do you know about the 9 Sun Holy Land? This kind of thing should be top secret. I guessed. I didn't ask Xianxia, but I can roughly guess that something must have happened to the 9 Sun Holy Land, causing you to be forced to leave. Qin Yun smiled and said, This is not hard to guess, just think about it. There is a large area in the center of the Divine Desolate that is sealed off and shrouded in thick fog all year round. This area occupies a large area of the Divine Desolate and is sealed off by a powerful barrier. It is very difficult to enter and exit the 9 Sun Holy Land, so people outside the 9 Sun Holy Land all believe that the central area is definitely a treasure land. Especially after a very strong great god king appeared in the 9 Sun Holy Land, as well as many powerful races, it made people yearn for it even more. However, gradually, some people realized that if the Nine Sun Holy Land was really that good, why did the great God King run out? It could be said that the great God King ran out to be the great God King and manage the divine desolate. However, there are also many other powerful races that have moved out of the Nine Sun Holy Land during this period of time. This made people feel very puzzled. From time to time, Qin Yin would look at the groups in the magic mirror. He joined several groups, including the Divine Inscription Palace, Nine Yang Divine Palace, Myriad Realms Divine Court, Divine Moon Clan, Imperial Heaven Pawnshop and so on. Among them, the Divine Chief created a group filled with powerful core gods of the Myriad Realms Divine Court. They shared a large amount of information they had gathered. Many of them were related to the Nine Sun Holy Land. According to the information everyone had, they speculated that something major had happened in the Nine Sun Holy Land and the powerful races inside were forced to run out. Otherwise, with such a good holy land, those powerful races would definitely not be willing to leave and would stay inside. Currently, the clan emperors of the various powerful races in the Nine Sun Holy Land have no intention of returning to the Nine Sun Holy Land. Instead, they are fighting for territory in the Divine Desolate and beginning to develop. Great Elder Ling lit another cigarette and took a few puffs before slowly saying, "That's right, we can't stay in the Nine Sun Holy Land anymore. Of course, this matter is only known by us higher-ups. Among the many powerful races in the Nine Sun Holy Land, no more than 50 people." Qin Yan looked at Ling Taiyun. "I am a high-ranking official and my mouth is very tight." Ling Taiyun saw Qin Yan's disdainful gaze and curled his lips and said, "There were many powerful clans in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Naturally, there were many experts, far more than 50. However, only 50 people knew about the changes in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. What's there to hide?" Qin Yin said with a frown, "Besides, if you hide the danger, why would they be willing to come out?" Grand Elder Ling sighed and said with melancholy, "Only 30% of the entire Great Sky Divine clan managed to escape. The rest died. It wasn't that they didn't want to come out, but that they had been abandoned. Those who came out first are the most outstanding. They don't know what happened in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground." Qin Yin pricked up his brows. 70% of the Great Heaven Divine race had died, and all of them were in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. What about the other powerful races? Is it the same? Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. The other powerful tribes are worse off than us. Only the Sunin Divine tribe is slightly better. The rest, no matter how fast they are, can only make it out by 10%. Ling Taiyun said, "Even so, they are still a powerful tribe in the Divine Desolate." Qin Yan is even more shocked. What exactly happened in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground? How could so many people die? I remember that you all have immortal and indestructible souls. Only their bodies were destroyed, right? Qin Yan recalled this matter. Even if these people died, they didn't really die. Their souls were still there. No, their souls have been destroyed. Grand Elder Ling's words made Qin Yan quiver. His undying and indestructible soul had actually been shattered into pieces. Even Qin Yan could only use the soul lost due to erase their consciousness. It was very difficult to destroy their souls. But the Nine Sun Sacred Ground actually had such a powerful force that could destroy so many immortal and indestructible souls. Qin Yan finally understood why the powerful tribes in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground wanted to hide this matter. Once it was spread out, it would definitely cause panic. Those powerful tribes that hated immortal and indestructible souls might think of a way to break the barrier of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. What exactly happened in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground? Qin Yan is shocked, puzzled and also a bit afraid. Ling Taiyun shook his head and said, "We are not too clear. Only the clan emperors know the details of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, but they are not willing to talk about it." "Isn't there another sun inside the sacred ground?" Qin Yan said with frown, "Was it caused by that nether sun?" "It is related to that nether sun. That nether sun is terrifyingly powerful. It is located at the center of the Divine Desolate. Originally, it was very big, but then it suddenly became very small and shrunk to the size of a fist." Grand Elder Ling said with a strange expression. Since then, the inside of the Divine Desolate Ground began to change. The super-large nether sun shrunk to the size of a fist. After Qin Yan heard this, he is extremely shocked. That is an energy body, not long ago, Qin Yin obtained an energy body. It was a super large nether sun that shrunk to the size of an egg. In other words, the energy body inside the 9-sun sacred ground exploded. What happened after that? Qin Yin asked. In short, at that time, we received instructions from the 9-sun law spirit, telling us to quickly withdraw from the 9-sun sacred ground. Then we began to retreat. The clan emperors were the last to come out, only they know what happened inside. Grand Elder Ling said. Ling Taiyun has already finished smoking 3 cigarettes. His expression is grave as he said, in short, the spatial passage in and out of the 9-sun sacred ground has completely collapsed. The myriad realm's divine sun is now concentrating its divine power to strengthen the seal at the center of the divine desolate ground. My father told us to quickly become stronger because once the seal is broken, the divine desolate ground will become hell. Even the myriad realm's divine sun will not be able to escape. What kind of disaster will it be? Qin Yin said in deep voice. He also realized how dreadful the 9-sun sacred ground is. I don't know. At that time, we will no longer be immortal and indestructible. Grand Elder Ling let out a bitter sigh. The 9-sun law spirit created us in the hope that we can suppress the nether sun inside the sacred ground, but we are unable to do so. Qin Yin wants to ask Taisher, he must know something. We should strengthen our cooperation and join hands to resist the powerful enemy. I have experienced many calamities and tribulations, in the end I can cross them all, there is nothing to be afraid of. After Great Elder Ling and Ling Taiyun left, Qin Yin immediately took out the Gemini treasure mirror. Brother Taisher, something happened in the 9-sun holy land. Qin Yin told Taisher everything he knew. After Taisher finished listening, no words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. Qin Yin waited for a while before the Gemini treasure mirror moved. Moreover, it was a very violent vibration. What's wrong? Qin Yin looked at the words that appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror and his expression gradually turned serious. Taisher told Qin Yin that there might be a passage in the center of God Desolate that was connected to other universes. As for why the passage was opened, Taisher also did not understand. He only said that after the 2 universes were connected, the living beings of the other universe would come over. If that universe was stronger, then the living beings of that universe would also be stronger. The living beings of that universe would come through that passage. Once they came to God Desolate, it would be a disaster. And according to Great Elder Ling and the others, the living beings of the other universe should have already come over and killed most of the strong races. Why did such a passage appear? Qin Yin is extremely alarmed. It is obvious that the other universe is stronger. Words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. Maybe it was opened by the 9-sun law spirit. The myriad realm's divine sun needs to be strengthened and devour energy, so it tried to open this passage. If the connected universe is very weak, then it can devour that universe and send the strong races over to slaughter them and obtain their resources. However, the 9-sun law spirit lost the bet. He received an even stronger universe, and the great divine king that he placed high hopes on is powerless to seal the passage and suppress the 9-sun holy land. Qin Yin cursed in a low voice, why is this 9-sun law spirit so reckless? The great divine king can't seal the passage, why did he let it act so recklessly? Words appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. It should be because the 9-sun law spirit has lost control. The God Desolate will be in great danger. The 9-sun law spirit is unreliable, you must protect yourselves. How strong are the living beings of that universe? What is going on with these universes? Is it different from the divine world or something? Qin Yin had thought that the divine world was a universe. But now it seems that it was not the case. The God realm can be seen as a super large space opened up in this universe. This kind of space was created by one or more powerful divine suns. When these divine suns were devoured by other divine suns, it was a spatial merger. The 9 suns divine world that you are in will devour a large amount of other spaces, forming the myriad worlds fusion, and then forming the divine wilderness of the heavens. This is led by the myriad world's divine sun, and its main purpose is to gather all living beings in this universe. After Qin Yin understood, he cursed softly, gathering all the living beings in the universe and feeding them to other universes? The passage in the middle of the 9-sun sacred ground was very dangerous. If the other party's universe was stronger, they would be finished. In the end, the two universes would merge. The divine sun of the myriad realms would be devoured, and this universe would collapse. The colossal dragon is the life forms of the entire universe. It's to fight against the life forms of the other universes. If you don't devour others, others will devour you. Taisher can be considered to be evolved from the super-large nether sun. It is a kind of small universe, a super-large space formed by runes. Finally, it was sealed into a box. However, the space inside is very big. Qinyan did not know how strong the living beings in that universe were. He only knew that those undying and indestructible souls could not withstand a single blow from those living beings. Furthermore, the descendants of the divine sun inside the myriad realms' divine sun land might also be exterminated. Qinyan's head is in pain now. His current cultivation has not surpassed Shintianjun, but he knows that this kind of crisis exists. It makes him feel great pressure. The Gemini treasure mirror trembled again and words appeared. Actually, there is no need to worry. This universe has existed for a very long time and no one knows where the edge of the universe is. There must be even stronger living beings hidden there. If this universe faces a crisis, those stronger living beings will definitely come out to resist. Qinyan feels that it is not very reliable. Because the strongest group of people in the myriad heavens divine desolate don't even know what the new realm is. Moreover, the appearance of the myriad heavens divine desolate caused such a huge commotion that even the heaven-splitting ancient race came out. If there were stronger living beings, they would have already appeared. However, the heaven-splitting ancient race has appeared for so long, yet no stronger ancient race has appeared. This also caused many people to be at a loss in the unknown realm, unable to break through for a long time. It seems like all the living beings in our universe are stuck in a new realm. If everyone can't break through and quickly improve, they will definitely be exterminated. Qinyan sighed and said. The Gemini treasure mirror trembled and very quickly words appeared. You are wrong. The universe is so big that you can't even imagine it. If you are talking about formidable power, then a single myriad realm's divine sun can instantly kill the top experts of the myriad heavens divine desolate. Qinyan became silent and continued reading the words that appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. If the power inside the bloodline heavenly rune box were to explode, even a trace of it would be enough to kill you and the great divine king. Another thing is the energy body in your heart. If this kind of energy body explodes, it can blow up the entire myriad heavens divine desolate and destroy the myriad realms divine sun. Qinyan can't help but touch his heart. He didn't expect this energy body to be so terrifying. He is suddenly worried that he will lose control of it. If it explodes, he will be done for. However, living beings can also control this kind of formidable power. It's just that you haven't cultivated to the limit. Although our bloodline heavenly runes are not living beings, they have spiritual wisdom. Our cultivation path allowed us to become so strong. It means that there are many more existences like us in the universe. Qinyan can't help but nod his head and said with emotion, indeed, there are still many mysteries in this universe. The divine power released by a single myriad realm's divine sun is so terrifying. It means that the power controlled by us living beings is still too weak. Therefore, don't be discouraged. Cultivate properly and you will definitely be able to control even more formidable power. Taisher encouraged Qinyan. While Qinyan and Taisher are conversing, he suddenly felt that the temperature has become a lot hotter. Sixth divine sun has appeared. The Gemini treasure mirror immediately shook violently. After the words appeared on the mirror surface, it began to flicker incessantly. Qinyan feels that he can no longer hold the Gemini treasure mirror's handle because the shaking is too fierce. The sixth divine sun seemed to have suddenly appeared, and it was extremely huge the moment it appeared. After Qinyan ran outside, he is unable to look directly at the sixth divine sun that just appeared. The sixth divine sun is even bigger than the ancestral god Sunday. What is going on? Qinyan is extremely shocked because most of the myriad realms divine suns that just appeared are very small. And this sixth divine sun appeared without any sign and it is much bigger than the ancestral god Sunday. In the past, when a new divine sun was born, it would absorb the energy of other divine suns to grow. Even though the fifth divine sun had been born for some time, it still needed to absorb the divine power of the other divine suns to maintain its growth. However, this little brother of the sixth divine son had turned things around and was actually feeding his other brothers. Xianxia looked at the sixth divine son in the sky with a dumbfounded expression. The sudden appearance of this supersized divine son surprised him greatly. Meanwhile, the magic mirror platform was in an uproar. All living beings in the all heavens divine wilderness could sense how powerful and terrifying the sixth divine son was. The ancestor god's son, the largest of the 5 divine sons, had already made these living beings feel that they were very small in front of such a colossus. This super divine son that suddenly appeared was much bigger than the ancestor god Sunday. It could be said that none of the other myriad realms' divine sons were as big as the sixth divine Sunday. Xianxia looked at the sixth divine son in astonishment. He didn't even notice the vibrations of the Gemini treasure mirror and magic mirror in his hands. When he came back to his senses, he quickly checked the words on the Gemini treasure mirror. It's the super divine son. There must be a reason for the sudden appearance of this divine son. This kind of myriad realms divine son is definitely not the kind you were familiar with before. Before you figure it out, don't go in. This was the Grand Prime's warning. In the center of Deity Desolate, there was a passageway that connected to another universe. The entire center had already been occupied by the powerful beings of that universe. The central region occupied a third of the Deity Desolate, and it was extremely vast. If the beings from other universes were to station their troops in the central region and charge out when the time was right, it would be extremely terrifying. Xianxia had just learned of what happened in the 9-sun sacred land when such a huge divine son suddenly appeared. He believed that it was no coincidence. Then, he looked at the magic mirror. His friends were all asking him if the appearance of the divine son had anything to do with him. Xianxia posted on his personal page that the appearance of the sixth divine son had nothing to do with him. After that, he immediately contacted Yu Shangyun and asked her if there was any news of Bing Xing. He could not contact any of the 9 sons' divine ladies. He believed that the 9 sons' Dharma spirit must know something. Xianxia guessed that something major might happen in the core of the myriad realms divine son. Yu Shangyun was also trying her best to contact the 9 sons divine maiden to understand the current situation as soon as possible. After that, Xianxia told Yu Shangyun about the 9 sun holy land and told her to increase her strength as soon as possible. Very few people knew about the internal situation of the 9 sun sacred ground, but they definitely knew about the powerful clans that came from the sacred ground. Hence, they were all developing and growing rapidly. Especially the Great Heaven Divine Clan, they established the greatest heaven sect and absorbed people from other strong clans in the divine wilderness for this reason. Xianxia asked Yu Shangyun to preside over a meeting to form an alliance. He gathered the 9 Yan Divine Palace, the Myriad Realms Divine Court, as well as the powerful races and factions that had good relations with Xianxia to discuss how to deal with the Sacred Lands crisis. Xianxia did not need to worry about the 9 Yang Divine Palace for the time being. He would contact the Little Hall Spirit and White Death from time to time to understand the situation of the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Divine Moon Divine Sun is for world. God of the Divine Divine God Divine World, Divine Palace, and World. Sun Clan Divine God, they are our Divine Moon, said. This ancient clan of, these fellows actually don't intend to let others know. Xianxia snorted and said, Sister Shangyun, I will be cultivating in seclusion during this period of time. If anything happens to the 9 Yang Divine Palace, please take care of it. Yu Shangyun immediately agreed. In fact, Divine Moon Divine Palace, Divine Moon Clan, Divine Palace of the Myriad Realms and many other powerful races have close ties. Even if Xianxia didn't say anything, Divine Moon Divine Palace needed help. Xianxia immediately left the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land and rushed to the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop. The Imperial Heaven Pawnshop has been helping Heaven Extermination gather things from Divine Desolate Land. Xianxia hasn't contacted Heaven Extermination for a long time. He often contacted Yunlong. He learned that Heaven Extermination was sending more and more Divine Universe metal stones to the pawnshop. There were also many other things that were used to exchange for other people's needs. Xianxia returned to the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop and entered the conference room. He immediately took out a book, opened the first page and called for Heaven Extermination. Grandfather, I haven't contacted you for a long time. What's the situation with the ancient desolate land? Xianxia asked. Don't talk about it. The ancient desolate land has changed a lot. It's a mess. It's getting harder and harder for your grandfather here. Heaven Extermination sighed. Although the law enforcement world's dogs are done for, there are many more powerful fellows. The law enforcement world's guys have all been exterminated in the ancient desolate land? Xianxia said in shock. Yes, the ancient desolate land is now completely sealed. It's getting harder and harder to enter and exit the ancient desolate land. I'm relying on the pawnshop to obtain some rare items from the divine desolate land to maintain my life. Heaven Extermination said. Xianxia has always been very puzzled. What kind of place is the ancient desolate land? He has been to the ancient desolate land before. It is indeed very strange and has changed a lot. The sixth divine sun has appeared. Did you see it? Xianxia asked. I saw it. It's because of the appearance of this thing that we became very strange. Suddenly, many powerful fellows appeared. Heaven Extermination said, Brat, what's the situation with the divine desolate land now? Xianxia told him about the 9 suns sacred land and the heaven-opening ancient race, causing Heaven Extermination to repeatedly shout. After listening to Xianxia's narration, Heaven Extermination exclaimed, Big trouble. The divine desolate land is even more terrifying than our ancient desolate land. Grandfather, do you have any talisman crystals now? Xianxia hastily asked, I'm in urgent need. You should have some in a month or 2. You must be careful to deal with all kinds of changes in the divine desolate land. From now on, your place will not be peaceful. Heaven Extermination's tone is also filled with graveness as he said, I will get some talisman crystals for you to protect yourself as soon as possible. Are there a lot of divine universe golden stones in the ancient desolate land? I heard shopkeeper Yun say that you have already sent over several billion. Xianxia suddenly had an idea in this regard. It's gradually increasing. Actually, I am also receiving goods from you guys and then reselling them here. Don't have any ideas about me. Divine universe golden stones are very helpful for cultivation. I don't even have enough for myself. After Heaven Extermination finished speaking, he immediately cut off the connection. Xianxia curled his lips and said, I can earn it myself, I don't want it from you. He sat on a large chair in the conference room and scratched his head. He really wants to understand the situation inside the 6th Divine Sunday. Because Bingxing is going in next, he is very worried. After sitting in the conference room for less than an hour, his magic mirror suddenly vibrated. Xianxia is very vexed. He slowly took out the magic mirror. Originally, he had a worried expression, but when he saw that the person contacting him was Xiao Yuan, he suddenly became spirited. Xiao Yun, where are you? I'll go find you immediately. Xiao Yuan's voice transmitted over. Xianxia is naturally very happy that Xiao Yuan can come out. However, now is not the time for Xiao Yuan to come out. Therefore, Xianxia is somewhat worried. He thinks that something dangerous has happened in the myriad world's divine young land. It used to be like this, but something happened now, so I came out early. Xiao Yun, where are you? I'll go find you right away. Xiao Yuan said. I'll go look for you. Xianxia was just about to leave the Immortal Heaven pawnshop. Finally, Xianxia and Xiao Yuan agreed to meet at the Heavenly Fire Treasured Land. Xiao Yuan is inside the 4 divine suns. She just met with Yu Shengyun and already knew that the divine moon of the heavens has been captured. Xianxia did not know her reaction at that time, but he guessed that she would definitely be very angry. Very quickly, Xiao Yuan arrived at the Heavenly Fire Treasure Land's Heavenly Fire City. Xianxia was waiting for her beside the teleportation array. Seeing his wife, whom he had not seen for many days, Xianxia excitedly went over and hugged her. Xiao Yuan is wearing a white dress with a simple ponytail. Her pretty and somewhat imposing jade-like face is also filled with joy. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yuan hugged Xianxia tightly and said with a charming smile, let's go, let's talk somewhere else. Xianxia immediately brought Xiao Yuan out of a villa and into a living room. As soon as she arrived, Xiao Yuan immediately kissed Xianxia and hugged him tightly, not allowing him to speak. After kissing for a while, the two separated with a smile. Yuan, how did you get out? Xianxia is very curious and also somewhat worried. He asked, Yue Mei and Sister Yang are inside the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. will they be fine? By the way, did Sister Bingxing enter the core of the myriad realms divine sun? Xiao Yuelan touched Qin Yan's handsome face and said with a smile, don't worry, they are all fine. If something had happened to them, I wouldn't be here making out with you. Qin Yan rubbed Xiao Yuelan's face with both hands and said with a chuckle, your face seems to have gained a little weight. Is that so? How is this possible? Xiao Yuelan freed her face from Qin Yan's hand and immediately took out a mirror. She rubbed her face with a frown. Am I really fat? Don't tell me that I slept too much in the inner core? Xiao Yuelan's face is filled with hidden bitterness as she muttered, sleeping too much really makes me fat. Qin Yan couldn't help but smile and said, this is pretty good, it feels good to pinch. Go away, I'm not Sister Steamed Bun. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile and pushed Qin Yan's hand away. Qin Yan asked Xiao Yuelan to sit down and took out many delicious foods for her to taste. Xiao Yuelan curled her lips and said, Xiao Yun, are you trying to make me fat? In order to pinch my face, you're really going all out. I'm not going to eat yours. Even though she said that, she still picked up a very delicious red divine fruit and took a small bite. Is it sweet? Qin Yan said with a smile. This kind of fruit was the favorite of Momo and Yang Yang. Sweet. Xiao Yuelan smiled sweetly. Xiao Yuemei is a foodie. Xiao Yuelan, this elder sister, is sometimes very similar to her younger sister. Yuelan, how strong are you now? Qin Yan is more concerned about this. After all, Xiao Yuelan entered the core of the myriad realms divine sun for the outer form. Xiao Yuelan ate the fruit and smiled mysteriously, I won't tell you. Qin Yan promptly pinched her waist and placed his hand on her abdomen to probe her divine power. You can probe as you please, I guarantee that you won't be able to see through my current strength. Xiao Yuelan said with a charming smile. Qin Yan also very seriously probed. After Xiao Yuelan finished eating 2 divine fruits, Qin Yan is still unable to clearly probe Xiao Yuelan's strength. Yuelan, what's there to keep this a secret? We are husband and wife. Qin Yan touched Xiao Yuelan's cheeks that bulged from chewing the fruit. Xiao Yuelan still did not say anything, she only smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know very soon. I want to use another method to tell you. Qin Yan giggled, alright, I can only use another method to probe your current strength. After speaking, he carried Xiao Yuelan and entered the room. After a night, Qin Yan got up from the bed and entered the bath with Xiao Yuelan. Now do you know how strong I am? Xiao Yuelan combed her wet long hair in front of her body. Her current appearance is extremely charming. I know how powerful you are, you actually surpassed Shen Tianjun. Faster than me again. Qin Yan pretended to be unhappy and said, I've been cultivating very hard but it's still so slow. Xiao Yuelan lightly patted Qin Yan's cheek and said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, we are 9 sun divine maidens. We came here to protect you, it's normal for our cultivation to be higher than yours. Oh that's right, what beauties have you met recently? Quickly tell me. No. Qin Yan said. Liar. I saw on the magic mirror platform that Great Elder Ling gave you the number 1 beauty of 9 sun holy land. Her name is Ling Daixin, right? She is also the daughter of Extreme Heaven Clan's emperor. Where did you hide such a beauty? Xiao Yuelan said with a naughty smile. She is cultivating. Qin Yan truly did not expect that Great Elder Ling would believe that Ling Daixin is the number 1 beauty of 9 sun holy land. Is that so? When she is done cultivating, remember to let her come out. Xiao Yuelan rubbed her hands and said with mischievous smile. Qin Yan rolled his eyes. Xiao Yuelan is much more attentive to beauties than him. This made him very speechless. After the 2 of them finished bathing, they changed into the same blue clothes. Yuelan, when Divine Moon of Heavens was attacked, I went to other places because of some matters. I couldn't come back immediately. Qin Yan felt somewhat guilty when he talked about this matter. Don't say any more. Xiao Yuelan gently covered Qin Yan's mouth and said, you did very well. Sister Shangyun also didn't blame you, right? Qin Yan sighed and said, what about Mujin? How is her situation now? Xiao Yuelan lightly curled her lips and said, of course this little girl was ruthlessly reprimanded by me. Seeing that she is pretty good looking, I didn't hit her. I am asking if she is feeling better now? Has she been affected by you, Xieji? Qin Yan is very speechless. He poked Xiao Yuelan's waist. Not really, she is together with Sister Huayu. Sister Huayu is a lot better now, she told me to thank you. Also Sister Fengyu and Sister Shueiyue have woken up. Xiao Yuelan said with mischievous smile. It can be seen that she has harassed these few Divine Moon Clan kings many times. Qin Yan said, it is good that they have woken up. Actually he also knows that Xian Rujing and others contacted him before. Xiao Yuelan suddenly said with stern expression, Xiao Yun, Nine Sun Dharma spirit is somewhat unreliable. Sister Bingxing has already entered the core of the sixth divine sun. Then will she be in danger? Qin Yan's expression changed. She won't be in danger. However, the inside of the sixth divine sun is different from other divine suns. You better not go in. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan's divine king heavenly seal has also changed greatly, it is fused with the grand prime bloodline heavenly pattern box. Don't refine it anymore. Otherwise, your godly king heavenly seal might be stripped away. Xiao Yuelan's charming, jade-like face is somewhat grave, she said. In any case, Nine Sun Divine Maiden will enter the Divine Sun inner core transformation realm in the end, but she can no longer help you refine the Divine King heavenly seal. Qin Yan nodded and said, alright, as long as they are fine. I'm still worried about them. Xiao Yuelan held Qin Yan's hand and said with a chuckle, don't worry. Although there is a problem with the Nine Suns Dharma spirit, it will not endanger the Nine Suns Divine Maiden. Yuelan, by fusing your Nine Yin Divine Spirit with my Nine Sun Divine Spirit, you can open up a new ability. I have been waiting for you. Qin Yan said with smile. He had done this before, so one of the pearls had the ability of the Sun Heaven Shield. The Sun Heavenly Shield was still very strong. As long as it didn't encounter the power of bloodline heavenly patterns, it would have a very strong defense. Of course, there were more and more people who grasped the power of bloodline heavenly patterns. For example, Mu Jin was able to pierce through his Sun Heaven Shield with a single strike. I'm not in a hurry to cultivate for now. Xiao Yuelan said, Sister Kiru contacted me before, she asked me to help you open the Nine Sun Divine Soul's eighth pearl. The corners of Qin Yan's brows twitched as he hurriedly asked, Sister Kiru, do you know what's inside? Xiao Yuelan shook her head and said, she doesn't know either. She only said that the eighth and ninth pearls are very difficult to open. The things inside must be very important, this requires the cooperation of the Nine Yin Divine Spirit. As for how to do it, she isn't very clear. She wants us to figure it out ourselves. Xiakiru also has a Nine Yin Divine Spirit. Later, she duplicated one for Xiao Yuelan. Miraculously, the two Nine Yin Divine Spirits are exactly the same and they can even sense each other. For example, Xiao Yuelan's Nine Yin Divine Spirit has the ability of Sun Heavenly Shield. Xiakiru also has it. Grope? I also don't know, I thought I needed her to cooperate with your Nine Yin Divine Spirit. Qin Yan said with a frown. He had shown it to Taisher before, but Taisher didn't know how to open it. Xiao Yuelan said, Xiao Yun, with your ability, you can definitely figure it out. Let's give it a try first. If we need Sister Kiru, we'll talk about it after we meet her. It would be better if we cultivate Nine Sun Divine Spirit's second ability. Qin Yan said with smile, we succeeded before, we have experience. In the past, I also thought it was possible, but later Sister Kiru told me that only different Nine Sun Divine Maiden can help you open up different abilities. If I continue cultivating with you, you will obtain the second Sun Heavenly Shield. Xiao Yuelan said, this is what Sister Kiru said. Qin Yan's face is filled with astonishment. He looked at the Nine Yang Divine Spirit on his wrist and muttered, there is such a saying? Sister Kiru also said that she will let every Nine Sun Divine Maiden have Nine Yin Divine Soul. You may will have one soon. She will send it to them one after another. Xiao Yuelan smiled and said, are you surprised? Alright, it seems like I can only cultivate with Yueme next. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, this Nine Yin Divine Spirit is truly mysterious, it can actually duplicate so many. Xiao Yuelan took out a golden long saber, her expression suddenly turned ice cold and said, Xiao Yun, Sister Sheng Yun told me about the situation inside Nine Sun Holy Land. Qin Yan said with frown, Yuelan, did you already know about the situation inside? Nine Sun Dharma Spirit told us that something happened inside but we didn't know about it. Nine Sun Dharma Spirit deliberately hid it from us. Xiao Yuelan said in cold voice, Nine Sun Dharma Spirit is transforming into an evil spirit. Qin Yan recalled Yu Shiji, then promptly grabbed Xiao Yuelan's saber hand and asked, then what are your plans now? Nine Sun Dharma Spirit transforming into an evil spirit means that myriad realms divine sun and myriad heavens divine desolate have a lot of evil power, causing the Nine Sun Dharma Spirit to be seriously corroded. Xiao Yuelan said in deep voice, only by exterminating this evil power can the Nine Sun Dharma Spirit enter the righteous path. Could it be that there are too many divine sun descendants inside myriad realms divine sun? Qin Yan immediately thought of this matter. No, it should be related to the Nine Sun powerful race created by Nine Sun Dharma Spirit. A large number of Nine Sun powerful race creatures are gradually transforming into evil. This will affect the Nine Sun Dharma Spirit. Xiao Yuelan said, the powerful races that came out of the Nine Sun Holy Land, including the Heaven Creation Ancient Race, will all have an effect on the Nine Sun Dharma Spirit. What? Isn't it said that when the myriad realms divine sun is corroded by evil, it will affect the Nine Sun Dharma Spirit? Qin Yan is confused. The myriad realms divine sun is corroded by evil, it is because some people are secretly playing tricks. In the myriad heavens divine desolate, only these powerful races can do it. That is, they are injecting evil into the myriad realms divine sun. Xiao Yuelan said, Xiao Yun, you should know about heavenly evil divine sun and heavenly devil divine sun, right? Qin Yan has the sun seeds of these two divine Sunday. He is also planning to create these two divine Sunday. Because these two evil devil divine sun indeed possess very formidable power and he can control this power, so he is not afraid. I heard they were exterminated. Qin Yan said. However no, the Heaven Creation Ancient Race should have this kind of thing. They are using the power of these two divine sun to pour into the myriad realms divine sun. Xiao Yuelan said, and those who have a way to approach the myriad realms divine sun are the powerful races that came out of the Nine Sun Holy Land, as well as the Heaven Creation Ancient Race. Qin Yan now understands the reason why Xiao Yuelan came out. It is probably because she received a mission to get rid of these evil devils. Then am I derelict in my duty? Qin Yan believes that he is a sun god and should protect the myriad realms divine Sunday. No, protecting the myriad realms divine sun is actually the duty of us Nine Sun divine maiden. And your duty is to exterminate the divine sun descendants within the myriad realms divine Sunday. The corrosion of divine sun descendants to the myriad realms divine sun is very serious, and once they turn into evil devils, it will be even more terrifying. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan recalled the reincarnation gate. He felt that the reincarnation gate should be able to take in a large number of divine sun descendants. Currently, within the ancestral divine sun, second divine sun and three divine sun, there are a large number of divine sun descendants. Yuelan, I have a reincarnation gate in my hand. I can store souls inside. If I can destroy the body of a divine sun descendant and then use the reincarnation gate to take away those souls, wouldn't that count as eliminating the descendants of the divine sun? Qin Yan suddenly became excited because it was feasible. How big is the space inside the reincarnation gate? Xiao Yuelan asked. Qin Yan simply explained the matter of the reincarnation gate. After Xiao Yuelan finished listening, she slightly nodded and said, you can give it a try, but your current strength is not enough. If you use it, it will consume a lot of energy. The divine sun descendants within the divine sun are all very powerful, you can try it in the future. Alright, then I'll take care of them in the future. What we need to do now is to find the main reason for the Nine Sun Law Spirit's evil transformation. Qin Yan said. Last time, Qin Yan had easily made the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan Elder speak. Now that Xiao Yuelan was going to capture the Sun Yin Divine Tribe for interrogation, it was appropriate to bring him along. In Qin Yan's eyes, the Yin God tribe is a very weak existence because the Sun Moon Tribe's emperor does not look very strong. Does the Sun Yin Divine Tribe know so much? Qin Yan doesn't know much about the situation of the myriad realms divine sun being corroded, but Xiao Yuelan and the other 9 sun divine maidens definitely know. Shine the core of the myriad realms divine sun, you can communicate with the 9 suns Dharma spirit from time to time, so you can more or less understand some things. The grand godly monarch definitely knows. I suspect that it was the grand godly monarch who joined forces with the law enforcement world and some of the powerful races of the heaven-splitting ancient clan to do this in secret. Xiao Yuan lightly snorted. This great divine king is extremely ambitious. The Sun Moon tribe's emperor is the great divine king's lackey, he will definitely be involved. When Yin saw Xiao Yuan's guess, she was extremely shocked. The great divine lord wants to deal with the nine-yang law spirit? How was this possible? Wasn't his divine king heavenly seal given by the nine-yang dharma spirit? It was given by the nine-yang dharma spirit. However, the nine-yang dharma spirit could be retrieved in the future. Big the God King wants to control all the divine sons of the myriad realms, so he wants the nine sons dharma spirits to turn evil. This way, he will have a chance to fight against the nine sons dharma spirits. Yulan wiped the long saber in her hand, she is already prepared for a big battle. Qinyan still did not understand, and asked, what benefits does the nine-yang law spirit have to great divine lord and the others to transform into evil spirits? It might even lead to the destruction of the divine desolate heavens. After the nine-yang dharma spirit transforms into an evil spirit, there will be a period of weakness. If evil wants to suppress good, there will definitely be a price to pay. Or if the nine-yang dharma spirits good and evil are separated, this will cause the nine-yang dharma spirit to become very weak. With Xiao Yulan's explanation, Qinyan came to a realization. Xiao Yulan put away the long saber in her hand, stood up and said, Muyu was in this situation back then. She forced out the evil side, causing her to become very weak, and the evil side is the same. Does that mean Yu Xieji has been recuperating in the Heaven's Secrets Gate for a long time? Qinyan thought of Yu Xieji and felt hatred in his heart. The last time he saw Yu Xieji, he did not have enough strength to kill her. It was Yu Xieji who schemed with Dark Moon and Blood Moon to frame him and almost caused their deaths. Moon Xieji was the main culprit and the Heaven Secrets sect was involved. Qinyan would never let them off. Yes. Xiao Yun, let's go to the Sun Yin God tribe and capture one of the higher-ups. Let's see if we can get anything out of him. If we can't, we'll go to the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Yulan pulled Qinyan's hand and immediately set off. She was the nine-sun divine lady. She was in such a hurry now. Perhaps she was going to complete the divine lady's mission. She had previously said that if there was a chance, she would bring Qinyan along. Now, it was finally an opportunity. After Qinyan was pulled out of the villa by Xiao Yulan, he asked in low voice, Yulan, where are you going to find the core members of the Sun Yin divine race? Let's go to the Sun Yin divine race's territory first. We will investigate there. Xiao Yulan said. I have an idea. I know Great Elder Ling, I can entrust him with this matter. Qinyan said with smile. Xiao Yulan also learned about the Great Heaven Divine Race's Ling family from the magic mirror. Back then, Great Elder Ling forcibly gave Ling Daixin to Qinyan. This became a frequent topic of discussion among many people. Xiao Yun, what exactly is that Great Elder Ling planning? Is there any problem with the beauty he gave you? Xiao Yulan also knows that the Divine Universe golden stones that the Heavenly Moon ancient clan compensated are with Great Elder Ling, Qinyan said with smile. Daixin said before that she wanted to see you. I said that you are very fierce and will even attack. Yulan immediately pinched Qinyan and said with low smile, you are saying bad things about me again. Qinyan brought Xiao Yulan through the Heaven Flame City's teleportation formation and arrived at the city built by the Ling family, Ling Tian Divine City. This city has only been built recently and it is not yet complete. However, many people of the Ling family have already entered the city and it is gradually operating. This city is located on a vast plateau and there is a very large divine universe amethyst under the city. To Qinyan is not too clear about how big it is. In short, it is a very precious thing of the Ling family. If anyone has any ideas about this divine universe amethyst, the Ling family will definitely fight them to the death. Not many people know about this matter. Great Elder Ling trusts Qinyan, so he told Qinyan. Ling Great Elder views Qinyan as one of his own, otherwise he would not have given Qinyan a great heaven bloodline heavenly rune. Ling every few days, dense purple clouds will cover the sky above the heavenly god city. Extremely dense divine universe purple energy will cover the entire city, so this city is very attractive. Regarding the city's defense, Great Elder Ling also told Qin Yun through the magic mirror that it uses spatial formation pillars. Spatial formation pillars are huge formation pillars. There is a space inside the formation pillars and there are many complex runes inside the formation pillars. Like this, there is no need to have too many formation pillars surrounding the city. There are a total of 8 spatial formation pillars that look like pillars supporting the sky. There is also no need to build city walls. And the divine universe purple energy produced by the huge divine universe amethyst underground will be controlled by the formation pillars and will not leak out. The energy absorbed by the formation comes from the divine universe amethyst underground. Qin after Yun and Xiao Yuelan arrived at the teleportation formation, the one who came to receive them is Ling Chenxiong. Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun are both wearing blue clothes. They are not wearing any masks or disguises. When Ling Chenxiong saw the man and woman coming out of the teleportation formation, he can't help but be secretly surprised. Qin Yun did not come with Ling Daixin, he came with another woman. He did not say anything, he just politely said a few words to Qin Yun and then invited him into a luxurious large flying car. The Ling mansion is not in the center of the Ling Tian divine city but in the eastern part of the city. There is a large, restricted area there, the inside is like a small town, that is the Ling family's residence. When Qin Yun arrived, he can feel that the huge divine universe amethyst is below. That great heaven emperor is quite a character. It seems that he is much more powerful than the Suning emperor. Xiao Yuelan looked out of the window and saw the spacious Ling mansion. Have you seen the great heaven emperor? Qin Yun asked. No, Sister Shangyun said so. In short, we must guard against the great heaven emperor. After all, he is the disciple of the great divine king. Xiao Yuelan said. Not long after, the large carriage landed on the roof of a small building in the Ling mansion. Great Elder Ling is on the roof, smiling as he welcomed Qin Yun. When Great Elder saw Qin Yun and a woman come down, he can't help but be stunned. He thought that Qin Yun came with Ling Daixin. Old Ling, Daixin is in seclusion cultivation. This is my wife. Qin Yun said with a smile. When Great Elder Ling heard that Qin Yun came with his wife, his expression changed and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Many people are very curious about the 9-Sun Divine Maiden. They only know that they can enter the core of the myriad realms Divine Sun and obtain the great power bestowed by the Divine Sun in the eyes of many living beings in the Divine Desolate. The 9-Sun Divine Maiden is a high and mighty existence that is revered by billions of people. Even those powerful clans do not dare to look down on the mysterious 9-Sun Divine Maiden because the formation of the myriad realms Divine Sun and the birth of many powerful clans in the Divine Desolate are all thanks to the help of the 9-Sun Divine Maiden. Furthermore, the stronger the myriad realms Divine Sun becomes, the stronger the 9-Sun Divine Maiden will become. Moreover, the 9-Sun Divine Maiden can also help the myriad realms Divine Sun to grow. As for the process, not many people know. Only they know that the 9-Sun Divine Maiden cannot be provoked. Grand Elder Ling is one of the strongest people in the entire great heavenly divine clan. Such as now that he knows that the 9-Sun Divine Maiden is in front of him, he can't help but secretly feel fear. He doesn't know why he feels this kind of fear. Greetings, Great Elder Ling. Xiao Yuelan was very polite as she greeted him with a faint smile. Grand Elder Ling hastily smiled. Please come in, please come in. Grand Elder Ling and Ling Chenxiong invited Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan to a comfortable and quiet living room and took out some divine fruits and snacks for them. After Ling Chenxiong left, Qin Yun said, Old Ling, we are here to inquire about the Suning Divine Clan. We need to find a core member of the Suning Divine Clan. Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yuelan and signaled her to explain in detail. Grand Elder Ling is somewhat puzzled and frowned as he listened attentively. It would be best if we can find someone who knows the core secrets of the Suning Divine Clan. We must capture this guy and interrogate him. Xiao Yuelan is also very direct. This Grand Elder Ling is startled. The 9-Sun Divine Maiden actually wants to capture a core member of the Suning Divine Clan? What is the matter? I have no intention of inquiring about it. It is just that we understand the Suning Divine Clan quite well. If they have any secrets, we might know them. Grand Elder Ling lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He also realized that this matter was very important. Otherwise, the Jiuyang divine maiden wouldn't have been the one to capture and interrogate him. Xiao Yuelan said, "It's related to the great divine lord. Because I suspect that the great divine lord and many other forces have joined hands to spread the divine power of the heavenly devil divine sun and heavenly evil divine sun to the divine desolate and the myriad realms divine sun. This matter is more serious. Let me discuss it with the clan emperor." First Elder Ling's expression changed a few times before he took out the demonic mirror. He knew, but he was not sure if he could tell Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan continued, "They want to transform the Nine Sun Dharma spirit into an evil spirit. This is a disaster for the entire divine desolate. If your Ling family doesn't join their side, you will definitely become their enemy." Grand Elder Ling nodded slightly. He was in contact with the Emperor of the Extreme Sky Tribe. What he needed to do now was to search for clues, find the source, and then destroy their heavenly devil sun and heavenly evil sun to prevent the Nine Suns law spirit from deteriorating. Only as long as the righteous side of the Nine Yang Dharma spirit remained, there was still a possibility of a comeback. After a while, Grand Elder Ling said, "We know about this matter, our Ling family did not participate." Ling family did not participate, then did the other clans of the Extreme Sky Divine race participate? Xiao Yuelan asked. Grand Elder Ling nodded his head and sighed, "There is no way to stop them. They are too strong. Moreover, the Nine Sun Law spirit is constantly deteriorating. Even if we stop it, the Nine Sun Law spirit will not be able to return to normal." Yun looked at Xiao Yuelan and said in low voice, "Yuelan, what is the situation of the Nine Sun Law spirit?" "I am not sure. I only know that the consciousness of the Nine Sun Law spirit is very vague and occasionally very normal." Xiao Yuelan shook her head and said with frown, "But no matter what, I must do my best to stop them. As for how they are moving, our Ling family is not clear. But we know that they are gathering in one place." Grand Elder Ling used the demonic mirror to project a map on the ground. "They often go in and out of one place, it is here." Grand Elder Ling pointed at a large mountain range on the map. "Do you know what they are doing inside?" Xiao Yuelan asked. Ling Grand Elder shook his head and said, "I don't know. This mountain range is very large. There should be a treasure land inside. There is a very strong illusion formation enveloping it. It should be the influence of the illusion race. That's why we can only see a large mountain range when we look down from the sky. Our Ling family only wants to develop steadily so that we can deal with the disaster of the Nine Sun Holy Land. Therefore, we don't have a deep understanding of it. Ling family knows that the threat inside the Nine Sun Holy Land is very terrifying, so they have to focus on dealing with it. And now that they know that the Nine Sun Law spirit is deteriorating, it is another threat that they cannot ignore. Their secret stronghold is very close to the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range. There is a Heavenly Fox City outside the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range. After teleporting to the Heavenly Fox City, we will be able to reach their stronghold in half a day." Grand Elder Ling shrunk the map again and saw the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range and Heavenly Fox City. Ling Grand Elder operated the demonic mirror and sent the map to Qin Yun's demonic mirror. If the Nine Sun Law spirit's evil spirit deteriorates and those powers are behind it, what kind of serious consequences will there be? Grand Elder Ling very solemnly asked. It can be seen that this kind of threat is very great to them. With the participation of the great divine kings, a portion of the heaven-opening ancient race and the law enforcement realm, if they can really succeed, they will be able to control the Nine Sun Law spirit, just like how they controlled Yu Shiji. Xiao Yuelan said. Then the divine desolate is still very stable? Grand Elder Ling only hopes that the Ling family will have enough time to grow and resist the crisis of the Nine Sun Holy Land. If they are unable to suppress the Nine Sun evil spirit, or if something goes wrong, then the divine desolate will definitely fall into turmoil. At least a few of the myriad realms' divine suns will not be able to operate normally and will enter a berserk state from time to time. It will be extremely harmful to the divine desolate. Xiao Yuelan said. I will tell this matter to the clan emperor and let him assess whether or not this is a threat to the Ling family. Grand Elder Ling nodded. His words are very clear. As long as the Ling family's development is endangered, the Ling family will take action. Can your heaven-reaching divine city lead to the Heavenly Fox City? Qin Yan asked. He and Xiao Yuan are going to the Heavenly Fox City immediately. Of course, with the help of the Myriad Realms Divine Court, our teleportation formation is also accessible from all directions. Grand Elder Ling promptly sent Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan to the teleportation formation. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan very quickly arrived at the Heavenly Fox City. Grand Elder Ling also passed on the information regarding the Sun Yin divine race. For example, the core members of the Sun Yin divine race who frequently go in and out of the stronghold are mainly the trusted aides of the elders and the emperor of the Sun Yin divine race. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the Nine Suns Divine King as soon as possible. Xiao Yun, let's capture a guy from the Sun Yin divine race first. Xiao Yuan said, this way, we can understand the situation of that stronghold. Qin Yun nodded. He and Xiao Yuan had slightly disguised themselves so that they did not look that eye-catching. Their current attire and appearance looked very ordinary. No one would look at them more than a few times on the street. Qin Yun looked at the magic mirror and said, these guys that old Ling sent me often walk around the Heaven Fox City. Although I know what they look like, it won't be easy to find them. In this city, there must be a business that specializes in helping people find people. Xiao Yuan said with a smile, I heard that the Heavenly Fox Empress of the Heavenly Fox clan has a good relationship with the Divine Moon clan. I know her. Qin Yun smiled and said, when I impersonated the jade-faced Rat King, I knew this little fox. Xiao Yuan laughed and scolded, are you the one who seduced her or is she the one who seduced you? Of course she seduced me. Qin Yun pulled Xiao Yuan's hand and walked towards an inn. This inn was called the White Fox Inn. It was of a high class and should be the property of the Heavenly Fox clan. After Qin Yun asked for a room, he entered the room with Xiao Yuan and began talking about his experience with Humayr. Xiao Yuan likes to deal with beauties. Although Humayr and Qin Yun are only friends and they have never contacted each other, she believes that they are very reliable. Because the Heavenly Fox clan had once been threatened by the law enforcers, it was Yu Yao who came forward to help the Heavenly Fox clan. Since then, the Heavenly Fox clan had always hated the law enforcement world. The Sky Fox tribe was under a lot of pressure as the law enforcers were close to the Sun Moon Divine tribe. In his room, Qin Yun used the magic mirror to contact Humayr. Little sister Hu, your big brother Yun is currently at the White Fox Inn in Heaven Fox City. I need your help. Humayr replied immediately. Brother Yun, I'll be right there. Don't wander around. There are many law enforcement world and Sun Yin Divine tribe members in the Skyfox City. Humayr very sensitively thought that Qin Yun must have come to Heaven Fox City for some reason. She was worried that Qin Yun would clash with those powerful factions, so she warned Qin Yun in a very serious manner. After Qin Yun cut off contact with Humayr, he could not help but frown. There must be a reason why Humayr is so sensitive. What's wrong? Is this cute little fox angry at you? You have already contacted him before and now that you have something to do, it is normal for you to be angry. Xiao Yuan laughed. No, she told me not to wander around and that she would come to find me immediately. She also said that the situation in the city is not right. There are people from the law enforcement world and the Sun Yin Divine tribe. Qin Yun shook his head. When Xiao Yuan heard this, she also felt that something was wrong. She said in a deep voice, could it be that the Heavenly Fox clan has discovered something? They're so close to the stronghold, so it's normal for them to notice that something's wrong. The Skyfox mountain range is only half a day's journey from that stronghold, and the Skyfox mountain range is quite famous. It is also a thorn in the side of the law enforcement world. When Qin Yun said this, Xiao Yuan, who was sitting on the chair, immediately stood up. Let's go, we'll immediately rush to the Heavenly Fox mountain range. Xiao Yuan said, do you have a way to sense little sister fox? Qin Yun took out Humayr's soul-chasing talisman. Back then, he had interacted with Humayr for a period of time and left her soul-chasing talisman. Then, he used the magic mirror to contact Humayr, but there was no response. Xiao Yuan immediately flew out of the window and shouted, she might be in danger, let's hurry up and go take a look. Qin Yun held the soul-chasing talisman and flew in the air with Xiao Yuan. Following the guidance of the soul-chasing talisman, he increased his speed and rushed to Humayr's side. Not long after, they saw the entrance of the Heavenly Fox mountain range from high up in the sky. A wave of energy rushed over and smoke and dust billowed from that location. Someone is fighting there. Sure enough, someone is ambushing her, the Heavenly Fox clan's empress. Xiao Yuelan snorted, took out her long saber and decisively rushed into the battlefield below. Qin Yan is also very anxious. Xiao Yuelan's judgment is correct, the Heavenly Fox clan has always been under threat. Those powerful clans even want to capture Humayr and plunder the entire Heavenly Fox mountain range. After all, this mountain range is a pretty good treasure land. Qin Yan took out the myriad heaven divine saber and then took out the Gemini treasure mirror to illuminate the battlefield below. Brother Taisher, what kind of enemies are down there? You can block them with the sun heavenly shield. Don't worry and fight. After the Gemini treasure mirror gave him a hint, Qin Yan felt even more at ease and rushed down to the battlefield below. However, just as he went down, he saw the sharp long saber in Xiao Yuelan's hand instantly split an old man's body into two. The terrifying aura on Xiao Yuelan's body surged like a violent gale, wave after wave rushed out. Qin Yan took a deep breath. The divine power on Xiao Yuelan's body is very strong divine sun power. The divine power Xiao Yuelan uses is scorching hot and tyrannical. When she attacks, it is extremely ferocious. Basically, she slashes one to pieces with one saber strike. Humayr's charming face is as pale as paper. Her eyes are bloodshot. Clearly, she has suffered serious internal injuries. After Xiao Yuelan arrived, she crazily slashed her way towards Humayr and arrived beside her. Qin Yan gathered all the divine power in his body and released supergravity, causing those people attacking Xiao Yuelan and Humayr to suddenly become weightless and float in the air. Those people are extremely strong. After being enveloped by gravity, their bodies became weightless in the blink of an eye and they immediately broke free. However, just as they broke free from gravity, their bodies were chopped into pieces by Xiao Yuelan's sweeping saber. In the blink of an eye, a large number of broken bodies floated in the air, filled with a strong and bitter smell of blood. And Xiao Yuelan's eyes are completely red, her killing intent is incomparably strong. Her entire body is emitting an ice-cold baleful aura. She looks like a cold-killing god who has entered a berserk state. Although this is not the first time Qin Yan saw Xiao Yuelan fight so well, every time he sees her, he feels very shocked. After all, not long ago, she was still a pretty woman, but in the blink of an eye, she seems to have changed into a different person. Xiao Yuemei and Liu Shuyan are also like this because they both have a kind of killing god bloodline. Qin Yan did not attack much. He only used heaven-extinguishing 9 fingers, super gravity, and tree vines and tree claws to entangle the enemy and then let Xiao Yuelan kill in all directions. Not long after, dozens of experts from various factions were chopped into pieces by Xiao Yuelan. And their souls were devoured by Qin Yan's Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron now possesses a very strong devouring power. Furthermore, it can suppress those undying and indestructible souls. It is much better than the Soul Creation Heavenly Cauldron and the Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace. It's alright, let's go in and talk. Xiao Yuelan said to Humayr. Humayr lightly nodded her head and immediately brought Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan into the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range's barrier. She also just came out of the barrier and was attacked from all sides. This means that someone has been watching her movements. The latest chapter of the 9 Sun Divine King. I will update the latest chapter of the 9 Suns Divine King as soon as possible, therefore, even if those strong races can break them, they will not try. If they want to take down this treasure land, they will have to pay a huge price. Therefore, even if those strong races can break it, they will not try. If they want to take down this treasure land, they will have to pay a huge price. Inside the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range's barrier, Humayr also let out a long sigh of relief. Then she took out a pill and ate it. I'm fine, I will be fine after resting for a few days. Humayr ate the pill, her charming face finally has some color. Humayr is now sizing up Xiao Yuelan. She doesn't know Xiao Yuelan, she only feels that she is very beautiful and very powerful. Furthermore, the powerful aura on her body is very surprising. Xiao Yuelan's overbearing killing intent just now made Humayr feel that she is a very callous female expert. Therefore, when facing Xiao Yuelan, this little fox is somewhat reserved. Are the injuries on your body really fine? After the killing intent on Xiao Yuelan's body dissipated, a faint smile appeared on her pretty face. In the blink of an eye, it is as if she has changed into a different person. No problem, just some internal injuries. I'll eat the pill and rest for a few days and I'll be fine. Humayr is startled and hastily said. Xiao Yuelan pulled Humayr's hand and touched it to check her injuries. Moreover, she touched her charming and enchanting face. Little sister Hu, this is my wife. Qinyan walked over and said with smile, she is a very warm-hearted person, don't be afraid of her. Ah? So she is Big Brother Yan's wife, the legendary nine-son divine maiden? Humayr is also startled. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile, there is nothing special about nine-son divine maiden. Humayr heard about Qinyan's wife, she only knows that she is nine-son divine maiden. She doesn't know the specifics. Because the content of the magic mirror is controlled by An Wukong, even if there is any detailed information about Qinyan's wife, it will be deleted, so it cannot be spread. Xiao Yuelan is the kind of person who is very familiar with people. She immediately started chatting with Humayr and comforted her, telling her not to be afraid of those powers. Humayr brought Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan to the bottom of a white jade mountain and entered a cave. The celestial fox mountains produced all kinds of flowers and divine fruits. She contacted many foxes and sent many divine fruits to greet Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan. Sister Yuelan, thank you so much before. If you hadn't suddenly attacked and killed those guys, I might have already fallen into their hands. Humayr said with a smile and then poured a cup of fragrant and sweet fruit juice for Xiao Yuelan. Why are you being so polite? Little sister Fox, you are also a partner of my Mystic Moon clan. We should help each other. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile and drank the cup of juice in one gulp. She also ate the divine fruit in big mouthfuls, looking very bold and unrestrained. Humayr never expected Qinyan's wife to be such an easy person to communicate with. She could not help but have a good impression of Xiao Yuelan. Little sister Fox, how many of those people are there in the Heavenly Fox City? We came here for them. Qinyan asked. They have almost taken control of Heaven Fox City. Our compatriots in Heaven Fox City were either killed by them or escaped with heavy injuries. Speaking of this matter, Humayr was very angry and clenched her jade fists. How much do you know about them? Xiao Yuelan said, don't be angry, we will definitely take care of them. Humayr sighed and said, we have already contacted the Myriad Realms Divine Court. They said they would send people over, but when they came, they were all secretly injured. The Myriad Realms Divine Court and Divine Moon Clan will definitely help us, but their current situation is not good, so we decided to endure for a while and let Divine Moon Clan and Myriad Realms Divine Court develop first. The Myriad Realms Divine Court's territory was seized by the Heavenly Court and the Divine Moon Clan's Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon was also attacked. Humayr naturally knew about this matter. Qinyan asked, the people in control of the Heavenly Fox City, where do they come from? The biggest metal and stone shop belongs to the Sun-Yin divine race. The Heavenly Court controls more than half of the shops in the Heavenly Fox City and the other half is controlled by the law enforcement realm. That's about it. Humayr said very angrily, the Heavenly Fox City is a bustling big city. Not to mention that they control this city, they also want to attack our Heavenly Fox mountain range. Wait for me to finish eating these divine fruits, I will go out and take care of them. Xiao Yuelan groaned, these dogs are really arrogant, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Sister Yuelan, Brother Yun, it's better if you don't go. Our Heavenly Fox clan is still stable, losing the Heavenly Fox City is not a big deal, as long as the Heavenly Fox mountain range is still here. Humayr doesn't want Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan to take risks. It's not dangerous. Later, I will let the Fire Tribulation Mad Race contact you and let them be responsible for protecting your Heavenly Fox City. Qinyan said. Qinyan packed a lot of divine fruits for Yang Yang and the others to eat. Yang Yang is very fond of the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range's divine fruits, she kept praising them. Qinyan also told her about the situation of the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range. After knowing about this, Yang Yang wished she could immediately kill her way out. Oh, that's right, those guys found a treasure land nearby. The treasure land they are in is covered by a very large illusion formation, we can't see what they are doing from the sky. Humayr suddenly said. That treasure land is that mysterious stronghold, it is also Xiao Yuelan's target this time. Let's pacify the Heavenly Fox City first, capture a few guys and interrogate them about that place. Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yun and said, Xiao Yun, call some helpers and secretly surround the Heavenly Fox City to block the reinforcements. Qin Yun immediately contacted Huxiang Kuang and told him about the situation here so that he can discuss with Yu Luanhui how to take action. Then, he contacted Grand Elder Ling and told him about the Heavenly Fox City. Grand Elder Ling is somewhat surprised because he didn't know about what happened in the Heavenly Fox City. This means that the Sunin Divine Race, Law Enforcement World and Heavenly Court have suppressed this matter very well and did not cause any big commotion. Boss Qin, you can rob the Divine Universe Golden Stones of the Sunin Divine Race. I estimate that they have around 1 billion in their inventory. After the Golden Stone of the Sunin Divine Race is killed, our Ling family will take care of everything. Grand Elder Ling said. Okay. Qin Yun already had this idea. After he put away the magic mirror, he said, I have more or less arranged everything, we can take action tonight. First, we will capture those few leaders. Humayr immediately took out the magic mirror and sent the images and specific situation of the few leaders to Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan's magic mirror. Heavenly Court, Law Enforcement World and Sunin Divine Race, how many Divine Universe Golden Stones have they obtained in this period of time? Xiao Yuelan looked at the information of those few people on the magic mirror and cursed. No matter how much they have obtained, I will make them spit it out. Qin Yun rubbed his fist. That's right, a few little foxes of our clan have discovered many creatures with strong devil aura in the city. Although they are in human form, they are not sure if they are humans or not. Humayr suddenly thought of this matter and hastily said, those guys are very strong and they are very close to the few leaders. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan looked at each other, they are even more certain that the mysterious stronghold is hiding something evil. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible. There were a total of 4 leaders that Humayr mentioned. They were not particularly strong, but there were quite a few of their people in the places they were at, so it was quite difficult to assassinate them. At night, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan quietly left the Heaven Fox mountain range and arrived at the nearby Heaven Fox City. During the day, a large group of people had died outside the Celestial Fox mountain range, but it had not attracted much attention yet. If this continued, it would definitely arouse more suspicion, and people would be sent to investigate. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan had to take action as soon as possible. They had to take action before they discovered them and head for the mysterious stronghold. The head of the Sunin Divine Race, this guy's strength should not be weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to guard a bank. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, Xiao Yun, are you afraid? Qin Yun unhappily said, Yuelan, you have been with me for so long, don't you understand me? You make me sound like a coward. Both of them had already changed into black attire. As long as they put on the black masks, they would be able to start moving. However, the streets were still brightly lit, and they were often very lively at night. Let's go to the center of the city, to the city lord's villa. Because Xiao Yuelan is extremely strong, she has nothing to fear. In the end, Qin Yun's cultivation is relatively low, so in Xiao Yuelan's opinion, Qin Yun needs to be protected. Of course, Qin Yun tried his best not to take action. If he could avoid taking action, he could not be bothered to. With Xiao Yuelan fighting like that, it would be for the best if she could settle it. Qin Yun only did not fight head-on. He would make some small movements from the side. This was also very deadly. It allowed Xiao Yuelan to easily end the battle. There was originally a heavenly fox in the manor of the Heavenly Fox City Lord, but it had been secretly chased away. The Celestial Fox clan didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so not many people knew about it. The current City Lord of the City Lord Villa was from the Heavenly Court and was a subordinate of the Great Divine Lord. It was highly possible that he was also from the Sunin Divine Tribe. The composition of the Heavenly Court was very complicated. A small number of them were from the Heaven-splitting Ancient Clan, while the majority were from the Law Enforcement World, the Sun Moon Divine Tribe, and the Tianji sect. There were a few clans in the Great Heaven God clan that had been invited by the Great Divine Lord to join the Heavenly Court. Humayr didn't know much about the people in the City Lord's villa, so they couldn't be sure what kind of people they were. They only knew that they weren't weak. On the way there, Qin Yun contacted First Elder Ling. The Ling family had a presence in every major city in the divine wilderness. Naturally, they had many spies. During the day, Great Elder Ling immediately contacted the Ling family of the Heaven Fox City to investigate after learning about the situation in the Heaven Fox City. Therefore, Qin Yan went to inquire. Not long after, he obtained a lot of information. That city lord is from the Heavenly Court, but he is from the Heaven Opening Ancient clan. Qin Yan is somewhat surprised and handed over the magic mirror to Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Ancient clan? Xiao Yuelan slightly frowned and said, they have the same surname as me. I wonder how powerful the Xiao Ancient clan is. You are the 9-Yan Divine Maiden. Don't you know, said Qin Yan with a smile. Xiao is a big surname. The ancient Xiao clan is more or less related to me. Xiao Yuelan smiled and said, there is also the ancient Qin clan and the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Have you tried to understand them? Qin Yan shook his head and said, never tried to understand, they have nothing to do with me. If that city lord is from the Xiao ancient clan, it should be rather difficult to deal with. Xiao Yun, when the time comes, don't just watch from the side. Remember to secretly trick him so that I can quickly capture that guy. Xiao Yuelan warned. Not long after, they arrived outside the city lord villa. The barrier is quite strong, can you go in? Xiao Yuelan can sense that the barrier is not weak from outside. After Qin Yan looked at it, he took out the Gemini treasure mirror and looked at the barrier. Xiao Yuelan doesn't know about the existence of Taisher. Because Taisher warned Qin Yan repeatedly not to tell anyone else. Only Qin Yan can see the words that appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror. Xiao Yuelan knows that Qin Yan has many good things in his hands, so she didn't ask much. The barrier around the city lord villa is not very strong. There is no need to use the Divine King Heavenly Seal. As long as Qin Yan holds the Gemini treasure mirror and infuses it with blood spirit power, he can release a hidden force and quietly open an entrance. Qin Yan grabbed Xiao Yuelan's hand and used invisibility technique to make the two of them invisible. Then he hastily entered through the entrance. After entering the city lord villa, the Gemini treasure mirror gave Qin Yan a hint, telling him where the heaven-opening ancient race people are. Taisher is very sensitive to heaven-opening ancient race people, so he can sense them very clearly. There are actually several heaven-opening ancient race people inside the villa. The strongest among them is located inside a small mountain in the villa. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan stealthily moved inside the villa and headed towards that small mountain. There are not many people inside the villa. Although there is a very bright multicolored light, it is unable to illuminate the invisible Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan. After approaching the small mountain, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan slightly frowned because they sensed a wave of evil devil power from the small mountain. That guy should be cultivating inside. Qin Yan secretly transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuelan. It seems like they can absorb this kind of power to cultivate and become stronger. Xiao Yun, can we quietly go in? Xiao Yuelan asked. Yes. This is not difficult for Qin Yan because there is no barrier around the small mountain, otherwise it would not leak out evil devil aura. Qin Yan brought Xiao Yuelan close to the small mountain and directly used mysterious penetration divine ability to smoothly rush in. As soon as they entered, they sensed a strong evil devil power. Qin Yan is certain that this is the power of Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sunday. He is very familiar with this kind of power. The inside is pitch black, the evil devil power has turned into a thick fog, it is very dense. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and saw one black and one red pearl floating above the belly of the small mountain, releasing a strong evil devil power. The black pearl is a bit bigger, so the black gas is even denser, enveloping the red aura. And in the middle of the mountain, there is a person sitting cross-legged on the ground, crazily absorbing the two evil devil power. As soon as Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan came in, that person discovered them. Who is it? That person suddenly opened his eyes, two red lights shot out from his eyes and looked at Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan's location. They are still invisible, so that person can't see them, but he can sense that someone just came in. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan's entrance indeed caused the aura inside to fluctuate. As long as one's perception is not weak, they would be able to sense it. Xiao Yuelan immediately attacked. In an instant she flashed behind that person and chopped down with her saber. That person is a middle-aged man, his reaction is very fast. He, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly moved to the left, avoiding Xiao Yuelan's dozens of saber energy slashes. 9 Sun Divine Maiden? After that middle-aged man cried out in alarm, golden armor and energy barrier suddenly appeared on his body, protecting him. Qinyan thought that Xiao Yuelan would be able to take him down with one slash. Who knew that the middle-aged man would be so strong? As expected of the heaven-opening ancient clan, it seems like this Xiao ancient clan is quite strong. Qinyan is secretly alarmed. That not only can this middle-aged man dodge Xiao Yuelan's saber, he can also see that Xiao Yuelan is the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. While Qinyan is alarmed, Xiao Yuelan has already attacked dozens of times, causing the middle-aged man to constantly dodge. Xiao the middle-aged man from the ancient clan is unable to fight back because Xiao Yuelan's attack is too fierce. He can only concentrate on defense, otherwise his armor and energy barrier would be broken. Qinyan immediately joined in, directly releasing his strongest supergravity and pressing down on the middle-aged man's body. His sudden suppression caught the middle-aged man off guard. He was pressed down until his knees bent and he almost knelt on the ground. Qinyan's cultivation is after all too low. Even if he released a very strong supergravity, he would not be able to force the other party to kneel on the ground. Xiao Yuelan seized the opportunity to attack. Using some unknown technique, the saber in her hand suddenly flashed with golden light and hacked at the middle-aged man's head dozens of times. That this kind of golden light's penetrating power is very strong. Often, Qinyan feels as if his soul is being pricked by a needle. It's a mental power attack, it's really strong. Qinyan is alarmed. That kind of strong light can penetrate the armor and directly attack the soul of the Xiao ancient clan's middle-aged man. Xiao Yuelan had a mental martial spirit from the very beginning. Her mental power has always been extremely terrifying. The middle-aged man's soul trembled in pain from the beating. He constantly screamed and is no longer able to fight. After all, she is the 9 Sun Divine Maiden and she has cultivated in the myriad realms Divine Sun Land. How could her strength be weak? Qinyan had already used the inscription Great Formation to seal the inside of the small mountain so that there wouldn't be too strong of a movement. How do we capture this guy? Xiao Yuelan asked. She can beat the other party's soul into a daze, but she doesn't know how to seal and trap the other party. Leave it to me. Qinyan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and pried open the middle-aged man's armor. He imprinted it on his body and then threw it into the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. Alright, let's continue to the next one. Qinyan smiled and said, Yuelan, with your current strength, can you take down the Great Divine King? I've never tried it, so I don't know. The Great Divine King has a very strong Heavenly Universe Divine Sun Heart and his Divine King Heavenly Seal is unfathomable. Xiao Yuelan shook her head. Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan wandered around the city Lord Villa for a while and captured a few other Xiao ancient clan members. Then, they went to find the leader of the law enforcement world. Deacon, the head of the law realm, was resting in a manor. Xiao, after Yulan entered, she didn't even use her weapon. She directly greeted him with her fists and palms, causing him to scream miserably. His body and soul were both injured. Xiao, although Yulan is unable to kill those undying and indestructible souls, her mental power attack can cause those souls to fall into a temporary coma. Qin, just like before, Yun used the God King Heavenly Seal to seal them, preventing their souls from leaving their bodies. Furthermore, their divine powers were sealed and they were thrown into the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppression cauldron. Only in less than 2 hours, there was only one person left in charge of the city and he was in the Metal Stone Division of the Sun Moon Divine Tribe. If Qinyan wanted to rob the Metal Stone Division, it might cause a big commotion, so he wanted to act last. The Metal Stone Division of the Sun Moon Divine Tribe was in many big cities. If this one was robbed, the people of the Heavenly Fox City could go to the Metal Stone Division of the Sun Moon Divine Tribe in other cities and take out the Divine Universe Golden Stones. Gold. If the Metal Stone Division was robbed, it would be a big matter. After all, many people wanted to do this kind of thing but they didn't dare to. Those who could open a Metal Stone Division all had a powerful force behind them. The other outside, the defense of the Metal Stone Division is very strong. There are not many people who have the ability to break through the defense and they would not do such a thing. Breaking through the defense is one thing, being able to successfully take away so many Divine Universe Golden Stones is another thing. Because there are many Divine Universe Golden Stones, not everyone has a storage magic tool that can store so many Divine Universe Golden Stones. Overall, in many people's opinion, robbing the Divine Universe Golden Stones is not worth it and the risk is extremely high. Qin Yun has already grasped the specific situation of the Heavenly Fox City's Sun Moon Metal Stone Division. This was given to him by Great Elder Ling. Qin Yun looked at the blueprint on the magic mirror and said, "It's underground, it's easy." Qin Yun immediately brought Xiao Yuelan and drilled into the ground, then headed towards the basement. No, not long after, Qin Yun encountered a wall. He can see through it with his heavenly eye, it is extremely thick. This wall has several layers and each layer has all kinds of powerful runes forming in array. Qin after Yun and Taisher communicated for a while. Taisher said that they can break through but the commotion will not be small. Yuelan, there will be quite a commotion later. After we go in, help me buy time. I will empty the Divine Universe Golden Stones in the basement. Qin Yun transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuelan. No problem, leave it to me. As long as it's not someone at the level of the Great Divine King and the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, I can block them no matter how many come. Xiao Yuelan said very confidently. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and hid behind the Gemini Treasure Mirror. Double the surface of the Gemini Treasure Mirror immediately shot out a strong light and hit the thick wall. Xiao Yun, how did your Divine King Heavenly Seal become pitch black? Xiao Yuelan asked curiously. I dyed it black, it's nothing. Qin Yun said casually. At this moment, the Gemini Treasure Mirror shot out a strong light and tore a hole in the wall. The ground also shook greatly. The array formations and barriers in the warehouse have been triggered, so the commotion is very big. Qin Yun immediately brought Xiao Yuelan in. Just as they entered, a few powerful auras rushed over. Xiao Yuelan slashed with her saber, sending the few elders who rushed in from the door flying and crashing into the wall. The basement is extremely large and there are many Divine Universe Golden Stones piled up. Yun estimated that there are at least 2 billion. He immediately rushed to the side of the large pile of Divine Universe Golden Stones and took a deep breath. He urged the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to release a spatial bubble that enveloped the pile of Divine Universe Golden Stones. At this moment, a few elders roared in anger and charged at Qin Yun. Xiao Yuelan's figure flashed and arrived not far from Qin Yun. She ruthlessly swept out with her saber a few times. The divine power that carried a biting cold-killing intent is tyrannical and berserk. When it landed on the old man's body, it produced an extremely strong explosion. The bodies of those old men were nearly torn apart. Although their bodies were still intact, they had suffered serious internal injuries. Qin Yun had already taken away a pile of Divine Universe Goldstones. There were still a few piles here. Someone was robbing the Goldstone Bank. As the bank manager, he had to rush over. Okay, the leader had already appeared. He was a tall and thin old man. As soon as he entered, he knew that Xiao Yuelan, who was wearing a mask, was very strong. You too, with your strength, why would you do such a thing? You have robbed the metal stone shop of the Sun Yin Divine Tribe. The consequences are severe and your future will be ruined. The bank manager said in a deep voice. Surrender. Qin Yun didn't listen to his nonsense and continued collecting the Divine Universe Goldstones. Xiao Yuelan is always by Qin Yun's side, paying attention to the movements of the elders. Take as much as you want. If you can walk out of here alive, it's my loss. The bank manager sneered and said confidently. After saying that confidently, the president gestured to the people around him to not make a move. At that moment, the experts of the Lunar Metal Stone Department arrived one after another and surrounded the entrance. They did not see the entrance through which Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan came in because that entrance was a spatial crack. After being torn open, it quickly recovered. They all thought that the 2 robbers had come in through the main entrance. When Xiao Yuelan saw that they did not make a move, she was too lazy to do so. She stayed by Qin Yun's side to protect him. In this spacious basement, the Divine Universe metal stones were piled up like a small hill. It was not easy to take them away. After all, it would take up a lot of space. Divine Universe gold stones were extremely heavy. The space within an ordinary storage divine artifact would find it hard to withstand it. When the group of people outside the gate saw Qin Yun collect the piles of Divine Universe gold stones one after another, they were extremely alarmed. So what if you can take away the Divine Universe Golden Rock? Do you think you can run? You'd better hand over that storage artifact along with it. Otherwise, you guys will suffer. The bank manager also wanted this kind of storage artifact very much. When they used large amounts of Divine Universe Goldstones, they would need many storage artifacts. Moreover, every time he took in the Divine Universe Goldstones, he did it bit by bit. How could it be like Xianxia, who took away a large pile in one go? This meant that the storage divine artifact's internal space was very strong. It could hold such a large mass of items. Xianxia's 9-yang divine spirit could even contain a divine sun, so placing it inside the Divine Universe Goldstone was not a problem. Xiao Yuelan coldly looked at the group of people outside the door. She was thinking about how to make a move later. The bank president was her main target, but she also wanted to get rid of the other guys. Before long, all the Divine Universe Goldstones in the basement were taken away by Xianxia. The president was the last leader to be captured. Only after he was dead would the Heaven Fox City be able to settle down. Are you done? Xiao Yuelan transmitted her voice to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, we can make our move now. Capture the president." Although Xiao Yuelan is wearing a mask, one can tell that she is a woman. The mask did not cover her eyes and one can see that she has a pair of very beautiful eyes. The saber in Xiao Yuelan's hand suddenly held with killing intent, releasing a black and cold aura in all directions. With a whoosh, Xiao Yuelan disappeared. By the time she reappeared, she was already in front of the bank president and slashing down with her saber. Xianxia was alarmed as he rushed over. The bank manager's strength is not weak. He quickly took out a stone tablet and blocked in front of him, catching Xiao Yuelan's murderous saber slash. It had to be said that Xiao Yuelan's saber strike was extremely powerful. That stone tablet was a divine tool with strong defensive power, but it was still split apart by the saber strike. The entire underground vault also trembled because of this saber strike. At the same time, everyone beside the president immediately attacked Xiao Yuelan in a flurry. Xiao Yuelan had already released a Sun Heavenly Shield to protect her body. Her Sun Heavenly Shield appeared and emitted an extremely strong 10,000 realms divine sun power. Everyone present was very familiar with this divine power. They were all secretly shocked. How could this woman control such a strong 10,000 realms divine sun power? Xianxia was originally worried that Xiao Yuelan would be besieged. Seeing that she used the Sun Heavenly Shield to defend and block all the attacks, he felt a lot more at ease. Yuelan's Sun Heavenly Shield seems to be a bit stronger than mine. Could it be because she stayed in the core for a long time? Xianxia has already arrived beside Xiao Yuelan. He released super gravity and immediately a large number of people screamed from the pressure. Other than the bank manager and a few elders, the other dozens of experts were pressed to their knees or sat on the ground. There were even a few who were pressed to the ground. Xianxia immediately used the Heaven Extinguishing 9 Fingers Heaven Explosion Finger and crazily pointed at the heads of those people on the ground. Bang bang bang, he could instantly point several fingers. After he made his move, a few people's heads exploded, exploding with intense light and flames. After Xianxia exploded more than 10 people's heads, the others were immediately frightened to the point of frantically struggling. Xianxia's super gravity only exploded in an instant. When others reacted, especially when there were dozens of people, they would be able to destroy the super gravity. Under the intense desire to survive, those 30 or so people broke through Xianxia's super gravity. However, a large number of tree vines and roots suddenly appeared under their feet. Those tree vines and roots flickered with golden light, like golden dragon claws. They wrapped around those people. There were a few elders who were not affected by the super gravity, but they were also caught by the dragon transformation tree claws. Without the entanglement of these small fries, Xiao Yuelan can now focus on fighting the bank manager. She brandished her saber and attacked ferociously. In a few short moments, she hacked out more than 1,000 saber attacks and smashed the stone steel with strong defense. Xianxia used Heaven Explosion Finger with both hands and crazily pointed at those struggling people. He either exploded their heads or penetrated their bodies and smashed their bodies. Xianxia's Heaven Explosion Finger is fused with Thunder Totem, so it can erupt with very strong power. In addition, he is using Imperial Heaven Divine Power, combined with Imperial Heaven Dao Image. He can release very strong penetrating power. He can penetrate layers of armor and energy shields and enter the enemy's body. Qin took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and floated in the air. The cauldron's mouth faced the ground and crazily devoured those flying souls. In just a short while, those dozens of metal and stone guards from the Sun Yin divine race were all killed by Qin and their souls were taken away. Only the bank manager is left. Didn't you say that we can't escape? Qin said with smile, not only can we escape, we can also capture you. The bank manager's arms have already been chopped off by Xiao Yuan, his head is bleeding and his body is badly mutilated. Xiao Yuan stepped on the bank manager but did not kill him. After Qin arrived, he saw that the bank manager's soul is preparing to leave his body. Xiao Yuan's eyes flashed, two red lights shot out from her eyes and hit the bank manager's head. The bank manager's body twitched and then let out a miserable scream. Qin took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal. You are Qin. The bank manager can see that Qin is holding the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin's seal landed on the bank manager's forehead and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you for now. I will let you live for a while longer." You. The bank manager wanted to speak but Xiao Yuan stepped on his mouth. Qin stored the bank manager into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, let out a long sigh and said with smile, "It went quite smoothly." He immediately contacted Xianxia and asked him to look after the city entrance, arrange for him to take over the city's security and also eliminate the people of other factions. Soon after, he contacted Great Elder Ling and told him that those few leaders have already been captured. "Boss Qin, this time you fished up a lot. If you store these Divine Universe golden stones in our golden stone shop, I will give you good interest." Great Elder Ling said with mischievous smile, "If you lack Divine Universe golden stones, just tell me, I will help you find out which golden stone shop is easy to rob." As for how many Divine Universe gold stones Qin had snatched just now, he still couldn't be sure. He didn't need that many now, but if he could still earn interest by leaving them, that would indeed be pretty good. It won't be easy to rob golden stone shops, especially after this incident, other golden stone shops will surely be alerted. Qin said. "Don't worry, I guarantee that no one will know that this goldstone shop has been robbed. Our Ling family will take care of this matter." Grand Elder Ling's laughter was sinister. Currently, the metal and stone shops are opened by the Great Sky Divine Tribe, the Sun Yin Divine Tribe, the Law Enforcers, and the Ling family. Qin understood what Grand Elder Ling meant. In other words, other than the Ling family, all the other powers in the gold and stone business were his enemies. The heaven-splitting ancient clan will also intervene in the future. They have already started preparing. Grand Elder Ling continued, "If you are really short of gold, it would be a good idea to rob one or two small gold stone shops from them." Qin said with a smile, "Old Ling, you are using me to suppress your competitor." "How could that be? I'm just helping you gather Divine Universe golden stones. What's more, the enemy's Divine Universe golden stones is not called stealing, it's called taking." Great Elder Ling is very shocked when he found out that Qin robbed the Heavenly Fox City's golden stone shop. Even if it was a small-scale metal and stone, its defense was still very strong. It was extremely difficult to charge in and rob everything, unless one had the strength of the Great Divine Lord and the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. And someone with such peak strength did not need to use such a method to obtain the Divine Universe golden stone. Xiao Yuan is also contacting Humayur. She told her about the matters here and told her to prepare to take over the Heavenly Fox City. Qin originally did not plan to go to the Heavenly Fox mountain range but Humayur said that she prepared many divine fruits to give to them. Xiao Yuan pulled Qin towards the Heavenly Fox mountain range. Humayur is very grateful to Qin and Xiao Yuan. She prepared many divine fruits and some divine fruit trees. This made Yang and the others so happy that they couldn't stop eating. Qin and Xiao Yuan left the Heavenly Fox mountain range and headed for the mysterious stronghold. As they approached the mysterious base, they could all sense the fluctuations of a powerful barrier in front of them. After arriving here, they did not continue forward. Instead, they landed in the forest below. Qin released the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and entered with Xiao Yuan. "Capture those guys first and ask them about the situation." Xiao Yuan said with smile, "Release those guys from the Xiao ancient clan." Qin Yan took out the shrunken heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron and grabbed the middle-aged man from the Shao clan. The middle-aged man's divine power was sealed by the God King's heavenly seal, and his soul was unable to leave his body. Therefore, he, whose strength surpassed Shen Tianjun, was caught by Qin Yan like a rabbit. After the middle-aged man came out, his face was filled with fear. After all, he didn't have the strength to fight back, and his soul couldn't escape. Once he was tortured, it would be extremely painful. Divine Lady of Nine Sons, you are courting death by doing this. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yuelan and pretended to be very domineering as he shouted, you better let me go. Otherwise, if you delay the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit's great plan, the consequences will be very serious. Xiao Yuelan's expression turned cold, the saber in her hand slapped the middle-aged man's face and shouted coldly, 9 Yang Dharma Spirit's great plan? What are you farting about? You. When the 9 Yang Dharma Spirit truly awakens, you will definitely die. The middle-aged man is very angry. He came from the Shao ancient clan, his strength surpassed Shen Tianjun. Although he is not at the peak, he is still in the 2nd or 3rd tier. Now, he has been captured alive and beaten up. Xiao Yuelan raised her leg and kicked several times in succession. Each kick produced a very strong mental power wave, causing the middle-aged man to scream miserably. Are you still being stubborn? Although Xiao Yuelan is a woman, her attacks are very ruthless. I was wrong. This middle-aged man is of noble birth. Normally, he holds a high position and is respected by many people. When has he ever suffered this kind of abuse? Is that so? You know you're wrong? It doesn't look like you're admitting your mistake. After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, she once again rained down blows on the middle-aged man's face, beating him until he is beyond recognition. And the most painful thing is still the pain of the soul. Qin Yan sat at the side, crossing his legs and eating the divine fruit. He is very calmly watching. Bastard, do you want to die or not? Xiao Yuelan said coldly. Goddess, spare me, I don't want to die. My soul is undying and indestructible, even if I want to die, I won't die. The middle-aged man is much more obedient, his tone has become very weak. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yan and asked, Xiao Yun, do you have a way to deal with those undying and indestructible souls? How did you torture the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's 7th elder? Only now did the Shao Ancient Clan's middle-aged man realize that the man leisurely eating divine fruit is actually the young divine king Qin Yun. The fact that the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's 7th elder is still in Qin Yun's hands has shaken the entire heaven-splitting ancient clan. Because the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan is one of the more powerful ancient clans within the heaven-splitting ancient clan. However, the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's emperor is like a dog in front of Qin Yun and was even forced to give the Divine Moon Clan 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Before these 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones are settled, the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's 7th elder cannot return. Friend, did you not see the 7th elder inside the cauldron? Xiao Yuelan asked again. There are several spaces inside the cauldron, the 7th elder is not with them. Qin Yan laughed mischievously, then stood up and walked to the middle-aged man's side and asked, Brother, how should I address you? What's your name? Xiao. Xiao Daqing. The middle-aged man looked at the smile on Qin Yan's face and couldn't help but shiver. You have a mysterious stronghold, right? What the hell are you doing inside? Qin Yan said, then took out 2 pearls and placed them on the ground. These 2 pearls release evil devil aura. Xiao Daqing was cultivating inside the mountain before and was absorbing the evil devil power from these 2 pearls. Xiao Daqing mumbled and did not answer immediately. Clearly, he doesn't want to say. Xiao Yuelan coldly snorted and said, Are you itching for a beating again? I can't say. Xiao Daqing cried and shouted, Big brother, big sister, please let me go. I really can't say, otherwise I will be very miserable. With one look, it is clear that Xiao Daqing has signed a soul contract with someone else. If he leaks the secret, his undying and indestructible soul will be constantly tortured. Is there a soul contract? Qin Yan took out the Gemini treasure mirror and asked. If it was before, he would need to put someone else's soul into the spirit creation heavenly cauldron to erase the soul contract imprint. Now that he has the Gemini treasure mirror, he doesn't need to use the spirit creation heavenly cauldron anymore. Xiao Daqing nodded his head. If not for the soul contract, he would have already said everything and wouldn't have been beaten. I can help you settle it, Qinyan said, then poured divine power into the Gemini treasure mirror. Then he took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and imprinted it on Xiao Daqing's forehead. Xiao Daqing also sensed that the soul contract imprint is gone. He can't help but be shocked because Qinyan easily settled it. This is unbelievable. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Even Xiao Yuelan did not expect Qinyan to finish it so quickly. She knows that Qinyan has a way and also knows that he has to use the spirit creation heavenly cauldron. However, Qinyan doesn't need it now. Xiao Yuelan looked at Xiao Daqing and shouted, "You can speak now." Xiao Daqing did not speak immediately, instead he said in low voice, "If I speak, will you let me go? If you have great use for us, we will naturally not kill you. You have to prove that you have value," Xiao Yuelan said. Although Xiao Yuelan doesn't mind killing Xiao Daqing, if it is really useful, she is too lazy to do it. In any case, she has already killed many people's bodies in the Heavenly Fox City. Even if she is the 9-Sun Divine Maiden, she can't destroy those souls. I have great use. Xiao Daqing glanced at Qinyan. In comparison, he is not that afraid of Xiao Yuelan who beat him up, he is even more afraid of the smiling Qinyan. If Qinyan can easily erase the contract spirit power in the soul, then he might be able to destroy the soul. Therefore, Xiao Daqing is still very afraid of Qinyan in his heart. He only hopes that he can curry favor with Qinyan and avoid being killed. Quickly tell us about that stronghold, Xiao Yuelan said. It doesn't matter if you don't speak, we have also captured many leaders, law enforcement world and Sun Yin divine race people, they are all in my hands. I know, I saw them inside the cauldron. Xiao Daqing naturally knows about this matter, he hastily said, I know more about that stronghold than them, you can ask me. You can kill them now, don't waste too much time on them. Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan secretly despised this guy, he actually sold out his teammates just like that. Next, Xiao Daqing's saliva flew everywhere, he talked about the stronghold in one breath, he talked about a lot of things. That mysterious stronghold is not a treasure land, there is an underground palace built deep underground and protected by all kinds of barriers. There are many vaults in the underground palace, there are many fragments of Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun, as well as other things. For example, beasts cultivated through Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun, Evil Devil Zombie Evil Spirit and so on. Those evil demon zombies were extremely terrifying. Once a normal person was bitten, if they did not have enough strength, their body would be invaded by evil demons and become evil demons. After becoming an evil demon zombie, it would only think about biting people to carry out a large-scale spread. Currently, many of these evil demons and zombies had been released, and their main targets were the weaker cities. Hearing this, Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan flew into a rage. The couple beat up Xiao Daqing again. Xiao Daqing was miserable and could only continue talking about the stronghold. How many people turned into evil spirit zombies? Xiao Yuelan asked. This? I'm not too sure. After turning into an evil demon zombie, their souls will be injected with consciousness and then gathered under the zombie demon palace. It's starting to gather now. Xiao Daqing said in a low voice, Big brother, big sister, don't hit me, this has nothing to do with me. Qinyan said with a cold snort, then what's with these 2 pearls? These 2 pearls are energy-storing pearls. They were placed in the zombie demon palace and absorbed the power of the Heavenly Devil Sun and the Heavenly Evil Sunday. That's why they became like this. They're pretty good for cultivation. Xiao Daqing doesn't know much about the underground devil palace. He only knows that it's a stronghold. At this moment, Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan are certain that there are indeed a few factions joining hands to completely transform the 9-Sun Law Spirit. You said before that I would definitely die and it's related to the 9-Sun Law Spirit. Why did you say that? Xiao Yuelan asked again. Because this is the meaning of the 9-Sun Law Spirit. It's the 9-Sun Law Spirit that guided the Great Divine King and the others to do this. Xiao Daqing said, the 9-Sun Law Spirit said that only by doing this can it become stronger. Is this true? Qinyan doesn't dare to believe it. It's absolutely true. Otherwise, how could we? have gone so smoothly? Xiao Duqing said. The Nine Sun Law Spirit also said that as long as we wait for the next manifestation realm, it will no longer need the Nine Sun Divine Maiden. The Nine Sun Divine Maiden can either die or be given to someone else. Qin Yan's expression immediately changed. Xiao Yuelan immediately grabbed his hand, worried that he would fly into a rage. Where did you hear this? Xiao Yuelan asked. Our clan emperor said it. Our Xiao ancient clan's clan emperor can communicate with the Nine Sun Law Spirit. Xiao Duqing said. What the clan emperor said is definitely true. Furthermore, our ancient Xiao clan will be able to enter the sixth divine sun and obtain a very large territory. Xiao Yuelan said. Xiao Yun, lock this guy up. You can do whatever you want with him. Xiao Duqing immediately shouted for mercy and was stuffed into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron by Qin Yun. Yuelan, the Nine Sun Law Spirit's situation is not good. Qin Yun said with a frown, I'm really worried about you guys. Looks like the Nine Sun Law Spirit has already split into two. The Nine Sun Evil Spirit is guiding those guys to do evil things. Xiao Yuelan's face is also filled with worry. Let's destroy that underground palace first. Qin Yun absolutely cannot allow that zombie devil palace to continue developing. Xiao Yuelan shook her head, took out the magic mirror and said, I'll contact Sister Shang Yun. Yes, we need help. Qin Yun also took out the magic mirror and contacted the divine judge. He informed him of this matter and asked him to gather the alliance of the Myriad Realms divine court. Then, Qin Yun contacted Hu Xiangquang and asked him to select 3,000 elites from the Fire Tribulation Mad Race and gather them in the Heavenly Fox City. When the divine judge learned of this matter, he became very angry. Recently, he has been investigating the matter of those evil devil zombies. However, he never expected that the Heavenly Court was behind this. The Great Divine King is also involved, as well as a portion of the Heaven Opening Ancient Clan, Grading Divine Race, as well as the Law Enforcement World. These are all powerful factions. And these powerful factions usually shout that they want to maintain the order of the Divine Desolate, but now they are destroying the order of the Divine Desolate. Qin Yun did not tell the divine judge the cruel truth. That is, this matter is related to the Nine Sun Law Spirit. Whether or not the Nine Sun Law Spirit split into a Nine Sun Evil Spirit, Xiao Yuelan is only guessing. She is still not completely sure. Qin Yun told the divine judge to rush to the Heavenly Fox City and then think of a way to help him obtain formidable power. The divine judge relied on the Heaven's Divine Punishment flag to intimidate everyone. However, the power of the Heaven's Divine Punishment flag has been taken back. This is most likely done by the Nine Sun Evil Spirit. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are still near the stronghold. They took out a teleportation pearl and made a teleportation point before returning to the Heavenly Fox City. After arriving at the Heavenly Fox City, Qin Yun learned that Great Elder Ling has also come. He said that he has a very important matter to discuss with Qin Yun. And Qin Yun also plans to tell Great Elder Ling about the Zombie Devil Palace. Great Elder Ling's Ling family did not participate in the Zombie Demon Palace matter, so Qin Yun wanted to see what the Ling family would do after Great Elder Ling knew about this matter. Once the zombie army created by the Zombie Demon Palace was released, it would be extremely dangerous. Smaller cities would not be able to withstand it. If they devoured small cities, then they would go to medium-sized cities. Once they developed to a certain scale, they would go to big cities. If this continued, most of the cities in God Desolate would fall. In God Desolate, those small cities were the most numerous and they became the targets of the evil demons and zombies. The Nine Suns Evil Spirit instigated the Great Divine Lord to do such a thing. It meant that the Nine Suns Evil Spirit wanted to turn God Desolate into a hellish world. Great Elder Ling arrived at the Heavenly Fox City's Ling Clan Metal Stone Shop. Qin Yun was already waiting there. As for Xiao Yuelan, she went to the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range to look for Humayr. She wanted to discuss with Humayr the matter of resisting the Zombie Devil Palace. At that time, many factions would gather here and the vicinity of the Heaven Fox Mountain Range would definitely be very lively. The Ling Clan Goldstone Shop was not too big, it was only 30 stories tall. It was a square building located in a villa. And under this villa, there was a very large basement used to store the Divine Universe Goldstone. Heaven Fox City was considered a large city. After all, there was the Heaven Fox Mountain Range beside it. The Heaven Fox mountain range was rich in divine fruits and divine medicines, so it attracted many large and small families and sects to purchase them. Qinyan followed Great Elder Ling to the basement of the goldstone shop and took out the Divine Universe goldstone he had snatched. After an inventory, there were 2.5 billion Divine Universe goldstones, all of which were stored here. Ling Qianxiong had previously lent him 500 million. After he returned it, he still had 2 billion. Put these 2 billion in our goldstone shop and you will get 20 million interest every month. How about it? Great Elder Ling said with a smile. All right. Qinyan felt that it was not bad. He didn't have to do anything and he would get 20 million every month. The 100 billion given by the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan was the Divine Moon Clan's property. They might need to use it to create a divine moon in the future, so Qinyan would not use it. Great Elder Ling had told Qinyan before that the Heavenly Moon Clan's emperor had contacted him and said that he would hand over the 100 billion Divine Universe goldstone to the Ling family in 2 or 3 days. After Qinyan deposited the Divine Universe golden rock, he followed Great Elder Ling to the hall on the top floor. There were only the two of them here. Grand Elder Ling said that he had something important to discuss with Qinyan, so he came over personally. Boss Qin, do you still remember what I told you about the 9 Sun Sacred Ground? Great Elder Ling asked. Of course I remember. Why? Qinyan did not expect First Elder Ling to talk to him about this matter. Grand Elder Ling said in a low voice, there used to be a huge nether sun in the middle of the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. Now, it is turned into a passageway. It looks like a huge black whirlpool. It is hundreds of miles wide and extremely huge. The huge pit that was hundreds of miles wide was not very big compared to the sealed region in the center of the divine wilderness. However, this was indeed a very large passage that connected to another universe. Have you investigated the situation inside? Qinyan asked hurriedly. Yes, some of our Ling family's experts went in and came out. How should I put it? It's like a new world inside. The scenery is pretty good, but there are many super powerful creatures inside, mainly beasts. Great Elder Ling said. Most of the beasts? Are there creatures that look like humans? Qinyan is somewhat astonished. He never expected that the Ling family would have such experts. They even dared to enter the 9 Sun Sacred Ground and even came out smoothly. Yes, they look like humans, but we don't understand the language they speak. They are all very strong. We suspect that they have already grasped a new realm and are ahead of us by a lot. Great Elder Ling said, took out the magic mirror and sent some information to Qinyan. Qinyan looked at the image that appeared on the magic mirror. It was a beautiful scene. That made people want to see it with their own eyes. This is what the 9 Sun Sacred Ground looks like now. Great Elder Ling said. Qinyan continued to watch. The angle of the image gradually pulled up and turned into a bird's-eye view. The mountain forest below became smaller and smaller. The person who recorded the image kept rising higher and higher. Finally, he could no longer see the dark green mountain forest below. He could only see a lush green area, and then a black whirlpool suddenly appeared. That black whirlpool is the passageway. Great Elder Ling said, look, isn't it very big? Even the large mountain forest beside it is not as big as this passageway. Qinyan nodded with a frown and said, it is indeed very big. Soon after, Qinyan saw the image of a few beasts. Those beasts have different sizes, but they are all looking from far away. The Ling family expert did not approach. If they attack from that side, in order to occupy the entire Divine Desolate, even our Ling family will become their target of annihilation. Great Elder Ling suddenly said in a serious tone. Are they really very strong? Qinyan put away the magic mirror and asked. Those beasts are very strong. That expert from our Ling family was pounced on by a very small beast and was seriously injured. Fortunately, he had a lot of pills on him, so he was able to run back. His body was almost torn apart. Great Elder Ling's face is filled with fear as he said, in the Divine Desolate, experts who have surpassed Shen Tianjun will most likely end up like this when facing those beasts. Qinyan doesn't dare to believe it. A small beast can instantly injure an expert who has surpassed Shen Tianjun, and it's even from the Ling family. Then Great Elder Ling, what do you want to talk to me about? Qin Yan took a deep breath and asked. Boss Qin, you are a divine king and you are much more reliable than the great divine king. Our Ling family hopes that when the time comes, we will be able to obtain your protection and allow us to enter the 4 divine sons. Great Elder Ling said with a pleading expression. Enter the 4 divine sons? There are also quite a few other divine sons. The 6th divine son that just appeared is very strong and it was given to the great divine king and the others. Why do we have to enter the 4 divine sons? Qin Yan felt that it is somewhat strange. Great Elder Ling sighed and said, our clan emperor said that only the 4 divine sons are reliable, the others are not. Don't look at how big the 6th divine son is. If that fellow from the universe attacks, he will first take down the biggest divine son. Your Ling family is already making preparations? Is the situation already that serious? Qin Yan thought that the crisis of the 9-sun Holy Land would only erupt after a period of time. The 9-sun Holy Land will explode at any time. Great Elder Ling said, Boss Qin, you are extremely powerful. Other than the 4 divine sons, is there any other place to take refuge? What? Even the 4 divine sons can't hold on? Qin Yan is greatly shocked. Just in case, those heaven-opening ancient race are all hiding in the depths of the universe. Furthermore, they have opened up a space. It is very difficult to find their space, so they can hide very well. Great Elder Ling's face is filled with worry. He wants to find a way out. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Even though Qin Yan had not personally witnessed how powerful the beings from the 9-sun sacred ground were, he could not help but feel worried. We'll talk about this later. If even the 4th divine son can't withstand it, then I really can't find a good place to go. Qin Yan said, I can let your Ling family enter the 4 divine sun realm, but you need your clan emperor and all the elders of your Ling family to sign a soul contract. Great Elder Ling understood Qin Yan's meaning. After all, their Ling family belongs to the great heaven god race. Furthermore, their Ling family's patriarch is the great heaven god race's clan emperor and also the great divine lord's disciple. As long as they signed a contract promising that they would not cause trouble within the 4 divine sons, Qin Yan would allow them to enter. No problem. However, we should consider opening up a space as a last resort. If the 4th divine son is really finished, then we have a place to hide. Great Elder Ling said. You can talk to the Grand Inquisitor. He has resources in this area. He will be here soon. Qin Yan also felt the need to open up a space. The Divine Chief Judge is coming? Grand Elder Ling did not know about the Demon Zombie Palace, but he knew that there was a stronghold nearby. Qin Yan immediately told him about the Zombie Demon Palace. After Great Elder Ling heard this, although his expression was grave, he was not surprised. Obviously, he had already expected that there was a problem with the 9 sons Dharma spirit. The 9 Yang Law spirit split into a 9 Yang evil spirit. If that's really the case, then our Ling family's patriarch really saw something, so we have to separate from the great divine lord now. Great Elder Ling's tone was heavy as he sighed. The 9-sun sacred ground was in danger, and now there was another 9-sun evil spirit causing trouble. The divine wilderness would not be peaceful in the near future. The 9-sun evil spirit should know about the 9-sun sacred land. It should also want to exterminate those living beings, but it chose to use extreme methods. Grand Elder Ling snorted coldly, this guy wants to sacrifice us, he wants to turn us into those evil zombies. The nefarious demon zombie army would bite those things in the 9-sun sacred ground and turn them into nefarious demons so that they could be controlled. We are going to destroy that zombie devil palace. If we continue, the entire divine desolate will become like the 9 heavens. Qin Yan now understands how the 9 heavens turned into hell. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and received the news from the Grand Inquisitor. He had arrived at Heaven Fox City and met with Xianxia. Ling after the Great Elder heard about it, he immediately arranged for someone to bring them to the Ling clan's metal stone shop. No, not long after, the divine judge, Xia Wufeng and Xianxia arrived at the top floor of Ling clan's metal stone store to meet with Qin Yan and the others. God the President also knew Great Elder Ling. After they met, they greeted each other politely. Boss Xia, prepare for a great battle. The enemy this time is very dangerous. Qin Yan said. Isn't that what we do? After becoming a divine throne god, I will definitely have to shoulder heavy responsibilities. Xia Wufeng laughed carefreely. He was not afraid. The divine judge had already arranged for many teams of various sizes to secretly gather in Heaven Fox City. They were going to carry out a sneak attack, so they had to keep their movements small. And Hua Xiangquang had already sent his subordinates to investigate the zombie demon palace. They were from the fire tribulation madman race, they could turn into a ball of flame and were very hard to kill. Furthermore, the flame could easily drill through any cracks. The Mystic Moon Alliance will also take action, Qin Yan said. The Nine Yang Sacred Hall, the Raging Sun Tiger race, the Purple Sun Elves, the Nine Yang Royal race, and the others were all centered around the divine court of the Myriad Realms. The big shots of these forces were already on standby. The divine judge took out his Myriad Heaven's divine punishment flag and said with sigh, "It should be that Nine-Sun evil spirit." That took away the power. The Myriad Heaven's divine punishment flag lost its luster and became very old. Qin Yun took it and said, "I have to properly study it, give me some time." Then he asked Great Elder Ling for a secret room. He wants to enter the secret room and let Taisher take a look. After Qin Yun entered the secret room, Great Elder Ling and the divine judge talked about the matter of Nine-Sun Holy Land. The divine judge is in charge of the divine court of the Myriad Realms. He is also very concerned about the changes in the Nine-Sun Holy Land. After he and Xia Wufeng heard about it, they are extremely shocked. After Qin Yun entered the secret room, he took out the Gemini treasure mirror and pointed it at the Myriad Heaven's divine punishment flag. "Brother Taisher, I've told you about this flag before. Can it recover now?" Qin Yun asked. "It can't recover to its original appearance, but I can give this flag an even stronger ability. It can allow this flag to steal the divine power of the Myriad Realm's divine sun." After Qin Yun saw the words that appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror, he very happily said, "Then what should I do?" The hint given by the Gemini treasure mirror is actually very simple. It is to use the Divine King Heavenly Seal and imprint it on the flag 9 times. Every time it is imprinted, it would take a short while. Very quickly, after 9 different seals were imprinted, the Myriad Heaven's divine punishment flag turned golden and looked somewhat different from before. After you give it to him, he will know how to use it. Qin Yun relaxed and placed the Myriad Heaven's divine punishment flag to the side. Then, he took out the Star Dome divine mirror. The Star God has already entered the Star Dome divine mirror and there is still no news of him. Qin Yun is starting to worry. "Old brother Taisher, what's going on with this Star Dome divine mirror? After a friend of mine entered, she didn't come out. At first, she could still communicate with me, but now I can't even sense her." Qin Yun used the Gemini treasure mirror to illuminate the Star Dome divine mirror. "Your friend will be fine, she is just immersed in it. This Star Dome divine mirror is very powerful, it is formed from something similar to an energy body. There is a very small world inside, there are a large number of stars formed from heavenly runes." Qin Yun looked at the words that appeared on the Gemini treasure mirror and found out about the details of the Star Dome divine mirror. He could not help but jump in fright. You can fuse the Gemini treasure mirror and the Star Dome divine mirror. The process is very simple, you will need to consume divine universe golden stones. Qin Yun's eyebrows twitched because this would definitely require a large amount of divine universe golden stones. Ling, there are still 300 million divine universe golden stones that Chong Xiong lent him before in the Nine Sun divine spirit. After fusing, what will happen? Qin Yun has always wanted to use the Star Dome divine mirror. The Gemini treasure mirror's power will be retained, and as your strength increases, the power of this mirror will also become stronger. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and decided to fuse. Under the guidance of Taisher, he placed the Gemini treasure mirror and the Star Dome divine mirror together and then placed the Divine King Heavenly Seal on the back of the Star Dome divine mirror. Next, he placed the Divine Universe golden stones into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. After the Divine King Heavenly Seal fused with Taisher, it opened up a space inside that could store the Divine Universe golden stones. Qin Yun painfully transferred the Divine Universe golden stones into the Divine King Heavenly Seal and waited for the fusion to succeed. Taisher also said that after the fusion is successful, it can help awaken the Star God who is immersed in cultivation. When she wakes up, she can come out. Qin thought that 300 million Divine Universe Goldstones was enough, but not long after, half of the Divine Universe Goldstones in the storage space inside the Divine King Heavenly Seal were gone. Looks like 300 million is not enough. How much more do I need? Qin immediately contacted Grand Elder Ling and asked him to send in the Divine Universe Goldstones. He had just deposited 2 billion in the Ling Clan Goldstone store and had yet to receive interest. He needed to use a lot now. Qin told Grand Elder Ling that he needed large amounts of Divine Universe Goldstones to restore the Divine Punishment flags. Grand Elder Ling did not ask much and arranged for people to send boxes of Divine Universe Goldstones to Qin's secret room. Those boxes were storage divine tools that could store Divine Universe Goldstones. They were big boxes that could store 10 million Divine Universe Goldstones. The Divine Universe Goldstones arrived one after another. Qin first asked for 100 million. But it didn't take long for it to burn out. He could only ask people to send more. Half a day passed and a total of 700 million Divine Universe Goldstones were sent over before the two mirrors were fused. It took 1 billion Divine Universe Goldstones to fuse. Why is the consumption so high? If Qin had known earlier, he would not have fused so decisively. When the Divine Chief Judge found out that Qin wanted a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones for the Myriad Heavens Divine Punishment flags, he felt somewhat apologetic. Then he discussed with Great Elder Ling and transferred 700 million to Qin's Divine Universe Gold card. The Divine Court of Myriad Realms had a lot of Divine Universe Goldstones. After all, they had many powerful gods. Moreover, they passed down all kinds of divine techniques to various sects in the Divine Desolate Heavens, so they would collect a lot of Divine Universe Goldstones. Qin did not know about this. He was looking at the mirror in his hand. It had turned into a pale golden round mirror. It was slightly bigger than his palm. Its shape was neither the Gemini Treasure Mirror nor the Star Dome Divine Mirror. But like the Gemini Treasure Mirror, it had a handle. The Star Dome Divine Mirror did not have a handle. Then what should I call it now? Qin looked at the mirror and muttered. He was struggling with this question. Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning. A voice suddenly appeared in Qin's mind. The voice was stiff as if it was produced by a machine. It was emotionless and the intonation was somewhat inaccurate. Previously, Taishur could not communicate with Qin mentally, so he could only receive it. Brother Grand Beginning, where's my sister Astral God? Qin looked at the Divine Mirror of Grand Beginning. It looked like a mirror. I'm waking her up. Wait a moment. Taishur's voice rang out. Not long after, the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning trembled, and then it shot out a powerful ray of light into the sky. In the end, a woman in a white dress appeared. Star God finally appeared. She is still in a daze. After seeing Qin, she hurriedly hugged him. Qin also tightly embraced the charming Star God, feeling her delicate and warm body. Big Sister Star God, I missed you so much. What happened to you during this period of time? Qin hugged her and sat on a chair. Star God sat on Qin's thighs. Her long jade-like legs stretched out from the slit in her white dress. I'm cultivating. I really didn't expect that inside the Star Firmament Divine Mirror would be such a wonderful world. I've gained a lot from it. The Star God was very happy and kissed Qin with a smile. Many things have happened outside during this period of time. Qin's hand is currently placed on the Star God's abdomen. He gently rubbed it and felt the divine power within her body. Just by sensing it a little, Qin jumped in. Fright. The divine power within the Star God's body is very strong. She has indeed been cultivating during this period of time and her cultivation has already surpassed Shen Tianjuan's. Big Sister Star God, you've become so strong. Qin said in shock. Of course, I haven't been sleeping during this period of time. Star God said, there are many stars inside the Star Firmament Divine Mirror. Most of them are runes that transformed into heavenly runes and finally into stars. Soon after, Qin told Star God many things that happened in the Divine Desolate. After Star God found out, she was momentarily unable to accept it because too many things had happened after she entered the Star Firmament Divine Mirror. Little brother Xiaoyun, a spirit body has already appeared in this Star Firmament Divine Mirror. You can let it guide you on how to use it. Star God walked down from Qin Yan's thigh, took off her long dress and changed into a set of white soft armor. Big Sister Star God, where are you going? Qin Yan asked. I am Star God, of course I have to report to the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Star God said with smile. Divine Judge is outside. Qin Yan saw that Star God has become so strong and relaxed a lot. Is that so? Then I will go find Sister Xianxia and others. They haven't seen me for so long, they must have thought that you hid me. Star God said. Actually, Star God wants to find Xian Rujing. She and Ice Goddess Xian Rujing have a very good relationship. Although they bicker from time to time, they are very concerned about each other. Qin Yan gave her a magic mirror and added her into the Divine Moon Clan's group. Qin Yan is also in the Divine Moon Clan's group, but apart from the core members of the Divine Moon Clan, other women don't know that he is in the group. Therefore, he is the only man in the group. Ling Yuna likes this group very much because she can often see many beautiful women taking selfies. Many of them are very hot. Star God walked out of Qin Yan's secret room and saw Divine Judge and others outside. Divine Judge, Sword God, long time no see. Star God greeted with smile and said, I will go find Divine Moon Clan's Empress, she is at the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range. Star God, you seem to have become a lot stronger. Divine Judge is startled and then said. Of course, my current strength should be at the forefront of the Myriad Realms Divine Court. I will leave first. Star God finished speaking and flew out of a window. Grand Elder Ling looked at Star God's departure and said in shock, this. How did this woman run out of Boss Qin's secret room? When did she go in? I don't know. Maybe she is helping Boss Qin inside. Star God has mastered a very strong star secret technique, it is very strong. Divine Judge said. In the secret chamber, Qin Yan looked at the mirror and asked, Brother Taisher, what did Sister Star God do when she entered the Star Dome Divine Mirror? I thought she could help me use the Star Dome Divine Mirror. Because she entered the Star Dome Divine Mirror, it evolved and the Star Transformation Heavenly Rune inside acknowledged you. Taisher said. Qin Yan firmly grasped the handle of the Primal Beginning Divine Mirror and said, Does this thing have a very strong power? How do I use it? Currently, there is only one ability, which is to shoot out very strong starlight. The starlight is formed from star runes. After being illuminated by this starlight, the body will be unable to move. Taisher said, This is the ability of the Star Dome Divine Mirror. And my ability is naturally stronger than the Star Dome Divine Mirror. Qin Yun naturally knows the ability of Taisher. This guy knows a lot of things. He secretly guessed that Taisher might be a variant of the Heavenly Rules Tao Orthodoxy. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Qin Yan wanted to test the ability of the Star Vault Divine Mirror inside the Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning, so he let Ling Yuner come out. Ling Yuner is either in the Calamity Gate or inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Xiao Yun, why did you ask me to come out? I am in the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, watching Xianxia and the others cultivate. Ling Yuner muttered. Let's try out this divine tool of mine. Qin Yan said with a smile, This is the evolved Star Dome Divine Mirror, the Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning. Yuner looked at the mirror in Qin Yan's hand and said with a frown, Is it really evolved from the Star Dome Divine Mirror? It didn't look like the Divine Mirror of Grand Beginning at all. It does look like the Gemini Treasure Mirror. It was fused with these two mirrors. Quickly come and give it a try. Qin Yan said with smile. What do you mean by two mirrors fusing together? What about Big Sister Star God? Ling Yuner hurriedly asked, she was very concerned about Star God. She came out and went to the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range to find Sister Xianxia and the others. Qin Yan has already activated the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning. What? When she came out, why didn't you call me? Ling Yuner was very concerned about this charming beauty. To the incipient God Mirror shot out a white halo that shone on Ling Yuner. Ling Yuner immediately exclaimed, What the hell? I can't move. Give it a try. Qin Yan said with smile. Ling Yuner groaned and her delicate body trembled. She erupted with a very strong divine power and the movement was not small. But unfortunately, she was still unable to move. Ling Yuner's cultivation is not very high, It is more or less the same as Xianxia, but she cultivates nether sun and has a small nether sun inside her body. Her divine power is not weak. But now, he couldn't move because of the mirror. Xianxia also realized that using this immobilizing ability consumed a lot of his divine power. It didn't take long for him to consume 20% of it. This move wouldn't take long. Huh! Yunar shouted loudly, a berserk divine power rushed out and sent Xianxia flying. She finally broke free, but it took some time. Very awesome. Xianxia said with smile. This mirror is amazing. If you had attacked me just now, I would have been done for. Ling Yunar smiled tenderly and said, Little Yun, if you meet a beauty, use this to freeze her, and then, Xianxia pinched her face and let her return to the nine-yang divine spirit. He looked at the primal beginning divine mirror in his hand and was quite satisfied with its ability. Old brother Taisher, what was that move just now? Xianxia asked. Taisher was now also the spirit of the Star Dome divine mirror. This move is called the Star Fixing divine art. With your current strength, you can only use the most basic power. If you are strong enough, you can even freeze a super divine sun or a super nether Sunday. You can make these huge celestial bodies stop moving. Cloud Yun took a Yun said, Yun, son of Yun is Star Yun Yun son of Star, son of Yun 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 said. What other abilities does the Star Dome magic mirror have? Xianxia wanted to know. Not yet, you need to wait until you become stronger before it will appear. Taisher said, hurry up and raise your cultivation. Xianxia sat on the chair and suddenly thought that Taisher was similar to Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy. Then, he asked Taisher about it. The so-called Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy is indeed an existence similar to me, but it is much weaker than me. The power of Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy can only be limited to a small space. Once the space is expanded, the Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy will become useless. Divine Desolate is currently in a huge space, so the Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy is gradually losing its effect. Although the Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy is very weak now, it cannot be underestimated. If it is used properly, it will be very terrifying. You must obtain it as soon as possible. Taisher said, after you obtain it, I can devour the Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy. What? You can devour it? Xianxia had long wanted to see the Heavenly Law Tao Orthodoxy. It is hidden in the law enforcement realm. I wonder if it is in the Heaven Secret Sect. Ever since Yu Shiji saw Huayu, Xianxia was suspected. He hid early on and did not dare to show his face, afraid that he would be killed. After you finish dealing with the matter of the zombie devil palace, I will bring you to find the miracle that accompanied the appearance of the sixth divine sun. Taisher said again. Xianxia thought that Taisher had already forgotten about this matter. There really is a miracle, what kind of thing is that? Xianxia cannot help but be curious. I can't be sure for now, I will have to go to the scene to see. Taisher's voice sounded very strange, it is neither human nor ghost, it has no emotions but it also has a faint aura. Xianxia looked inside the nine-sun divine spirit, there are more than 10 purple ginseng that have been planted, the dragon peach tree has also grown into a sapling. He can't cultivate now, the matter of the zombie devil palace has not been dealt with. Xianxia picked up the Heavenly Law Divine Punishment flag and walked out of the secret room. When the divine judge saw Xianxia come out, he immediately stood up. When he saw the Heavenly Law Divine Punishment flag flickering with golden light, he could not help but become excited. Divine Judge, this Heavenly Law Divine Punishment flag might be a bit different from before, I'm not too sure about the specifics. In short, it will be a bit stronger than before. Xianxia handed over the Heavenly Law Divine Punishment flag to the Divine Judge. The Divine Judge held the flagpole and felt a great difference. Moreover, he was sure that it was indeed stronger than before. Very good, many thanks. The Divine Judge's voice is somewhat excited. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Xianxia said with smile, very soon, you will be able to use those guys from the zombie devil palace as sacrifices. Xianxia doesn't need to worry too much about the matter of attacking the zombie devil palace. When the Divine Court and the Divine Moon Alliance join hands, their strength is still very strong. The Divine Judge has always wanted to rope in the Heavenly Dragon Emperor to join the Divine Court. If the Heavenly Dragon race is present, the Divine Court's strength will increase even more. Dang, however, even if there is no heavenly dragon race, the fire tribulation mad race is also not bad. Fire Xianxua's own strength is comparable to the Sun Yin race's emperor and law enforcement realm king. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and contacted Xiao Yuan. Their preparations are almost done, the Bright Moon sect is also on the way. How about this, I will sneak into the zombie devil palace. You guys hide nearby and wait for my signal. Qin Yan said, I will go inside first and break the barrier inside, that way you guys will have a much easier time. There won't be any danger, right? The divine judge asked. It's fine. Qin Yan waved his hand and said with smile, then it's settled. Remember to hide well and wait for my signal. After Qin Yan finished speaking, he immediately left the Heavenly Fox City. Xiao Yuan is already waiting for Qin Yan outside the Heavenly Fox mountain range. She is thinking the same thing as Qin Yan, she wants to sneak in and cause chaos inside before informing the outside to attack. Did you see Big Sister Star God? Qin Yan said with smile. You hid her for so long, causing us to not be able to see her for a long time. Xiao Yuan curled her lips and said. Qin Yan said, does Sister Shangyun agree to you and I sneak into the zombie devil palace first? Of course she doesn't agree, so I came here secretly. Don't tell her. Xiao Yuan pulled Qin Yan's hand and flew towards the zombie devil palace. End of chapter 2808. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.